Chapter 1. Beep. Beep. We apologize, but the number you have dialed is currently unavailable. Please try again later. The monotonous busy signal echoed in her ears. This marked the 7th attempt that Ning Rong had made to reach her boyfriend, Zhou Yujing, that day. Yet, hours passed without a response. This was not the first time Zhou Yujing had ignored her calls. Recalling his peculiar behavior over the past month, a myriad of suspicions arose within Ning Rong's mind. With his frequent unavailability, the most plausible explanation was that Zhou Yujing had lost interest in her. Perhaps he was preoccupied with a new flame, neglecting his old affection. Ning Rong and Zhou Yujing had begun their relationship during their sophomore year. He had confessed his feelings to her, and this year marked their third together. As graduation approached, Ning Rong had been diligently submitting resumes and searching for jobs back in her hometown, maintaining a long-distance relationship with Zhou Yujing. Ever since the inception of their long-distance love, he had become intermittently unreachable. Initially, she had harbored worries. She questioned whether something unfortunate had befallen him, prompting her to contact his close friend for reassurance. However, it wasn't long before Zhou Yujing would appear before her, unscathed and in high spirits, with no signs of any mishaps. She had asked him multiple times if he was facing any difficulties, why he was often out of touch, but each time he would dismiss her concerns, clinging to her instead, leaving her no room to inquire further. In retrospect, Zhou Yujing's clinginess and fervor during that time were likely rooted in a sense of guilt rather than the longing she had previously assumed. After all, she lived in a neighboring city, just over an hour's drive away. If he truly missed her, he could easily visit her. Yet, in the past month, he had seen her only twice, each visit lasting merely an hour before he hurriedly departed. Zhou Yujing harbored a secret. This much was certain. Yet, the nature of this secret eluded her grasp. After yet another automatic disconnection, Ning Rong could no longer restrain her curiosity. Today, she resolved to discover what Zhou Yujing was truly up to. Ning Rong was a woman of decisive action. Once she made up her mind, she grabbed her phone and car keys, heading to the garage to drive to City B. She had just completed an interview yesterday and had another written examination for a government position tomorrow, leaving her with some free time today. Upon arriving in City B, the clock struck 1 in the afternoon. The sun blazed fiercely, igniting a fire within Ning Rong's heart. Instead of heading to the university, she went directly to Zhou Yujing's rented apartment. They had moved out of the dormitory to live together during their junior year. Zhou Yujing bore the costs of rent and utilities, as their expenses were significant, and he often took on part-time jobs on weekends to make ends meet. As soon as she entered the rental, Ning Rong scanned her surroundings. The shoe rack was filled with her shoes, neatly arranged, and all her personal items were present, with no signs of any new female belongings. The apartment was impeccably clean, and the floor bore no traces of hair that did not belong to her. The wardrobe in the bedroom contained only her clothes. The apartment appeared largely unchanged from a month ago, causing her frustration to slightly abate. However, her temper reignited when she discovered an invitation tucked away in a drawer, left there by Zhou Yujing. What sort of important invitation warranted such careful placement rather than being discarded? The gaming invitation bore clear fingerprints, indicating that Zhou Yujing had read it multiple times, or perhaps had held onto it for an extended period. The mere thought of this stirred a fresh wave of anger within her. She forced herself to calm down and began to read the invitation word by word. Dear Mr. Zhou Yujing. Greetings. Would you like to experience a bloody encounter on a cruise ship? Would you like to engage in thrilling pursuits across boundless wilderness? Would you like to partake in a raucous duel under the endless night? All of this can be realized at the 1001st Nightmare. Here, you shall experience speed and passion, romance and fear. But be wary of losing yourself in the dark nights. The 1001st Nightmare sincerely welcomes your arrival. Address, Room 103, Building 3, Industrial Park, suburb of City B. Production team of the 1001st Nightmare. After reading, she tightened her grip on the invitation, slightly crumpling it in her hand. Speed and passion? Romance and fear? Was this truly the rhythm of adrenaline surging? Her initial suspicions were confirmed. Zhou Yujing was indeed entangled in something. This so-called the 1001st Nightmare was shrouded in mystery, packaged in an odd, game-like format. However, it was surely more complex than it appeared. She began to comprehend the reason behind Zhou Yujing's unavailability over the past month. Most likely, he was preoccupied with this game. No wonder he seemed weary during their last 2 encounters. It appeared this game was quite physically demanding. With this realization, Ning Rong wasted no time and proceeded to follow the address on the invitation. If he was so enamored with this activity, then as his current girlfriend, she would join him in this adventure. She was determined to uncover the allure of this game that had caused her boyfriend to be unreachable for days on end. Ning Rong was a sports major in college, but upon graduation, she had no desire to become a physical education teacher or engage in sports-related work. She possessed a youthful, doll-like visage, standing only 2 centimeters shorter than the 1.8-meter-tall Zhou Yujing. Her arms were even more muscular than his, and her waist was devoid of any excess flesh, with defined abdominal muscles. Her long legs exuded power. Each time she competed in the 800-meter race during school sports events, she consistently secured first place, often by a significant margin. Whenever she wore a tank top, those unfamiliar with her would express astonishment. Her physique was in stark contrast to her appearance. She had a sweet, demure face but a figure that rivaled that of a strong man, while Zhou Yujing had a refined and elegant presence. However, her proportions were advantageous, causing little dissonance in her appearance. With the car window partially lowered, the wind rushed in, yet it did nothing to quell her simmering fury. Ning Rong arrived at the address listed on the invitation around 3 in the afternoon. The sun still blazed brightly in mid-May, and without a hat or sunglasses, she squinted at the building before her. It was peculiar that this newly established industrial park housed a building that appeared somewhat aged. The walls were peeling and yellowing, adorned with climbing vines and brown, winding stains. Some areas even exhibited cracks, evoking a sense of discomfort. Ning Rong retrieved the invitation, confirming the address, then muttered to herself, "This must be the place." Just as she stepped forward to enter, a piercing scream erupted from within the building. Yet, the scream swiftly faded, abruptly silencing in a manner that felt eerie. Ning Rong scoffed, "They're really getting into character." The scream resonated with terror and despair, as though someone were ensnared in a hellish scenario, portrayed with striking realism. One could only wonder if it was the background music from a horror film or a sound produced by the players themselves, but that was of no concern to her. She was not there to disrupt, she was there to partake. Soon, she would uncover the truth behind it all. Let her witness what this so-called the 1001st nightmare truly entailed. With that thought, Ning Rong confidently stepped through the entrance of Building 3, striding purposefully inside. Chapter 2. The moment Ning Rong stepped into the apartment building, it felt as though she had crossed into another realm. If the temperature outside hovered around 27 or 8 degrees Celsius, then within the building, it undoubtedly plummeted below 10. Clad in a pink tank top, white denim shorts, and white sneakers, she carried a small black bag to hold her phone and wallet. This attire, perfect under the blazing sun, felt woefully inadequate in such a frigid environment. Instead of immediately seeking room 103, she took a moment to survey her surroundings. The interior appeared even more dilapidated than the exterior, with deep brown stains adorning the walls, and cobwebs and insects scattered throughout. Bold crimson characters were sprawled on the walls, from which she could barely decipher the word "Save Me." The remainder resembled bizarre graffiti. The building contained countless similar rooms, each distinguishable only by its number. Most doors were tightly shut, while some bore horizontal strips, indicating restricted access. As she glanced to either side, the corridor seemed to extend indefinitely, the rooms stretching far into the distance. Ning Rong suspected that this illusion was deliberately crafted to evoke a sense of overwhelming multitude. As she pondered her surroundings, a sudden, panicked greeting erupted from behind her. "You. Are you here to play the game too?" Turning around, she found a middle-aged man standing there, his expression taut with anxiety, his eyes wide and glistening with cold sweat. During her university days, Ning Rong had dabbled in script-based games, some of which ventured into the realms of horror and the supernatural. In order to immerse players in the experience, from the very moment they chose to participate, they unwittingly stepped into the merchant's marketing scheme. Even upon completing a game, it wasn't truly over. The DM would often offer after-sales support, promoting sensational stories online about strange occurrences following gameplay, all to entice more players to join. In essence, cultivating an atmospheric experience was the primary goal. Thus, from the instant she entered this place, the so-called 1001 Nightmares game had likely commenced. Ning Rong regarded the middle-aged man merely as an NPC and lifted her game invitation with a nonchalant response, "Yes." The man, surprised by her calm demeanor, stammered, "Aren't you nervous?" Ning Rong let out a cold laugh. Nervous? No, she was seething with rage, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. Magma ready to burst forth. She could tolerate Zhou Yujing's busyness, but not his deceit. With a mission to locate room 103, she dismissed the man with a bland remark. I hope we both enjoy ourselves. As she strode confidently further inside, the man was left bewildered. Given that she had made 7 unanswered calls today, Zhou Yujing was likely engrossed in the game here, evidently captivated enough to neglect even a simple phone call. Just as she surmised. The game had indeed begun the moment she stepped inside, and her every action was scrutinized by the audience. Enjoying yourself? What a peculiar farewell. So far. She seems to be the first player to utter such a phrase. How intriguing. Let us hope her life is as resilient as her words. Let me see what this new unfortunate soul is called. Wait. Zhou Yujing? She shares the same name? Clearly not. So did she come here with Zhou Yujing's invitation? I see, she is probably an unsuspecting fool unaware of the game's true nature. She likely thinks this is some immersive escape room experience. Let us have a moment of silence for her. Am I the only one curious about her relationship with Zhou Yujing? In no time, Ning Rong located room 103, which appeared to be an ordinary iron door. Surprisingly effective in soundproofing, she heard nothing unusual from within. What lay beyond this door? What scenes awaited her? Taking a deep breath, she maintained her composure and grasped the doorknob. With a casual twist, she opened the door amidst the exaggerated scream of the middle-aged man behind her. In that fleeting moment, the name Zhou Yujing on her invitation contorted and morphed into Ning Rong. When she finally opened her eyes again, night had fallen. And she found herself not in the antiquated industrial building, but on a desolate mountain. As she furrowed her brow, attempting to comprehend the situation, words began to materialize before her. Name, Ning Rong. Game identity, invisible tycoon. Annotation, your appearance seems ordinary, dressed in cheap clothing, yet you are, in fact, a top-tier tycoon with dozens of rental properties. Unlockable skills, money can make the devil dance, use money to silence foes, offer 50 million, and now give me. Notes, skills are enhanced when paired with currency. Ning Rong. At this moment, she began to grasp that things were not as she had anticipated. The fiery anger that had surged within her had nearly dissipated. The primary concern now was understanding her identity and skills. What were they, and what purpose did they serve? What was the true nature of this game? As she acclimated to her new surroundings, a small gasp interrupted her thoughts. Hey! Zhou Yujing? Suddenly, she spun around, instinctively seizing the wrist of a young man beside her. The young man raised his hands in surrender, apologizing, I'm sorry. This is my first time encountering a complete newcomer, so I couldn't help but glance at the name on the invitation. For the sake of fairness, he introduced himself. Lu Wen. Ning Rong, her expression unwavering, replied, show me yours. The young man sighed, if you're hoping to see my invitation, I must apologize, I left it behind. For players, the game invitation held immense importance, granting their identity, and it was typically safeguarded when not in use. He kindly advised, you should keep your invitation safe. It has other uses, and losing it could be quite troublesome. Ning Rong tucked away her invitation, expressing her gratitude. Once their conversation concluded, Lu Wen leaned in closer. You're called Zhou Yujing? Ning Rong met his gaze, neither confirming nor denying, why do you ask? Lu Wen scratched his head, cautiously glancing at her. I happen to know someone named Zhou Yujing. I didn't expect to meet someone with the same name so soon. He chuckled sheepishly. So that was it. It appeared this game world was even smaller than she had imagined. Ning Rong sensed a peculiar glimmer in Lu Wen's eyes, curiosity mingled with gossip, yet devoid of malice. After deliberating, she stated, Zhou Yujing is my boyfriend. Lu Wen exclaimed in surprise, his smile turning awkward as he glanced at Ning Rong. The audience in the livestream mirrored his astonishment. Zhou Yujing's girlfriend? No wonder she holds his invitation. He actually has a girlfriend? I always thought he fabricated one to brush off Wan, as he never elaborated on his relationship. I previously suggested Zhou Yujing was playing hard to get. Alright, the real girlfriend has arrived. Why do I feel like the real girlfriend is here to confront someone? Given her fierce demeanor, it is quite possible. However, Huan ranks 11th on the newcomer player leaderboard, making her a formidable presence among this cohort of new players. I suspect that this legitimate girlfriend may soon be usurping someone's position. Ning Rong keenly discerned something in Lu Wen's demeanor. She slightly furrowed her brows. And a faint smile graced her exquisitely beautiful face, which was at odds with her physique. "What's the matter? Do you have something to share with me?" Chapter 3. Lu Wen was taken aback. He had not anticipated Ning Rong's keen perception. Most newcomers, upon entering the game, are engulfed in confusion and trepidation. Unable to focus on anything beyond their own anxiety, however, Ning Rong was decidedly different. He forced an awkward smile and remarked, "I just wanted to say. You carry yourself like a big brother. It's hard to believe you're a complete novice." At the very least, she seemed less inexperienced than he. A player who had already faced defeat twice. Big brother, he mused, unaware that his casual words resonated deeply with her. Ning Rong did not consider herself a big brother figure, yet she had indeed once had a father who embodied such a role. She had only glimpsed him once. At her mother's funeral. It was a winter's day, with snow swirling in the air, and her biological father, clad in a dark coat and wearing sunglasses, had come to pay his respects. Accompanied by several bodyguards and an assistant who held an umbrella aloft on tiptoes to shield him from the falling snow. He was a towering figure at nearly 6 feet 3 inches. Out of respect for her father, the assistant had been exceedingly polite, addressing her in Cantonese as Mississippi. Yet, the reunion was fleeting. She and her father had never truly acknowledged one another, and after that hurried encounter, they had not crossed paths again. A myriad of thoughts flickered through Ning Rong's mind. "Here, I am the big brother," she declared, feeling a genuine desire to assume that role. Lu Wen chuckled in agreement, giving her a thumbs up. From his response, Ning Rong gleaned an important truth: not every player possessed an identity in the game. Her previous statement had been a subtle probe. If every player were assigned an identity, Lu Wen would have inquired about her new role in the game, questioning whether she was indeed a big brother. However, he did not, and his slightly awkward expression suggested he perceived her words as mere bravado. Not wanting to confront her directly. It appeared that identities within the game were a hidden feature, perhaps promising unexpected surprises. Suddenly, Ning Rong inquired. "What's up with Zhou Yujing?" "Huh?" "He's fine," Lu Wen replied, only then realizing what Ning Rong truly wished to know. She was exceptionally perceptive. Perhaps it was the expression that had crossed his face upon learning Zhou Yujing was her boyfriend that had given him away. In truth, he wanted to say, "Miss, we are in an infinite horror game, whether you have a boyfriend or not is truly inconsequential. Surviving is the paramount concern. After all, a lost boyfriend could be replaced. Yet a lost life could not." However, such words were not his place to utter. Lu Wen scratched his head and sighed. He is somewhat well known among this batch of newcomers. He currently ranks 14th on the leaderboard. Ning Rong replied, What else? If that were all. Lu Wen would not have looked at her with such an expression earlier. Resigned, Lu Wen decided to divulge all the information he had. Also, he's been getting quite close to a female team member in our fixed group. Ning Rong's previously quelled anger flared anew. She bombarded him with questions. Fixed group? Which female team member? What's her name? This is hilarious. She's here. The legitimate girlfriend has arrived with her inquiries. Why is the actual party not standing in front of her? I want to witness the confrontation. It would surely be thrilling. To be frank, when she claimed to be the big brother in the game, I genuinely laughed. I don't know about her resilience, but her words are certainly bold. It is widely known that those who boast often meet an untimely end in this game. Honestly, I thought this guy was just a gossip. But it turns out he's rather mediocre. Laughing so hard, a fixed group? Where did that come from? This game doesn't even have fixed groups as a concept. Didn't Zhou Yujing and Wanwan go through 3 dungeons together? It seems so. But they aren't a fixed group. It's more that Wanwan used a game item to bind herself to Zhou Yujing due to her financial prowess. I've noticed Zhou Yujing seems quite annoyed with her. Wanwan, this assertive newcomer, truly doesn't need to pursue him so aggressively. That being said, Zhou Yujing is undeniably attractive and possesses considerable potential. He is certainly a rising star among the newcomers in Nightmare. Wanwan has a good eye. Finding a reliable partner in the game is indeed crucial. Wanwan certainly has discerning taste. Upon hearing the flurry of questions, Lu Wen sensed the storm brewing beneath Ning Rong's calm demeanor. It felt as though he were standing before a tranquil sea, oblivious to the tumultuous depths beneath. He realized he might have inadvertently dug a pit for Zhou Yujing. But with the conversation having reached this point, he decided to divulge all he knew. Yes. They are a fixed group, they've gone through 3 dungeons together. The female team member is named Chi Wan, known as Wan Wan in the game. Those familiar with her refer to her as such. She currently ranks 11th on the newcomer leaderboard, and her skills are quite impressive. Ning Rong's tone remained composed. But her thoughts were inscrutable to all but herself. Lu Wen breathed a sigh of relief, hoping to steer the conversation away from this topic. The priority now was to survive the dungeon. Just as he contemplated this, 4 more players approached them. Among them were 2 men and 2 women, with 2 appearing somewhat older. Players randomly dropped into dungeon maps, and a preparation period preceded each game, allowing players to gather information or form teams. As the 6 gathered, a mechanical voice suddenly resonated through the desolate landscape. Welcome, 6 players, to the Nightmare game. The game you are about to play is called Countdown. Difficulty, B. Objective, survive until the countdown ends and find a way to escape. We wish you an enjoyable experience. As the mechanical voice faded, a young girl, seemingly barely an adult, could not contain her excitement. B? How can it be B level? I just finished a dungeon. An older male scolded, enough. It's too late for pointless lamentations. Our focus must be on gathering information to ensure our survival. Lu Wen quickly chimed in, right. Oh wow, it's actually B level, they're starting off big. Our little newcomer seems to be having a bit of bad luck. B level must be akin to a hellish dungeon for these novice players. Alright. Let us disperse, the confrontation we were anticipating is likely off the table. The legitimate girlfriend won't last long enough for that. I wanted to see a scene of her confronting a scoundrel. Not that it matters, based on Zhou Yujing's current performance. He doesn't seem to be involved with any scoundrels. However, with 2 assertive newcomers who have gone through 3 dungeons together, even if nothing is happening, the legitimate girlfriend must feel uncomfortable. Let us hope for some action. Oh, I do hope she survives this time. It's been ages since I witnessed a chaotic scene. If this little newcomer fails to clear this dungeon, Wan Wan will likely get her wish. After all, only by surviving can there be future stories and adventures, right? Looking forward to the little newcomer's performance. Chapter 4. The first girl to speak glanced at the others, her face a mask of confusion as she asked, what do we do now? Should we introduce ourselves first? A man in his 40s scoffed coldly, what is there to introduce? Anyway. His words trailed off. But the implication was clear to everyone present. In this infinite flow game, the mortality rate was alarmingly high. What did it matter if they got to know each other? They might have to bid farewell before long. Thus, self-introduction seemed utterly pointless, merely a waste of time with no practical benefit. As the middle-aged man finished speaking, a number materialized on his chest. His number was 4, while the freshly adult girl bore a 1, Lu Wen had a 2, and the other 2 players had 3s. Only Ning Rong's number was 0. Upon seeing the numbers, the middle-aged man snorted in disdain, muttering, I knew it. With that, he departed to seek information. After his exit, another pair, appearing to be a mother and son, silently left as well, having not exchanged a single word during their time together. Once the group had dispersed, the girl stepped forward and softly said, I'm He. Are you all a team? Ning Rong glanced at Lu Wen but remained silent. Lu Wen scratched his head, unsure of his own thoughts, but inexplicably nodded. Upon receiving this information, the girl responded with a simple, oh, okay. I'll look for clues then. Showing no interest in learning their names, Lu Wen muttered. Sure. Why did he initially seem inclined to form a group, only to choose to go solo later? She was probably scared off by the newbie. These complete newcomers, who have never cleared a game, are often highly dangerous. They can't contribute and might even hinder progress. Most people lack the courage to open a mystery box. Who knows whether it contains a boon or a bane? A single incompetent teammate can lead to a team's demise. Truly a B-grade game, among 6 players, only 1 is a complete novice. After He's departure, Ning Rong pointed to the number on her chest and inquired, so, is this the count of game completions? Lu Wen scratched his head and replied, yes, sister. For some reason, Lu Wen felt that Zhou Yujing's girlfriend exuded a sisterly aura, and since he didn't know her name, he simply addressed her as sister. Ning Rong pondered this revelation. It effectively eliminated the possibility of players misreporting their completion counts. After all, she realized that newcomers were genuinely looked down upon, while players with multiple completions naturally held disdain for those with fewer, lacking any inclination to team up. Even though she had only just entered this game, Ning Rong had already discerned a distinct hierarchy. At the top of this hierarchy were the seasoned players with numerous completions and exceptional skills, while at the bottom were the complete novices. Lu Wen explained, unless they encounter official players, casual players seldom succeed in forming teams. He then offered a wry smile, adding, however, even the number of official player teams has noticeably dwindled. Ning Rong asked, why is that? Lu Wen's tone turned somber, because of too many betrayals. Many resort to unscrupulous means to survive, even harming those who help them. In their attempts to save others, official players have lost many promising individuals, leaving behind only selfish and unremarkable players. Ning Rong questioned, are official players referring to the national team? Lu Wen grinned broadly, of course. He quickly added, your boyfriend is part of the national team. Ning Rong responded with a simple, oh. She was well aware of Zhou Yujing's exceptional abilities, so it was no surprise he had become a national team member within a month. Her tone remained calm as she remarked, no wonder I haven't seen him much this past month, he must be serving the country. Lu Wen chuckled awkwardly, he had no way to respond. While it was true Zhou Yujing had joined the national team, it didn't mean he had no personal time at all. However, he had heard that after Zhou Yujing's first game instance, he encountered some health issues, which seemed to be significant. The fact that Zhou Yujing hadn't sought out his girlfriend could be related to this. Yet, this was merely Lu Wen's irresponsible speculation. It's hilarious. When will the newbie meet Zhou Yujing? It seems that the calmer the official girlfriend appears, the more trouble Zhou Yujing will face later. Didn't you all sense that? I certainly did. Beneath the surface calm of the official girlfriend lies a smoldering anger. Zhou Yujing is doomed. Let us wait until the newbie survives her first game. If she dies in the game, we can just hand over her position to Wan. Ning Rong and Lu Wen ventured deeper into the mountains. According to Lu Wen, the first day of the game was absolutely safe. The first day was dedicated to gathering information, so players could rest easy without fearing for their lives. This was also why the 4 players had chosen to act independently without hesitation. As the first day posed no danger, Ning Rong said in a nonchalant tone, now, tell me what you know. Lu Wen initially intended to ask her what she wanted to know, as there was a wealth of information about this game. However, his straightforward mind quickly realized that, compared to her boyfriend, she likely wanted to know more about Wan. After all, many were shipping the Jianyu couple, and both had entered the game for over a month, recently becoming members of the national team, showcasing significant potential, and having completed 3 instances together. Lu Wen scratched his face. Actually, the rankings of newcomers are constantly changing. To my knowledge, Wan has completed 5 instances so far, with the first 3 being seamless completions. The instance she is currently undertaking is also a B-grade one. After this, her ranking should rise into the top 10. Ning Rong listened quietly, analyzing the information. From what Lu Wen had shared, it was evident that Wan had good fortune. All her previous instances were C-grade, while her 5th was a B-grade. Unlike her, who had to start with a B-grade instance. Lu Wen continued, every player entering the infinite game possesses an initial skill. And Wan's skill is remarkably powerful. This is no secret in 1001 Nightmares. Ning Rong glanced at him, what is it? Lu Wen's voice was tinged with evident envy, it's a rewind ability. She used it in her first instance, reversing time entirely, leading her team to clear the instance without any damage. You have no idea, some players are eager to team up with her in the same instance. Zhou Yujing. He was incredibly envious of Zhou Yujing. He didn't have to exert effort, he was directly in a fixed team with Wan. Why didn't he have such luck? As Lu Wen's words echoed, viewers watching the livestream began to discuss fervently. Indeed, it's a rewind ability, though it's heavily restricted. There must be limitations, otherwise, she'd dominate 1001 Nightmares. I just tuned in, are you talking about the newcomer ranked 11th, Chi Wan? Yes. Her skill has a long cooldown. If she uses it in this instance, she won't be able to use it in the next 3 instances. In other words, if she employs this skill now, she'll be without it for 3 subsequent instances. A lengthy cooldown is inevitable. Her skill is incredibly overpowered. Once she chooses to rewind, all players who died in the game can be revived. This means it's not just her who rewinds, but all players, retaining their memories. Key point: all players, with memories, rewind. This skill is truly extraordinary. If wielded adeptly, it can indeed resurrect the seemingly lost. Hence, she is currently a key focus for protection and cultivation within the national team. Her ability undoubtedly ranks among the top 10 players. Once the initial 3-month novice period concludes, she will be eligible to participate in the overall player rankings. So, what is this newcomer's skill? In the early stages of the game, we have yet to witness her employ her abilities. Nevertheless, she cannot be compared to Wanwan's rollback skill. Wanwan harbors affections for Zhou Yujing, and the national team members lend their support, while many players internally engage in matchmaking. Zhou Yujing claims to have a girlfriend. Yet there are those who perceive him as pretentious and ungrateful. My heart aches for this newcomer for a fleeting moment. Without the backing of the national team, how would Wanwan possess such an abundance of items to undertake the same dungeon as Zhou Yujing? After all, this game does not permit team formations for dungeon raids. The newcomer not only faces romantic tribulations but also finds herself starting at a B rank upon exiting a dungeon. What a hellish beginning. Upon absorbing this information, Ning Rong nodded in acknowledgement, understanding the situation. Lu Wen responded, "Is that all?" "Just that?" "Very well." Truly, she is his sister, maintaining her composure with grace. Chapter 5. From the information revealed by Lu Wen, it appears that players initially possess but a single skill, whereas Ning Rong wields 3. Moreover, these 3 do not represent her upper limit. Is this the essence of the concealed identity's power? Given the extraordinary nature of her hidden identity, Ning Rong refrains from inquiring further, cautious not to inadvertently disclose sensitive information. As for her curiosities, Lu Wen will undoubtedly share them in due time. Indeed, her intuition proves correct. Observing her composed demeanor, Lu Wen cannot help but elaborate further. The potency of an initial skill determines a player's future potential. A robust initial skill signifies a higher ceiling for the player, while a weaker one implies the opposite. With Jiwan possessing a formidable initial skill, her future accomplishments are destined to be significant. Ning Rong seizes the moment to ask if players can only possess a single skill. Lu Wen scratches his head, acknowledging that, as it stands, this seems to be the case. However, initial skills can be upgraded through gameplay progression. Players with inferior initial skills may utilize in-game currency to purchase items in the game shop after exiting a dungeon, thereby enhancing their survival odds. Yet, players with subpar initial skills find it challenging to amass wealth within the game. Without sufficient funds, acquiring powerful life-saving items becomes improbable, leaving their in-game existence precarious. In summary, initial skills are indeed of paramount importance. As the invisible affluent Ning Rong muses, she thinks to herself, having achieved such status, she surely lacks for nothing. She carefully posits that players with weaker initial skills likely cannot join national teams, suggesting that there must be some casual squads available. Lu Wen gives her a thumbs up, affirming her insight. "You're absolutely correct. The elite players serve the nation, while the less skilled must huddle together for warmth." After a brief, rueful chuckle, he confesses, "I am indeed one of those lesser players, a lone wolf without any team affiliation. Who knows, I might vanish from the game one day. And no one would be the wiser." Since their encounter, Lu Wen, who had been exuding warmth and cheer, suddenly descends into a somber mood. Ning Rong. She remains undeterred, her steps unwavering as she advances, as though neither thorns nor blossoms ahead could sway her resolve. Even in the face of imminent peril, she strides forth with determination, intent on conquering the game. "Stay close to me." This simple phrase, uttered in the stillness of the dark night, serves as a potent tonic, revitalizing Lu Wen's spirit. He wonders if stay close refers to the present moment or throughout their journey in this game. His instincts suggest the latter. "All right, I'm coming." Lu Wen beams with renewed enthusiasm. After half an hour of walking, they arrive at a tranquil village. At the outskirts stands a stone tablet inscribed with Sioux Family Village. Under the dim glow of the streetlights, they observe the village devoid of life, its inhabitants presumably lost in slumber at this hour. As they pass the tablet, a mutt suddenly leaps out, barking ferociously. The dog, with its tail between its legs, exhibits an aggressive demeanor. Instinctively, Lu Wen steps in front of Ning Rong to shield her, only to be unexpectedly bitten by the dog. With a yelp, he kicks the mutt, which whimpers and scampers away, disappearing from sight in mere moments. From the dog's emergence to Lu Wen's bite, a mere 2 seconds elapse. This is not a promising start. He reflects. Although the first day is deemed safe, it does not imply the absence of danger. That bite could very well become a significant liability by the following day. Indeed, Ning Rong's bravado has led to her companion's misfortune. An experienced player would have evaded such an attack. I believe it now, Lu Wen truly is a novice. His initial skill utterly ineffective. Ning Rong, too, appears to lack vigilance, a hallmark of inexperience. Caught off guard by the unexpected canine assault, Ning Rong had been misled by Lu Wen's assertion of the first day's safety, leading her to assume no adversities would arise. It is no wonder that seasoned players tend to shy away from teaming up with pure novices, who tragically lack practical experience. Ning Rong crouches to inspect Lu Wen's injury, asking, "How are you?" Lu Wen forces a smile that borders on tears. "It's nothing, just a bit painful." As they converse, a middle-aged man who arrived before them interjects. "As fellow players, I'll offer you a friendly warning, that wound on his leg must be treated promptly, or he will encounter serious complications." The urgency in his tone suggests that mere bandaging will not suffice. "Thank you for the warning," Ning Rong replies as the man departs. Indeed, he is a seasoned player, having cleared the game 4 times. There's wisdom in his words, she reflects. In comparison, novices like herself still have much to learn. She hopes Lu Wen's predicament does not instill a lasting fear within her. Wait, you think he's going to die just because he was bitten? What else could happen? He is a novice, likely bereft of useful life-saving items. Coupling that with the challenges of a B-level dungeon, treating such an injury is no small feat. The experienced player clearly wishes to distance himself from Lu Wen's plight, unless Ning Rong's initial skill is extraordinary. Otherwise, their chances appear grim. Ning Rong inquires if Lu Wen can walk. He nods earnestly, "Yes, I can." Sensing her serious demeanor, he attempts to lighten the mood. "Look on the bright side. It's only been 2 hours since we entered the game. I still have 22 hours of safety ahead of me. Yet." He acknowledges the uncertainty that lies beyond the day. 22 hours should suffice, she muses, glancing in the direction the seasoned player had taken. Given his experience, he likely possesses life-saving items, but one can be certain he won't part with them easily. However, she believes that no problem is insurmountable with sufficient funds. If the issue persists, it simply means she does not have enough money. Nonetheless, until the final moment arrives, Ning Rong does not intend to negotiate for life-saving items with seasoned players, who would look down upon a novice like her. She aims to minimize her exposure until she has adequate means of self-defense. Leading Lu Wen toward the most well-kept house in the village, she recalls that typically, the best-maintained homes belong to the village chief. The dilapidated structures are likely inhabited by ordinary villagers. Should any issues arise in the village, seeking assistance from the chief is undoubtedly prudent. Upon arrival, Ning Rong retrieves her wallet from her small black bag. She remembers that her skill is most effective when paired with currency. Upon entering the game, her 3 skills were initially shrouded in gray. Now, however, she notices that the first skill, Money Can Move Mountains, has been unlocked. She is eager to test the efficacy of this skill, albeit uncertain whether real-world currency holds any value within the game. Just as these thoughts cross her mind, she is taken aback to discover that the money in her wallet has transformed entirely. The paper bills from the real world have been automatically replaced with game currency. While the in-game banknotes are an alluring shade of black, not a dull black, but one that gleams with a metallic luster, exuding an impressive quality. Furthermore, she finds an additional card in her wallet, glimmering with a cold, ethereal light. Is this a bank card for the game? Despite the myriad of thoughts racing through her mind, Ning Rong's expression remains inscrutable. Not even the multitude of viewers in the livestream can discern anything from her visage. As she retrieves her wallet, Luwen hesitates before softly reminding her, "Sister, are you planning to stay here?" Ning Rong responds affirmatively. While seeking accommodation is one aspect, her primary intention is to have the village chief assist with Luwen's injury. "Ah, the naive newcomer," some viewers comment. "Leaving already? How dull. My heart aches for the newcomer for a fleeting moment, even if you knock until your hand breaks and plead until your words lose meaning. The village chief will not permit you to stay. NPCs in Infinite games aren't nearly as accommodating as those in reality." Luwen feels a pang of sympathy. "Sister. Real-world money is useless in the game." Before he can finish his sentence, he watches in disbelief as Ning Rong pulls out 2 large game currency notes from her wallet. One is worth 100, together, they total 200. Were the circumstances different, he would have transformed into a screeching chicken. Isn't Ning Rong supposed to be a complete novice? Hasn't she never cleared a game before? How does she possess game currency? The viewers in the livestream share his curiosity, eager to understand the mystery behind her unexpected wealth. Why does this absolute newcomer, who is yet to clear a single game, appear to have money? Chapter 6. Isn't this quality unparalleled? These 2 game banknotes are obviously genuine. But the question arises, how did she acquire her game coins? Is it primarily due to her initial skills? But what initial skill grants money? I am unaware of such a skill. Uncertain, let's observe further. Luwen subtly articulated what every viewer in the livestream was pondering. His expression a blend of shock and admiration. "Sister, you truly are remarkable." Ning Rong cast him a glance. She had no intention of revealing her cards and wished to remain inconspicuous for the time being. "It's merely an illusion," she replied nonchalantly. "Ah?" Luwen scratched his head. "Well, even illusions are quite impressive." Luwen claims he is a novice player, and he is indeed accurate in his self-assessment. Did he truly believe that? I suddenly realized that if a newcomer is willing, they could easily deceive him. Indeed, some players possess the skill of illusion. But such a skill cannot conjure game coins. After all, illusion is not a formidable skill, it is rather commonplace and lacks the ability to generate currency. So what is her initial skill? My curiosity grows. Ning Rong was unaware that she was under the curious gaze of numerous viewers in the livestream. After preparing the lodging fee, she approached and knocked on the door. The sound echoed unusually in the stillness of the night. At that moment, a cacophony of dog barks resonated throughout the village, adding an air of mystery and eeriness to the night. Upon knocking, there was no response from within. Undeterred, she continued to knock, this time with greater force. If her previous knocks were gentle, her current ones were tempestuous. This newcomer is truly bold. Even seasoned players who have cleared several levels likely lack her courage. The more one engages with the game's rules, the more cautious they become. I hope she possesses genuine confidence. I can only say, 6. After a moment, an impatient voice emerged from inside. Who is it at this late hour? Upon hearing the irritable tone, Luwen instinctively stepped behind Ning Rong. As a player who had cleared 2 games, he understood that an NPC exhibiting signs of irritation often harbored aggressive tendencies. Although the first day of the game was undeniably safe, it did not guarantee immunity from NPC hostility thereafter. Perhaps they had already made it onto the NPC's list of disliked players. Offending an NPC in-game is exceedingly unwise. He instinctively tugged at Ning Rong's garment, cautioning her to be vigilant. Ning Rong faced forward, not turning back. She waved her hand dismissively. "It's fine." Despite appearing younger than Luwen, he felt an inexplicable sense of security standing behind her. One could say she possessed a refined visage. And her physique left him feeling inadequate, as if she could easily best him in a confrontation. Standing behind her, he realized she was several centimeters taller than him. Only standing at 1.74 meters, Luwen thought, "Oh dear, my sister is impressively tall." Just as Luwen was lost in thought, the door was abruptly flung open before them by a brusque man in his 50s, with graying hair and a piercing gaze. "What brings you here at this hour?" The remainder of his sentence was abruptly cut short upon noticing the 200 yuan banknotes in their hands. Ning Rong presented the banknotes, stating, "Lodging. And could you assist in treating a wound inflicted by a dog?" The village chief's demeanor shifted dramatically. "Ah, please, come in." "Impossible. This is absolutely inconceivable. Even offering 200 game coins should not alter an NPC's attitude so drastically. I distinctly remember a seasoned player ranked highly on the leaderboard who attempted to curry favor with an NPC in a game instance. That player offered 5,000 game coins. Yet it failed to win the NPC's approval, even provoking its wrath. And now? 200 game coins can elicit a favorable response from the village chief? How did she accomplish this? At that moment, a colorful comment floated across the livestream chat. She just activated her skill. Viewers were bewildered. What? She only just activated her skill? So the question arises, how did she acquire her game coins? It is well known that skills have cooldowns. If she only just activated her skill, then it could not have been the source of her game coins. The colorful comment continued, not entirely sure. But this skill appears intriguing, its upper limit likely isn't low. Viewers were left in suspense. What does this imply? Does it suggest a high upper limit? How does it compare to rollback? Unfortunately, the user with the colorful comment did not elaborate further. Indeed, Ning Rong had just activated her skill. In that moment, she glimpsed a more detailed description beneath the phrase, "Money can accomplish anything." Profound words. Money allows for unfettered freedom. Beneath this statement was a smaller line, provided you always have money in your pocket. Upon reading this, Ning Rong appeared contemplative. Clearly, relying solely on her current resources was unfeasible, she needed to devise a strategy to generate income. Once her funds were depleted, the skill would be rendered ineffective. However, she would defer this concern until after the game, as her understanding was still limited. Only by consolidating more information could she make more prudent choices. Upon entering the village chief's home, he instructed Ning Rong and Lu Wen to take a seat while he busied himself preparing refreshments. He brewed them each a cup of tea and produced some snacks to quell their hunger. He then promptly attended to treating their wounds. From the moment they entered, the village chief had not paused for a moment. Lu Wen, taken aback, thought to himself, there is something I have not disclosed to Ning Rong. My familiarity with the game stems from having previously played the same instance as her. It was my first time as well as hers. During that instance, Chi-Wan activated the rollback skill, and in that moment of time reversal, the skill astounded everyone. At that instant, both the revived players and the surviving players understood that a new star was about to rise. They were not mistaken, she indeed led them to a flawless victory. Following their triumph, they exchanged contact information before the conclusion. However, he merely secured a friend slot with a prominent player. Had it not been Chi-Wan's first time, he might never have had the chance to connect with her. Perhaps, one day, he would find himself removed from her friend list. After all, there exists a chasm between novice and expert players that is difficult to bridge. They could hardly play together. After adding her as a friend, he often encountered discussions about Chi-Wan on player forums, where he frequently saw her actively participating in various threads. Many sought to win her favor and showered her with flattery, with numerous players pleading for her friendship. Curiously, he never pursued her. Perhaps because he realized that even if he did, Chi-Wan would likely not acknowledge him. However, Ning Rong did not evoke such feelings in him. In contrast to the proud and haughty Wan, she exudes a more tranquil demeanor, her emotions remarkably stable. This serenity may stem from her life experiences, innate skills. Or perhaps it is simply her inherent character. Nonetheless, it is undeniably endearing. At this very moment, within the game Fatal Strike, players find themselves in a perilous dungeon with an alarmingly high mortality rate. Initially, there were 14 players embarking on this journey, yet 2 have already met their demise. Remarkably, it is merely the second morning of gameplay, and only 4 hours have elapsed since the last safe interval. This translates to a staggering rate of 1 player per 2 hours, an unrelenting pace indeed. 5 members from the national team are engaged in a strategic discussion. These 5 have ventured into the realm together, and aside from Zhou Yujing, the other 3 have been dispatched by their superiors to safeguard Wan. Among them, the eldest female player wears a grave expression. The 2 fallen players were seasoned veterans with 4 successful completions under their belts. This game is proving to be more treacherous than we had anticipated. The youngest male player, Chen Chu, frivolously reassures, "Don't worry, Teacher Dan. We can simply let Wan activate her skills. The female player shoots him a sidelong glance, asserting that they must not hastily revert to their previous state before the critical moment. Their foremost task is to uncover the factors leading to the players' deaths, thus enabling them to avoid such fates. After a fruitful hour of collective brainstorming, they finally begin to piece together some insights. Even teacher Dan, who had maintained a serious demeanor throughout, reveals a hint of a smile. As long as the probability of successfully completing the game remains above 50%, they can proceed with hope. With a clearer understanding of their objectives, the group's mood lightens, and they engage in casual banter. Chen Chu, ever the jester, approaches Zhou, saying, "Come on, Zhou, don't be so cold, smile a little." Zhou Yujing crosses his arms and sidesteps him, unfazed by the playful provocation. 1-1. With a flutter of her eyelashes, requests, "Brother Zhou, this game is quite challenging, could you stay close to protect me?" Zhou Yujing candidly declines, "I'm sorry, but that's not really feasible." Chen Chu interjects, "Is this because of your girlfriend?" Before Zhou could respond, Chen continues, "Honestly, you've entered an infinite game. Aren't you both on the same path now? One is a gamer, the other a regular person. Eventually, a breakup is merely a matter of time. If you're not aligned, you will inevitably drift apart. What you should focus on are those around you, like Chi Wan. As for that unknown girlfriend, the farther away she is, the better." Upon hearing this, Zhou Yujing abruptly stands, declaring, "Whether I am on the same path as her is not for you to decide." With that, he strides away, his long strides making it seem as though he might vanish from their sight at any moment. Observing his unyielding demeanor, Chen Chu's humor fades, questioning whether he had truly misspoken. Before he could finish, Wan hurriedly followed Zhou Yujing, prompting the other three to quickly join her. The livestream audience watched this unfolding drama with keen interest, indulging in the spectacle. She loves him, he does not love her. While it is entertaining to see players escape peril in an infinite game, the dynamics of their loves and hates is equally fascinating. Love is truly devoid of reason. So does Zhou Yujing actually have a girlfriend? Probably not. If he did, he would have revealed some specifics. To this day, we know nothing about her name, age, how they met, or how long they've been together. Rather than believing he has a girlfriend, I am inclined to think he has fabricated this person to reject Wan. As the audience engaged in their chatter, a few bold comments appeared on the screen, reveling in the unfolding drama. "I just came from Zhou Yujing's girlfriend's livestream. I must say, Zhou Yujing, prepare to weather the storm." The crowd? Chapter 7. The audience in the livestream room buzzed with curiosity, pondering whether Zhou Yujing truly had a girlfriend. Wait, did his girlfriend really enter the infinite game? One kind-hearted viewer took it upon themselves to enlighten the others. She boldly wielded Zhou Yujing's game invitation and fought her way to the teleport point. Upon hearing this, the viewers were instantly invigorated, eager to witness the unfolding drama. So she was unaware of the game's nature? The benevolent viewer replied, initially, she was oblivious. She even encouraged another bewildered newcomer to enjoy the game. Huh? What an amusing turn of phrase. Your choice of words is quite remarkable. Did she hear something? Or sense something amiss? The kind-hearted viewer suggested, it seems she did not receive a game invitation herself and lacked the qualifications to enter. From the moment she stepped into the teleport point, I sensed a seething rage hidden beneath her calm demeanor. So, is she here to confront someone? It appears she is aware of Wan's affections for Zhou Yujing. The kind-hearted viewer confirmed, indeed, she knows now. With the support of the official narrative and encouragement from the players, the notion of her being the legitimate girlfriend faced skepticism from the audience in Zhou Yujing's livestream. After a moment of contemplation, the benevolent viewer leisurely remarked, that remains uncertain. What do you mean? After igniting the interest of the other viewers, the kind-hearted observer departed, leaving behind a group rife with speculation and intrigue. Unbeknownst to Ning Rong, her live stream attracted a host of eager onlookers, drawn in by the unfolding spectacle. The game 1001 Nightmares boasted a unique recommendation mechanism. As a rising star within the game, Zhou Yujing had garnered a substantial following. Whenever someone from his real life entered the game, the platform prioritized showcasing that live stream to his fans. As Zhou Yujing's real-life girlfriend, Ning Rong's presence in the livestream was easily noticed by his admirers. Excellent, I shall remember the livestream Idaho, 83913. What is her name? The seasoned viewers chimed in to clarify for the newcomers. Sister. What? The new viewers inquired. You may refer to her as sister or little newcomer. Why sister? What about her real name? The seasoned viewers replied with a knowing smile, because this sister is indeed quite special. Ning Rong and Lu Wen had just sipped their warm tea in the living room when the village chief approached, sweating profusely with a medical kit in hand. His demeanor was earnest, as the village was plagued by wild dogs, with numerous villagers having suffered bites. However, he reassured them, fear not, prompt treatment will suffice. He proceeded to unveil bandages, saline solution, and an assortment of peculiar herbs from the kit. He rolled up Lu Wen's pant leg to inspect the bite, exclaiming, "Oh. This one is rather severe." Ning Rong glanced over and, under the bright light, realized the deep bite mark on Lu Wen's ankle, with blood soaking through his pant leg. Casting an ominous air. Feeling slightly embarrassed under her gaze, Lu Wen shifted uncomfortably, prompting Ning Rong to discreetly avert her eyes. The village chief first cleaned the wound with saline, then crushed the herbs before applying them. The herbs emitted a faint, refreshing fragrance reminiscent of rain-soaked grass, yet subtly distinct. These herbs were unfamiliar to Ning Rong, seeming to belong to the unique flora of the game's realm. She inquired, "Is this sufficient?" The village chief affirmed, "Yes. Apply the herbs and secure them with a bandage. By morning, it will be healed." The safety window spanned 24 hours, granting them ample time for any necessary interventions. Ning Rong chose to trust the village chief for the moment. While she maintained her composure, the new viewers were far less tranquil. Why is this NPC so accommodating? I remember this game, Countdown, a B-grade dungeon, and this must be the 7th raid. The village chief is typically fierce, abrasive, and possesses high combat prowess. Many players have perished at his hands in the previous 6 raids. Has he truly changed? A change in character is unlikely. The village chief's unusual behavior suggests that this newcomer possesses something noteworthy. While the new viewers expressed astonishment, the seasoned ones were equally intrigued. They yearned to discover what initial skill could exert such an enduring influence, transforming the typically ferocious village chief into a seemingly different entity. After tending to Lu Wen's injury, Ning Rong felt sufficiently rested. After sipping more tea and enjoying a light snack, the fatigue from their late-night journey dissipated. She stood, stating, "Shall we go to our room to rest?" The village chief hurriedly explained, "I have a large family, and currently, there is only one available guest room. Given that you have entered the infinite game, I hope you won't be too particular." Ning Rong, lacking any objections, replied, "That is acceptable." The village chief led them to a room, which, though somewhat aged, appeared to be regularly cleaned. With a click, the light flickered on, casting a warm orange hue. Before Ning Rong lay a room imbued with a palpable sense of age. Although the village chief's home boasted the best accommodations in the village, it was a relative claim. As the door swung open, a musty odor wafted out, and cobwebs adorned the corners. The bedding seemed to have gone without sunlight for an age. And the dampness in the air was evident. The village chief rubbed his hands awkwardly, smiling sheepishly, "Is this suitable?" Ning Rong surveyed the room and found no significant issues. Replying, "It's fine. Do you have any toiletries?" "Yes, yes." In no time, the village chief returned with a complete set of toiletries, all brand new, including a toothbrush, toothpaste, and towel. Although there was no new basin, he assured her that the one provided was clean, typically used for kneading dough. In addition to Ning Rong's items, Lu Wen received a set as well. Lu Wen was taken aback, realizing he was also benefiting from the kind treatment. "I believe this sister is indeed quite special." After parting ways with the village chief, Ning Rong glanced at the upper right corner of her vision, where a virtual screen visible only to her materialized. Money can move mountains. From this moment, her skill entered a cooldown period, and she would be unable to use it again for 12 hours. This meant that her skill would only be deemed exhausted once she had achieved all her objectives. Treating Lu Wen's injury and finding lodging were accomplished through this ability. This skill was far more powerful and practical than she had anticipated. The hidden identity was, indeed, extraordinary. After freshening up, Ning Rong lay on the bed, while Lu Wen, ever considerate, spread out a makeshift bed on the floor and lay down obediently. As silence enveloped the room, Ning Rong found time to ponder further. Her fingers brushed against her wallet, momentarily contemplating checking the game black card, but she suppressed the urge, sensing that now was not the opportune moment to examine her bank card. In the end, she retrieved the exquisitely designed game invitation from her small black bag once more. The invitation, delicately crafted and petite, was adorned with golden thread along its edges. The name Zhou Yujing was clearly inscribed upon it. The fixed team. And the female player named Huan Huan had ventured into the game thrice. Yet, no information regarding the game had been disclosed to her. Zhou Yujing, you truly possess remarkable abilities. Witnessing this scene, the audience gasped in astonishment. Zhou Yujing, danger. The following day, upon awakening, Ning Rong requested Lu Wen to examine his wound. According to the village chief, Lu Wen should be fine after a good night's sleep. Anxiously hopeful, Lu Wen prepared to unravel the bandages. As he cautiously unwound the layers, his heart raced with trepidation, but upon fully removing the bandages, he was left utterly speechless. Sister, sister. His voice quivered slightly. Ning Rong inquired, what is it? Lu Wen exclaimed with fervor, the wound has completely healed. Ning Rong paused momentarily, then glanced up. Indeed, the grievous injury from the previous night had vanished entirely. Leaving only faint traces of blood as evidence of its past existence, the skin restored to a smooth, fair complexion, as if it had never been harmed. It was evident that within the realm of infinite games, many phenomena defied conventional understanding. Ning Rong, still harboring doubts about the village chief, suggested, let us consult that player who has cleared the game 4 times to ascertain if everything is indeed fine. All right, Lu Wen replied. After completing their morning routines, the duo prepared to depart. In stark contrast to the previous night's warm hospitality, the village chief greeted them with a frigid demeanor. Gone were the days of serving fine tea and water. Today, he seemed on the verge of dismissing them outright. The village chief has returned to normal. Normal. Yet not entirely back to his former self. Indeed, his demeanor is merely cold now. Previously, his chilling gaze had instilled genuine fear. But now it seems like a mere drizzle. So, can the newcomer's skills alter an NPC's initial favorability? Although the village chief is less amiable than last night, his attitude is still considerably improved compared to before. What exactly are the newcomer's abilities? Regrettably, this query remained unanswered for the time being. After departing from the village chief's abode, Ning Rong and Lu Wen strolled about. As the primary setting for the game's side quests, Sujia village was bustling with players seeking information. Sure enough, they soon encountered the middle-aged male player near the edge of the fields. Upon seeing them again, the middle-aged player was momentarily taken aback. Yesterday, Lu Wen had exuded an ominous aura, but today, that foreboding presence had entirely dissipated. Lu Wen scratched his head and asked, could you assist me in checking whether my wound is still an issue? The middle-aged player possessed the initial skill of intuition, a lower-tier ability aimed at evading misfortune. While not as sophisticated as its higher counterpart, it occasionally yielded unexpected benefits. At the very least, its cooldown period was significantly shorter, or perhaps non-existent, allowing for more casual activation. This was why he had discerned the severity of Lu Wen's injury at a glance the previous night. Upon hearing Lu Wen's inquiry, the player's tone had noticeably softened compared to the night before. Rest assured, you are perfectly fine now. In contrast to his prior indifference, his demeanor was now markedly more welcoming. Longtime viewers had witnessed this transformation firsthand. One audience member mused, indeed, strength is the true weapon to win others' hearts. Chapter 8 In the realm of infinite games, even a mere dog should not be underestimated. 4. Perhaps at an unforeseen moment, this very dog could bring a player's journey to an abrupt conclusion. Any element that appears ordinary in the tangible world may transform into an enchanting chain within the infinite game. Lu Wen's ability to tend to his wounds in such a short span, whether attributed to fortune or skill, certainly attests to his not being entirely devoid of merit. And in this game, having an additional friend equates to a greater hope for success. Ultimately, the majority of players share a simple desire: to survive. To strive relentlessly. To endure. The pragmatic middle-aged male player chose to promptly alter his demeanor, extending his goodwill towards the others. Greetings, I am Qin Ju. Lu Wen scratched his head, aware that the other party had misunderstood him. His lack of hindrance from his injuries was not due to his prowess, but rather the fortunate circumstance of clinging to a powerful ally. A pang of bittersweet emotion struck him, mingled with a sense of relief. He exchanged names with the others, introducing himself as Lu Wen. When it was Ning Rong's turn, she merely stated, "My surname is Ning," uncertain of the implications of revealing her full name. She had no intention of disclosing her true identity. As for a pseudonym, it seemed unnecessary. One must say, the vigilance of a newcomer is quite commendable. After lurking for so long, I finally learned the newcomer's surname. At that moment, an extraordinary message appeared in the livestream chat. I just returned from Heye's stream, and to my surprise, I misjudged her. Heye? Is that the player who completely lost composure at the beginning of the game, astonished that she was a B-rank player? Indeed. I thought she was merely a cannon fodder player, intentionally watching her stream to see when she would meet her demise, yet she was nothing like the mindless persona she had portrayed. What do you mean? Last night, she was also attacked by a dog, yet she remained calm throughout, showcasing impressive skills, and emerged unscathed. I often flit between 6 different streams, and all of them experienced a wave of dog attacks last night, with only Lu Wen sustaining injuries. In summary, Lu Wen is the weakest among them. Indeed, Lu Wen's low skill has been confirmed. However, Heye's performance was indeed unexpected. It truly astonished me. At this juncture, a colorful message once again scrolled through the chat. Are you unaware? During the 3-month novice protection period, players are only matched with game instances that correspond to their skill levels. The truly inept cannon fodder are relegated to F or E level instances. Following this, a prominent figure added, in B level instances there are no genuine fools. Reactions among the audience varied. Esteemed player, it appears you possess considerable knowledge about this game. So, after 3 months, the matching becomes random? A C-level player could find themselves in an A-level instance? No wonder the death rate among veteran players is so high. There are even instances of complete annihilation. It seems that the game truly begins after the 3-month protection period. Esteemed player, what of Lu Wen? His skills are clearly insufficient for a B-level instance. After analysis, the esteemed player provided clarity. He entered the game in the same batch as Wan Wan, who has already completed her 5th instance, while he is on his 3rd. His punishment stems from his passive gameplay. The audience? This punishment seems excessively harsh. They felt a momentary sympathy for Lu Wen. Given his skill level, he should have been assigned to an E-level instance first, but after receiving the game invitation, he delayed reaching the teleport point. Consequently, as a punishment for his passive gameplay, he was matched with a C-level instance. The audience. What can one say about this fellow? If one were to claim he was merely unfortunate, he had at least successfully cleared 2 instances. However, to assert he was lucky would be an overstatement. They felt a mix of pity and amusement towards him. After feeling a moment of compassion, they suddenly realized. According to the esteemed player's explanation, the newcomer had a rather high starting point, did he not? It is worth noting that even Wan Wan's first instance was merely C-level. So far, the newcomer seemed to be the first among all players to be matched with a B-level instance from the outset. Comparatively, does this not suggest that the newcomer's initial skills are indeed remarkable? Qin Ju smoothly integrated himself into the team with Ning Rong and Lu Wen. He took the initiative to share his observations from the past few days, stating, I have explored the entire village twice, the villagers appear quite normal. Yet the overall atmosphere evokes a sense of dissonance. Regrettably, I am still unaware of the source of this discord. Ning Rong had an inkling of Qin Ju's abilities. He displayed a certain acuity in specific aspects, such as his handling of Lu Wen's injuries earlier and his current predictions regarding the environment. In a mere 24 hours, Ning Rong would likely uncover the truth. As their group traversed the village, they encountered several villagers. The villagers neither rejected nor warmly welcomed these outsiders, evidently. The village was not entirely isolated, as the villagers maintained some level of communication with the outside world, resulting in their behavior remaining relatively ordinary upon encountering newcomers. They also met 3 additional players. The duo who appeared to be a mother and son consistently acted together, while Heye refrained from approaching anyone, remaining solitary. The groups did not acknowledge each other, passing one another like strangers. Throughout the day, they encountered no particularly noteworthy events, not even a single dog. To avoid a repeat of the previous night's ordeal, Ning Rong deliberately picked up a stick from the edge of a field for protection. Yet it remained unused until nightfall. Throughout their journey, Qin Ju bore an expression of hesitance, as if he wished to speak yet refrained from doing so, prompting Ning Rong to glance at him more than once. When their gazes met a second time, he finally voiced, "Physical attacks have no effect on any NPCs within the game." As the countdown to the safety period approached its end, signaling the onset of the second day. Even Qin Ju, a veteran who had cleared 4 instances, felt a gnawing uncertainty within. Ultimately, he could only rely on his instincts to evade fatal dangers. Yet this did not imply he possessed sufficient self-defense capabilities. His skill served only as an auxiliary function, lacking any substantial offensive power. Thus, he required companions, reliable companions. Upon hearing these words, Ning Rong paused momentarily. She nodded slightly, expressing gratitude. With that, she discarded the stick she had been holding. Qin Ju was mildly astonished by her decisiveness. Nonetheless, his tone retained a hint of weariness. It's perfectly normal for a newcomer to be unaware of certain experiences. The newcomer is truly receptive to guidance. Heeding advice leads to nourishment. Veteran players have their struggles as well. Veterans may be oblivious to the game's hidden rules. Had they known, they would undoubtedly have complete confidence in the newcomer. Luwen lowered his head in shame. Despite having cleared 2 instances, he remained ignorant of this crucial detail. Would his ally despise him for being inept? As Luwen wrestled with his inner turmoil, Ning Rong, standing a short distance ahead, spoke in a calm tone, "Stay close." Upon hearing this, Luwen promptly steeled himself. "I'm coming." Time passed steadily, and before long, night fell. At precisely 10 o'clock, the sound of barking dogs erupted as if orchestrated, echoing through the night. Compared to the previous night's haunting cries, tonight's barking carried an additional layer of something ominous. Yet, half a minute later, all barking ceased abruptly. As the entire village abruptly descended into an eerie silence, a sudden blaze erupted in the southeastern part, sending scorching waves of heat even from a distance. This vivid orange hue, so bright against the deepening night, inexplicably took on a shade of crimson. At that moment, someone shouted that the water had been released. And the entire village sprang into action. A group of villagers, brandishing torches, surged angrily towards Ning Rong and her companions, accusing them of setting the fire. They clamored, questioning whether these outsiders were responsible for the calamity that had befallen them, especially since all the village dogs had perished. Their faces, illuminated by the distorted flames, appeared as if melted by the searing heat, exuding a frenzy of madness. Qin Ju shouted, "Run!" The instant his words left his lips, Ning Rong and Luwen followed him, dashing in the opposite direction. As they fled, they encountered He Yi and others. She appeared to be physically weaker, lagging behind the villagers, on the verge of being caught. In a desperate moment, she activated her skill. In the very next second, the villagers pursuing her froze in place, as if struck by a spell, remaining motionless for several seconds. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, she sprinted away. Witnessing this, Qin Ju gazed at her with envy. Realizing that her initial skill indeed allowed for a hard control of NPCs for 3 seconds. Is that truly her starting skill? Indeed. But you may not be aware that last night, the newcomer managed to immobilize the village chief for over half an hour. 3 seconds is but a trifling matter. 3 seconds of hard control? During that time, it creates an illusion of absolute stillness. This skill is remarkable, and Ning Rong yearned for it. This thought barely flickered in her mind when she sensed subtle changes in her personal skill panel. Beneath the entry "Money Talks," another skill appeared. Derived skill, your possession is admirable, now, it belongs to me. Below it was a detailed description. In an infinite world, everything can be bought, including lifespan, skills, and opportunities. As long as you can afford the price and desire it. However, be cautious of greed, for excessive avarice may yield dire consequences. What kind of consequences? You ask? Bankruptcy. Ning Rong contemplated. This skill appeared potent, yet if misused, it could lead to ruin. Clearly, it was beyond her current capabilities. If she were to go bankrupt, the advantages she possessed could vanish entirely. While Ning Rong was still examining her new skill, Qin Ju suddenly exclaimed, "So many snakes." Lu Wen's complexion mirrored Qin Ju's pallor. He halted, overcome by trepidation. Why do they resemble the five-step snake so much? Not resembling, they are indeed. Qin Ju's instincts are remarkably accurate, leading them along a path of relatively lesser danger. They're just five-step snakes. Nearby, they've already encountered a swarm of venomous bees. Now that's a true brush with death. If Lu Wen hadn't tended to his injuries last night, he too would have succumbed when the village dogs dropped dead. He evaded the first crisis, let us see if he can escape the second. It's unlikely he can do it alone. It all depends on the strength of the ally he clings to. As it turned out, the ally he held on to proved to be quite formidable. With venomous snakes ahead and villagers pursuing from behind, Ning Rong did not hesitate to activate her skill once more. Money talks. Help me stop that group behind. Lu Wen and Qin Ju were taken aback. It was only when the snake slithered past Qin Ju and his companions, hissing menacingly yet ignoring them entirely, that Lu Wen and the viewers realized Ning Rong had targeted the snakes with her skill. Astonishingly, her skill had indeed succeeded. The very five-step snakes that could have posed a threat to them had now turned into a weapon against the villagers. As the snakes advanced towards the villagers, Lu Wen, initially apprehensive, couldn't help but jest. "Sister, is this another illusion?" Ning Rong replied nonchalantly, "No, this time it's obey my command, just keep playing along." "Obey my command? I trust you not at all. You, the newcomer, never speak the truth." Alright. Why does this feel like an older sister teasing her younger brother? Strangely, I find this pairing quite charming. Is that permissible to say? Upon hearing this, Lu Wen grinned widely, revealing 8 gleaming teeth. "Alright, sister. I am willing to heed your command. Anytime, anywhere." Qin Ju? The audience. Is this something they can hear? "Zhou Yujing, you're in danger. Zhou Yujing, your girlfriend is about to be stolen. Zhou Yujing, be more mindful." Chapter 9, titled 1001 Nightmares, presents an audience that thrives on chaos. Horror games are rife with betrayal, unexpected twists, and players who indulge recklessly, oblivious to the uncertainties of tomorrow. They recklessly plunge into a series of fervent revelries, where morality and personal beliefs clearly lose their grip. Here, spectators witness the myriad facets of existence and the entangled grievances of others. A swarm of serpents, hissing their tongues, surges towards the villagers pursuing Ning Rong and her companions. The sounds of suffocation, bites, and the noxious green mist of snake venom pierce the air, mingling with the desperate cries that shatter the stillness of the night. The perilous moments that could easily claim a player's life pass by with a nonchalance that belies their danger. Is this the aura of a genuine girlfriend? I must say, her presence is remarkable. To be honest, she does indeed seem quite formidable. I can't wait to see how the newcomer fares against the popular player Jian Jian. It must be exhilarating. Alright, so we have a potential newcomer pitted against the beloved player of the national team. Count me in. I'm rooting for the newcomer. What potential newcomer? Does the person above even comprehend? That's the future champion. While you all are preoccupied with the romantic entanglements of popular players, I notice the newcomer is throwing money around again. Ning Rong's skills require the use of in-game currency, and even when targeting serpents, she never forgets this necessity. To her, whether it be the village chief or the sudden appearance of a snake swarm, both belong to the realm of NPCs, and from a broader perspective, there is little distinction between the two. The outcome proved her reasoning correct. The 200 game coins she had discreetly discarded earlier had vanished, and the serpents, enticed by the lure of wealth, charged into battle on her behalf. Indeed, even snakes cannot resist the temptation of money. As a seasoned player who has cleared the game 4 times, Qin Ju perceived something amiss. Generally, a player's abilities can only target a select portion of NPCs within the game. This insight is a hard-earned lesson drawn from countless trials and tribulations, shared by a benevolent senior on the forums for the benefit of newcomers. Yet, it was evident that Ning Rong had shattered this unspoken rule. The swarm of snakes that had just appeared, numbering in the hundreds, all obeyed her command. Perhaps such hidden rules never truly existed. It was merely a case of inadequate strength leading players to believe in their existence. Faced with one crisis, he saw her cleverly countering it with another. This was the first time he had witnessed a player execute such a strategy with unexpectedly positive results. He felt a strong premonition that this newcomer, matched with him, might one day reach heights they could scarcely aspire to. As the villagers and venomous snakes clashed, Ning Rong and her group seized the opportunity to distance themselves. Once they reached a tranquil location, Qingju wiped the sweat from his brow and suggested they rest for a moment. The trio settled down. Ning Rong picked up a twig and absent-mindedly scratched the ground while pondering the nature of this horror game, aptly named Countdown. What exactly was counting down? Merely from the title, it could be inferred that once the final second struck, some crisis would inevitably erupt. While the twig slid unconsciously through the earth, a mechanical announcement suddenly resonated in their ears: player Jianru has died. Ning Rong? Oh, finally, the first player has met their demise. Exciting. It seems the venomous swarm proved too formidable for them. Han also betrayed, directly sacrificing Jianru's son to shield himself from the bees, allowing Jianru to trade her life for her son's survival. Such is human nature. After the announcement, Ning Rong was momentarily stunned. It was only the second day of the game, and already, one player had perished. She glanced at her companions. Qingju's expression bore a familiar numbness, while Luwen wore a sorrowful look, mourning the loss of a fellow player despite having never known Jianru. In the hazy night, Ning Rong keenly noticed a countdown appearing on Lu Wen's chest: 35, 23, 36, and the numbers incessantly dwindled: 36, 35, 34. This. She then looked at Qingju, who bore a countdown of 23, 56, 27, with the final number also steadily decreasing. Thus, the meaning of the countdown became clear. Congratulations, players, you have officially entered the life countdown. Within this countdown, either uncover the key to escape in time, or boom. I haven't heard an explosion in ages. It's quite nostalgic. Someone once said the newcomer is the future champion? Laughable. Let us see if she survives this scenario first. In the stillness of the night, Ning Rong's calm voice broke the silence. Can you see the countdown on your chest? Luwen hesitated. Sister, what countdown? His voice trailed off as he comprehended the numbers. What is this? Qingju's tone was heavier than his. This likely indicates the time we have left to live. Ning Rong. Why is there such a disparity in your survival time compared to ours? Upon hearing this question, Qingju, as a seasoned player, was quick to respond. He chose transparency over concealment. For the sake of plunder. In terms of survival time, Qingju's was significantly less than Luwen's. Yet Luwen's capabilities were inferior to Qingju's. This disparity between players became glaringly evident. The strong would seize the time of the weak for their own survival, and in the face of life and death, morality and humanity often succumb to the harsh realities of existence. Even if no conflicts existed among players, the game would actively manufacture them. Luwen instinctively moved further away from Qingju. Sister. Among the trio, Ning Rong had the least remaining survival time, only 14 hours left. Even if Qingju had not revealed the method of plunder, she could surmise it. If one successfully claimed another's life, that individual's remaining time would presumably be transferred. A veteran who has played this scenario 6 times states that finding the solution is arduous, as it often eludes one's imagination. The current number 19 on the leaderboard, an esteemed actor, faced this scenario and was ultimately forced to turn against his companions. This is inevitable, to die together or to survive alone? A wise person knows which choice to make. To be fair, the newcomer seems quite astute, having brought along a backup survival time. Clinging to a strong ally is not without its risks. In times of crisis, the underlings may very well be the first to fall. A moment of silence for Luwen. Upon realizing she had only 14 hours left, Ning Rong did not rush into action. There was little use in haste. The hour was late, and she suggested they rest for a while. With that, she serenely closed her eyes, settling down to rest. The moonlight filtered through the branches, casting a gentle glow upon her face, illuminating her tranquil profile, which in turn calmed Lu Wen's restless thoughts. Money can move mountains, and while still in the countdown, this was the perfect moment for her to rejuvenate. For tomorrow would be the true test. The audience witnessing this scene reacted. Newcomer, with so little remaining survival time, how can you afford to sleep? How can you still find rest? Is this a deliberate choice to send Lu Wen to his demise? For some reason. I sense a hint of the infinite domain within the newcomer. Infinite domain? The current #1 powerhouse? An ancient god-tier player? Don't come to me seeking trouble. Domain god. It appears that you hold the newcomers in high regard. Their unwavering composure is indeed reminiscent of seasoned veterans, however, it seems futile to articulate this to you. Reflect on it yourself, what purpose would it serve to voice such thoughts? Having escaped from that line of thinking, Lu Wen found solace beside Ning Rong, who had closed her eyes to rest. He dared not fall into a deep slumber, instead allowing his thoughts to drift in a haze. Observing Lu Wen's unwavering trust in Ning Rong, Qin Ju remained reticent. The impression Ning Rong left on him was not unfavorable. Unlike He, who possessed a soft demeanor yet a hardened heart, Ning Rong seemed to embody a harmonious integrity. Perhaps, he could place his trust in her without reservation? The temporary refuge Qin Ju had instinctively chosen proved satisfactory, and the hours leading up to dawn passed with remarkable tranquility. The players had not sought them out. Nor had the villagers. After approximately 6 hours of rest, Ning Rong opened her eyes and turned to Lu Wen, who was struggling to stave off sleep. You may rest. I shall keep watch, she offered. With a soft whimper, Lu Wen succumbed to the overwhelming wave of fatigue, mumbling his thanks in a drowsy haze before drifting into slumber. In a sense, Lu Wen exhibited a touch of navet. Once he entrusted himself to someone, he cast aside all hesitations and doubts. Qin Ju, who had refrained from closing his eyes throughout the night, observed Ning Rong's revitalized state and hesitated for a moment before inquiring, "Do you have any thoughts?" Ning Rong replied, "I intend to speak with the village chief." She then looked earnestly at Qin Ju, "I require your assistance." Although Qin Ju refrained from disclosing the specifics of his skills, Ning Rong discerned enough to understand that employing his abilities in her quest to find the village chief might yield more efficient results. After weighing his options, Qin Ju nodded in agreement. As noon approached, Ning Rong and her companions cautiously descended the mountain. Portions of the village had been consumed by flames. Yet the majority remained intact, with the village chief's residence untouched. Upon entering the village, they were met with a faint, acrid scent of charred remnants. Most villagers had ventured outside to pursue the players, leaving behind a conspicuous stillness that contrasted sharply with the usual vibrancy of the place. Ning Rong turned to Qin Ju for confirmation. "The village chief is in the village, correct?" To which Qin Ju replied, "I have a strong intuition he should be here." Following Qin Ju, Ning Rong and Lu Wen navigated past several NPCs until they caught sight of the village chief, who was squatting by the edge of a field, smoking. Upon hearing their footsteps, he did not turn, instead inquiring, "Have you found those outsiders?" Just as the village chief prepared to glance back, Ning Rong activated her skill. Money talks, for the third time. This time, she tossed a thick wad of game currency, the sound of the bills cascading echoed in the air. In the astonished gaze of Qin Ju and Lu Wen, she calmly asked, "Tell me, what is the key to completing the game?" Qin Ju? Lu Wen. Audience. Wait. Is this newcomer really that bold? Is she attempting to break the game forcefully? She seems to have grasped its mechanics. Is this even possible? Where did she amass such a fortune in game currency? I'm genuinely perplexed. How much is in that stack? It must be at least 10 bills, right? Is she really attempting to buy off an NPC? You possess wealth, you wield power. Amidst the audience's bewildered astonishment, the colorful barrage of comments from a prominent player floated by leisurely. It seems her initial skill is even more formidable than I had anticipated. Upon reading this comment, the viewers in the livestream momentarily paused in disbelief. Those who possessed colorful usernames and were well-versed in the game's rules could be considered seasoned viewers. If even such a distinguished player chose to describe her skill as formidable, what could it possibly be? Chapter 10. This was the first time Qin Ju witnessed Ning Rong spending money. It must be said, her manner of paying was quite stylish. And the way she wielded her wealth was utterly captivating. The game currency glimmered under the sunlight, its texture enhanced, resembling the deep sheen of obsidian, signifying its tangible existence. Indeed, wealth, whether in the real world or within the game, served as a compelling allure. When coupled with attributes like handsomeness or beauty, it became an irresistible combination. When she revealed that stack of game currency, its thickness left Ning Rong speechless, not to mention a tinge of envy. It was rather disheartening. He, a seasoned player who had cleared the game 4 times, found himself with less disposable game currency than a complete novice with 0 clears, a fact that would be hard for anyone to believe. Yet, it was undeniably true. 1001 Nightmares allocated rewards based on various factors, including game difficulty, in-game performance, and team cooperation. Game currency was of utmost importance. It could be used to purchase items or extend safety periods. Items enhanced survival rates, while safety periods allowed players to delay their next entry into the game. The marketplace was overflowing with enticing offerings. With enough wealth, one could even purchase youth, beauty, luxurious homes and cars, love, and even lifespan. However, hardly any players indulged in such purchases. Once a player perished in the game, all such frivolities vanished into thin air. Only newcomers were easily beguiled by these illusions. Seasoned players were acutely aware of what truly mattered. Survival was paramount for a future. Thus, enhancing one's strength became the player's foremost task. Those new players who fixated on superficial desires were often eliminated early on. Had the circumstances permitted, Ning Rong would have shaken Ning Rong's shoulders to inquire about the source of her abundant game currency. As fellow players, why was there such a disparity? He couldn't even find 50 game coins in his pockets. Luan had faced the harsh reality of wealth before, so he maintained a semblance of composure. Yet internally, he was far from tranquil. Who would have guessed that his sister was so extravagant? That stack of game currency must exceed 1,000, right? He had only earned a little over 200 coins from 2 dungeon runs. And a portion of that had gone to purchasing safety time. His pockets were cleaner than his complexion. Truly, she was his sister. Wealthy, beautiful, captivating both men and women. Under the enchantment of wealth, the village chief's mouth slowly gaped open, struggling to utter words. Yet, bound by certain rules, he found it difficult to speak. Before the might of money, even ghosts would be compelled, let alone a mere village chief. Ultimately, the allure of wealth prevailed. The village chief's hand reached out for that stack of game currency, his eyes brimming with greed. Southeast escape. At that moment, with a resounding thud, the village chief disintegrated into a cloud of blood mist, dissipating into the air. Ning Rong sensed impending danger and instinctively retreated, narrowly avoiding this bloody deluge. Lu Wen, however, was not as fortunate. Isn't this skill a bit too overbearing? Is that even allowed? Did she really just send the village chief away? Can this skill be considered successful? If this isn't success, then what is? Who would have thought the village chief would actually say something, albeit vaguely, with just 2 words, yet a key phrase was indeed present. Lu Wen scratched his head, utterly perplexed. Southeast? What could be there? Ning Rong glanced at her empty palm. The 10-game banknotes she had grasped mere moments ago now vanished. After receiving such ambiguous feedback, a flurry of thoughts crossed her mind. If she had more game currency at her disposal, could she potentially obtain more concrete information? The adage money makes the world go round was straightforward enough. With wealth, one could do as one pleased. Yet, her current inability to act on her desires suggested she simply lacked sufficient funds. Aside from the cash, her black card was merely a symbol of potential, non-utilizable at present. She felt akin to a child sitting atop a mountain of gold, possessing the ownership of the black card but lacking the authority to use it. Earning money and investigating the black card evidently became her primary focus moving forward. Regardless, he had provided them with a direction. Let us proceed and investigate. Lu Wen, Ning Rong, all right. In stark contrast to Ning Rong's smooth progress, the situation on the absolute kill front was considerably dire. In a mere short span, 4 more players had perished, meaning that within half a day since the game commenced, 6 players had met their demise. This represented an alarmingly high mortality rate. Seasoned player Guyu chuckled wryly, having heard tales of absolute kill and its rapid pace. Teams often faced annihilation. Previously, he hadn't felt this deeply, but now, it resonated profoundly. Player forums had been filled with accounts of terrifying game experiences. While strategies for clearing levels could not be shared, some non-spoiler insights remained. Du had come across numerous posts relating to absolute kill, with every author lamenting the horror and despair of the game. He had once thought those players simply lacked skill. Now, however, he no longer exhibited his usual nonchalance. As a player dispatched by the national team to protect G1, Du possessed considerable gaming experience. He had cleared B-level dungeons 3 times. And the number of C-level dungeons he had tackled was beyond counting on both hands. Compared to C-level dungeons, B-level dungeons were significantly more challenging, their pace relentless, lacking the gentleness of C-level dungeons. Yet, even among B-level dungeons, there existed a hierarchy of difficulty. It was evident that the B-level dungeons he had previously entered were but ordinary ones, far less perilous than absolute kill. Currently, their most pressing issue was the scarcity of information they had gathered. This, perhaps, was the most significant distinction between B-level and C-level dungeons. In C-level dungeons, vital clues could be easily discovered, while B-level dungeons demanded a player's initiative and resourcefulness. Regrettably, the initial skills possessed by their group had limited applicability within this game. If B-level dungeons were already this challenging, what of A-level dungeons? Or even the legendary S-level dungeons? Aside from those ancient masters, could any new players possibly clear S-level dungeons? At that moment, one of the 5 national team players suddenly lost composure, exclaiming, "Damn it! B-level dungeons are utterly unplayable. Had I known, I wouldn't have entered this dungeon." Unlike Chenchu, he had no desire to protect Chi-Wan. He held no interest in the emotional entanglements between Chi-Wan and Zhou Yujing. He had been sent by superiors. As the team began to fray from within, Teacher Dan shouted, "B-level dungeons are something we must confront sooner or later. Even if you do not enter this time, you will have to next time." A player named Alung retorted, "But if I don't enter this time, I'll have more time to grow. And even if I do enter, it might not necessarily be absolute kill." Teacher Dan, both anxious and furious, responded, "Calm down, Alung. This is not the time for such discussions." The player known as Alung suddenly burst into tears. At merely 19 years of age, having just recently reached adulthood, his experience within 1001 Nightmares had thus far been relatively smooth. His initial skill, which allowed him to attract good fortune and avert danger, was quite practical, albeit with a lengthy cooldown period. He required time to grow. Once his skill reached its peak level, the cooldown would shorten significantly. The higher-ups had dispatched him to protect Ji-Wan, clearly placing great importance on her. Only Alung felt deeply aggrieved. Ji-Wan was important. Did that mean he was not? He too could play a pivotal role in altering the course of events. Ah, how fate differs among fans. Though possessing the upper-tier skill of seeking fortune and avoiding disaster, it seems that a player with merely the lower-tier skill of intuition fares better. Who wouldn't be perplexed by this? What do the comments above signify? Why can't I comprehend what you are all discussing? I just returned from Zhou Yujing's girlfriend's livestream and was suddenly inspired. It has been proven that aligning oneself with the right person is crucial. Oh? Aligning oneself with the right person? Your words have piqued my interest. The difficulty of Countdown is not significantly different from Final Kill. Yet the circumstances faced by the players are entirely distinct. Why not visit Zhou Yujing's girlfriend's livestream? It's a worthwhile investment. Hearing the annoying cries, Chenchu expressed his impatience, stating, "We are not at the brink yet, so why the tears?" Wanwan stepped forward, reassuringly saying, "Alung, rest assured. I will ensure you leave Final Kill alive." Her words acted like a potent stimulant, invigorating Alung and the others. One must admit, Wanwan's control over the situation was perfectly timed and easily won hearts. To be fair, Wanwan indeed possesses considerable skill. Whether her words are sincere or feigned, at this moment, they unite the hearts of the people, revitalizing the despondent atmosphere. All right. The newly adult crybaby is indeed easy to soothe. Alung ceased his weeping. Chenchu chimed in, "Sister Wanwan, I believe you will ensure all of us leave here alive." He was certainly Wanwan's most devoted follower, harboring an inexplicable confidence in her. Teacher Dan also supported her, saying, "Wanwan, you have the capability, we now entrust the rest to you." The only one who did not engage in this conversation was Zhou Yujing. With his head bowed, his eyes were filled with unspoken concerns. He had re-entered the game. Previously, Ning Rong had been upset with him for not answering her calls. He had put in a great deal of effort to placate her. And now he was unable to receive her video call. At this moment, what could Rong be doing? Preparing for exams, sipping coffee with high school classmates. Or perhaps upset because she couldn't reach him? If the audience in the livestream could hear his thoughts, they would undoubtedly say, "Your girlfriend is busy coming to catch your ex. And she is arriving with great fervor. It's only a matter of time before you meet. You better hope for the best." Chapter 11. Guyu understood that in times like this, one must prioritize the greater good and not be swayed by one's emotions. He endeavored to alleviate the current atmosphere, stating, "Now we know that the previous 6 players all perished by the water's edge. As long as we steer clear of watery areas, we should be safe for the time being." However, despite his words, the game map was replete with water bodies, with a pond nearly every few steps. They had to exercise heightened caution. The game, titled Deadly Pursuit, was indeed fraught with peril at every turn. At the very moment he finished speaking, a small pool of water suddenly materialized among them. In an instant, the pool distorted and expanded, ripples dancing across its surface. Then, as if boiling, the water erupted in a cloud of white vapor. At the sound of a gurgling noise, a withered hand emerged from the depths of the pool. This hand was pale and emaciated, with long, pointed nails and dark, thickened nail beds. Sinister black patterns twisted across the back of the hand, resembling gnarled branches. Eerie and contorted. Guyu shouted, "Everyone, retreat." But it was too late. The skeletal hand grasped at Wan's ankle with immense strength, its fingers digging in as it attempted to drag her into the water. Though this was Wan's 5th attempt at this game, it was her first encounter with such unmasked malevolence. She had never faced such a perilous scene before. Who knew where the water led? A strong premonition gripped her. Once submerged, her fate would be uncertain. Just as she prepared to activate her skill to rewind the game, Teacher Dan lunged forward, stepping on the hand and forcefully pushing Wan back. Wan retreated to safety. Enraged, the hand swiftly transferred its grip from Wan to Teacher Dan's foot. In a heartbeat, Teacher Dan vanished from sight, along with the small pool that had appeared so suddenly. Had it not been for the undeniable evidence of Teacher Dan's disappearance right before their eyes, they might have believed it was a mere dream. Everything transpired too swiftly. From the emergence of the pool to Teacher Dan being dragged beneath the surface, barely 20 seconds had elapsed. The situation had taken a sudden turn. And a mere second could alter their fate. Alone stood in stunned silence, Teacher Dan. The next moment, a mechanical voice echoed in their minds. "Player Dan Ping has perished." The tone was cold and rigid, devoid of any superfluous emotion, starkly proclaiming a grim reality. The figure who had been like a guardian to them, nurturing and guiding them, was gone. Their companion had unexpectedly succumbed before their eyes, leaving Wan and the others pale and shaken. Among them, Guyu's expression was the most frigid. Due to his position and perspective, he had clearly seen that Zhou Yujing had an opportunity to save Wan, and his skills were not on cooldown. He could have acted. He could have averted this crisis. Yet he chose to stand idly by, ignoring the peril. A profound sense of powerlessness surged within Guyu. He was not particularly acquainted with Zhou Yujing but had heard that after several outright refusals of Wan, he faced mounting pressure from higher-ups. There were multiple teams within the national squad, and leadership was not singular. It just so happened that Zhou Yujing and Wan were assigned to the same leader, who also bore the surname Qi. Whispers suggested that Wan shared a close blood relation with this leader, though the exact nature of their connection remained undisclosed. When Zhou Yujing first entered the game instance, he encountered some issues, being afflicted with a curse-like debuff. Guyu did not know many details. Only that Zhou Yujing needed an item to cleanse the debuff. If he relied solely on accumulating game currency, it could be an eternity before he could afford such a powerful item. By then, he might be beyond saving. The national team possessed these items, primarily provided by some veterans free of charge, and could be lent to promising players in need. However, being alone, repayment was expected. If one could not repay immediately, they could settle with other items later. Zhou Yujing's initial skill was formidable, known as Shadow Clone. As the name implies, his shadow could manifest multiple clones, each possessing half the strength of the original. This skill had the potential to grow terrifyingly powerful, theoretically allowing for an unlimited number of shadows. Currently, he had 4 clones at his disposal. Zhou Yujing was undeniably a player of great potential. However, due to his non-cooperation, the necessary items were withheld. He had been cursed for nearly a month, yet the item to remove his negative status had yet to reach him. Those who were aware of the situation knew precisely who was obstructing the items. Among players, many believed Zhou Yujing was being obstinate, insisting that there was no need for such stubbornness. What harm was there in softening his stance? What was wrong with being with Wan? Their strengths were well matched, and together they could form a formidable pair. Others felt that Zhou Yujing had simply encountered bad luck, facing insurmountable obstacles from the start, with an uncertain future ahead. Previously, the relationship between Zhou Yujing and Wan had been tense, but it had recently begun to thaw. Du Yu had thought that Zhou Yujing was finally ready to compromise. Until now, he realized that some people's indifference was subtly concealed, their coldness lurking beneath the surface, deceiving everyone with a calm facade, causing them to overlook the tumultuous undercurrents. It took but a single wave to transform tranquil waters into a raging tsunami. Indeed, Zhou Yujing, as a player of infinite potential, could hardly resign himself to subservience. Matters of the heart in an infinite game could be lethal. Zhou Yujing was not his teammate, and he had no authority to meddle in his affairs. Rationally, he disapproved of his approach, yet emotionally, he could empathize with him. Regardless, the current situation was not what he desired to witness. Fortunately, they still had a trump card in reserve. He looked at Wan, his tone gentle. When you can no longer ensure your safety, rewind the game. The implication was clear, only rewind when she was the last one standing. By that time, they would likely have advanced the game to a later stage. Restarting the game then would significantly increase their chances of success. Teacher Dan has cleared the game so many times, yet she had no life-saving items? Life-saving items are exceedingly expensive, even veteran players possess only 1 or 2. Teacher Dan used 1 before and had only 1 left, which I recall she gave to Wan in the last instance. Wan's skill has too many limitations. I wonder, is it worth it? Absolutely, it is worth it. Once she grows, the cooldown will be significantly shorter. Even if she can't rewind in every instance, she can at least do so once in 2 instances. Why does countdown seem much easier than deadly pursuit, even though their difficulties are comparable? Why else? It's because the former has a new deity descending. A new deity? Who is it? I've been in this livestream for days and haven't visited others. Many viewers shared the same curiosity as this one. A viewer who had recently become a fan of Ning Rong cryptically remarked, "You will find out soon enough." In the realm of the countdown, what appears simple is, in truth, fraught with peril. Unexpected threats lurk, such as wild dogs, villagers in pursuit, and serpents obstructing the path to safety. Were the group led by Chi-Wan to enter this countdown, they might not exhibit the same composure as Ning Rong and her companions. They too could find themselves in a state of utter disarray. It must be said that Ning Rong's initial abilities are remarkably potent and versatile, and, at present, aside from a somewhat lengthy cooldown period, she possesses virtually no weaknesses. Naturally, the extended cooldown is a common drawback for novice players, but in due course, this will cease to be an issue. Not only does she wield formidable skills, but she is also affluent. Who among the spectators can remain unbewildered by her lavish displays of wealth? The sight of her expenditure evokes sympathy even among the onlookers. At this juncture, the audience has yet to associate her riches with her skills, simply due to the absence of precedent. Who could have anticipated that she would possess a hidden identity within the game? Ning Rong and her companions had been meandering around the village and had never ventured towards the southeast. Since the village chief mentioned that direction, it was evident he had a purpose. However, before their departure, Ning Rong thoroughly ransacked the chief's residence. Upon reaching the chief's chamber, she discovered an ancient, yellowed map. She gestured to Qin Ju, asking if he felt anything upon seeing this map. Qin Ju squinted at it for a moment, then shook his head in disappointment. Ning Rong was not disheartened. After stowing the map, she collected a few items she deemed useful. They set forth. The southeast of the village revealed a lush, dense forest, shrouded in dim light. The lack of illumination rendered it akin to an unfathomable abyss. The unknown breeds fear, and under normal circumstances, players would never dare to approach such a woodland. It seemed as though the forest were a monstrous beast awaiting its prey, with the air thick with a decaying scent. Qingju casually broached the subject, stating that his skill was intuition and that he sensed the secret to success lay nearby. Hearing this, Lu Wen gazed at Qingju with envy. Intuition. His skill was indeed intuition. No wonder they had navigated so smoothly most of the time. It was Qingju's foresight that kept them out of danger. How splendid! Qingju has just revealed his prowess, the spectators remarked. It is evident he is making overtures of goodwill. From his initial aloofness to his current demonstration of self-worth, Qingju's demeanor had undergone a remarkable transformation. Encountering a new deity, one cannot afford to be aloof. The opportunity to cling to greatness is at hand, miss it, and one may rue it for a year. Though Ning Rong had her suspicions, hearing it confirmed by Qingju still took her by surprise. Qingju continued, asserting that he activated his skill with ease. Though it occasionally faltered, it mostly proved effective. How splendid! Continue to showcase your strength, the audience cheered. His intentions are quite clear. Let us see how the elder brother interprets this. Regarding the ability to avert disaster, once upgraded to the highest level, one could effortlessly turn disadvantages into advantages. In terms of skills, intuition could never compare to the ability to avert calamity. However, how should one regard A Lung, who still seemed somewhat immature? His character not yet fully formed, his mindset lacking, and presently aligned with the weary faction? Thus, I support this middle-aged man. Intuition is quite useful as well. I stand with you, brother Qingju. Ning Rong evidently received this goodwill, commenting on the practicality of the skill. Qingju nodded nervously, acknowledging its utility, yet pondering. Was that all? After leaving, they could become friends. Upon hearing this, Qingju exhaled a sigh of relief. Great. Lu Wen, eager to join in, chimed in, sister. I too wish to be your friend. Ning Rong, that's acceptable, she replied, as Lu Wen beamed, his eyes crescent-shaped with delight. Ning Rong switched on a flashlight she had found in the chief's abode. The darkness of the forest was impenetrable. Without the flashlight, they would struggle to proceed. Fortunately, the chief's flashlight was a powerful one, illuminating their path clearly. They were also sprinkled with insect-repellent powder, allowing for a relatively secure journey thus far. After a while, guided by Qingju's intuition, they arrived at a dry well. His voice trembled as he spoke. Could this be the legendary escape well? Lu Wen's voice quivered with anticipation. If we leap down, can we escape? Every game instance is known to have at least 2 escape methods. The countdown offers 3. Congratulations to the newcomers and their companion for discovering the simplest escape route. Is it truly that simple? Indeed, it is. Lu Wen, somewhat incredulous, asked, Sister, could this really be the escape well? Ning Rong herself was uncertain. Just as she was about to respond, she suddenly paused. A few seconds later, she affirmed, yes. Her tone was resolute, devoid of hesitation. If she had harbored doubts earlier, they vanished upon hearing the mechanical voice that followed. The voice declared. Side quest initiated, explore the secrets of this village. Rewards upon success are tied to hidden identities. Failure incurs no penalties. Ning Rong was not one to seek trouble without cause. If direct escape was possible, she had no intention of pursuing a solitary survival strategy. Yet, the allure of the reward was too tempting to ignore. Thus, the prospect of fleeing the countdown would need to be postponed. The identity of an invisible tycoon piqued her curiosity. What delightful surprises might this identity conceal? Chapter 12. Upon receiving an affirmative response from Ning Rong, Lu Wen's face radiated pure joy. Then we can leave this place. Qingju's eyes sparkled with delight as well. As an experienced player, he was well aware of the existence of escape wells. Every game instance possesses an escape route. Some may be wells, others openings, and some may even be ladders, all varying in form. The knowledge of such escape routes has captivated countless novice players, who obsessively seek them upon entering the game, yearning to exit at the swiftest pace. Ironically, this very fixation has ensnared many newcomers, leading to their untimely demise. It must be said that the deliberate dissemination of escape route information by 1001 Nightmares is truly malicious in intent. After all, How elusive are these escape routes? Should one solely focus on shortcuts while disregarding the clues within the instance, they would be utterly misguided. For instance, in this game, had Ning Rong not compelled the village chief to self-destruct, they would never have gained access to search his room. Without entering the village chief's chamber, they could not procure vital items such as a flashlight or insect repellent powder. Lacking these tools, even if they knew the escape well lay in the southeast of the village, they would be unable to approach it. The forest was shrouded in an impenetrable darkness, with sunlight entirely forsaking this place, as if light had forgotten it. Only the flashlight could illuminate their path forward. Furthermore, without the insect repellent powder, their journey would not have been so smooth, and they might have encountered peril along the way. The entire process appeared deceptively simple, yet it was anything but. Any misstep along the way would have rendered the final outcome unattainable. First and foremost, they needed to eliminate the village chief, a task that would deter numerous players. If they failed to dispatch the chief, they would merely fall victim to him. It is fair to say that each step of this endeavor was intricately interconnected. Without Ning Rong, they would have been incapable of locating the escape well. Qingjue glanced at Ning Rong, then at the escape well, eager to proceed. Who will go first? Ning Rong replied, I just received a side quest, so I do not intend to leave just yet. As her words fell, Lu Wen and Qingjue noticed the countdown on her chest had vanished. Clearly, the main quest's deadly crisis had subsided. The countdown was only down to a few minutes. How thrilling! That red light was nerve-wracking, yet the newcomer remained remarkably composed. Her mindset nearly surpasses that of most veteran players. Without that zero, who would suspect she was a complete novice? The realm of high-level players is always more riveting. Qingjue and the others, having not received side quest notifications, felt no disappointment. Qingjue nodded, all right, I'll jump first. Just as he was about to leap into the escape well, a thought struck him. And he turned to Ning Rong, be cautious of that female player. That female player? You mean He? Ning Rong nodded slightly, indicating her understanding. Seeing her was aware. Qingjue felt reassured and leapt down. At that moment, a mechanical voice echoed in the minds of all surviving players, player Qingjue has successfully escaped. It must be noted that this horror game possesses a certain ceremonial quality. Whether a player meets their end or successfully escapes, an announcement is made to all participants. However, the news of a player's escape may also serve to inspire the remaining players. Alling from next door has perished, while Qingjue has escaped. What a stark contrast, how poignant. It is indeed somewhat dramatic. What? Alling is gone? He was simply too young, he could not fully leverage the advantage of avoiding danger. And coupled with a poor mindset and unhelpful teammates, it is unsurprising he did not survive to the end of Deadly Kill. With that, the national team has lost 2 members. I was initially worried about whether the newcomer could clear the game. And now I am concerned about whether Zhou Yujing can survive and lead the game. The newcomer seems to be sailing smoothly. Surely she won't hear news of Zhou Yujing's demise upon exiting the game? Pa. The one above is talking nonsense, Zhou Yujing will surely clear the game. Nevertheless, the situation over at Deadly Kill is indeed rather dire. Upon hearing the announcement of player Qiling's death, the atmosphere within the team plunged into icy silence. In a brief span, they had lost 2 vital teammates. Guyu wore a serious expression, diligently seeking a solution. Zhou Yujing appeared detached from the crowd, her expression remaining calm. Jin Chu sat resolutely beside Wan Wan, unwavering in his confidence in her. Meanwhile, Wan Wan sat quietly, unconsciously reminiscing about a prior conversation with her father before entering the game. Upon learning that she was pursuing Zhou Yujing again, her father had displayed a mix of resignation and indulgence, saying, if you like him that much, then go ahead. She had complained while clinging to her father's arm. But he hasn't taken a liking to me yet. Hearing her grievances, her father had gently patted her head, assuring her, Dad will make your wishes come true. Throughout her life, her father had fulfilled every promise made to her. Given his assurance that her wishes would come true, she was certain they would. Before this, her life must not end with Deadly Kill. She rose and declared, let us collaborate with the remaining 2 players. Although there was a risk of betrayal, there was also the potential for cooperation. Those 2 had survived until now, indicating they possessed some skill. Even if betrayal were to occur, she felt unafraid. She had items given by her father that, while not as potent as life-saving tools, were more than sufficient to withstand harm from her companions. Gu Yu and Chen Chu exchanged glances, voicing no objections. All right. Following Qingjue, it was soon Lu Wen's turn. He hesitated slightly. Sister, shall I go first? Ning Rong replied flatly, go ahead. Laughing to death, Lu Wen is still reluctant to leave. Other players in different streams are eager to escape, and he is hesitating. This is the benefit of clinging to someone powerful, it's too comfortable. Lu Wen scratched his head, torn between wanting to leave and not wanting to depart. Sister, after leaving the game, you can reach out to me if needed. Instantly, Lu Wen's face lit up with joy. All right, sister. After receiving this assurance from Ning Rong, he leaped contentedly into the escape well. Soon. The announcement of player Lu Wen's successful escape resounded in the minds of all remaining players. In a match with 6 players, 1 had perished, 2 had escaped, leaving 3 players still in the fray. He, who was still entangled with the villagers, lifted her head slightly upon hearing these 2 consecutive announcements. She held no profound impression of Lu Wen. On the day they entered the game, they had shared only a superficial encounter. She remembered him as an ordinary player with little ambition and capability. Upon learning that this ordinary player intended to team up with a complete novice, she had already labeled him as someone not worth forming a deep connection with, a likely early casualty. Yet, this so-called early casualty had cleared the game before her. Curiosity flickered across her face. Was it because of Qingjue? It must be. He was the only player with 4 successful clears. If that were the case, it would make sense. After a few fleeting thoughts, He dismissed the 2 from her mind. She had fallen behind the others and could not afford to lag too far. It was time for her to leave as well. Meanwhile, Jianru's son, upon hearing these 2 announcements, felt a surge of hope amidst his despair. Their swift passage through the game suggests that it is not overly challenging, does it not? He should still have a glimmer of hope for survival, right? Ning Rong recalled the warning given by Qingjue. After her 2 companions departed, she retrieved the map she had found from the village chief and began to examine it meticulously. They had previously explored the vicinity of the village. Apart from the wilds encountered at the game's onset and the mountain they inadvertently stepped onto while fleeing from the villagers, as well as this forested area, she had not ventured into other locales. The map appeared quite antiquated. In the upper left corner, a large cross was drawn in red ink, though, due to the passage of time, the red had faded to a deeper brown hue. Perhaps it was not red ink at all, but something else entirely. The individual who marked the cross had pressed down so hard that the impression could be faintly seen on the reverse side of the paper. Scrawled alongside it were a few lines of small black text, slightly blurred, rendering most of the words illegible, save for some indistinct curses. Ning Rong was uncertain where others might choose to investigate first upon acquiring this map, but her resolve was fixed on exploring the location marked by the prominent cross. What might she find there? With her decision made, she folded the map away and began her journey toward the northwest of the village. Her footsteps crunching on the brittle leaves beneath her, producing a sound that was almost grating. She held her posture straight, her long legs particularly striking, as she ventured alone toward what promised to be a grand side quest. Though merely a silhouette, she exuded an aura of strength. Is she heading to the forbidden area of this instance? From my experience watching streams, the first few players to enter the forbidden zone met their demise. Why is she so fearless? Isn't she a complete novice? Shouldn't a complete novice be the most terrified of being alone? She is truly brave. Let us hope she doesn't lose sight of the big picture, risking everything for a side quest. I hope she won't regret it. Regret was not an option for her. Ning Rong's heart brimmed only with curiosity and anticipation regarding her hidden identity. After Lu Wen escaped the countdown, he found himself in a disordered room marked by yellowing stains. Upon returning, he exhaled deeply, relieved to have survived another game. This was indeed a cause for celebration. Thanks to Ning Rong, he had managed to emerge unscathed this time. Upon exiting, he did not immediately leave the game's teleportation point but instead slid down the wall inch by inch. Although his time in the countdown had been less than 3 days, he felt both physically and mentally drained, yearning for a moment of respite. Scenes from the game flickered through his mind. After half an hour, he finally gathered the energy to open the door and step outside. Had Ning Rong been present, she would have recognized that Lu Wen's emergence took place in the very unit she had previously accessed through the game invitation. The building was filled with similar rooms, each marked with seals indicating the quarters of fallen players, forever sealed and never to be reopened. Living players, upon concluding their game, would materialize here. At this hour, no one else had completed their game, leaving Lu Wen alone in the seemingly endless corridor. As he traversed the short distance, he noticed an increasing number of sealed rooms. Far more than before. Realizing this, a weight settled in his heart. His shoes echoed against the concrete floor, occasionally splashing in puddles formed by the damp environment, producing an unsettling reverberation. He couldn't help but reminisce about his time with Ning Rong. Despite the constant peril faced in the game, it had brought him an inexplicable peace. Yet now, outside the game, he felt an unsettling emptiness. After leaving the building, he boarded a bus, weary, and returned home. Upon arrival, he did not immediately choose to wash up or eat. Instead, he retrieved his game invitation from the locked drawer. The invitation still bore the opulence and intricacy of the moment it first arrived, its wording ambiguous yet sincere, causing him to hesitate to read it again. If given a choice, he would prefer to have never comprehended its contents. The instant Lu Wen grasped the invitation, several options appeared before him. Enter forum, enter store, personal space. Without a second thought, he selected enter forum. Despite countless players perishing daily within the game, an equal number of newcomers continued to join. Thus, irrespective of the time he entered the forum, it remained vibrantly alive. Posts and replies filled the space every moment, as users shared gossip, vented about daily crises, and navigated the uncertainty of tomorrow. Lu Wen had previously relished such bustling activity. It served as a reminder that he was not alone in his harrowing experiences. Many others were also grappling with the horrors of the game, striving desperately for survival. He had believed he would always cherish the lively forum atmosphere, however, at this moment, seeing numerous posts pairing Wan Wan and Zhou Yujing, his mood soured. Vote. When will Zhou Yujing and Wan Wan be together? I hope to match with Wan Wan in the next game, to witness a beautiful romance up close. I received an invitation from the national team. How can I belong to the same leadership as Zhou Yujing and Wan Wan? Anger and dissatisfaction surged within Lu Wen, akin to a volcano on the brink of eruption, threatening to consume his reason with its fiery rage. He yearned to post a response. Yet, as Ning Rong's subordinate, he understood he lacked the standing to voice an opinion or take action. To intervene would imply overstepping his bounds. To avoid causing trouble for Ning Rong, he could neither interfere nor claim the right to do so. Should confrontation with these individuals be necessary, it would have to be initiated by Ning Rong herself. After all, she was the principal party involved, while he remained merely an informed observer. Although he could not delve into the implications of Wan Wan's persistence despite Zhou Yujing's existing relationship, there were other matters he could address. In an instant, inspiration struck him. He clicked on post, rapidly composing a message before hitting send. After posting, he rubbed his hands together, filled with anticipation and excitement. Soon, a new thread emerged in the forum. Its title bold and eye-catching: a major player is about to drop into the newcomer top 10. Tremble, you amateurs. The term amateurs was understood by those in the know. Players browsing the forum were left puzzled. Chapter 13, The Players Uncertain. Let us take another look. Upon a second glance, this audacious new post still brazenly occupies a prominent position on the homepage. Many players have been successfully lured in. Quite well. They are eager to see just how grandiose this individual can boast. Just like the eye-catching title, the content of the post is equally blunt and unembellished. Let us prepare for cheers and applause. The veteran players are almost amused to the point of anger. One player cannot help but reply. Landing in the top 10 for newcomers? Do you understand what that implies? Upon entering the game, players are granted a 3-month grace period, during which they are considered novices. How can a pure newcomer, fresh to the game, possibly compare ranks with players nearing the end of their 3-month window? They are not even starting from the same line. How can there be a comparison? The ranking in 8001 Nightmares is a comprehensive evaluation. taking into account skill potential, completion times, in-game performance, and more. Regardless of the game, there will always be those who strive for supremacy. Even in horror games. This is no exception. After all, not everyone fears such infinite flow games, some revel in the chaos of impending doom. They are captivated by this immersive horror experience, delighting in it endlessly. Currently, the top newcomer on the leaderboard, Late Sleeper, is the epitome of a ranking king. In just 2 months and 20 days since entering the game, he has dived into sessions almost seamlessly, never pausing, and is regarded as a complete madman by the players. Unsurprisingly, this madman is exceptionally strong. The second-ranked newcomer, Eating Well, is no less determined, playing almost non-stop, with an air of inevitability about claiming the top position. Aggressively pursuing the leaderboard. The top 10 players are predominantly those who have been in the game for over 2 months and have completed more than 15 sessions. This means they are clearing a game roughly every 5 to 6 days. Under such circumstances, what can pure newcomers possibly use to compete with these seasoned players? Let us disperse, this is just a traffic drawing post. TSK, the poster is a pauper who can't even afford a name change post, deliberately seeking attention here. Luwen. It's true he can't even afford a name change post, having to use his real name on the forum each time. But so what? He may be a weakling, but his sister is exceptional. Luwen typed furiously, you'll see in a few days. Players? Divine Gold. I remember Wanwan's initial ranking was only 19, which is already a commendable starting point. Others? Don't be ridiculous. Are you a fake player? It's impossible for what you claim to occur. If such a big shot truly exists, I'd be willing to acknowledge you as my father on the spot. Saved it, eagerly awaiting the poster to be proven wrong. Luwen. Little do you know who will truly be proven wrong, you bunch of fools jumping on the bandwagon without understanding the facts. Let you all casually dismantle the official CP. When the time comes, his sister will deliver a little shock. At that moment, deadly strike. After a lung, Chinchu also vanished. If it weren't for the lack of cigarettes, you would have wanted to smoke an entire pack right there. He was truly craving a smoke. He touched his lips and glanced at Zhou Yujing beside him. Chat? Wanwan blinked, what do you want to chat with him about? You smiled wearily. Just casual conversation. Wanwan perked up playfully, saying, can't I listen? You gently smiled, no. Wanwan shrugged in disappointment, alright then. Remember to come back early after your chat. Got it. You led Zhou Yujing to a secluded spot, ensuring some distance from Wanwan to prevent her from overhearing. Zhou Yujing's demeanor was quite indifferent, what do you wish to discuss? You exhaled slowly. His gaze fixed sharply on Zhou Yujing, previously, when Wanwan faced danger. You had the chance to intervene, yet you chose not to. Because of your inaction, we lost a valuable team member. If you had acted, Teacher Dan might have survived. With Teacher Dan's demise, it was as if a curtain was lifted, leading to the downfall of our team one by one. After saying this, Yu continued. The same goes for Chinchu, you could have lent him a hand, yet you did not. After listening to his lengthy discourse, Zhou Yujing retorted coolly. How can you prove I didn't want to help? Just based on your subjective assumptions? Yu replied, let us speak frankly. I initially wished to say little. As my only task is to protect Wanwan, as long as she is safe, my mission is complete. However, you have seen that if we do not unite, this chapter may very well end in failure. Leaning against the cypress tree behind him, Zhou Yujing's tone held a hint of mockery. Isn't there a rollback? Yu grimaced, the premise of a rollback is that the game has progressed to a certain point, otherwise, even if we roll back once, it would have minimal effect. Afterward, he spoke earnestly, I understand you have your grievances, and I can somewhat guess your thoughts. Why did Zhou Yujing watch Chinchu meet his end? Because Chinchu is Wanwan's most loyal supporter, the one who stood by her side. Wanwan cannot die, at least not in this chapter. I know you wish to break free from her and Qiqing, I can assist you. But if she perishes here while you survive, Qiqing will undoubtedly seek retribution against you, and it will be a significant hassle, potentially affecting your girlfriend in reality. Yu, with the air of a seasoned veteran, spoke sincerely, you have never revealed her specific information, haven't you? Isn't it to protect her? You wouldn't want her embroiled in these conflicts, would you? Zhou Yujing had previously maintained an indifferent attitude, but upon hearing this, he slightly furrowed his brow. It must be said that some of his thoughts were indeed guessed correctly by Guyu. He genuinely did not want the troubles of this infinite world to affect Ning Rong, and he certainly did not wish for her to be aware of these distressing matters. She ought to remain carefree. Seeing the change in his expression, Guyu knew his words were having an impact. So, can we focus on clearing the game? Zhou Yujing raised his gaze to him. What you said earlier. I will strive to fulfill it, you can trust me this once. Zhou Yujing closed his eyes. He understood Guyu was speaking the truth. If he survived and Qiwan perished, Qiqing would undoubtedly seek vengeance. The national team has many members. And there are numerous reliable leaders, yet he had the misfortune of encountering Qiwan, being placed under Qiqing's command. Qiqing, like Qiwan, was ruthless and would stop at nothing to achieve his goals, completely disregarding others' feelings. Perhaps he could trust Guyu this once. Then, it's a deal. Ning Rong traveled at a pace neither hurried nor slow, making her way northwest according to the map. Perhaps due to the completion of the main storyline's survival task. Her journey was relatively smooth. She encountered few NPCs and did not run into the remaining two players. Upon leaving the village from the northwest, the landscape before her opened up dramatically. If the village was dilapidated and backward, then this place was serene and pleasant. The green bamboo swayed in the wind, producing a rustling sound, and one could faintly hear the sound of flowing spring water, with unknown wildflowers blooming across the hills. This place bore no resemblance to the scenes typically found in horror games, rather, it felt akin to a five-star resort. It was tranquil and peaceful, allowing one's body and mind to relax involuntarily. Ning Rong raised her gaze slightly and spotted a faded sign that read Su Mountain Resort. If the village was called Su Family Village, what connection did the Su Mountain Resort have with the village? She stepped inside and, after a short distance, encountered an elderly man with graying hair sitting outside a dilapidated security booth. The old man lounged in a wicker chair, fingers delicately pinching a slender cigarette, exhaling wisps of smoke. The ominous countdown indicated the arrival of the most terrifying NPC. Every player who dared to tread into this forbidden land had nearly met their demise at the hands of this old crone. Take care, newcomer. As Ning Rong approached, the elderly man lifted his murky gaze. The whites of her eyes were overly pronounced, and there was a hint of malice in her glare, obscured only slightly by the hazy smoke enveloping her face. With a coarse voice, she inquired, "What brings you here?" Ning Rong replied casually, "Just taking a stroll." She took a few more steps, halting several meters away from the old man, admiring the pleasant scenery, which indeed seemed suitable for a vacation or retirement. What a pity. Ning Rong glanced at her skill bar. Perhaps due to an update in side quests, her skills, previously on cooldown, had refreshed, unlocking one that had yet to be accessed. She inquired, "What a pity about what?" Suddenly, the old man sprang from her chair, her spiteful eyes ablaze with rage. "It's a pity that the investors intend to transform this place into a world-class resort. They deceived the villagers out of their savings, filling them with hope. Yet, halfway through the construction, the investor vanished. They escaped unscathed, leaving us with this mess." At this moment, the old man's gaze zeroed in on Ning Rong. "Not a single outsider is trustworthy, all are sweet-tongued deceivers. You outsiders deserve to perish." With that, the old crone levitated, appearing light yet moving with astonishing speed, lunging directly at Ning Rong. "Alas, this is it, I cannot bear to watch. The newcomer's skills may counter the village chief and similar NPCs, but they cannot withstand this old crone. She should never have ventured into this forbidden realm. Newcomers often lack patience, sometimes, aspiring for too much is not a virtue." As Ning Rong's audience either fretted for her or mocked her, she unleashed her second skill, Money Bomb. This skill came with a more detailed explanation. "What? You seem reluctant to yield? Fear not, I shall pummel you with wealth until you comply." Below it, a smaller line read, "Most NPCs crave currency and the more, the merrier." After all, even NPCs require game coins. Just by reading the description, one could discern that this was a skill with broad applicability and remarkable utility. Ning Rong rummaged through her wallet, extracting the last remaining game coin, and with a swift motion, hurled it at the old woman. As the coin struck its target, The old crone abruptly ceased her assault. Her previously sinister expression morphed into one of flattery, and her murderous intent dissipated into servility. It became evident that even NPCs could not escape the allure of mundane necessities, a realization that was both poignant and amusing. Upon witnessing this, the audience in the livestream reacted with confusion. I truly cannot comprehend this. Why? What in the world is happening? What sort of skill is this? It contained both the village chief and the old crone? Despite both being NPCs, they are entirely different in nature. The old crone is far more formidable and terrifying than the village chief. What about the players who fell before the old crone? Why does her skill have such a vast range? I cannot fathom it. Typically, skills target NPCs of a specific attribute. For instance, some skills are physical attacks while others are magical, meaning physical attacks are ineffective against NPCs immune to them. If Ning Rong's previous skill were physical, the old crone would be akin to an NPC immune to such attacks. So, why did her skill still take effect? At this moment, a colorful barrage of comments from knowledgeable viewers flooded the chat once more. Is it possible that this skill she activated is different from the previous one? The audience responded with bewilderment. That would be even more terrifying. Chapter 14, having agreed to despair and survival together, yet you secretly cheated. Are those two skills genuinely real? It is well known that players of 1001 Nightmares can only possess one initial skill. So, what is the situation with this newcomer? Can someone elaborate? The colorful barrage of comments lazily floated through the live stream once more. Theoretically, that is the case, but exceptions exist. Moreover, the game has never explicitly stated that players can only possess one skill. The notion of having only one skill is merely a conclusion drawn by players and observers based on past experiences, which cannot be deemed absolute. However, 1001 Nightmares has always reveled in teasing players, never extending charity, and any gifts come at a steep price. With such a high starting point for the newcomer, one cannot help but wonder what price she must eventually pay. This livestream is becoming increasingly intriguing. Ning Rong glanced at the elderly figure before her, prompting the question, can we now engage in a proper conversation? The elder sighed, fidgeting as she tucked away the game currency Ning Rong had given her, before retrieving a rattan chair from the dilapidated security booth. Gesturing for Ning Rong to sit and discuss matters in detail. The previous cigarette had burned out, and the elder once again pulled out a lady's cigarette to light. She pinched the cigarette between her fingers, not smoking, her gaze distant as if lost in memories. Many years ago, a wealthy merchant arrived in the village, claiming he wanted to invest here and help us prosper. At this point, she offered a faint, sorrowful smile. The villagers had been impoverished for so long that they could barely survive. When someone proposed to build a resort here, we naturally welcomed him with open arms. Initially, the merchant appeared quite sincere. He stated that he would invest significantly, while the villagers would contribute some funds, and in the future, we would receive dividends. Though I did not fully comprehend the details, I only knew that in the end, the villagers had invested all their savings into supporting the resort. At that time, we were all dreaming of newfound wealth, and the villagers lived with great expectations each day, yet. As she spoke, the elder's emotions flared again. Her eyes filled with pain and resentment, and they began to redden subtly. However, when the resort was half constructed, the merchant vanished. She rose, her emotions heightened, her voice trembling. And she didn't notice the ash from her cigarette burning her hand. All our money was sunk into this venture. That man simply disappeared. Upon hearing this, Ning Rong began to piece together what had transpired in the village. The wealthy merchant absconded with the funds, plunging an already impoverished village into deeper destitution. And the promised resort was left in ruins. Naturally, their dreams of wealth were shattered. From that point on, they developed a hatred for every outsider, in their eyes. Outsiders were all deceivers. Whenever an outsider arrived, the villagers would engage in a game of chase, taking pleasure in watching the outsider struggle for survival. At this juncture, the elderly woman, with her white hair and wrinkled face, could no longer contain her sorrow and covered her face, weeping. He deceived us. He deserves to die. After saying this, a hint of madness flickered in the elder's demeanor. It's over. The old woman looks ready to unleash her ultimate attack. The newcomer's skill is still on cooldown, right? Run away. I can't bear to watch. Just as the devoted fans worried for Ning Rong, a notification suddenly echoed in her mind, indicating the completion of a side quest. Congratulations, player, for completing the side quest, uncovering the secrets of the village. Reward, 1 property deed for the Su Mountain Resort. Side quest 2, alleviate the villagers' grievances. The 2 notifications chimed in succession. Ning Rong was momentarily taken aback. The first notification meant she had become the owner of this resort? Seeing the elder on the brink of another rage, she spoke, "Elder, please listen to me." The impending final boss of the countdown gazed at Ning Rong with icy scrutiny, granting her a fleeting opportunity to speak before preparing to claim her life. "What do you wish to say?" Ning Rong replied calmly, "I have taken over the resort, and I will lead you all to prosperity." "Wait, how dare you? Isn't this akin to directly provoking the boss? It's over. The newcomer is about to face the ultimate attack." In Ning Rong's view, the villagers' resentment stemmed largely from their anger at being deceived and their struggles with poverty. The unfinished resort was a tragic waste. If they could thrive through it, their grievances would naturally dissipate. The elder, upon hearing her words, momentarily paused before plunging into greater madness. "As if the previous incident had not been enough to devastate the village, now you wish to come as well?" With that, a dark mist enveloped her, her eyes cold and piercing, regarding Ning Rong with the look one might reserve for a corpse. "You are all deceivers." Deceivers. Witnessing this, Ning Rong remained composed in her rattan chair. "I am not like that man." The elder scowled, demanding, "In what way are you different?" Ning Rong succinctly replied, "That man was a fraud disguised as a wealthy benefactor, while I am not." Her tone was sincere, her expression earnest, "For I am genuinely wealthy. After all, she held the status of an invisible millionaire within the game. Being wealthy, how could she lack funds? How can she calmly declare that she is truly wealthy in such a manner? She claims to genuinely possess wealth. This is truly impressive. I must say, this newcomer truly knows how to play her part. Previously asserting that she was enjoying herself, now claiming to be genuinely wealthy, she certainly lives up to her reputation. Her acting skills might soon rival those of the 19th-ranked actor on the leaderboard. I might actually believe her. If I were the game boss, I would certainly be fooled by this newcomer. Her tone is so assured." The boss fixated on Ning Rong, not wanting to miss a single flicker of expression on her face. "What if you deceive me?" Ning Rong smiled faintly. "Then let me remain here forever." As Ning Rong endeavored to gain the trust of the countdown boss, a mechanical announcement suddenly echoed in her mind. "Player Jian Hui has perished." This player ultimately followed in her mother's footsteps, failing to survive until the end. In horror games, a life is the least valuable commodity. Ning Rong lowered her gaze, concealing the complex emotions brewing within her. Shortly after this announcement, another mechanical voice resounded. "Player He has also successfully escaped." Ning Rong quickly realized that the he you mentioned in the system notification was the same person she knew as He. It seemed from the very beginning. This individual had no intention of forging a deep bond with them, providing only a false name. He is undoubtedly the most enthusiastic player for slaughter and betrayal I have encountered. Previously using Jian Ru as a shield was one thing. But now he has not forgotten to eliminate all traces, taking down Jian Hui as well. Jian Hui truly suffered. This mother and son duo fell victim to He's schemes. However, his actions are justifiable, if one does not eradicate the roots of a problem. Why leave Jian Hui to cause further trouble in the future? This batch of newcomers seems quite promising. The newcomer is strong. And He is quite impressive as well. I am somewhat eager to see the latest newcomer ranking. Absolute kill. This marks the 4th day since entering the instance. From the initial 14 players, only 4 remain. Besides Zhou Yujing, Du Yu, and Wan Wan, there is also one passerby player. Compared to half a day ago, Du Yu looked even more fatigued. Now that he had obtained a crucial clue, the key to progress seemed to lie within the river at the very center of the dungeon map. Soon, he would dive down to investigate. Should he fail to resurface, he implored the others to devise alternative strategies. Upon hearing that he would not require assistance, the bystander player sighed in relief. Yet frustration bubbled within him at the thought of the subsequent tasks. Besides plunging into the depths himself, what other options were available? While NPCs possessed fishing rods and other such tools, they were beyond their reach. With a defeated demeanor, he lamented that their skills were simply inadequate. Jian cast a dispassionate glance in his direction, replying that it was merely his own lack of strength. The player retorted with a scoff, questioning whether she was truly strong. If so, she ought to reverse their dire situation. Without such ability, her words held no weight. Jian's expression darkened significantly at this provocation. For the first time, Jian had been confronted. With so many comrades perished, the player's psychological defenses were indeed crumbling. Zhou Yujing's girlfriend was already engaged in side quests, while they had yet to resolve the main storyline. What? Side quests? What of the other players? There are 6 players in total. Aside from Zhou Yujing's girlfriend, 3 remain alive while 2 have perished. Is the survival rate next door truly that high? There's no choice. A certain someone has proven exceedingly reliable, effectively carrying 2 teammates. A certain someone? Who might that be? Surely not Zhou Yujing's girlfriend? The audience member mischievously teased, guess. Without hesitation, Yu clarified the situation before plunging into the water with a splash. 10 minutes elapsed without a ripple on the water's surface. 15 minutes passed, and still the water remained undisturbed. It was at the 20-minute mark that the remaining 3 players heard the system announcement. Player Guyu has died. Another had fallen. With only a handful remaining, the bystander player's already fragile mindset shattered completely. This time, it was a player who appeared somewhat formidable. The last 2, a man and a woman, seemed devoid of emotion. The woman looked down her nose at others, while the man resembled a mere mannequin, nearly expressionless. In every regard, they seemed incapable of overcoming the challenge ahead. Fueled by anger, the bystander player resolved to seize a final thrill before demise. Utilizing his most valuable item to kick Jian into the water, he shouted, "Aren't you capable? Don't you think my skills are lacking? If you're so skilled, then go down and find a way to clear the level." As he continued to berate her, the scene around them began to unravel in a frenzied rewind. They felt as though they were hurtling through a speeding vehicle, the outside world a blur of receding scenery. Time and space twisted and turned, and moments from their past flashed before their eyes, as if they were mere spectators to the player's previous experiences. Half a minute later, everything reverted to its original state. Aside from the 8 bewildered bystander players, the others understood clearly. Jian had activated her life-saving skill, reverting time. Chapter 15. Alongside the passage of time, the lives of the deceased players and the items they had consumed were also reverted. Everything returned to the state it was in when they first entered this game. The resurrected players were initially bewildered, followed by an overwhelming joy. Nothing could be more exhilarating than being brought back from the brink of death. Among them were not fools. It didn't take long for someone to realize what had transpired. An older player, who appeared to be in his 50s, looked at Qi Wan and asserted, "You are Wan, you just used the rollback skill, didn't you?" The name Qi Wan was familiar to players who often frequented the forums. Even if they had never encountered Wan in person, they could deduce her identity from various subtle clues. They never expected their luck to shine so brightly, allowing them to enter the same game as Wan. However, Qi Wan's mood was far from cheerful. If it hadn't been for that frenzied passerby who kicked her down, she wouldn't have activated her skill so soon. She cast a cold glance at the offender. Noticing her gaze, the kicking player stepped forward, wearing an ingratiating smile. "I apologize for earlier, your skill is truly remarkable, extraordinarily impressive." He ended with a thumbs up, his grin almost stretching to his ears, the flattery evident in his tone. In some respects, rollback is indeed powerful. It's tantamount to having an extra life. How could it not be powerful? Once she maxes out this skill, she should become humanity's hope. Let us not go that far. Her character isn't exactly stellar, better not let her become the beacon of humanity. Let us be serious, we're in a horror game of infinite flow. Abilities matter most here. What is the value of character and moral compass in this context? Can being upright and just ensure longevity in this game? Let us not kid ourselves. In the face of life and death, character often falters. Why do you think so many betray their comrades? Everyone knows Wanwan's character isn't great, yet why do so many still curry favor with her? They're merely hoping to bask in her glory and survive a little longer. Survive. Strive to endure. This was likely the unvoiced sentiment of the majority of players chosen for the infinite flow game. However, in such a terrifying game, how difficult it was to simply stay alive. The older player spoke up, suggesting, having been granted a second chance, why don't we cooperate? As the team leader, Teacher Dan stepped forward to represent the team, agreeing. At that moment, the lingering terror from her death still haunted her. Merely standing here again was an extraordinary stroke of luck. Having experienced death once, she now understood the preciousness of life more than ever. She glanced at her companions and said, "Let us share the information we gathered from the last game." The 14 players found a spot to gather. As Jiwan was about to move closer to Zhou Yujing, Du Yu and Chen Chu flanked her on either side. Chen Chu was accustomed to clinging to Jiwan, while Guyu took it upon himself to shield Zhou Yujing. Sensing Jiwan's irritation, Guyu smiled good-naturedly. "Let us focus on clearing the game first, shall we?" Only then did Jiwan settle down. Guyu raised an eyebrow at Zhou Yujing, who silently mouthed a thank you. While the players discussed the key to clearing the game, Zhou Yujing pondered different matters. He already had an inkling of how to clear the game. The reason he hadn't left immediately in the previous round was merely to validate a hypothesis he held. Each player's skill was private. Only the player knew the specific usage and limitations of their abilities. The national team's description of Wanwan's skill was vague, merely stating she could perform a rollback without mentioning its limitations. The ability to roll back had been confirmed as real, yet what could its limitations be? No skill could be flawless. Through observation in these games, he was certain she could not use this skill in every round. There was a lengthy cooldown period between uses. However, Jiwan and Qiqing had never shared this detail with them. Players in the forums believed she could wield her skill at will. In this round, she was forced to use the rollback, thus, in the next round, she would have no skills left to employ. Zhou Yujing cast his gaze upon the red thread in his palm. The crimson thread twisted and coiled, writhing like a worm, its blood-red hue tinged with an unmistakable ominousness. This was the most direct manifestation of being cursed. It was the primary reason he dared not face Ning Rong after leaving the game. A month and 6 days it had been a month and 6 days since they had spoken properly or seen each other. He lowered his gaze, suppressing the complex emotion swirling within. If he could not dispel the curse with an item before the red thread spread throughout his body, he would have to resort to other means to resolve the situation. With the experience from the previous round, the second round proceeded smoothly. Among the 14 players, one was exceptionally skilled in swimming, with abilities related to water. This player dove into the water and effortlessly retrieved the trinket buried in the muddy riverbed, returning safely to shore. The segment that had led to Guyu's demise in the previous game passed without incident. Upon seeing the trinket, Guyu felt a wave of relief wash over him. They were secure in their passage. Indeed, once they handed the trinket to the water spirit, her attention was wholly captivated by it. Teacher Dan took a cautious step forward and asked, "So, what about us?" The water spirit's gaze remained fixated on the fragrant pouch, as if lost in nostalgia. Without turning her head, she replied, "This is no longer your concern. You may leave." At that moment, the system's announcement echoed in the ears of the 14 surviving players. "Congratulations on successfully clearing the game, we shall meet again." If given a choice, many players would prefer never to encounter the game again. Teacher Dan's face broke into a relieved smile. Despite the countless casualties in the first round, the outcome was ultimately gratifying. Once again, Wanwan had created a legend of a flawless clearance. Impressive. Another round with 0 injuries. Now that this round is over, she should be able to upgrade her skills, right? Her reputation among players is bound to skyrocket. At that moment, a distinctly different comment appeared among the barrage of messages. "No matter what, it cannot obscure the fact that her character is lacking. I await the newcomers to bring her to justice." Uninformed viewers? Players could choose when to exit the game. Upon receiving the clearance notification, many players opted to leave immediately. Lingering here even a second longer would be a disservice to themselves. First, Zhou Yujing departed, followed by the older player, then other passerby players. One by one, they exited. Upon realizing that the player who had previously kicked her was about to leave, Ji-won stepped forward to approach him. Hey! The player, caught off guard, felt a surge of delight. Was Ji-won calling him for something? Perhaps she intended to add him as a friend for future contact? He stifled the urge to grin. Already preparing to exchange friend codes. He asked, Ji-won, is there something you need? The response came in the form of a blinding white light emitted by an item. The light was sharp and swift, appearing unexpectedly and vanishing just as rapidly. In the next moment, the remaining players heard the system's ominous announcement, Player Mo Fan has perished. This. It perfectly aligns with the persona of the weary one. I wish to inquire. Is there truly a necessity for this? How can there be no necessity? If the fatigued one's skills were not formidable, she would have perished in the first round of the game. One can only say that retribution is a two-way street. Thus, one must be discerning when striking from behind. One might just meet an immovable obstacle. This item appears rather powerful, yet it has been squandered so casually. After all, she is the darling of the national team. Could she possibly lack a single item? I find myself at a loss for words. Many players share this sentiment. Upon witnessing this scene, both Teacher Dan and Guyu displayed a flicker of shock upon their faces. Only Chin-Chu remained unfazed, as if he could unconditionally accept whatever actions the weary one might take. After a brief hesitation, Teacher Dan inquired, with difficulty, why? Everyone could have left here alive, why? In the end, did she strike the human player? The weary one lamented, Teacher Dan, he harmed me previously. I was nearly killed. Upon hearing this, Chin-Chu quickly responded. He was truly so wicked? Thankfully, you are unharmed, weary one. After speaking, Chin-Chu fixed an angry gaze upon the fallen player, spat, and cursed, deservedly so. Witnessing this, Guyu felt a tumult of complex emotions within him. Ji-won, a beautiful yet malicious individual, harbored a grudge that must be settled. To extricate himself from her grasp seems more challenging than he had anticipated. Once out of the game, Zhou Yujing promptly retrieved his phone. During the gameplay, all items from the real world had been locked. While the belongings remained, there was no signal to utilize them. Upon taking out his phone, he discovered a dozen missed calls, all from Ning Rong. The last missed call dated back 3 days, indicating that after incessantly bombarding his phone, Ning Rong had not contacted him for 3 days. What did this signify? It implied that Ning Rong was genuinely angry this time, even refraining from calling. The situation was grave. Zhou Yujing pressed his lips together and immediately returned the call. Soon, the phone emitted a series of beeps. Yet, half a minute elapsed, and no one answered. Once the call automatically disconnected, he dialed again, but once more, no one picked up. A sense of anxiety gripped Zhou Yujing. Was this the feeling one experiences when calling only to find no one on the other end? A tumult of worry, panic, and unease enveloped him. Thoughts spiraled, what was the other person doing? Why were they not answering? Had something occurred? Taking a deep breath, Zhou Yujing suppressed his chaotic thoughts and messaged Ning Rong, Rong, why aren't you answering my calls? Are you angry? I can explain. Rong. Could you please pick up? Regrettably, after waiting for a considerable time, there was still no response. Meanwhile, Ning Rong was engaged in negotiations with the elderly individual. And her originally bustling live stream had become even more vibrant, with numerous viewers flocking in, laughing to death. The neighboring Zhou Yujing is bombarding the new player with calls at the game's teleportation point. Oh? Zhou Yujing completed absolute kill? Indeed, he just cleared it. The moment he arrived at the teleportation point, he pulled out his phone. I witnessed the change in his expression firsthand. It was truly amusing, haha. Who knew his expressions could be so varied? Who understands? When he saw the numerous missed calls on his phone, a hint of panic crossed his usually expressionless face. Anyone who claims he has a poker face is mistaken. How infuriating, why didn't I follow the live stream to the end before? Every time he completed a level, I would switch to another stream and never witnessed his expression at the teleportation point. This is my first time seeing it, and it's genuinely fascinating. That look of bewilderment is hard to imagine from him. I can't help but feel that Zhou Yujing is the one in a subordinate position in this budding romance with the new player. That's normal. Doesn't he, the new player, exude a distinct big sister aura? From the outset, I have been following this livestream, and it is exceedingly apparent. Before Ning Rong even realized it, she had amassed various titles: the new player, future boss, big sister. The elderly individual's hostility had dissipated, and their aggressive intent was temporarily obscured. Nevertheless, she remained distrustful of Ning Rong. She claims to be wealthy. Who can attest to her affluence? Who knows if she is like that fraudster, merely masquerading as a wealthy individual? The elderly figure retrieved a slender cigarette from a box and queried, "How wealthy are you?" Ning Rong smiled lightly and simply replied, "Completing the resort construction is no problem." The resort was currently halfway through construction, leaving behind a mess. Fortunately, she should not be lacking in funds. She says that completing the resort is no issue. I can only say, impressive. Beneath her calm demeanor lies absolute confidence. Thus, the question arises, from whence does her audacity stem? Does the new player truly possess such wealth? This is no trivial sum. Based on previous players' experiences, deceiving NPCs evidently does not fulfill side quests. Persistent deceit may even activate the NPC's murderous intent. Have you noticed? She genuinely exudes the aura of a future magnate. Though I may be criticized, I must assert that at a certain moment earlier, she bore a striking resemblance to the domain god, exuding the same confidence, the same arrogance, and the same composure in the face of adversity. Alright, the one upstairs can truly boast. While I am indeed her devoted fan, I dare not sing her praises so extravagantly. You might as well say she will usurp the domain god and claim the top spot in the player rankings. The top spot is far-fetched, her gaming journey has only just begun, and the future remains uncertain. Let us first survive 3 games before discussing further. Let us follow the live stream slowly. The previous magnate mentioned that this stream is quite intriguing, and I wonder how it will unfold in the future. The elderly figure scoffed. Whether or not you believe her is not solely my decision. I will take you to meet the villagers. If they are willing to trust you once, then I shall trust you as well. Ning Rong nodded, very well. Perhaps due to the completion of the main quest. Upon her next encounter with the villagers, the sinister aura characteristic of terrifying dungeon NPCs had vanished, leaving only a sense of apathy towards life. The elderly figure explained their intentions. Upon hearing that Ning Rong would lead them to prosperity, the NPCs reacted vehemently. Impossible. She cannot accomplish that. She is a fraud. I was deceived once, I will never fall for it again. Scammers can perish. As the crowd grew increasingly agitated, Ning Rong activated the ability Money Talks for the 4th time in this game. She produced the last game currency from her wallet and, with a persuasive tone, declared, "I can achieve this, and all you need to do is believe in me. Leave all subsequent matters to me." How infuriating. I declare that once again, I have been duped by her. Chapter 16. Before them appeared a colossal tiger, measuring an estimated 4 meters in length. It raced through the forest like a tempest, undeterred by the complex terrain. The dark sorcerer regarded the deaths of his fellow practitioners with mild concern. Yet their fates held little significance in his eyes. Upon hearing the roar of the dragon beast, he considered them already dead. Du Yuan, upon this realization, pondered briefly. He had previously focused solely on retrieving individuals from the Wanjing gambling house and had neglected to inquire about the whereabouts of Qi Han and Qi Xiong. Thus, he approached with purpose. The demon lord and the creator deity struck simultaneously, prompting Shinong Iran to hurriedly defend herself. The creator deity intentionally distanced the battle, ensuring it would not affect them. Enough, why discuss this? Since there is nothing more to be done, let us disperse. With that, 6 figures vanished, leaving only their lingering echoes in the air. Jiaolani's words incited a stir among the crowd, prompting fervent whispers and discussions. He paused to sip from his teacup, allowing the conversations to unfold. Zhou Wutian's finely woven cotton attire stood out amidst the coarse linen garments, particularly as his robust physique starkly contrasted with the emaciated villagers, making it nearly impossible to overlook. Though the earlier assault had not harmed the two concealed within the dark chamber, it jolted Chai Fei from his arduous task of crafting treasures. He promptly activated the array to scan the residence, discovering the 6 assassins who had infiltrated. Only a handful of onlookers smirked at the scene, having witnessed Jian Chen's prowess firsthand. Engaging all of them in a duel posed no challenge. Yet, they refrained from curbing their derisive taunts. "I love you too." A gentle smile from the two formed a heartwarming tableau. Though Ming Fan remained oblivious to the countless sacrifices his father had made for him. "Eldest sister, I miss you dearly, school is unbearable. And I long to return home with you." Ming Tai tightly embraced Ming Jing. The brothers had been apart for far too long. Having journeyed from Paris to Hong Kong without a single reunion. Zhao Qingjiang uttered no further words. Indeed, there may be disparities in other respects. Yet what they were currently engaged in was essential for any ordinary soldier. "Understood, father, you may go now. And please, do not inform mother." Shen Yaoqing nodded with a smile before departing, while Shen Tong remained at the hospital, accompanying Shen Yun. After deliberation, Shi Xiaofeng stated he had personal matters to attend to and exited, boarding the direct bus to the cemetery to meet with the demigod. Gujiao bellowed. And the 6-barreled fire god cannon slowly rotated, unleashing serpentine flames at a rate exceeding 4,000 rounds per minute, causing Miller and several sailors to fall amidst pools of blood. The beastman wielded 2 exceptionally sharp daggers, his most familiar weapons. They exchanged glances, shaking their heads. Perhaps someone missed them too much. "Hee, maybe it's just you, silly," Ming Tai remarked, while Ming Fan nodded in agreement. Captain Chen was well aware of Shi Xiaofeng's intention to stall for time, yet he could not suppress his displeasure, which was evident. "I know she must be troubled," he thought, choosing to remain silent as he drove towards the airport. Along the way, Chen Jing was lost in her thoughts, occasionally sighing softly. She sensed that she had unraveled some truths, yet felt it unwise to elaborate, opting instead to silently observe her anxiety. Having navigated the complexities of the MO ban for some time, it was likely that her substitute, Yi Chen, was entangled in difficulties with that troublesome city guard. "I have never forced you to remain in the tribe, it was always your choice. There are no free lunches in the sky. If the opposing team consisted of experienced streamers or professionals, it might be best to simply prepare for defeat and request a friendship slot afterward." As of today, he had lost track of what his son had become. He was neither an outright incompetent heir nor an entirely suitable monarch. By chance, Mu Jingyu happened to pass by, swiftly lifting Duan Miao into the carriage and escorting her back to the Mu residence. In the dense forest, both armies exchanged gunfire, suffering casualties on both sides. Yet neither dared to advance. The defending troops feared the enemy's mortars and gas, while the assailants were wary of advancing too far, as the defenders would close in and cut them down like crops. There was an unsettling feeling that the architect of this turmoil lurked within the confines of this formidable arena, as Qian Jibol surveyed his surroundings, sensing the impending storm. "Well, that depends on whom Xiao Rua favors. Should she choose you, I shall have no objections. However, if she chooses me, I must insist you keep your distance." The dragon army had never been courteous to their adversaries. Young Master Chen gazed in astonishment at the mask resembling a human face that Knight Qingqing produced, rendered speechless by the revelation. With a fleeting thought, the scythe of death materialized in her grasp, aimed at the elemental warrior's heart, the core of elemental storage. As she withdrew the scythe, she sensed movement below the staircase and turned her gaze towards the window. There was no other option left. Thus, I previously described her with extravagant beauty. Yet, there is no doubt that Night-Winged Dragon relished such grandeur, for it aligned perfectly with his identity. Qing Tianlong called the bank, only to be informed that his father had temporarily suspended his card. Observing the situation, Jiang Yan felt a tightening in his chest. He drew his longsword, carving a semicircle in the air, positioning it defensively before him. Aside from the incident involving Sun Wukong, little of significance had transpired in the heavenly court. The deities there were more focused on cultivation than on self-discipline, and enduring centuries of monotony had become their limit. Director Kai emerged alongside Qiao Ranran, while several male stars hesitated before also stepping forward. With unknown abilities and levels, it was reckless to charge in without caution. Should they falter, they risked losing everything. Professor Zhang's words left Xiao Yong in an awkward position, a flicker of malice crossing his eyes before he quickly adopted a facade of humility. In truth, There was nothing here aside from a collection of outdated mechanical devices and discarded parts. However, there was no choice, if this individual could eliminate third brother in mere moments. Then their combined efforts would be futile, leading to their demise as well. These seemingly insignificant details surfaced in Totori's mind upon seeing the relief at the end of the side corridor. She considered herself a so-called deity. Yet this world harbored deities of its own, and she was currently traversing the territory of the world's divine beings with impunity. I wonder if these two have any objections? Chapter 17. This was originally an unlikely occurrence, for the finances of Sunagakure were indeed quite strained. However, after injecting new streams of capital into the village, the stagnant waters began to flow once more. Witnessing Li Junfeng effortlessly slay two of his compatriots filled them with sheer terror, revealing an unmistakable submission as they squealed in desperate pleas for mercy. Yet, even if this were the case, there remained a crucial question unanswered: why had Felicia, who had been killed 10 days prior, still been appearing at Lewis's restaurant during this time? Alas, I found myself in a public carriage. Not a place where one could simply reverse their steps into the mists above. Should I dare to do so, the passengers would likely consider me deranged. As for the adversary Lin Yunxiao, I never took him to heart. When the opportunity arose, I would deliver a single punch to send them to their ancestors. Amidst the cacophony of curses, the chaotic gunfire, and the rising wails of the wounded, they engaged in a frenzied melee, only to scatter in disarray a few minutes later. Here, the term gunfighter held broad significance, encompassing all evolved beings capable of wielding firearms. The Temple of Heavenly Rain was preparing to commence. And who had the inclination to partake in this cat-and-mouse game? They had not forgotten the true threat lurking in the shadows, thus squandering their strength at this juncture would be folly. Satisfying their hunger had at least granted them a measure of time. Far preferable to a cadre of renowned superheroes perishing in this space. He recalled the words of Empress Zhang Huangyan: if a ruler instills a misunderstanding of power among his ministers, it spells disaster. Xin. In the presence of the assembly, Lu Zixia was reprimanded by Jiang Yisin, tears welling in her eyes. Most notably, their garments were inexplicably adjusting, becoming increasingly reminiscent of a gecko. Lian Lu felt incredulous even as he spoke, yet, in this moment, he had no choice but to proceed, while also subtly gauging Feng Lingshuan's reaction, a dual benefit. Are you satisfied now? Let us depart for the amusement park. I can hardly contain my excitement. Mu Sisi declared, gesturing grandly, prompting Li Ning to press the accelerator and surge forward. Traversing the corridors of the grand estate, the courtyard was adorned with a myriad of verdant potted plants, exuding a rich sense of nostalgia. The expansive grounds offered ample space. If Mother He were to discover me bathing with Yueying, would she brandish a chef's knife against me? Yet, the rare presence of a qinglong entwined around the entrance indicated that this location had been meticulously designed with feng shui in mind. Mu Yan emitted a soft huff and vanished instantly, while Li Ning hastily obscured his eyes. When the light returned, he found himself within the spatial realm. The expression of the Emperor of the Azure Phoenix was frigid. He furrowed his brow, seemingly pondering the implications of this dilemma. No wonder the elder brother had abstained from marriage and progeny for so many years. It was not from lack of desire but rather from being unable to act upon it. What brings you all the way here? I inquired, curiosity piqued. For without Uncle Su's guidance along the way, this journey would have been utterly exhausting. As the two hovered in midair, a fierce gale swept down from above, instantly altering the atmosphere, creating a palpable tension. The deity intoned an incantation, commanding, Xuanan, do you see my position? Cast this so-called king into the depths of the northern sea. Xuanan responded with eager compliance. Mo Jinyang only noticed that Lu Shui had sustained injuries while Lu Shuqing was speaking. At this moment, only the two of them remained uninvolved. Concerned, Mo Jinyang inquired, Junior sister, who has harmed you? I shall deal with them. Lu Shui remained silent, avoiding his gaze, which left him feeling awkward as he muttered a few words to himself. The heavens and earth were shrouded in gray, the ocean steaming. The entire world seemed to descend into a state of frenzied chaos. Dongguan spoke softly, her flowing hair dancing in the wind, her voice resonating with an air of pride. Unfazed even before the Lord of the Black Dragon. In this moment, Qiao Qingyu clutched her garment, her heart tumultuous. Could it be that Chen Tianliang had also entered the external realm of her spatial artifact like the elder ancestor of the Zhang family? By the way, was that young man in black who rescued me affiliated with you? I observed that his magical prowess was quite impressive. Lin Bingxi nearly forgot to acknowledge her savior. The jade gourd ascended quietly, and Lu Zhao's eyes widened as several illuminated floating islands gradually came into view. It was only when the jade gourd halted before a mountain gate inscribed with the characters for Water Xian sect that Lu Zhao swallowed hard. During these 7 years, he had committed every soldier under his command to memory. He may not have possessed the invincibility of El Fengxian or the enduring vigor of Huang Hansheng, but he had once been among the most formidable warriors in the realm. Even in his advanced years, his presence remained formidable. As he spoke, Mu Gu's hands tightened slightly, not escaping Luo Yuan's keen observation. Chapter 18. Everyone was taken aback by the audacious actions of these two individuals, exchanging glances in bewilderment, unsure of what to say. The teleportation array leading to the chaotic realm is a perilous construction. Even the slightest error during its creation could ensnare the array master, and none are inclined to risk such danger. Although the words directed at her were complimentary, Hua Lianyan discerned clearly that there was no hint of admiration in Gu Nanqing's eyes. However, the young man bearing the bewitching sword gazed at the short sword resembling a dark ruler, his eyes swiftly alight with intrigue. On the 3rd floor, within a room with an open window, Luo Yuan and Katarina had been observing them intently. As she uttered those 3 words, the rain abruptly ceased, and crystalline droplets cascaded onto the lake's surface, vanishing almost instantaneously, rendering the entire lake still, save for a gentle ripple. At this moment, Ao Qianmei, merely a qi refinement cultivator, could not withstand the full force of Qi Feng's attack. Even though he was gravely injured, she was sent hurtling back, crashing against the wall and falling to the ground. Luo Yuan simply remarked, "I shall take you to a place, I will wait for you downstairs." With that, he turned and descended. The silent Qingli said nothing, casting one last glance at the sea tribe's transformation master. A mass of white, pure water surged into the white sea in a flash, and then Qingli's form began to disintegrate into fine sand, gradually dissipating into the cosmos. Even the esteemed high sorcerers of the glorious era never truly resolved the core issue of spatial compression. He Jiaxian was well aware of this. After much calculation, it became evident that the most advantageous position lay with their second branch. A muffled thud resonated as I realized the sword must have struck her scorpion tail. The force was so intense that the grip of my hand around Jiang Ling was shattered, blood streaming down my arm. Yet, I did not cease my efforts with Jiang Ling, pouring the remaining essence of my virtual energy into it. Sima Kongfeng's expression was icy. He had not anticipated that during this discreet patrol of the northwest district of Xinhua City, he would be subjected to such humiliation. He Jiaxian felt a release throughout his body, as if something burdensome had flowed away, his taut form gradually relaxing. The medicinal jar sometimes needed to brew medicine for Mushan, and the scent of herbs became increasingly potent, to the extent that it could now flavor congee. However, your performance today has truly surprised me. Do explain why? When Tao did not speak, as she had long anticipated this, her disdain was palpable, and her hostility far too overt for anyone but a blind person to miss. As the sun gradually ascended, the fireflies, touched by its rays, began to perish, falling from the sky in a cascade, resembling a rain of blood in an instant. As soon as she finished speaking, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed outside the cabinet door. Once the noise faded, and I felt they had departed, I cautiously opened the cabinet door a crack to peer outside. "Ah, you think too highly of me, there's nothing I can do. I am unfamiliar with this domain." "Seek another," Baiziji remarked. Nonetheless, having a master like Yiji is already commendable. The servants would not audaciously presume that they should possess whatever she does. Unbeknownst to me, the soul of the 3-headed hellhound unexpectedly broke free, swiftly retreating into the depths of the underworld, catching the Marquis off guard and inciting his furious wrath. With a pair of phoenix-like eyes, he emanated a fierce aura, and with a thought, Yingjing swung his sword, unleashing a sharp gleam in an instant. He smiled gently, and that smile was captivating, akin to celestial music reverberating in the air. Yet, amidst this enchanting moment, the reflection before him began to blur, rendering the boundaries between illusion and reality indistinguishable. To avoid suspicion, Su Jiangchong opened both doors wide and instructed the servants on the 3rd floor to bring fresh juice and tea, allowing Xiao Yan to feel at ease as he entered. The newcomer was a short-haired senior, exuding an air of confidence, her face aflame with anger. Bursting into the third-class classroom, she headed straight for the Shiyuan temple world and began to unleash her ire. Please, young master of Yuqing. Nangong Qinshuan did not elaborate. The urgency of the journey took precedence, and he turned to mount his carriage. The Shantai sword, among the myriad types available for exchange in the system, was categorized under a series rather than the mythological category, otherwise, the price would have escalated significantly. Then, as if guided by divine intervention, she rose on her toes and pressed a kiss onto his lips. Moreover, I am aware that the Snow Wolf King is fiercely protective of his kin. The three brothers of Shizuoling would not dare to harm you, so there is no need for fear, Niaofan declared loudly to Ying Xiong. While others perceived Jiang Hua's actions as a loss, he himself did not share this sentiment. The goalkeeper position was crucial, and on-field experience was paramount. With 45 minutes remaining in the match, despair had not yet set in. Although they lacked an understanding of the game, they could still watch. And it was evident that Manchester United struggled to mount an offense against the opposing defense, while their own defense was breached. At the very least, they could not discern a glimmer of hope. He longed to summon this band of rascals and berate them, but he could not. Even setting aside whether the players would genuinely accept it, if they could not, confusion would ensue on the field, providing the opposition with an advantage. It is worth noting that the King of Yi is renowned throughout the vast continent as a peak martial artist. However, even with his formidable strength, he had not reached a level where he could transcend the constraints of earthly laws. Chapter 19 I find myself utterly lacking in confidence regarding the prospect of attaining the realm of true essence within the next decade. How then could I impart knowledge to it? Is there something within me that might captivate it? Qin Xiu pondered earnestly. Northerners consume crabs with a vigor distinct from that of their southern counterparts, who meticulously savor their meal with 8 essential dishes. Particularly, those from the Liao camp devour crabs with great gusto, albeit at the expense of waste, yet, the satisfaction derived is unparalleled. This is the final opportunity. On the first day of the grand oil listing in China, I shall sell everything and then commence my employment at my family's company. I'll inform my father every few days, Yang Jiehui declared. You are mistaken, the protective effect of hidden descent is incomparable. If others were to learn that your body harbors hidden descent, no matter how skilled a sorcerer may be, they would hesitate to cast their spells upon you. Suya, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke up. Jing Yuxiang found himself once again ensnared in a fog of confusion regarding the myriad secrets of the body he had acquired. It seemed as if someone had orchestrated a grand scheme, awaiting the return of the body as original owner. Now that I possess this body, could it be that this grand design is directed towards me? Furthermore, the gathering of the 9 Shadow King butterflies in the misty marsh, along with the butterfly-winged beings and the so-called 9 Shadow Ghost Matron, whom even the formidable Lycong Holy Monarch finds troublesome, must also be investigated when time permits. All right. There's a water dispenser over there, you can pour it yourself. She gestured towards a drinking fountain in the corner of the wall. After dismissing Li Hui, Yuan Shao contemplated and asked Guotu, do you believe Li Hui's request to take the initiative is genuine? I can no longer endure these days of waiting for results. Ouyang Jin has become increasingly busy, and our meetings have dwindled. If I cannot alleviate his burdens, I at least cannot stand idly by as he exhausts himself. The celestial being displayed a visage of fear yet found itself unable to move. Even the celestial energy within it was bound, helplessly watching as a dark shimmer pierced its brow, plunging it into eternal darkness. Upon learning of these circumstances, the Yellow Shark King realized the situation was far more complex than anticipated. He understood that he must devise every possible means to eliminate the Red Snapper Legion, which could bring immense disaster at any moment. He instructed the King of the Great Shark and the King of the Silver Shark to intensify their patrols while seeking further assistance from the Dragon Shark King to send reinforcements. Zheng Zixin asked bitterly, this existence is truly excruciating, and my family is still unaware. If my father were to discover this, I would undoubtedly face confinement for at least half a year. Under the princess's command, the formation was both offensive and defensive. Despite enduring a tremendous onslaught from the skeletons, the formation's energy almost faltered several times, yet the power of the Starshine Stone proved remarkably resilient. reflecting even the faintest glimmer of light, thereby reinvigorating the formation. "What on earth are Rudinos and the others up to?" Cassius exclaimed in astonishment as voices echoed from the field beside Gaia. Marshal Swadi understood his son well, in light of the formidable enemy at the giant barbarian mountain. He ordered his sons, Zhuo Zhenlin and Zhuo Zhenlei, to lead 20,000 troops to bolster their defenses at the mountain's base, preparing thoroughly for the reclaiming of the Demon Mountain. This fellow is smiling again." Gaia stared blankly at Blake's subtle smile. What has caused him to become so jovial lately? His left hand's index and middle fingers rubbed together, revealing a smile that was inappropriate to observe, only to be quickly replaced by an expression of disdainful arrogance. The sea dragon holy monarch, seeking to reclaim his dignity, stormed to the southern shore, but was unexpectedly met with fierce resistance from the carp spirits, leading to the further spread of the plague throughout the corners of Longquan River. Faced with such a dire calamity, the sea dragon holy monarch resolved to eradicate the plague and flew to seek assistance from Master Huaiji. This time, upon seeing the signal from Xian Tong and the six-eared, the second prince of the South Sea transformed his feigned attack into a full frontal assault. With Master Huaiji's coordination, they successfully penetrated the Demon Mountain. Without allowing himself to dwell on the situation, he leaned backward, narrowly avoiding an arrow that grazed his neck. Yet, it was not over. In that fleeting moment, the arrow had bent and lunged directly towards his shoulder. "Fifth Master? Is there something you wish to discuss with the princess this early in the morning?" Lin Mama, noticing his good spirits, initially thought there might have been an issue with Du Rua. Jiani Juan was jolted awake by a sharp pain in her foot, and upon opening her eyes, she saw Mu Jijun focused intently on treating her wound, with an open medicine box resting beside him. The second bullet struck a sea creature in the chest, sending it flying with immense force, crashing onto a table, resulting in its demise. She had always believed that Tao Shiru and Song Zong had reconciled for over half a year, yet now she was set to divorce Tian Xinghua, evidently to lead a life together with their child as a family of three. Jian Kelly cast a resentful glance at Mu Jijun. She wished to extend her courtesies, but he remained oblivious to her presence. She had never been fond of others encroaching upon her space, especially in such a provocative manner. Were it not for the concern of causing Mu Jijun any embarrassment, she would have been inclined to sever the connection entirely. Lu Shi yearned to rush to Xian Garden and drag out Aunt Bai, subjecting her to every form of punishment she could conceive. It is not blushing. It is merely the heat of the weather. I dare not mention the counselor's matter now, lest Mr. Zhuang become upset. Originally, Xiao Chen had hoped that after Zhang Weilong's strength increased, he might seek him out for a decisive battle. But it became evident that the other party had no such intention. As the distance between them grew, Xiao Chen could only shake his head in resignation. Concubine Chen gazed softly at Chu Kuan. Her delicate features, though slightly pale from the early spring chill, still exuded a captivating tenderness. Meanwhile, Bai Li Lan regarded the trio of inept individuals with utter disdain. Stepping back, he heard a faint call from outside the window. "I suppose I am not as detestable as you claim, right?" Lin Yifeng responded to Zhang Ziqi's words with a wry smile. Pengyu bore bruises and a disheveled appearance, his once neat attire now wrinkled and disorganized, presenting a pitiful sight as he hung his head low, seemingly crushed by defeat. Moreover, Hansini was confident in her inner convictions. A golden dragon cannot remain confined in a shallow pool. Sooner or later, someone would discover this as a dragon trapped in obscurity. Chapter 20. The man's hands trembled more violently as he seemed poised to pull the trigger. In a sudden movement, Jun Jinyan crouched low and dashed toward him. Before the man could react, Jun's left hand had already grasped the finger that was about to press the trigger. The citizens of Bunia City were overjoyed to hear that they could collect food at the train station. They gathered outside the station, forming lines under the organization of the soldiers to receive relief supplies. On one occasion, she had stealthily witnessed her mother tenderly kissing her father, who was asleep due to a cold and fever. Upon learning that the day of the decisive battle was still some time away, Qin Chen resolved to return to the royal city to the Mentalist Association. If Qin Chen possessed sufficient strength, he could directly infiltrate the disintegration demon sect to investigate without hesitation not only the government officials and legislators present, but also the elite from various sectors held a favorable impression of Chu Zhongtian, expressing their admiration with enthusiastic cheers. Damn it, I'm coming. Song Laohu exclaimed, intending to embrace the proprietress himself, only to find his right arm somewhat uncooperative. A San and a C charged in, while Skoda remained nearly motionless. Not due to lack of desire to move, but because his speed could no longer keep up, and any movement would only expose more vulnerabilities. Ren Xia had also arrived. Having observed everything that transpired, and he conversed briefly with the bar's security to ensure that the surveillance footage would not be deleted or turned off. Anyone with objections could report Ren Xia's name. Dong Xiaotian unleashed a surge of energy, his internal force roiling forth like a flood, engulfing the balance of heaven and earth. Zhang Su stood on stage before the excited players, gesturing to indicate he had something to say, before producing a microphone and placing his phone beside it. Don't underestimate the young master, he might be performing some sort of technique, and if interrupted, it could lead to significant trouble, Zhang Sihu quickly advised. 7 or 8 soldiers trembled as they were hurled away from Tang Xiao, landing on the ground with blood flowing from their mouths and noses, writhing in agony. It was evident that their meridians had been severed, and without timely medical attention, they would not survive long. The Association for the Care of Children and the Environment? The Department of Political Orders? Yet the three were astounded when someone from the association came knocking. Was it for donations for children or fines for the environment? Tang brother. She is a princess, one must kneel and pay respects upon seeing her. Zhu Qian assumed Tang Xiao had truly lost his memory and promptly reminded him. Indeed, there was nothing of value. Ultimately, Tang Xiao reluctantly selected a short dagger, which was quite ordinary in quality. Since he had been most adept at close combat with a short blade in his previous life, he chose it out of habit. Over the past decade, Wang Yin had concocted numerous elixirs and cultivated a significant number of elite disciples for the Shui family lineage. The scroll radiated with specks of fluorescence, which gathered and dispersed in midair, before coalescing like a flock of birds returning to their nest, swiftly entering Zhang Yuan's right arm. Hee, I have my methods. Wang Yin mysteriously revealed a jade box covered in restrictions. But I doubt it, Qing Fengxue pondered. Fong Lu seemed to have called out Luobu's name, and the latter's tone suggested a rather unfriendly relationship. Anyone would feel a surge of excitement at the sudden prospect of invisibility. Yet Lu Xian's words doused that flame like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing the fervor and leaving behind a grey atmosphere. I regained my senses just in time to see a vehicle plunge into the river. Without a moment to spare, I concentrated all my strength in my left hand, making a lifting motion toward the water's surface, causing the car to slowly rise. I am 25, why do you ask, old lady? Liang Xiaojun looked at the unfamiliar elderly woman with surprise, uncertain of her intentions. Previously astonished at how Sima Yan could utter such words, it now appeared that it was all due to Sima Kong. As time passed and his pursuit of strength continued, that sense of justice and responsibility within him seemed to have dulled. Yang Yunhan swiftly activated his lightness skill, darting to stand before Shangguan Bixiao's horse, wielding his flexible blade with grace, executing a series of circular motions to block the barrage of crossbow bolts. However, the emperor was but a man, during his youth. Chang Tai and Jia Yi had exhausted every method, kneeling in silence for an entire day and night in the Datai Hall. The Empress Dowager, despite her resolve, had no choice but to summon the Hua family into the palace, and upon seeing them, her concerns deepened. Fan Ku and Fan Ji felt a sense of relief upon seeing Yang Yunhan arrive to rescue them. Fan Ku quickly supported the injured Fan Ji and retreated to the side. Earlier, when Su Peng had gone downstairs to settle the bill, the front desk staff informed him that it had already been paid. However, some students from class 59 in the 4th grade were aware of what this place was, thus gaining some insight into Meng Yunyan's intentions in bringing them here. Upon hearing that Wang Yu intended to intervene in this matter, Lin Duoer felt considerably relieved, secretly winking at Wang Yu, her beautiful eyes brimming with affection. Enough with the chatter. Use those tactics immediately and capture them. Otherwise, if she employs another scheme that creates too much commotion, it will be difficult to manage, Li Gonggong urged impatiently. The Lear kingdom lay to the south, where days were long and nights brief. Zhan Xing sat up from the bed, noticing a sliver of sunlight casting its glow on the ground. The previously closed window had been blown ajar by the wind, and through the crack, faint sounds from outside could be discerned. Chapter 21. The melody was light and mysterious, resembling a bird's call, yet upon closer inspection, it was distinctly different. Lu Xing remarked that if one were to inquire about the amusements of this estate, it would be best to consult brother Qing Er. Zhang Buzhou was perplexed by this statement and turned to Qing Er for clarification. At this juncture, the experience diverged significantly from the magic that Eski remembered. However, this did not impede the subsequent restoration of effects. Currently, the system was calculating the harmless parasitic methods of the second-generation NE parasite on the human body. Hence, before the enlightening moment, he paused once more, needing to examine the attributes of the mind protection helmet for reassurance. Unbeknownst to him, he felt nothing. Yuanzhi Tianzun furrowed his brow. Upon the thread entering his brow, he sensed no laws, order, magical power, or spiritual energy at play. And what followed? Zhang Buzhou discovered that delving into the romantic history of his parents was quite an intriguing endeavor. On one side of the cafeteria stage, several individuals were busily arranging things. When the banner was hung, all eyes turned towards it. Lan Tong removed the golden and silver hairpieces from her long, dark hair. And as the ordinary Qin descended before her, she affixed the ornaments to the instrument, channeling her spiritual energy to unleash an 8th-tier technique, the 7-star life-seizing melody, which surged toward the group of men in black. Observing the passage open, Chief Jiang turned to retrieve a painted mask from his storage bag, handing it to Zhou Xianfeng, who donned the mask before proceeding into the cave under Zhang's lead. Zhou Xianfeng, however, paid no heed to subsequent events. After escorting Liao Qiaoyu back to Ancheng County, he set off towards the Qilian sect. Hinata Yuzuki spoke softly, extending a finger that appeared to take on a stone-like hue, stiff and immobile, yet with a slight exertion. He produced a cracking sound as the stone-like flakes shattered, revealing his fair fingers. Passing through the long corridor, he stood silently in the temple, clad in white, inhaling the fragrance of incense. In his usually frivolous peach blossom eyes lay a hidden piety and solemnity. Even Qin Lai, who was typically unperturbed by praise or blame, could not help but smile at the excitement of his roommate. Someone noticed and rushed over to stand by Gu Jiejia, offering her tissues and urging her to cease her tears. They awaited the arrival of those below, the entry of outsiders, and the dispatch of that telegram. Antique pearls and jades were not particularly valuable. If she could obtain this tea sapling to gift to her grandfather, it would surely delight him. From that moment, she harbored thoughts of leaving the Qi family. Purchasing a home was her current goal, and she was diligently working to earn money, drawing closer to her aim. She contemplated whether it might be best to abandon the idea. Grandfather Qin had a temper, and he was not oblivious to the situation, after all. Would that young rake heed his parents' words and participate in matchmaking? What did that mean? Yu tilted her head, her beautiful visage reflecting confusion, as she struggled to comprehend Fang Yuqing's words. She would firmly adhere to their wishes. Yet that did not imply she would develop any feelings for someone who had previously regarded her with disdain. Even though he had attempted to disguise himself as a good person over the years, the 3 empty police officers were momentarily taken aback, remaining on guard against Chino while straining to listen. After a few seconds, they indeed discerned a barely perceptible dripping sound, causing their expressions to shift dramatically. The lively and harmonious scene brought a slight warmth to Su Xiaoan's eyes. He had never experienced such merriment in his life. His family had always been rather desolate. And even with Su Xing and Su Yaojia, the atmosphere remained oddly solemn. She exclaimed softly, rubbed her eyes, got up, and walked toward the source of the fragrance. After helping her wash up and change into her pajamas, he tucked her into bed, adjusting the covers before departing the suite, closing the door to completely shut out the outside noise. "Dad, please let the guests in, there are so many visitors today. If Brother C and Auntie leave, it would reflect poorly on us." Unbeknownst to them, outsiders might believe the Song family had offended the Hua family, which could adversely impact their business. Yao Yanjing emerged from the room, surveying the crowd outside, then shot an irritated glance at Yun Su by the door. He approached Song Fanhua, seated cross-legged in front of her, observing her ravenous consumption with a sense of guilt. If he had not been preoccupied with drinking, how could he have allowed her to go hungry? On one hand, the burly man could assume the responsibilities of the deceased, fulfilling the roles of husband and father, thus averting further tragedies for them. She pulled him to her side, and Rong Heng, Rong Chu, and Rong Xian followed her to the dining table. Alas! Araston felt a twinge of anxiety. although he remained convinced that Qin Yang was incapable of succeeding. What if he did? The Allied forces had also taken notice, and a soldier reported the movements of the L army to several key personnel within the alliance. Ji Lingxing narrowed his eyes and remarked, "You certainly know how to choose your locations, should the emperor learn of this. It would not be surprising if he dispatched thousands of imperial guards to drag you away for execution." Lu Ruoshi, listening from behind, found it amusing. If that Grand Buddha were to reveal any signs, it would not be out of the question for Emperor Siyue to welcome him with open arms. Within those vermilion gates, he sensed a unique atmosphere, neither entirely alive nor dead, but rather a peculiar existence. Yunfeng's lawyer presented ample evidence, while Zhang Xiaohua's attorney lacked proof to corroborate that Zhongli had not made such statements. His hand, though devoid of a sword, was of no consequence. For he and the sword had become one. As long as he existed, all things in the universe were his blade. Consequently, the sign hanging at the entrance was removed, and business ceased immediately. Within half an hour, even the beds had been prepared. It is indeed more convenient for those of affluence to conduct business. Jun Yan continued to patiently guide her. After much effort, Wan finally managed to rein in her emotions and recounted everything that had transpired since their separation. This meant that the Han army, upon realizing they had fallen into a trap, was indeed stockpiling supplies, and even if they managed to break free, a substantial portion of their forces would be lost here, making it exceedingly difficult to obstruct the advancing army at Qishan. Chapter 22. Feeling the delicate warmth on his head and body, Yi Lingyun quickly rose, his face turning as red as an apple. Subsequently, he turned his palm upward, causing the spiritual essence within the miniature purple sword to flow, gradually enlarging until it reached a normal size. From a distance, one could see a towering waterfall, which suddenly split into two contrasting streams of bubbles, shooting off in opposite directions with the swiftness of lightning. This time, it was Ji Qiner who turned pale with anger. She could easily discern the sarcasm in Qi Yuner's words but found herself unable to retort. To outsiders, it appeared as if she intentionally sought to seize the magical artifact coveted by her younger cousin, and no matter how eloquently she spoke, her position remained unjustifiable. "You need not concern yourself with these matters, simply refrain from provoking Yi Lingyun," Huang Lingjie admonished Huang Shi sternly, ignoring the latter's words. "If I discover you defying my orders, you shall face military consequences." In stark contrast to the lively atmosphere of the 6th floor at Sun Yi's residence, the 5th floor, where Yiling's family resided, was enveloped in a stifling gloom, with silver curls cascading down his cheeks. He rose from the ground and awkwardly gazed at his bare feet and hands. Next came the indifferent gaze of Shangguan Pengpeng, who casually picked up a mid-tier talisman. To him, it was merely a formality. Indeed, while the talisman appeared quite decent, its mid-tier status limited the amount of spiritual power it could contain, rendering it inferior to higher-tier artifacts in terms of potency. The howling wind swirled around them, yet the mist did not exhibit any gaseous properties. Under the impetus of the fierce winds, the mist stirred only slightly before falling still again. Before the projection, Yi Lingyun, now the sovereign of the Three Kingdoms world, was aware of the dialogue between an individual and a system within the creative space. Sung Li shook his head and rose to wash his face, seeking clarity to dispel any errant thoughts, lest Yu Yan accuse him of prenatal anxiety once more. "Pervert. If you keep staring, I'll gouge your eyes out." Jiejia's fiery temper remained unchanged. Little did they expect that their nation housed such formidable talents. This individual must surely be among the top contenders on your battle rankings. Takeda Musashi inquired with a probing tone. Cracks swiftly spread across his arms, then his torso, and finally his face. Zhongli Kani's face was mere inches from Manwu's, his breath brushing against her skin and causing a ticklish sensation. Instinctively, she yearned to push him away. Yet her body was restrained by Zhongli Kani, as if he had anticipated her resistance and had come prepared. "It's simple, given Lu Ruqiang's personality. He won't let us off easily after we seized 20 of his ships. I am certain he is currently devising a means of retaliation against us. Therefore, we must depart immediately, lest we be cornered by the Wolf Coalition. Their large warships are numerous," Lu Chujian stated. 40 days passed in the blink of an eye. And suddenly, Lingyun's facial muscles twisted grotesquely, revealing the terror that plagued his inner world. Once the four had walked far enough, Harry glanced at the waiting crowd. seemingly speaking to himself, yet loud enough for all to hear. Clearly, these are nothing but paupers. What is there to rob? Better to seek out some plump sheep. With that, Harry turned and leapt away, vanishing from sight. Upon arriving at the aid distribution point, he presented his badge with a beaming smile, ready to collect his gold coins. The distributor glanced at Harry's badge, placing it on a device that promptly displayed the number 20. Manwu, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Zhongli Caney, noticing her distress, stood up abruptly, his large, defined hand gently rubbing her head in hopes of alleviating her discomfort. Turning to face the throng of Qin cavalry encircling from behind, the Yu King displayed no signs of panic. The Black Hawk team utilized smoke as their signal to act amidst the chaos. Despite losing some time to traps along the way, Lin Yuming's skillful evasion in front of the enemy granted the Black Hawk team ample time to proceed without incident. It was a peculiar sensation, his consciousness remained intact. And the torment of his heart's transformation was still palpable, yet his body moved as if beyond his control. The man was named Shen Yenan, having taken refuge with Su Su at the bottom of the cliff 3 years prior. The reasons for their retreat were now lost to time. What transpired today was profoundly shocking for him, enough to savor and boast about for the rest of his life. Upon the backs of their dragons sat a half-dragon clad in formidable armor, serving as a dragon knight, submerging his feet in warm water. Yi Ruotang instantaneously felt the meridians in his body align, a wave of exhilaration washing over him. Zhou Han showed no fear, his body crackling with purple arcs of electricity as he charged forward. The next day, Yi Xian led Jiang Moran, Yi Xian, and others into the trial secret realm he had specifically opened for the Jixia Academy. Chapter 23. After vanquishing Kato Takashi, I found his sword quite impressive. It would be a pity to discard it. Thus, I picked it up and placed it in the Qianquan bag, contemplating gifting it to someone in the future. This sword bore the formidable name of Muramasa, the Demon Blade. In that moment, Emperor Qi Ningfei exuded an air of authority and dominance. His delay in Yi City was not due to a lack of capability to advance northward, but rather because he awaited news from Deng Ai. Despite the overwhelming numbers of undead creatures far surpassing those of the Round Table Knights, they were utterly powerless against each knight, each at least of heroic caliber, with many surpassing that level. The coffin was glossy and jet black, considerably larger than an ordinary coffin, its striking black exterior contrasted by a radiant white light. Xiaobing glanced at Jordan, wanting to speak but hesitated. Like Elijuan, Jordan would not take his words seriously, dismissing them as mere banter. The first task was to steal Zhang Suilan's intimate garments and deliver them to Hunter Zhang. The difficulty of pilfering someone's personal attire is easily imagined. Especially since it was worn on their person, the shadow boy had yet to learn the skills of thievery. This task seemed virtually impossible. It's fine. I'll drink alcohol while you enjoy juice. I'm merely feeling a bit stifled and seeking company for a drink. Your choice of beverage matters little, said the gray shadow nonchalantly. The reason for the unusual methods was their lack of decorum. Few mages could endure the thought of spending years dirty and digging underground, let alone hiding there for hours just to ambush someone. Such sordid behavior was scorned by nearly all elemental mages, as most believed that battles should be fought honorably. Kalido stood at about half the height of the foolish dragon in its human form, yet when he spoke of her, he resembled a loving but helpless elder. It's all right, this is not your fault. The true wrongdoers are those power-hungry rulers who, for their selfish desires, strip countless individuals of their right to exist. Their right to peace. I truly don't understand why so many are enamored with the sordid nature of power, Xianyu said softly, shaking her head. She finished her meal with tears in her eyes, resolutely deciding to take the Tizot boat to eliminate that vile creature. Such a disgusting thing. Why should it continue to waste air? Ouyang Bingxue expressed her gratitude. Thank you all for your assistance. I have matters to attend to, so please enjoy your drinks, Ouyang Bingxue said as she left the table. When the deputy commander beamed and invited him to meet a certain divine general, he was utterly bewildered. Very well. The students of the Music Institute may remain to assist us, the others may collaborate with you in seeking the artifact, Xian Zhenzi addressed Ouyang Bingxue. After lying in the room for 2 days, Su Qing and I donned our garments and returned to the headquarters of the pilgrimage sect. The elder of the crescent moon sat composed and leisurely, a peculiar glint concealed within the depths of his eyes. Invincible. It seemed that the faith of the ancients in the wanderers of the apocalypse still thrived. The former wanderer worshippers had bestowed a second chance upon the ancients after losing their homeland. Now, the arrival of this young wanderer of the apocalypse invigorated their spirits even further. Li Luoxian, your benevolent heart has touched me and nature itself. I never expected your heart to mirror your mother's boundless love. As a reward for this trial, you shall receive a wanderer's core. Congratulations on awakening to the desire for life in this challenge. So, do you know if Wang has feelings for Linger? Yu Ming probed further to determine whether Wei Renwu truly lacked interest in Li Linger. Brother, please stop trying to scare me. Mu Yangxi replied with a smile. But suddenly sensed an aura and turned sharply, finding nothing behind her. The large-headed individuals endured the pain of parting with their wooden blocks, which they had taken after much effort, only to find they were insufficient for even one person. Lan Yu looked around and decided to stay close to her sister. This was her only guiding principle, to follow her cousin Chang Ning closely. In any situation, it was an infallible choice. The protective barrier against the primordial devastation was instantly shattered by the sword energy, which struck rapidly upon Lu Yang's body. Zhou Xiaojing fell silent for a moment, observing Zhou Jiao's anxious gaze upon him, and gently patted her head. You have a keen eye. However, one thing is certain, the Zhao family lacks sufficient weight. Currently, you are merely lacking in experience. When you return home at year's end, your father will introduce you to some individuals in the courtyard. With your wisdom, you will grasp it immediately. Meanwhile, Qin Shi's father, Qin Feng, returned from out of town, having diligently achieved considerable accomplishments over the years, likely qualifying for an outstanding evaluation. He returned with a sense of pride, reflecting on his experiences and regretting not having left sooner. What's wrong? Wasn't everything fine last night? Why can't I do it today? Shen Song complained, feeling wronged. White wine pairs well with seafood, Zhou Xiaojing remarked, observing her nod, and he smirked, suspecting she still hadn't fully understood. Like the original, her family, relatives, and friends remained confined at home, which is why they later sought to borrow points from the original. Like her, they were also too timid to venture outside. They diverted from this topic, discussing other matters as they enjoyed barbecued meat, playing and drinking merrily until they were satisfied and departed. Li Daochong, Li from Musi, Dao from Reason, Chong from Soaring. Li Daochong introduced himself in detail. You will come to know, the system AI stated coolly. In terms of prestige, this emotionally unperturbed system AI certainly outmatched the fleeting grandeur of the night. Within 100 feet of the city gate, one could no longer wield their sword. The 4 beams of sword light descended upon receiving the signal to land. Engaging in small talk about the weather might also serve as a means of interaction. Yan Wan felt that a superficial acquaintance with him sufficed. As for the ambiguous relationship between him and Qin Sharong, she chose not to concern herself further. This indicated that Gu Hai's matters would not be easily overlooked, leaving Gu Shibenyang feeling a chill within her heart. Chapter 24. Under the relentless assault of the Japanese forces, Lini found itself in a perilous situation. The 57th Army, stationed in Haizhou and led by Miao Qinglu, dispatched Wang Zhaoji's battalion to reinforce Lini. While not typically overflowing with compassion, he felt a sudden urge to assist Deng Mao, wishing for his survival. This unremarkable fellow, resembling a humble earthworm, could hardly be seeking amusement at another's expense, could he? However, El Hanqiang casually reached for it, placing it on the table without even a glance. As he continued to indulge in his drink, Li Qingyan's flying needles had arrived, and the magical artifacts of the 2 Earth Bridge realm cultivators were also hurtling towards her. She endured a blow but evaded several attacks, drawing ever closer to the law pillar. She believed her hopes of realizing that dream were dwindling. Yet she refused to abandon her courage. Fear of suicide lingered within her. The debt collector had arrived, and the once subservient creditor, emboldened by El Hanqiang's backing, now confronted her with newfound bravado. In the first skirmish, 700 had entered the fray, yet they faced a mere 3,000 foes, and the outcome was dismal. This was akin to the humiliation faced by Lu Yingyu of Shenglua, who had once led 500 troops to decisively defeat Wang Er's 30,000 in battle, or when Han Qingqiu had pursued 20,000 with only 300 subordinates. Under such overwhelming pressure, the crowd felt as though they could scarcely breathe. Fortunately, the might of Haoyan was fleeting. Had it lingered, the consequences could have been dire. At first glance, Zhang Ji seemed to coexist harmoniously with the enigmatic origins of the Yinyang family, garnering gratitude from the lesser deity of fate, and even acquiring the great deity of fate as a consort. Wait, a consort? The river had claimed many lives, and some bodies, too late to be retrieved, were consumed by the water monkeys as a delicacy. The intermediary before him opened a door adorned with two crossed golden axes, revealing a winding staircase beyond. I could not afford to ponder too deeply. I lifted the lantern to illuminate the path. As the light touched it, the strands of hair ceased their writhing motion. My eyes brightened. Evidently, this was effective. Upon witnessing the audience in the live stream reacting thus, Gao Chang's face broke into a smile. Not only did he produce the purple dragon crystal, but he also revealed several silver and gold stones from earlier. Who would have imagined that the humble Wang Meng, having feigned modesty for half his life, harbored intentions of usurpation? Who would suspect that the noble Sima Yi, as a leader of the gentry, would proclaim an oath by the Luo River as part of a grand deception? A flamboyantly dressed young man with golden hair sat alone in a booth, savoring a glass of foreign wine. This interrupted the shepherd's actions. The words carried an aura of mysterious power, causing hesitation among those who wished to strike, as they faced the slumbering devotees and struggled to act. Perhaps due to its recent opening, I had never heard of this shop in the reindeer market, and remarked. Chu Wanxiang strained to keep her eyes open, yet clarity eluded her, and her throat burned with pain. As the three deliberated, Shen Bing hurriedly approached, accompanied by the blood-soaked Xu Ganglai. Hao Jun contemplated feigning poisoning to incapacitate the adversary for a surprise attack, but realized that to convincingly portray such a state, he would need to release the toxins he had suppressed. If Shuanghao decided to act unpredictably, Yangjing and Gudia could not withstand such venom. Just as he concluded his conversation with the Ox Demon King, the anxious voice of the Monkey King echoed in his ear. At this moment, Bai Li Haolang surveyed his surroundings and settled onto the ground, sitting cross-legged. My lord, please do not speak this way. I only wish for our family to be safe together, Su Haitang implored, hastily covering Li Shen's mouth. As a top scholar in the city and an outstanding student at Tsinghua University, with a graceful appearance and poised demeanor, she should have been the center of attention. Yet, owing to the abundance of academic elites at Tsinghua, unlike Peking University, which boasted a scarcity of female scholars, Su felt ordinary throughout her 4 years at university. Let us get acquainted, Niawei suppressed a chuckle, nodding at the rolling-eyed Feng Yiming. As long as he still possessed the strength to fight, he could thwart the pirates' advances. For his remarkable performance outside Hefei, Pan Zhang was promoted to a minor general by Sun Quan, who even granted him permission to assemble 5 battalions. I need to speak with you. The young man approached Richard, gazing at him with an air of familiarity, his tone peculiar, as he seemed to know Richard well without first confirming his identity. Do not worry about me, I am aware of my own condition. I am tired now. I shall rest first. You should also take a moment to rest, Lady Morong said, drawing the blanket over herself and closing her eyes. Upon seeing Hua Meiying and Guli Naza seated together by the window, she wiped her hands with a tissue and approached them directly. Hua Yi felt a flicker of hope. Perhaps she was not referring to him, especially since they might have overheard his call to Sister Lu earlier. After Zhang Yai departed, Guo Renjia seized the wine on the table, pouring himself a large bowl and downing it in great gulps. Upon finishing, he hurled the bowl to the ground, seething. What if he possesses greater martial prowess? What is there to be proud of? Guo Renjia finally unleashed the pent-up resentment within him. Chapter 25. Places with few people are daunting, for fear of encountering assassins, while bustling markets are equally intimidating due to the prevalence of surveillance cameras, which raises concerns about law enforcement. Thus, the only option remains those locations that are populous yet devoid of watchful eyes. At the moment Shui Yan launched his attack, Li Guoliang instinctively seized the weapon from a nearby sentry. Once he locates the sealed solar disk, he plans to eliminate the Sphinx and summon the desert realm to consume this demonic palace. Who are you? Why do you obstruct my path? Jiangchu, though aware that her inquiry would yield no answers, sought to gauge the situation. She spat a mouthful of blood, revealing a large, pearly tooth, a testament to the force with which Su Guanyu had struck her. Observing her disheveled state and the swelling on her left cheek, his brow furrowed. the corners of his mouth curling into a cold smirk. He had never harbored any sympathy for her and thus did not ponder the trials she had endured. Your Majesty. Will you abandon Xian? Are you truly prepared to forsake the city you have conquered? Gao Guiying could scarcely believe her ears. Ouch. Jin Dong cried out in agony, abruptly awakening to find himself not in a hospital but sprawled on the couch in Jingjia's living room. It seemed he would need to activate his armor for warmth. Zhao Linghui gazed at the sky, her brow furrowing, as energy began to swirl around her, soon vanishing beneath her coat. We have destroyed the formation? Such a ludicrous assertion. The members of Song Lin erupted in outrage. Father, forgive me. It is my fault that the Lin family has been shamed. Cold Wuchen's heart grew heavier with guilt upon hearing Lin Wei's words, especially recalling the scornful remarks he had overheard on his return, fueling his anger further. Steadying his resolve, Wu Yo clenched his fists, gritting his teeth as he spoke. His once deep-set eyes now ablaze with crimson fury. Extending her hand, a shard flew into her palm before vanishing, yet Wu Yo envisioned a vivid scene in her mind. Promise me you will not be so reckless in the future. What would you do if your parents were not by your side? Li Wenyang admonished Tang Baobao. Still haunted by past lessons. Xiao Fengming's brow tightened, yet he refrained from further comment. He simply gestured to the two demon wolves behind him, who understood the unspoken command. Nodded in acknowledgement, stepped back, and vanished into the night. Xia Yu did not ponder the implications as deeply as Yiche. She made her way back to the palace and awaited Bai Liran's awakening to present her with the letter. Inside the vehicle, Wang Chong inhaled deeply, retrieving a syringe from his pocket and injecting the pale pink liquid into his body. Your Highness, spare your words, having chosen this path, I shall not turn back. Meng Xiao understood well that there was no room for reconsideration. Even if he wished to retreat, he could not, for the military token was already in Nangongye's possession. Though less than 50 miles from the imperial capital, the landscape was picturesque, shrouded in mist, starkly contrasting the grandeur of the celestial realms. Thus, He-Rule raised his trembling right hand, lifting it to hover above Sister Xia's cheek. When the time comes, the selected first-place entry will receive a prominent advertisement on Weibo. A banner-like promotion. As for the so-called opinions, there were none, and in fact, Lin had even lost a bag of meat buns. In Han Bing's words, he had sustained significant damage and needed to replenish his strength. At that moment, a distant hum resonated through the ground. The ominous sound of approaching zombies and their low growls. He could not have anticipated that Situ Xing would discern the issue with just a glance. Before them lay a weathered, historically rich tiger head medallion, prompting both Yang Lin and the others to rise in astonishment, their faces reflecting awe and yearning. Her visit to the studio had been her own initiative, and since they were both present, Han Bing persuaded Pei Qing to join as well. Thus, the impromptu meeting was arranged. Lu Tian, wary of alarming the enemy, refrained from throwing the bomb directly at its feet, instead landing it 2 meters away. Even so, the zombie sensed something amiss. Of course, these were remnants of history from a future era, yet no nation of this time could produce such weaponry, including his own. The reason was simple: there was no aircraft capable of deploying such aerial bombs. Hence, he realized he must strive harder. The flag team of 196 marched in perfect unison, their gloved hands moving in synchrony, creating waves akin to the cresting of sea foam. Now, let us discuss the price. How much will it be? Once she understood the cost, Xylus could exchange it for dollars with Obadiah. Ward swallowed his curiosity, setting aside his previous charming demeanor to answer honestly. He glanced at the sight before him, a torso glistening with sweat, muscles contorted, arms flailing, murmuring incoherently. In but a short while, his entire being had withered, devoid of vitality, reduced to mere skin draped over bones, which now bore an eerie bluish hue. Chapter 26. Even among the nobles who supported the governor, their intentions were merely to back him at crucial moments to reap the sweet rewards of ultimate victory. At times, they would even deliberately indulge the rebellious forces to push the governor into a corner. Could you assist me in enhancing my cornering techniques? Feng Quan remarked to Alcaris. A quarter of an hour later, Jing Tan and Yu Yun finally relaxed their guard. Jing Tan collapsed into Mao Yu's embrace, appearing utterly exhausted. Yu Yun recounted the matter of the heart demon in detail, which left Mao Yu with a sense of dread. This fleet comprised 360 cannons. and it was as agile as a flying fish. In the Caribbean Sea on Earth, numerous pirate factions relied on such light and nimble vessels to ambush the treasure ships of the Spanish Empire, plundering merchant ships traveling between Europe and the Americas. Earning a fearsome reputation. Wu Tian chuckled lightly, his tone devoid of the indifference he usually displayed towards others. Some individuals could indeed strike a chord within one's heart. The fragility of human emotions today is astonishing. There exists a stark inconsistency between what is spoken and what is done. People paint a picturesque image of eternal love with their words, yet their actions dig a treacherous pit beneath their feet. As layers of wrapping were peeled away, the glimmering gold bars, illuminated by the sunlight, appeared increasingly opulent. However, he did not anticipate that this voyage would be the final journey of the Bloody Mary on the Amazon, and perhaps it would be his own as well. Upon seeing the serval leave, Ron muted the girl with the sprained ankle and prepared to crouch at the elevator entrance once more. Meanwhile, Qian Fanqing, already in the Tianshan region, felt a faint, yet profound surge from the dormant purple flame fire within him, a call that resonated deeply with his soul. He sensed a summons ahead, where the sea met the land. His Eagle Mountain awaited his arrival in quiet anticipation. Regarding the gift he mentioned, Yan Yan was somewhat intrigued but refrained from asking further, as it pertained to the following day. This is the war god village. The old chief has already decreed that we cannot harm him. Let us release him. Linda addressed Xiao Fan. Qin Ziyuan looked at him with disbelief. Having never imagined he would speak such words with a straight face before her. It was at that moment she suddenly realized he was a normal adult man with typical physiological needs, a reality that was not unusual in the world of adults. Ahem. My request is rather simple. Since you wish to know the prophet's whereabouts and seek him out, you shall accompany me for one evening. During this time, I will reveal to you the exact location of the prophet and how to find him, the captain whispered to Linda, dismissing the other special patrol officers. Consequently, beneath Xiangqi's Weibo post, aside from words of comfort, there were also numerous derogatory comments directed at her. Just as she was about to speak, a crumpled bill was suddenly thrust into her hands, leaving Jin Fenghe momentarily speechless. It seemed that with this strike, Baiyu was to be utterly annihilated, leaving no remnants behind. Furthermore, the population of the Kree approached 3 billion, scattered across hundreds of subordinate planets. Even if Chen Mu's mental prowess multiplied tenfold, it would be challenging to conquer the Kree like he did the sovereign tribe. He had gained formidable strength through the gamma rays, significantly enhancing his physical capabilities. Yet he was not as powerful as he had envisioned. For instance, the Shi family engaged in the world's largest shipping business, operating shipyards, docks, and freight teams. Fergus scrutinized him for a moment, confirmed his name and identity, and then shifted the interrogation to the main topic. After a period of guidance from Chen Mu, his skills in the art of pretension were notably improving. She was eager to undermine Yang Rui's confidence. Since Yang Rui dared not confront her directly, Yang Xiana prepared to launch another offensive against Yang Rui, with this attack beginning from their recent outing to find men. If Yunyu carelessly revealed this to her grandmother, it would likely provoke the old man as well. Lin Feng immediately covered Zhang Mingming's mouth, though this time he had learned to be clever, effectively sealing her lips to prevent any biting. As the floral shirt began to make its way outside the store, the proprietress cheerfully handed over more than 4,000 yuan to Su Yang. Forget it, it's best not to disturb them. Nan Changrua adjusted his hand. Leaving a basket of fruit beneath the tree, these fruits belonged to the Chonglu Palace, and leaving them uneaten would only lead to waste. She swung her fist, and before Ji Feng could react, she landed a punch squarely on his face. However, contrary to my expectations, despite all the effort from me and Uncle Chi, we could not manage to push the coffin lid open. I don't care who you are. If you save me today, I will grant you any wish you desire. The Wolf King implored her, hoping she would spare his life. You rogue, merely speaking lightly of me. Shui Miaohua's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she nestled closely in his embrace. Heibai wore a look of astonishment, clutching the bone flute, clearly contemplating the notion of ending my life. A slender, fair hand pushed aside the carriage curtain, instantly capturing the attention of onlookers. When Han Kuan rushed over, he found the Blood Hand, the third member of the Evil Eye Adventure Group, berating the long-haired adventure group at the entrance of the No. 1 Inn. While the corpse of the Evil Eye lay on a stretcher, blood streaming from its 7 orifices, a gruesome sight. Bai Shangxian picked it up and exited the water cloud gorge, placing it in front of the Weiyang Palace. The water cloud gorge was not a suitable place. Those divine flowers had endured for thousands of years, but this particular plant could not withstand it, leading to its wilting leaves. Yet, Bai Shangxian did not foresee that this very action would lead to a significant incident. It was reported that many sword sects near the capital suffered greatly, being vandalized and robbed, with everyone claiming, those who practice swordsmanship are no good. Mu Xin did not respond to Madame Yixuan, instead lowering his gaze to Gao Linhua, offering a faint, bittersweet smile. When he smiled, the corners of his eyes drooped slightly, and shallow nasolabial folds appeared at the sides of his nose, giving no sense of cheerfulness but rather an unsettling aura of impending crisis. Chapter 27. The forehead of Yamato Sakuto naturally bore the dark black, and the players on the sidelines began to discern that the 6 mismatched pieces of equipment wielded by this Fuso sect leader could evoke the attributes of a 7-piece set, likely due to the rarity of this sacred artifact. Alright, I understand. Wherever the boss goes, I shall follow. Where are you now? I will come over, Chang Tai remarked, somewhat impatiently, as he inquired about Yi Xingtian and the others' whereabouts. Their hearts stirred like a meteor crashing into the vast ocean, unleashing tremendous waves. Their gazes incredulously fixed upon the towering Kuanping above the Lingxiao Hall. Thus, I ponder whether I should change my title, no longer referring to myself as a human teacher, but adopting another name instead. At this moment, they finally comprehended the source of the inexplicable sense of oppression they had previously felt. He glanced back at the beggars, who seemed eager for the 2 large buns, and chose to remain silent. Let us depart. Yi Weishi nodded, linking her arm with Yi Weijing as they walked ahead. Yi Weirao looked at Yi Weishi, who had not followed, feeling a touch of curiosity. A single phrase severed the last thread of reason in Fu Hengyi's mind, as a torrid kiss overwhelmed him. Originally, the task of assisting Xingtian in merging his blood essence was to be undertaken by Di Jiang and others. Yet time was of the essence for them. I wonder if, in the original narrative, the Sand Ninja Village made a similar choice during the battle at Kaiki Mountain? The pain coursing through his body paled in comparison to the searing agony in his chest, a torment that pierced to the core, rising up with heart-wrenching intensity. Wu Jing and the headquarters received this information and awaited the data analysis from the main command center. No, how could this be? This fruit is delicious, is it expensive? Lu Yu remarked as he swiftly devoured a fruit, barely pausing to digest before reaching for another. However, before she could finish her sentence, Lin Ruo lightly struck, the crisp sounds echoing as Gumani immediately received treatment akin to that of the Lu family. Zhao Meng, preoccupied with significant matters, dared not linger longer and gestured before they both swiftly departed in opposite directions. Surely, the fiancé of Xiao Wan could not coincidentally share the same name as President Mo of their company? He regarded Yunshin with keen eyes, his gaze penetrating, as if armed with hooks and blades. Noticing the calm weather, Ling Xuan decided to pile stones in the cave and walked down the mountain with Yunshin. Since we are out for leisure, it would be my fault if the princess were displeased, Park Shukuan remarked calmly from the side. This man seemed to have an unusual connection with the princess. Who is he? Nonetheless, although this imperial decree had paved the way for the Lin family to successfully absorb Donglu's grain business, swallowing the grain shops in these regions within a short time would not be an easy task. Most importantly, one could enhance their affinity for magic during the cultivation process. Consequently, as he fled, his foremost consideration was not whether he could escape. Alright, everything is ready. Ji Xing, now serious, remained quietly in place. However, upon hearing your call, Fushi's eyes lit up. He had sensed something amiss since the onset of battle. He had calculated that the human race possessed a glimmer of hope, with at most 70% of their kin perishing, yet this grand conflict resulted in victory. He believed that any aspirant, upon grasping Li Qingfeng's true intentions, would share his sentiments. After the meal, Fu Qichuan mysteriously beckoned to Cixin, saying, "Wear this." He produced a pink jade bracelet from his pocket and adorned her wrist with it. Ji Xing, upon witnessing Li Gu suddenly vanish without a trace, instinctively pursued in that direction. This was not a pressure stemming from cultivation, but a direct suppression from bloodline, entirely unrelated to cultivation levels. surrounding them. The bodyguards brought by Zhou Li displayed expressions of shock and anger, yet none dared to advance. As Li Lang swung the wine bottle towards Chen Fan's forehead, they all presumed that calamity would befall him. The onlookers were left dumbfounded by the scene, only realizing the terrifying potency of the poison when the old man completely disintegrated into a pile of bones, prompting them to flee in panic. The Huangquan Minghua was inherently a remnant of the soul, capable of heart-to-heart communication, thus it did not strike him as unusual. Such an ordeal was excruciating, under normal circumstances. One must endure the disruption of pain, control the extent of bodily collapse, fully manage the progress and repair of true qi, and execute intricate, convoluted, and obscure mental techniques. This was virtually an impossible task. Thus, the premature verdict of fate, while igniting despair in some who could not accept reality, also awakened the majority. Shifting their focus from the unattainable path of immortality to the beauty of the scenery they had long overlooked. The four individuals bore fierce gazes, fixating intently on the crystal particles in Fangxing's hand, as if ready to seize them at any moment. After casting a brief glance at the neatly arranged ballistae, Su Yun discerned that there were precisely 100 of them, with 50 positioned perfectly, their massive arrows aimed at the battlefield below. Then I shall arrange for an acquisition offer to be made to Vale S.A. and Nucor Corporation immediately, Dongfang Yuqin declared. Subsequently, Wei Shilin moved. His animosity towards the pure-blooded human race on the mother planet could no longer be extinguished. When faced with the emergence of powerful beings from the mother planet, his first thought was to eliminate them to prevent any resurgence. Chapter 28. Once she relinquishes her grip, the training program will inevitably collapse. Moreover, the medical community's performance in international talent selection competitions will surely plummet. I have already contacted Wu Ma. We shall dine out this evening instead of returning home. In the car, Shenemo Bei fastened her seatbelt while speaking. How many times have I yielded to you? He murmured in a casual tone, as if merely stating a fact. He remained behind to oversee B City, striving to enhance its development, while all others were reassigned, leaving him with merely 2 individuals in red and 3 in white, along with over 50 supernatural beings. By the time he learned of this decision, the situation had already solidified, leaving only these few. It must be said that these 2 seemingly contrasting young women share an extraordinary rapport, perhaps due to their simultaneous summoning, as exemplified when Zhu Lingqi fetched water for Lu Zijing, and at this moment, Zhu Lingqi spoke while Lu Zijing instinctively fell silent. Habituated to sleeping in unfamiliar beds, she awoke before 6, tidied herself, and exited her room, only to encounter a passing servant. The attending physician personally monitored the procedure, wiping the beads of sweat from his brow. When Jiang Xiao lost control, he acted recklessly, yet this veteran staff member of the hospital could not afford such indulgence. After conferring with the head of security, the latter instructed 2 guards to change into plain clothes and carry out the orders. The highest mage tower in the world, also one of the most formidable, is owned by Valhalla, who now stands before Landon. Seen from a distance, nestled amidst the lush bamboo grove, Xiaoqi sat gracefully on a bamboo bed, her immaculate white garments billowing gently in the breeze. Su Hao focused solely on his movements, immediately pursuing him, however. Those individuals were ensnared by smoke bombs and vanished from sight. Yi Xiao, when my master entrusted me with the leadership of the Tianwu sect, he held great hopes for me, wishing for the sect to flourish under my guidance and become a renowned institution admired by all, Wang Luojia stated solemnly. This seemed to be an instinctive reaction of the zombies. When a formidable companion is eliminated, the defeated zombie releases a chemical signal to alert others to the imminent danger. Regaining their composure, the 3 surviving disciples of the Wuxiang sect's night watch dashed towards the side courtyard's entrance. Yi Xiao directed his disciples to disperse in search of an open space suitable for collective cultivation within the secret realm. Indeed, one must admit that Captain Lu's character is exceptionally suited for leadership. A commander must possess decisiveness, without a hint of hesitation, to achieve victory on the ever-shifting battlefield. As Zhang Tianxing observed, he was also learning how to command 1,000 troops. Hao Tian furrowed his brow, contemplating before casting a fierce glare at Tai Xian, appearing unwilling yet reluctant to offend Yuanshi as he retreated. Yanran, please remain calm. You must have misunderstood my intentions, Yi Xiao said, sensing a hint of impropriety in his words. However, he was taken aback by the significant emotional reaction elicited by such a seemingly ordinary compliment. The Hunyuan Qi technique that Yi Xiu practiced also possessed remarkable healing properties. However, his limited cultivation rendered him incapable of addressing certain complex and severe ailments. In an instant, a fragrant aroma wafted from the wooden box, enveloping the entire room in a delightful scent. The old servant's body, ensnared by a potent aura, was ultimately reduced to ashes, vanishing without a trace. Lin Fan felt somewhat bewildered, having never heard of this place. The figure within the flames urged him to draw his sword. Yet he found himself utterly at a loss. Nevertheless, even in the absence of commentary, the palpable tension and excitement exhibited by the competitors was undeniable. It is said that during a concert in Europe, Sano's brother-in-law deployed 10 drones to propose. At that time, the internet buzzed with excitement. Now, in comparison to this school, it seems hardly surprising. Watching the trio vanish from sight, Sasuke's eyes burned with a crimson fury, yet as he prepared to charge forward, he was tightly restrained by Uchiha Fugaku. At this moment, among all present, the one most profoundly affected was Zabuza. He never anticipated that Uchiha Fugaku would risk war with the Mist Village on his behalf. He was acutely aware of the grave consequences that would ensue from such a conflict. The city guards did not dare to slacken their vigilance. Their breaths held as they observed Li Bumi, eager to discern what matter could possibly influence the survival of the Lingyun sect. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lu Ming was exceedingly irate. He had not expected that despite dispatching a demonic sorcerer for assistance, Yi Jingxing's black bird would still be slain by the adversary. A fact that incited his fury. She seemed to harbor some resentment towards him, blaming him for nearly pushing her to the brink of despair, causing her heartache and disquiet. Consequently, Yang Xiao began to search the southern wall and other areas of the secret chamber, hoping to uncover any mechanisms. This time, however, Yang Xiao was disappointed. Unlike his earlier stroke of luck upon entering the chamber, he found no hidden mechanisms. Sano urgently halted the vehicle by the roadside, covering her eyes and drawing her into his embrace, shielding her from the unforeseen spectacle unfolding not far outside. The situation is complicated. I believe we should discuss this in person, Tian Su respectfully informed Yang Xian. After a moment's reflection, Yang Xian concurred, recognizing that this communication array was hardly convenient and that informing Mi Zhu would inevitably lead him to Mount Tai. Chapter 29. The pistol was a gift from Lan Haichen. When Mishi first beheld the firearm, she was taken aback. Was it truly so easily obtained? After the transformation, the Lord-level boss had diversified its methods of attack, mercilessly confronting the melee fighters, including Caged Warrior and Blue Sky, who once again felt the palpable malice from the Lord-level boss, which left no respite for close combatants. Mo Yunzong remained silent, smiling as he led her to a dressing mirror, gesturing for her to look at her reflection. I don't wish to listen," Lianen replied. Such tactics were utterly ineffective against her. Wasn't it merely an attempt to deceive her into saying she wanted to hear? Yet, she obstinately declared her disinterest. Regardless, in the end, the other party would inevitably divulge their thoughts. After wandering for a while, he noticed a multitude dashing in a singular direction, which alerted him to the possibility that the plot was commencing. Thus, he too joined the throng, hastening toward the destination. From the broadside of the battleship Jebin, 2 shells struck true in the barrage. One shell collided with the chimney of the Centurion, causing it to collapse and obliterating turret number 3, rendering it incapable of firing. The mere thought of sharing the same launch period as Lianen made Shinouching desire to squash her. From the outset, Mishi informed Lan Haichen that the structure of the Grey Tower was nearly the inverse of what it should be, as if it had been entirely replicated in reverse. It was precisely this point they exploited, leading everyone to believe they had uncovered a clue, making all previous efforts seem futile, thus prompting voluntary capitulation and departure from the ruins. Senior Sister Mai Yuan was entirely unfazed, for if Lianen were not so exceptional, she would not evoke such ire. He was deserving of the instant slash. During the last sect competition, Nail and Tide had fallen to this very technique, his golden body cleaved asunder. Naturally, Su Heng and Corporal Lin An readily agreed to assist in Aheng's recovery, for they had spent time together in London. Most importantly, since Corporal Lin An was indeed unharmed, Su Heng felt even less reluctance, treating it as a diversion from boredom. "For I am a man, and I shall protect you." Di Injia harbored no regrets. Even if given the chance to relive it, he would still exert every effort to safeguard her. After when Qi Xiao kicked open the door, he was the first to rush inside, and by the time others entered, the fighting had ceased. All right, you need not look so infatuated. Come. I shall treat you to a meal, to welcome you properly. Huang Liqing draped an arm over Qin Xinglia's shoulder, and together they departed. Mo Ninghong was momentarily stunned, pondering why the Yuan mansion was so befitting for cultivation in the Blue Abyss, and that the Blue Abyss would not easily abandon it. Pray tell. What matter compelled you to return? Di Yinxia gestured for Bai Qi to take a seat. Gani was not the least bit angered, in his eyes. Gong Shu Tian was merely a disciple of the Dam Peak, and whether he was his father's apprentice mattered not to him at all. Your Highness, I implore you to immediately order the gates of the underworld sealed, no one shall enter or exit. I am determined to retrieve him, once the gates are sealed. I wonder where he could possibly flee. He fervently declared. He kissed me? He actually kissed me? Having already been seen naked was one thing. But now he had even claimed my first kiss. In that instant, Meng felt an overwhelming sense of grievance. Fu Xi's lips gradually curved into a smile. Just as he prepared to apply a bit more pressure, when that pit bull executed an exceptionally astute maneuver. Whether human or spiritual entity, neither hindered the operation of the devouring forbidden tome. As long as it functioned, it could devour all powers and even life within the universe, converting them into formidable strength for oneself. When his gaze fell upon the intact Majida on the robust figure, Majuobei finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Hu Guangqing's serious expression yielded to a smile. Before departing, he reminded Fang Yi to be punctual the next day. Fang Yi casually promised he would arrive on time. Watching Hu Guangqing leave, Sualong had more pressing matters to attend to, namely, to sit here obediently and stabilize the bow of the ship. He was akin to the stabilizing pillar of the sea. With his presence, the melee would face no risk of capsizing. With your capabilities, you fall short of achieving a mutual downfall with me, Fang Yi remarked, seizing the steel pipe from Ma Rui's hands while he was distracted. Embarrassed, Dao Gang ultimately succumbed to his stomach's protest, accepting the 3 mountain cherries offered by his subordinate and popping them into his mouth. In this regard, Yichen said little. After attending the wedding, those who should leave would leave, and those who should not would depend on the circumstances. What is it, Your Majesty? The Blood Phoenix inquired, observing Yichen's somewhat somber countenance. What had he seen? Why did he appear slightly enraged? Most troubling was the fact that the sores on Xiaoyi's face were contagious. When residents of Jiankong encountered her decaying flesh, they too began to rot, and her maids grew increasingly reluctant to care for her, many resigning, leaving only Bai He to attend to her. Only the Great Wasteland was somewhat unique due to her presence. Her current desire was to diminish this uniqueness, allowing the Great Wasteland to blend into the contemporary rules of the Divine Land, after which she could quietly withdraw from the scene. Is this what you have done? Sealed her memories? Chen Xing coldly remarked, his hand gripping Swimming's fiercely, refusing to relent. If she was to be captured, she comprehended why. In this world, so you could only act against her for one reason: she was not his kin. Nan Yuan settled beside her, having rented this establishment. Not utilizing it felt like a waste of silver. The courtesan competition was in full swing, with the 4 princes and the emperor once again gathered. And even the empress had arrived, seated below to witness the performances of the beauties. Xia Hongmong had also signed up, hoping to regain a favorable ranking and elevate her worth to marry Murong Yan. With lips and teeth intermingling, they ignited each other's warmth, transforming into a sea of tenderness. Thousands of words lodged in his throat, he cared not whether he would perish. In this world, he would only consent to die at her hands. Nalan shook his head, then lifted his gaze, finally seeing the Wanyan clan up close. The fine lines at the corners of her eyes could not be concealed, and a few strands of white hair peppered her temples. Aware that time hastens one's aging, he couldn't help but feel moisture in his eyes, remaining silent. Indeed, in the martial world, while one is still relatively young, one can revel in exuberance and madness. When everything settles, maturity ensues, and turning back to reflect upon one's past elicits silent regret. For the finest moments were bestowed upon those reluctant days one would rather not mention. Chapter 30. The Great Khan reassured, give me a stick of incense time. And I shall ensure a significant victory over the county town without a battle, seizing all the provisions within. Zhang Yong breathed a sigh of relief and turned to descend the city. As the competition progressed, time dwindled, and for the disadvantaged Indiana Pacers, the urgency was palpable. Even a genius like Lu Wuxia required 2 full years of dedication to achieve similar advancements. On the water's surface lay 2 half-foot-long fish, their white bellies exposed to the sky, quietly resting among the grass by the shore. The assessment was scheduled to commence at the hour of the dragon. Thus upon returning from the wilderness, Jianni had only the time for a cursory bath and a change of clothes before hastening to Peng Lifeng. Let me handle this. The task is too formidable for you, Fan Peishi declared, preparing to turn when Jin Yuan detained him. Few believed they had ample opportunity in this final round. As the Cleveland Cavaliers had consistently delivered impressive performances from start to finish. Really? You didn't bother to inform me, you startled me. Tang Yanan complained. Lightly striking Jin Yuan's chest, though her face betrayed no trace of dissatisfaction. Furthermore, all factions in Liaodong were now under the banner of the Liaodong army. And interfactional conflicts had ceased, their strength only increasing. Do you not possess an electric baton and pepper spray? Ma Yunfeng inquired, casting a glance at Gao Xiong. However, Pei Jun, having some understanding of Song Luo, was visibly taken aback when Song Luo uttered these words, feeling quite unaccustomed. Based on his knowledge, Song Luo was neither arrogant nor haughty, yet he was not one to adopt such a humble demeanor. With a crack, the sound echoed in his ears. Lu Fa's name instantly sparked a thought within him. Brother, who exactly is this person? How could he reduce General Tian to such a state? I truly wish to witness his martial prowess, He Landian expressed, eager to glean information from the owner of Wu Zhuang. One who frequently walks by the river is bound to get their shoes wet. As she spoke, the harbinger of misfortune approached, grinning widely, revealing a set of eerie white teeth that frightened the timid Tuanzi into cowering behind Jiao. They were not foolish, in such circumstances, it was wise to minimize conflict. Why had the court suddenly posed such a question? Upon returning home, Yuan Ruan ushered Qin Xiaoyi into a room to rest while she busied herself in the kitchen, preparing a chicken porridge, which she then carried to knock on Qin Xiaoyi's door. However, at present, there were no spectators left, everyone turned their backs in unison, entirely disregarding the matter, for none dared to offend the imperial officials. The private grudge between the two was of little interest to Yi Chu, as she feared that knowing too much might lead to being silenced by Fu Jingqiu. Around them, several prisoners cast envious glances at Gu Beiqing, longing to strip him of his military coat and don it themselves, particularly envious of his tall rain boots, which drove them to the brink of madness. Yet none dared to act. They boarded a merchant ship, the arrangement seemingly preordained. Yi Zhen had a private cabin, and the ship appeared considerably larger than usual, with other cabins seemingly occupied by guests besides Yi Zhen. It was not their fault, Shi Yunzi was a person of refined tastes, with a disposition that eschewed excess. As a master-level figure, he had long ceased to require sustenance, consuming very little. The others on the island, influenced by Shi Yunzi's preferences, also ate sparingly, with light meals that left little room for the likes of Fu Ba. Blood mingled with rainwater as Jun Wuxia treaded the crimson stream, traversing the blood-stained path forged by Mia Deren, where all soldiers of the Vulture Kingdom had perished. Seeing the atmosphere grow tense, Long Qi forced himself to endure a sip of the unpleasant drink, attempting to alleviate the situation. Who goes there? Lin Qian remained vigilant, upon detecting the voice. She did not even turn her head but thrust her sword backward with immense ferocity, as if to split the heavens. He was still lacking in experience, otherwise, with his current cultivation, he could have defeated the demon lord, yet he merely achieved a stalemate. To her surprise, her grandfather had slapped her in front of so many people, leaving Gu Panpan feeling quite aggrieved. In recent days, she had either been in the woods or sleeping in a tent, not having had a proper rest, and yesterday she finally enjoyed a good sleep. Rather than remaining in a state of trepidation, it was preferable to stay here, for at least it appeared safe. Rarely did Chong Jing speak in such a serious tone, and his reasoning gradually persuaded Miss Su. Under his coercion, Su Jin leaned against the wall. Jiang Xinyan's expression indicated his displeasure, yet she, being obstinate, expressed her thoughts despite her fears. The competition continued, with Terry replacing Kid in organizing the offense. Although his offensive capabilities were somewhat superior, without Kid on the court, he had to shoulder the responsibility. Feng Yuan nodded, signaling his understanding. Previously, when Bai Xiaotang had taken him to the Jin clan's secret realm, he had relied on his strength, acting with a sense of impunity. Chapter 31. During this period, Ho Xinqing encountered numerous scattered Mingjing wars. However, he had long ceased to care about academic credits and thus felt no inclination to collect them, as even if he took them outside, they would scarcely exchange for a handful of spirit crystals. The very name was irksome. Tio had recovered from her frenzied shopping spree and, upon hearing what Yak had to say, displayed a look of disdain. Humph, how can you criticize me? As one of the heirs of the Nangong family, blessed with an abundance of cultivation resources, you remain merely at the 3rd level of martial arts. I have heard that your 2 younger brothers have already reached the 5th level. Yi Mingjie scoffed. I had no intention of severing ties with Billy, rather, my aim was to forcefully interrupt his combat techniques. In Lin Wei's memory, Lin Fei was a scion of a wealthy family, although he possessed some talent for singing. His family forbade him from entering the entertainment industry. A sense of exhilaration gradually enveloped me, numbing my body, my nerves, and my thoughts. This will do. However, to seize the body, I needed to return to the sect, as our sex possession technique required the original soul of the body as a catalyst. Therefore, I needed to acquire that person's soul as well. Ho Xinqing spoke slowly. At this moment, the flower that Dang had encountered was strikingly unfamiliar compared to the Muga in Tana's memories, prompting Tana to burrow into her mother's embrace. A sound akin to a cannonball striking reverberated across the square, as he hammered down upon the stone surface, which had remained resilient for over 500 years, shattering a significant chunk. The ice also plummeted into the depths of the lake, sending up a great splash of water. Thus, when it charged at me for the 8th time, I sidestepped to evade the piercing attack, simultaneously extending my arm to firmly grasp its thrust within the crook of my elbow. Yu Zhenting had been waiting in the room. Each passing moment felt interminable as he awaited Lin Man's arrival. Upon entering, he found Bai Zhufeng shedding tears, which tugged at his heartstrings. He brought the teacup to his lips, sipping thoughtfully, his eyes glimmering as if pondering the commonalities among these places. And it seemed that Ning Jia had also lost her sister at home. What ulterior motive did this kidnapper possess? When Lin Man spoke, Yu Chang'an's demeanor immediately softened. And Lin Man observed this shift silently, pondering in her heart. The Mo family that had recently emerged, both in terms of financial resources and influence, undeniably met their requirements. Subsequently, he produced the portrait that Ran Ran had previously requested him to draw, alongside a fresh sheet of paper. In previous years, such matters were handled by the steward of the Wang mansion, allowing He and the others to remain untroubled. However, this year was different. As the banquet was on the verge of commencing, and He and his companions wore troubled expressions, their limbs stiff as they stood outside Qi Tianche's room. Unbeknownst to them, Ning Jia had prepared a concoction of half a bottle of chili powder mixed with half a bottle of water, creating an exceptionally potent chili water, which she directed towards the bodyguard's ear, pouring it in. In this spatial setup, if one does not invite friends, others will inevitably extend invitations, and eventually, everyone will gain access to the spatial system. If you refrain from inviting, others will claim the invitation rewards, leaving you reliant solely on your own soul power to compete against them. The battle was exceedingly arduous. Overcoming the strong while being weak was inherently challenging. Moreover, with each victory, the opponents only grew stronger. Just as their leader had indicated, if one could not conquer stronger adversaries in a simulated virtual realm, how could they dare to confront the powerful in reality? Notice, on the 28th of this month, a memorial service for the former president will be held. All officials and designated personnel must adhere to the stipulated protocols for attendance. I cannot be at ease if others descend below, for there are caverns beneath. If they venture down, the responsibility falls heavily upon me. Ping Yuyan declared candidly. The authority of the presidency, prior to the establishment of the constitution, shall temporarily apply the provisions regarding the powers of the interim president as laid out in the temporary law. Yuru's various enterprises in transportation, agriculture, and forestry are too numerous to enumerate, so I shall share a foolish thought with my comrades. Yu Yan, I ask you. Why do you only facilitate loan repayments for those in the village who have defaulted, while neglecting us? We all borrowed from the photovoltaic loan. Why do they receive assistance while we do not? The speaker was Zhang Huifeng. However, Wang Chen, who was well prepared, and the unsuspecting sea god, found the outcome of this confrontation dramatically evident. The 10th prince expressed concern, stating that should anything go awry, it could escalate into a significant issue, one that might jeopardize not only their positions but also their lives. Feng Xiu and Lan Nua each led their teams in investigation across this continent, each possessed extraordinary strength, with the least among them being a 9th-tier powerhouse. Each of them could be considered among the elite in this world, utilizing stealth and other techniques to conduct their inquiries, with little chance of being detected. Yet, did Qin Zhou truly harbor feelings for him? If it were merely to support Emperor Kongping while sacrificing her own lifelong happiness, she would find it unacceptable. Her animosity towards the Taishang Emperor had also extended to Qin Ke and Bao Xian, leading her to ignore Bao Xian and even shun her great-grandson. After some polite refusals, the atmosphere grew somewhat disheartened. Once the provisions were stowed away, silence fell over the carriage, rendering the ambience rather awkward. Furthermore, should the Zhuxian sword array be mobilized? Engaging with figures such as the elders of the Wangguozong would no longer require such extensive effort. One could simply activate the sword array and employ the manipulation techniques of the Zhuxian sword Dao to swiftly eliminate the enemy. Currently, the Tianfeng mercenary corps was fully assembled online, except for the chosen one, Wuhan. If the boss departed the cavern before Wuhan logged on, we would have no choice but to take action first, I explained. Fu Jilin's voice faltered as his gaze swept across the large screen in the arena, where the match had commenced with Qianqi leading her team to invade, pressing the opponents into a corner. Chapter 32. Upon reaching the parking lot halfway up the mountain, the motorcycle driver dropped us off. Here, one could directly take the cable car to ascend the peak. However, since we had come this far, it was undoubtedly more gratifying to climb. His lips curled upward, and his eyes involuntarily narrowed, gazing thoughtfully at Tong'an's charming silhouette. Boom! The long spear trembled, and a colossal crimson glow erupted with a thunderous roar, breaking free from the spear, unleashing a fierce and violent wave that swept across the horizon, striking directly towards the sun like a tempest. He had a profound admiration for chess, yet his busy schedule left little time for leisure. However, upon discovering that Gao Haoyan possessed considerable skill in chess, he sought every opportunity to engage in a match whenever they met. As he happened to pass by the Hingdao pavilion, Yang Chong noticed that only the curator remained, kneeling beneath the eaves, meticulously polishing a long blade that emanated a purple glow. Observing the frozen expressions of the cultivators, each adorned in garments from different eras, Mu Shifeng realized that these individuals were not petrified from the same period, rather, they had accumulated over countless years to create this grand spectacle, numbering in the millions. Then let us find another. Chu Chu beamed at me, and I suspected she had misunderstood my earlier remark about leaving. Nonetheless, I felt no inclination to clarify. After all, I had heard enough of those comforting words. The man was taken aback, suddenly sitting upright, his hands fidgeting anxiously, as though those 3 words were piercing needles, causing him excruciating pain. With Gong Sudui present, the individuals within could unleash formidable powers, capable of overcoming 100 foes and shattering all obstacles. Legends like these seemed to sprout endlessly. Under the surge of newfound might, young Master Mu's speed multiplied over 100-fold, instantly closing the distance between himself and the heavenly blade. In that moment, young Master Mu's hands shimmered with dark radiance, conjuring one portal after another before the heavenly blade, attempting to reposition it before him. The blazing fire lotus he had inadvertently acquired during a hunt for the fire hound several years prior. In truth, such a plant could only counteract cold poison, being neither visually appealing nor edible. It held little value for him. At that time, he only preserved it due to its rarity, as the uncommon was always prized. Wise individuals simplify unnecessary matters. Which is why when the rivalry between the Yunji mansion and the demon sect transitioned from direct confrontation to the spread of hostile rumors, the mission assigned to Xian Wuhou reached a natural conclusion. That's manageable. They had previously injured my brother, and now they've added new wounds to several of my brothers. As the elder brother, how do you intend to resolve this? Wu Feng inquired. He Ying-chin discerned the underlying meaning in Chiang Kai-shek's words and replied dutifully, "Rest assured. I will handle this matter well." With that, He Ying-chin turned and departed. Tilting his head, lost in thought, a cunning expression suddenly crossed his cherubic face. Then, with a vigorous cry, Fei transformed into a swirl of white light, gracefully floating onto the massive rock halfway up the cliff. Upon observing Shirkaming's actions, the soldiers nearby emulated him, firing at every Japanese soldier in the barracks. 2 to 3 minutes later, after dispatching the enemy in the land temple, Shirkaming immediately led the 3rd Company towards the village office in Chipankyo. If you think the Zhou Mountain Academy can withstand the pressure from the Tang court, how can our Chui family confront them? An elder from the Chui family pressed. She herself was no different, even now, recalling the moment when Green Bamboo departed. Her heart ached with sorrow. The moment Lu Tong fled, Xiaochen sprang into action, knowing he must capture Lu Tong at all costs. If he allowed the adversary to escape, luring Lu Tong out again would prove exceedingly difficult, and many lives would be lost. Even Azura commends your prowess. Don't let me down, Xiaochen whispered before leaving the villa. Most chess players were elderly, and the two engaged in the game were no exception. Seemingly embroiled in a heated match. Shifting focus to the figure in the black robe, one would be astounded to discover a skull radiating 4-colored light beneath the hood, with empty eye sockets emanating a vibrant energy. "Humph, once I press this button, the bomb will detonate," the American said, grinning as he retrieved a remote control from his pocket. His friend was not home, but with the assistance of the Zhao family, he managed to find the key. The car appeared relatively new, the driver took it for a spin, then handed it over to the scholar for a test drive, deeming it quite satisfactory. The warm couch was filled with the essence of spring, love lingering softly, entangled in passionate embraces, yearning to rekindle old dreams. Yet, outside the hall, an urgent announcement rang out, prompting the two to hastily adjust their attire and sit upright. A familiar call echoed near the West Lake Pavilion. Brushing against the tranquil lake surface, rippling through the reflections of the white clouds and blue sky, suddenly resonating in Baimaunu's ears and heart. Currently, 2 items remained, the necklaces of Huang Xiaoyan and Sun Qian were set for auction, and everyone awaited the commencement of the bidding in silence. Having thought her dead, he believed he would never see her again, thus, he had convinced himself to marry Yenner during this time, fearing he had deeply wounded her. Gao Lantian, born of Han Yuyan, was a sibling of Ba Mei, and he felt elated to visit the country where his sister resided. As Zhe village pitched the ball, the catcher, Miyuki, witnessed an astonishing sight. Though the recent news had not greatly shaken Shenbing, to claim he could completely disregard the incident would be to deny his competency as a corporate leader. "I must leave, Tong Tong, take care of yourself. I will write to you," he said, knowing the time had come, the 8th master could delay no longer. Though she knew this medicine could not cure the Guoluo family's dreams, she still clung to a sliver of hope. What if this medicine proved effective? What if it granted her a few more years? As a member of the Qingdao High School baseball team, he considered the upcoming matches, knowing they would not be easy. Baiji let out a piercing scream, her face paling in fright, and in her attempt to evade, her movements became utterly chaotic. Chapter 33. Qingyi furrowed her brows tightly, glancing between the heavenly emperor and mayor, questioning how this could possibly be. After departing from Golden City, Ling Xiao and Sakura did not rush back. Even though significant matters awaited Ling Xiao in Lampuluki City, their current journey was not particularly urgent. Indeed, the person referred to as Old Gu by Gue Rong was the elder brother of Er Gu and the cousin of Sha Gu, who would later become the notorious figure in Haicheng, remembered by both the underworld and the legitimate society. Linger felt a slight tremor in her heart, for reasons unknown. She suddenly perceived the man before her as equally enigmatic, his thoughts eluding her grasp like wisps of smoke. "It's nothing. Merely an introduction of a new companion to you all," Tian Dao spoke calmly. Following this, Scarf Girl resolved to create a personalized learning plan for me, which she would document on paper to share the next day. "It's nothing, he just mentioned wanting to see the child." He Lianqing pulled me back, refusing to let me take a step towards the door. After wandering the streets with the cute girl for a while, I found it particularly uninteresting. Mainly due to the lack of activities, we intended to watch a movie, but the cinema was unexpectedly closed for the day. The criminal chuckled and waved his hand. prompting 3 accomplices, who were also key perpetrators in the attack on Fugue, to step forward. Moreover, even if you do not consume others, once they rise to power, they may turn the tables and consume you. Do you not fear that? Zhu Yingying once again wreaked havoc in the room, smashing the new arrangements with a fervor. After releasing her pent-up anger, she collapsed onto the soft couch by the window, staring blankly at a tree of red plums outside. In the following days, Qing Lingji continued her routine of work, getting along well with Xiao Wei and the others. During this time, their entire department gathered for another outing. Can you really do something good? Jiang Ming expressed skepticism, suspecting that the gift he intended to present was either a bomb or a knife. In the snow, Elbu appeared extraordinarily handsome, his flowing black hair blending seamlessly with his silver-white robe. Diao Chan set down the snowball in her hand, gazing at him in a daze. Suddenly feeling a pang of compassion, Long Feiyin's left hand swiftly reached for the blind man A Bing's left wrist, while his right hand silently advanced towards A Bing's chest. Luanshan laughed. No, I am quite excited. The expression on his face indeed revealed a thrill of excitement. The cruel and malevolent side of him harbored an intense desire for supremacy. Anticipating that the other party would respond with surprise, disbelief, or perhaps attempt to search within themselves, Wang Peng, the esteemed master, began to inquire. Mother. Diao Chan's tears fell like silent drizzle onto her hand. Any discerning observer could see her desperate effort to restrain herself, wishing to spare her adoptive father further anguish. Jiang Ming cast a fleeting glance at Pan Lily before turning to Wen Qingqing, eager to ascertain her next move. After all, the provocation had originated from the other side, and he was prepared to support her in any counteraction. Meanwhile, the individual hiding in the grass changed countenance upon witnessing the iron snake's attack, swiftly rolling aside to evade, clearly a formidable earth-level expert. For it was inconceivable that Dongfang Quang would dispatch a mere incompetent to monitoring June and the others. Feeling a sudden searing pain and the emergence of a serpentine brand on the back of his hand, the proprietor could only manage a bitter smile, bowing and swearing oaths to see off this ancestral visitor. Initially, the encounter had begun positively, but who could foresee that Yen Moshang would pose an utterly nonsensical question, nearly inciting a conflict with Luo Yi. They could hardly fathom that such a wondrous place existed in this world. The basin was as large as a bucket, causing Lin to wince. However, Yun Jun was adamant about not leaving, and in the end, both sides conceded a step and settled for a pot of water lilies. The realm of the underworld was vast and boundless. The vessel traversed the skies for approximately a day and a night, yet had not yet arrived. Ningqiu released her grip, feeling her bones, joints, and even her blood frozen stiff, accompanied by a tingling sensation coursing through her body. Once, the outskirts of Pingqing were consumed by flames, resulting in significant casualties among the nearby military forces due to a squad from the Celestial Organization. Nevertheless, Ningxiao had previously informed Ningqiu that beyond the Holy Soul level, there was yet another realm. However, Lu Tian was powerless to halt any of these events and was unaware of when they had commenced. After Whale Spirit concluded her words, she placed the healing elixir upon Hong Yi's body before departing with Whale Luo. Hong Yi, seeing this, refrained from saying more, recognizing that her provision of the healing elixir was already a considerable act of kindness. How had Bibi Dong so swiftly and harmlessly elevated her poisonous martial soul to such heights? Following closely behind the sturdy man were 7 or 8 Wan family cultivators, each wielding ice swords, water spears, harpoons, and other suitable artifacts for underwater combat, all leaping into the water to confront the fish demon. Given that the blood spirit Dolua enjoyed abundant food and drink without any hidden agendas, it seemed prudent to instill a sense of caution in the other party, to make them think twice. To be precise, she did not entirely dislike lively gatherings, rather, she felt an inexplicable aversion to crowded places. Chapter 34 Hongshu smiled gently. You are not dead yet, so this is not the time for such discussions. Allow me to introduce you. With a casual wave of his hand, he continued. In this moment, General Hao, if you remain inactive, you will ultimately face a fate of familial separation and ruin. Even your ancestral graves will be unearthed by those treasure hunters. General Hao Qian regarded Yang Jiuhua with a stern expression. However, this was not the primary reason. The crux of the matter was that the innkeeper's wife simply lacked the strength to kill a young man. The second courtyard had sustained a blow to the head. And given that the innkeeper's wife was a head taller than Yi and the others, how could she leap to strike? Should she first trip him, pin him to the ground, and then crush his skull? Upon entering the Wang residence, I witnessed 2 large boxes being carried out shortly thereafter. Chen Yan replied. Fire Su's eyes widened. What do they intend to do? He hastily unleashed a fireball to smash the stone wall before him. Though he refrained from using the earlier flame pillar due to its considerable magical energy consumption. According to the cultivation levels of the ancient martial clans, this bearded man likely possessed a 4th-level qi condensation, a meager level, yet still superior to that of an ordinary individual. Jiang Yang's soul began to tremble. He could not fathom how Qin Kuan had discerned his true self, nor why his previously infallible 1000-bell magic sound had faltered. Moreover, a chilling aura emanated from Qin Kuan that felt as if it could shatter his very soul. In a modest courtyard of Putian County, Qing Yi was handing silver coins to a middle-aged man, who in turn presented Qing Yi with 2 contracts of servitude. Boss. Hu Tu had finished his carrot and reached out for another from Su Yang, for the magic soul beast had an insatiable appetite. Indeed. A thunderous roar erupted as the hurricane changed direction, propelling Yuan Ji upward amidst the tempest. In that instant, Yuan Ji utilized the momentum to soar, enveloped in purple energy, darting forth like a sharp blade. What is it, Lan Lan? Noticing the peculiar expression on Lan Yuming's face, Wang Ben was somewhat taken aback. In his memory, Lan Yuming had not been quite himself since their collaboration 2 nights prior. Li Qingfeng found a suitable position, gesturing for Mu Ziyun and the others to take their seats. As both sides engaged in increasingly fierce combat, they transformed into swirling black and white beams of light, intertwining like a twisted helix as they ascended, piercing through the palace ceiling and into the vast ocean of mist. Thus, locating this individual named Calder may indeed unravel many mysteries. It was only at this moment that he comprehended the turmoil and anguish within Zhu Yu, her pressure and perseverance far exceeding his own. Fu Qin laughed maniacally. To pursue him across the water was akin to chasing a mirage, while interfering with his opponent was exceedingly effortless. Alas! Ai Air furrowed his brow as he strained to recollect, yet his memory ceased at the onset of the Blood Clan's fierce conflict with the Dragon God. And nothing beyond that could he recall, no matter how hard he tried. After uttering that line, Su Jia instructed and hurried back to her seat. Her head bowed in reluctance. As he spoke, a formidable aura erupted from his being, and a powerful palm strike surged forth. Sikong Lanyue turned to see a gaunt, middle-aged man in black attire, wielding a broken sword, slowly approaching. In truth, the Soviet Union's genuine underwater nuclear deterrent capabilities only came into meaningful existence 7 years later, with the installation of the modified H-class nuclear submarine capable of launching the Selb submarine-launched missile. However, due to the missile's size, only 3 could be carried on the command platform, a challenge that would not be fully resolved until a decade later with the Yangji class. The taxi driver gazed at her through the rearview mirror, mistaking her for an escapee from an asylum. After all, the common folk of the Ming dynasty were not easily trifled with. Aside from the younger generation, most had emerged from the fires of conflict, spending the majority of their lives amidst turmoil, having witnessed the horrors of the Japanese invasions and the rivers of blood in Nanjing. A mere bomb would hardly intimidate them. The earlier fragments that had rushed towards Wang Bo were deflected for this reason, but more importantly, Wang Bo was positioned behind Hu Kaiwei, clearly visible in his protective stance. After the morning court session dispersed, Yu dragged his weary body out through the left gate, his only desire being to return and catch up on sleep. Meanwhile, within the Soviet command center, the radar operator continued to report the latest altitude of the Candle Dragon with a trembling voice. The mighty gorilla and Lu Mengyan returned, and upon seeing their expressions, it was evident they had failed to catch up. This time, even the exceedingly wealthy Gong Sun Dalao was taken aback. Such a generous individual was a rarity in this world. After passing through several iron gates, they led me to a cell, removed my handcuffs, and 2 guards exited, closing the door behind them. When a zombie let out a series of roars, the visibly altered zombies rushed out, crashing against the doors and windows on the first floor. Meanwhile, the brain-enhanced zombies launched chaotic attacks, hurling energy projectiles at every window. Di Chongxiao gazed at the immortal being, perceiving the emotions of longing in his eyes, and bowed in gratitude to the inebriated spirit flower that had merged with his soul. Wei Wuhan looked at Yan Yun in a state of confusion. Yan Yun nodded, indicating that he could consume it. Without hesitation, Wei Wuhan swallowed the crystal. Ling Mianwei had not given the matter a second thought, her fury had ignited. And in a moment of impulsiveness, she had taken action against Han Jinyu. At last, on this day, distant shouts filled the air. And Lin Qingxuan's heart soared with joy as he hurriedly took flight on his sword toward the source of the commotion. Mastering these 3 spells required an abundance of deceased souls, beyond that, no other means existed. Chapter 35. Su Chao lowered her head and smiled. Recognizing the essence of gastronomy lies in the communion and sharing of culinary delights with family and friends, thereby strengthening bonds. Her gaze flickered anxiously towards Jing Yisun, momentarily at a loss. In truth, the fact that he was the mastermind behind the K-book company was no longer a secret. It was common knowledge since the promotional video for Werewolf. Although the weaponry was somewhat lacking, the players enjoyed a numerical advantage. With hundreds of thousands of participants maneuvering their ships to continuously eliminate shadows, self-destructing in the process to eradicate surrounding shadows. However, he had not anticipated this turn of events. As attending the event as a guest was simply an unavoidable obligation, merely making an appearance sufficed. Yet, without a car and unable to hail a taxi at Lanziyuan, she had no choice but to call Chu Zixiao. Tang Yeshi chuckled mischievously, forcefully securing the gleaming diamond ring onto Qing Shiyun's ring finger before leisurely pressing the service button. In their quest for life-sized pillows resembling Old Wang, they lunged at the nearby rabbit, launching a frenzied assault. However, the silence surrounding them alerted the more perceptive individuals to an anomaly. Cao Cao gazed at the sun perched atop the mountain peak. Yan Tie stuffed Chongming into the aircraft. Not into a seat, but into the compartment beneath, a space that Su Chao Lu, despite having driven this vehicle before, was unaware could accommodate a person. Consequently, the police swiftly located Tang Chen, but upon their arrival, they discovered that he had already been taken to the psychiatric hospital by the staff there. Just as he hesitated, a sudden dragon's roar erupted from behind him. He spun around in astonishment to behold a dark cloud overhead, with demonic flames raging fiercely. Wu silently regarded his pale, gaunt visage, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over her. An inexplicable emotion surged within her, and she suddenly believed he would never harm her. Individuals like El Fei were particularly concerned with Face. If he were to concede, this incident might just be forgotten. However, the turmoil he had endured had already predetermined his fate. The convergence of 7 dimensions had expanded this world significantly, compounded by previous conflicts that had claimed numerous lives. With everyone departed, only Lianyun City remained behind, as he stealthily approached the precipice of Jinding Peak. Lu Xing was injured by Wang Hao and subsequently ensnared by his arcane techniques. He could not escape, succumbing to fear and meeting his demise at the hands of Qi Sai. A month ago, they had naively believed that the world's mightiest army belonged to their Belgian allies and the French. Yet, that belief had shattered. Once the foremost power, they had now been surpassed by a new adversary, the German forces they were currently battling. Nevertheless, the words of Wu Tianji suggested that her departure was unauthorized, lacking the consent of her sect. Therefore, whether Wu Tianji could accompany the likes of Jiang Xiake, Xuan Sai, and Wang En'er hinged entirely on receiving proper approval. Since he was reluctant to elaborate, Li Qing refrained from pressing further, trusting that with Hans Hanjinren's esteemed status, there would be no complications. Without turning back, Mingyue who called out loudly, her hand holding a scroll that emitted a crimson glow, countering the azure light in his grasp. The air remained undisturbed. And a figure of equal stature to Yao Yue, a purple-clad beauty, materialized before the stone gate. Clad in purple from head to toe, her ensemble was striking without being ostentatious. Reminiscent of a radiant purple beam at dawn, captivating yet not indulgent, destined to draw all eyes upon her appearance. What calamity is this? How could such a terrifying being exist? El Hao exclaimed through gritted teeth, shielding himself. The embassy's entrance buzzed with activity, as various vehicles lined the thoroughfare. Numerous representatives from different factions hurriedly boarded, eager not to miss their first encounter with the king. You are no longer a guest of Carthage. You have betrayed its trust, merely a butcher, bellowed the elderly man with a makeshift marker, standing atop the city wall. A communication stone? It appears this individual is not even present here, perhaps not even in this realm. At this moment, the bloodshot eyes of the battle-hardened warrior revealed a hint of surprise. Recognizing that Lin Xia had utilized a communication stone, indicating he was likely not physically present. Duanmu had just chastised Haolan, yet now he found himself alongside Haolan in wrongdoing. Alice displayed a gentle smile, enveloping Wan Bugue in a warmth akin to a spring breeze. Such was the power of maternal love, capable of melting millennia-old ice. Let alone human hearts. A flash of white light illuminated the scene as a scout, wielding a wooden staff and leading a hound, bowed respectfully to Yi Xiao. Upon finishing his statement, He Lianxing's pupils constricted, as if his heart had been abruptly yanked, rendering everything eerily surreal, a sensation difficult to articulate. President Su, please let go. Song Yinglu tightly grasped Su Xiaqing's wrist, casting a cold glare at Su Minghua. Yet, cold Yue felt immensely content. Having found a man in ancient times who was even more handsome and intelligent than those of modernity, possessing substantial influence, she would remain the unparalleled queen. And reflecting on this, she found herself utterly perfect. The house, untouched for years, was pristine, every detail identical to its original state, with new curtains that were immaculate. Clearly, Gu Xiaoran had indeed ensured this place was maintained over the years. Look at this, it's something I received just this morning. Montelis clicked on a link, revealing an almost identical move to yesterday's astonishing alley-oop by Howard. With the formidable trio of Lu Junyi, Lin Chong, and Wu Song leading the charge, the likes of Liang Hongyu, Fang Baihua, Shi Jin, Li Ying, Shi Xiao, and Hu Sanyang followed closely behind, each brandishing their weapons. Despite the fierce valor of the armored cavalry, they were no match for these extraordinary warriors. Chapter 36's confidant was nearly frightened to death, enduring excruciating pain as he knelt once more on the ground, his head knocking with a resounding thud. For the sake of Xiaoqiang, Li Yu often argued with him. But in the Chen family, Qin Xiaofei remained the legitimate heir, thus keeping Qin Xiaoqiang and his mother at bay. Qin Yunan had always felt indebted to them, and unexpectedly, his sister finally relented, igniting a surge of excitement within him. Yan Yu inhaled deeply, recalling that Xuanxiao's injuries were still not healed, urging him to let her down as she looped her arm around his, gazing toward the backyard. The subordinates were smashed to pieces, their flesh splattering like remnants from a meat grinder, the blood mingling with the patterns of the magic array. A crimson line extending forth until it gradually outlined the entire panorama of the formation. Since you have made your decision, then let us proceed, Longman nodded in agreement. He glanced at the approaching Haikumiai and, with a wry smile, remarked, Sister, I am at work and cannot entertain you right now. With that, he approached several road construction workers with the blueprints in hand. Su Yi's shoulders trembled slightly but remained silent, turning her back to Yunro as she lay on the bed, pulling the quilt over her head. Yunro sighed and chose not to say anything further. When Xiao Haoran returned to the first floor, Li Mengyao was still in the kitchen, meticulously preparing breakfast, while Zhang Chuan awaited him in the living room. Are you pleased? A somewhat cold voice pierced through, akin to the chill of winter, cutting into Zhao Zishan's moment of triumph. It's merely a bit charred, the flavor is a tad strong. And the meat is slightly undercooked, what could possibly be the issue? Dao Liang, considering the proximity of the Paisai Hall to the police station, ultimately acquiesced to Lin Weibao's suggestion. However, Longzai was not satisfied with this and was certain there were other effects, so he attempted to mobilize his magical energy. Clearly, the inquiry pertained to the Yu clan's battle, where the enemy outnumbered their forces 2-1. Even with a high chance of victory, Jing Yan remained apprehensive. The suffocating incense coupled with the enclosed terrain was indeed a bane to life forms. And the instant teleportation within the alternate space significantly amplified the tenacity of the Guhua bird. Xian Jian coughed violently, covering his mouth, unable to believe that he had sustained severe injuries despite his formidable strength. I did not. It wasn't me. It was all old Li's doing. Xie Tianqin vehemently denied, her movements fluid as she swiftly threw old Li under the bus. Longzai closed his eyes, yet another perspective seemed to materialize before him, allowing him to see the myriad fine threads enveloping his body, his nervous system. Yang Biao and Zhang Wen referred to the three lords, Chancellor Chen Fan, General Dou Wu, and Duke Lu Shu, during the first party purge in the 9th year of Yanqi. All three were remarkable individuals who fought valiantly against the eunuchs, Chao Jia and Wang Fu, and were revered throughout the ages. Her voice was slow, yet each word resonated with clarity, exuding an air of authority as if gazing down upon the mountains and rivers. From within him, Jiangxing's voice echoed, revealing that he was still quite weak, even somewhat fatigued. Canny squinted her eyes, intending to assert her elder sister's authority. But Butterfly Shin retreated a step, evading Canny's grasp, pouting in defiance. After pondering for a moment, feeling a headache and a sense of melancholy, as dusk approached, she removed her jewelry and settled down to rest. Is this truly a tasteful remark? It seems I have fallen behind the times, Zhao Ye said. Her face flushed with embarrassment. Zillian's voice trembled, but she kept her head lowered, concealing whether tears were streaming down her face. Qian Sun had never witnessed such a look of confusion and infatuation on his younger brother's face. Could it be that he had finally found someone to cherish? Despite his flirtatious nature, he had never shown concern for anyone before. He reached out to push this lovesick fool, hardly able to fathom that the supreme master of the martial world was so distracted. In the next moment, a throng surged forward, inquiring if Wang Yinhua had truly eradicated the lair of the 6 hunter organizations and how she accomplished it. Was it akin to the rumors of her slaying 100 with a single sword? Yang Zhendao's furrowed brows betrayed his confusion, his eyes, which should have sparkled like stars, clouded with perplexity. Chen Hao realized he could do little in this situation and hurriedly moved to the side to call the police. His eyes began to redden and moisten. His breathing grew heavier, and a warm breath slowly enveloped her face. Regardless of whether this aunt would believe him, since that day, he rarely brought her along when going out, often assigning her to watch over the courtyard. As usual, they had their meal first before administering the medicine. This time it was simple. Chu Wutian still fed her rice porridge. Although Eunuch Wu shook his head disapprovingly, he neither spoke nor inquired about the cause of the diarrhea. However, it had little effect. The dim light shattered the ice wall and struck at Ji Xian, while King unleashed another ice blade. The clash of energies rendered the ice blade somewhat weaker. Perhaps at this very moment, the challenge lay in earnestly accomplishing these tasks, which accounted for the myriad changes in this unique scenario. As the human race grew stronger day by day, the power of its fortune would continue to amplify. If sufficiently potent, it could even allow a panda to attain sanctity in its physical form. Ruo Xian shot her a glare, and when Bai Rong attempted to retreat, Ruo Xian seized her, causing Bai Rong to stiffen. In the past, if Bai Rong had been unwilling, she would not have forced her, but now Ruo Xian was equally unyielding, fixing her gaze on Bai Rong and gripping his arm, turning him away. I do not trust your promises. Your commitments are as fragile as the coral in Silver Snow Lake, easily shattered by a single wave. Yan Yuchao lowered his head, contemplating for a long while before gently refusing. Huang Fuxian had quietly watched, his deep, expressionless face betraying no thoughts. Suddenly, he noticed a peculiar soft light emanating from Ruo Xian, and a flicker of surprise crossed his gaze, though it was fleeting. Quickly returning to calm as he awaited Tian Xian to conclude this spell. Where to begin? Sister Lan cast a sly glance at the seemingly fearful Jiangku. Since that is the case, you might as well perish first. Chongman raised his hand and struck, directly taking the life of the Wang family patriarch. Once the guests departed, the grand banquet hall was left with only the servers, Nangong Ming, Chu Outyin, Kaiser from the Shi family, and the entire Shi family. Useless. In the dim recesses of his mind, amidst the expanding pale yellow glow, a detached voice interjected. Bai Yue couldn't help but look at Ning Fan with a face full of concern, despite her immense confidence in him. However, as those words fell, Shen Mian noticed the slender, tall youth before her tremble slightly, staring at her in disbelief, as if trying to see through her very soul. Chapter 37. The fish in the pond atop the mountain are considerably larger than those of today. Catching one would suffice for a delightful meal. A swirling vortex swiftly materializes around Yang Hao, his body akin to an abyss, endlessly absorbing. With the conclusion of the college entrance examination, Yang Hao finds himself beset by myriad aspirations. However, the unexpected turns in his life leave him uncertain about what to pursue post-exams. Gu Jingshan has grilled 2 pieces of meat, sprinkling them with a touch of salt and soy sauce, then wrapping them in freshly washed lettuce before savoring the combination. Yi Zhe, with a subtle downward motion of his hand behind his back, allows a perceptible smirk to grace his lips. Recently, Jia Rui presented him with a pocket watch. And upon seeing Jia Rui, Bao Yu's demeanor brightened significantly, after exchanging pleasantries, he inquires about Shui Pan. Currently, the likelihood of Yiyu's candidacy is nearly non-existent, as he remains unconscious, having been attacked by an unknown assailant. A figure in a black robe reports intelligence to the young man seated in the chair. With a sharp crack, a strand of hair lashes against Yu Hao's sword, his wrist bound and powerless, causing the purple gang heavy sword to slip from his grasp. Pa! A worthless freshman. He delivers a fierce punch to Li Xiao, shattering his protective aura and sending blood gushing forth. Such half-human, half-demon entities may intimidate the average person. Yet they resemble mere paper before Lin Xiaofeng's blades. Upon witnessing the corpse trapped within the sword's light, he summons the Qingyun Yuan bottle, raising it to consume the spirit liquid distilled from stored vitality, replenishing his magical power, having been pursued by the ironclad corpse for half a day. His internal energy now barely suffices for 2/10. By nightfall, aboard the Morgan pirate ship, the captain's cabin is ablaze with light, where William and Dan Pyre delve into Zeb's nautical log. Qin Jiahao is taken aback by Qin Hai's audacity. Surely this isn't a film. Yifei disregards everything else, rising to declare, I must see her, and stands resolutely. This outburst stirs not only Yunxiao's maternal instincts but also evokes compassion from Chang'e, both attending to the situation. Although the product is yet to materialize, his extensive career has endowed him with a certain musical discernment. The quality of a song is discernible even at a glance. Ling Zhao's gaze rests upon the three elders of the first realm of master, as he treads upon the thunder dragon, soaring through the skies. Zhang Qing is momentarily taken aback but ultimately nods solemnly, resolved to diligently cultivate, anticipating the day he will astonish Qin Hai. Qinya, you may leave now. I shall tend to her wounds, Yifei remarks with a wry smile, glancing apologetically at Qinya, who stirs irritably as she stirs her mouth. Prince Zhao Yenyang of Luoyang epitomizes the dashing young man whom Ho Ziyu has longed for, though the one she is to marry is of her heart's desire. Her joy remains elusive. Shi Jiejun, with glee, tosses aside his fork and rushes to Shimon's side, wrapping his long arms around her waist. The Tai Divine Furnace, evolved from the Blood Furnace, possesses unfathomable magical properties. It stands dozens of feet high, a culmination of Lin Feng and his physical form's painstaking efforts over countless days and nights. However, his demeanor is uncharacteristically cold, upon witnessing my disheveled state. He exhibits neither chaos nor surprise, resembling a soulless shell. Has there been news of Miss Su? Zhu expresses surprise, yet follows Feng Lian's pace. During the last competition, Zhou Fuyan glimpsed Lin Jing's phone, which bore 2 cracks on the screen. He had jested that she ought to replace it. The onlookers cast disdainful glances at Chong Yunzi, deeming him utterly clueless. The current fraught relationship between the two parties precludes any possibility of friendship, and the day's fortune should be enough to evade conflict. Yet he shamelessly seeks to emulate their skills. In these times, Empress Olenara of Yongjing remains well, rendering the need for numerous concubines to meddle in palace affairs moot. Would it not reflect poorly on the Empress's capabilities? How is our child faring? Bai Fan gently inquires. Having been apart from Xuanji for far too long, he is determined to embrace his paternal responsibilities. Upon entering the room, he discovers a chaotic assortment of items, predominantly antique artifacts and paintings. Thus, the other party assumes a similar intention to invite him out of seclusion. It serves as a reminder that his initial sympathy for Su Wei's plight has transformed into a desire to claim him for himself. Look at this girl Wei. She is a child of virtue. Even as she departs, she remains concerned for our Xinger. Dear Wei, I shall not be courteous any longer. Zhang clutches the brocade box tightly, beaming with joy. Far from Yunxia Mountain, a rift in space unexpectedly appears, followed by a figure emerging and crashing to the ground. After all, voicing one's thoughts would be tantamount to courting death. Zhang Xiaofeng, with his intellect, would not be so foolish. How is it? Has he noticed? Xing Shangji, feeling uneasy, waits outside, eagerly approaching upon seeing Li Yan exit. However, even if he could articulate his thoughts, Jia Min would not afford him the chance. Now, Jia Min seeks to seize the conversational reins. With the call of the ghost shadow prince, the auction hall falls into profound silence. Instantly, Zhang Xiaofeng feels the previously warm atmosphere turn icy, wishing fervently to slap himself. All present regard the youth seated in the corner, and none would presume him to be a second. The likes of King Honghai nod incessantly, and Fang Ao slightly inclines his head. Though the misunderstanding that has befallen Chang Xian remains unclear. Outside, Qin Wuyang's countenance darkens, ready to charge in and reprimand this presumptuous individual. Witnessing the bloodshed, Wu Yi, though pained, feels a surge of determination, blood rushes to his head, his eyes ablaze. At last, the truth dawns upon the gathered crowd. They had unwittingly been puppets in Li San's hands, unaware that he was the mastermind behind it all. Chapter 38. Agio was perpetually engulfed in doubt regarding how shattering the jade talisman could alert Master Yun Juezi to her perilous predicament. In the face of imminent danger, how could one possibly salvage their life? She never anticipated such a revelation. Qi Ning was momentarily taken aback, his mind racing with astonishment. Pondering how the old man discerned that the poem was not of her own making. Yi Feng had exhausted every conceivable method, burning and freezing, yet none bore any fruit. The spectators were eager to witness Yi Feng's demise, yet none dared to intervene. When one took the initiative, the rest merely relished the spectacle. Such is the nature of humanity. Across from him, the maiden sat in silence, tears cascading uncontrollably from her eyes, plopping onto the fabric of the table, spreading into darkened stains. In the next heartbeat, she was enveloped in a warm embrace. Du Lake glared with ferocious eyes, unable to conceal his mocking sneer. In his view, Zhao, whose actions bordered on madness, attempting to leverage the duel to compel him to pledge allegiance to the demon god amidst a seemingly foolproof situation. The once ominous mountain peak was suddenly besieged by fierce winds, followed by ominous clouds, as thunder rumbled and lightning flashed. A thick, crimson bolt of lightning, the size of a thigh, coalesced and then crashed down from the darkened sky. Many present were struck with terror. In truth, few among them had ever encountered the divine garment guards, having only heard of their formidable reputation. Today, however, witnessing their intervention through mere footprints led to the conclusion that these guards truly embodied the Empire's darkest enforcers, well-versed in tracking and identification techniques. Are you unwilling to disclose the number of troops in the Hulu village? Chu Huan sighed. A debate ensued among the crowd, with the elders also deliberating on how to assess the situation. Currently, the Tianren sect wielded immense power, leaving the three major factions too intimidated to express any dissatisfaction. Chen Biao remained silent, his countenance dark. As for the demon princess, she too had lapsed into silence, a stark contrast to her usual demeanor. Qin Mu and Jieking instantly sensed the peril of the blood rain, their expressions shifting. The blood rain fell in a flurry. And upon encountering the sword energy from Qin Mu and Jieking, it would swiftly erode their attacks into mere powder. Gu Tingqi shouted loudly. Engaging in a chaotic battle with Nanmen Liyun, two old adversaries clashing high above the heavens. This terminology granted many a clear understanding of the operational status of the entire arena, as if a gong had been struck to signal the commencement of the next match. However, he had miscalculated. The relationship between the Huasha nation and the Sun Kingdom was exceedingly delicate. The invasion decades prior and the haunting specters of 300,000 lost souls undoubtedly refuted such notions. Now, his mother relied solely on a wheelchair to navigate life. And Wei Yuan, as a son, was naturally inclined to think of her first if he truly grasped such profound abilities. He waved his hand, and Wen Qidong promptly nodded, leading his companions to the car for their retreat. Before departing, he could hardly tend to the pain from the slap he received from Zhong Wei, nor dared to steal another glance at the flower of Shijiang, fearing further reproach from Tang Ka, which would be too great a price to pay. A familiar aura suddenly halted many in their tracks. When he regained his composure and gazed at the object in Carolina's hand, he found it strikingly conspicuous. Diao Chan discerned their jest, chuckling softly, leading Li Cheng and the others to feign unconsciousness atop the table. This revelation astonished both me and the old man. Why had old Lu chosen this course of action? Who was he truly? Initially, Shi Feiyu had assumed Mu Ziliao's invitation to the auction was a veiled scheme against him. Hence his cautious demeanor. Given the current circumstances, it was clear that the blood crow had succumbed to slumber, and for the moment, he posed no threat. The two finger-like mountains had vanished, and the passage between them ceased to exist. It was as if no mountains had ever stood, and no paths had ever been forged. In truth, for her, possessing this measure of faith was sufficient. As for the truth, she had no desire to uncover it. Although the Taoist's sudden demand to relocate took the maid by surprise, she was not particularly shocked. The Taoist's eccentric temperament made such abrupt decisions somewhat understandable. As he spoke, the wind rushed to the entrance of the Lingxiao realm, sealing it with handprints and even employing a treasured artifact to reinforce the barrier, evoking an unmistakable sense of closing the door on the hounds. The purpose of equipping supply ships and oil tankers was to facilitate on-the-sea replenishment without needing to dock. This would allow for the direct transport of 500,000 Japanese troops to the European front from Japan without delay. This posed a significant challenge to the logistical capabilities of the Huajun. Under Su Yang's wisdom, the nascent soul was no less formidable. Wielding the Thunder Goddess spike in his left hand and the Thunder Goddess hammer in his right, he struck down with tremendous force. A thunderous resonance immediately erupted from the earth, transforming into a blood-red net that enveloped a 100-mile radius, effectively imprisoning the land. Ordinary people had never witnessed such a spectacle. Staring at the viscous, mud-like substance on the ground, they instinctively covered their mouths and began to retch. Mu Yu, where did you acquire this 20 billion? Lin Chong feigned ignorance, eager to glean her thoughts. Yet, the lunar demon rabbit was taken aback when, immediately after her words, Yang Qingji's previously reddened eyes slowly regained clarity, leaving the lunar demon rabbit momentarily dumbfounded. Sir Knight was not foolish. In the Biangu company, Helena held the boss's favor more than he did, so he remained silent, opting to sit down again, disregarding Louis Hang. Thus, discussions about the village's past calamities left Fei Duan and Fei Mao visibly saddened, reluctant to revisit those memories. Ah. In the Rong family, they treat me quite well, please don't act rashly. Xia Yuyan maintained a tense expression. Fully aware that her husband was a significant figure beyond the realm, far more renowned than within it. She feared Su Jin might provoke trouble in the Rong family of Snowstorm City. Yet, disbelief lingered. Louis Hang, exasperated, pulled out his phone to call Andrew, only to find it switched off, leaving him in the dark about his activities. He proceeded ahead until Mo Xiaoran opened the door. Lin Chong, feeling awkward and wishing to take his leave, was seized by Mo Xiaoran, her grip unyielding, her nails digging deep into his flesh. Chapter 39, Why not simply send someone to assassinate the Duke of Medina? Isn't that your forte? Lu Meng remarked coldly, then disregarded him, urging his horse forward, nearly causing Lorenzo to stumble. Just acquire the equipment of the strongest enemies you have conquered. Li Henjing mused before promptly naming the coveted pair of boots belonging to the bald Titan King, which he had long desired due to their prior use. At that moment, a series of explosive detonations echoed from outside the ruins. Fragments of stone began to rain down from the vibrations of the blasts. The previously cacophonous cavern fell silent, with all eyes drawn to the exit. In response, Kamiya remained unperturbed. He felt no need for others to critique his skills, since they were not utilized by anyone else. He resolved to keep his future achievements as private techniques, applying them solely to his developed special machinery. Tang Qian raised his wristwatch and pressed a button. The surface opened, revealing a lighter, which he handed to Zhou Chang. Fang Yichen tried it on and found it fit perfectly. It seemed that Lan Xiaotong had measured his dimensions a few days prior for this very purpose. The two slipped unnoticed into the elevator, ascending directly to the top floor and arriving outside the chairman's office. Xia Ningtai gestured for them to enter, then retreated back to the elevator. Once freed, the warm tail immediately curled back, intertwining within her skirt, altering its shape, yet it stubbornly refused to emerge again. In that moment, she seemed too breathless to explain. Tang Xian discerned why the computer had lost internet functionality. It was due to the target server being static. The guns possessed by the Shanha brothers lacked scopes, relying instead on mechanical sights. Within the realm of phantoms, only a select few did not utilize scopes, with the Shanha brothers and Gusansuan being exceptions. The rest were hunters, relying on instinct to shoot. As an ordinary courier for the southern branch, she could only maintain single-line contact as arranged by her department. Feeling somewhat helpless, she realized that worrying was futile. Initially intending to head to the central region, Long Hao decided to remain in the northwest for the time being due to this supreme ancient tomb expedition. For years, the monarch and his empress had adhered to the principles of cautious dealings with Qin and fostering trust with the feudal lords in international affairs. At that moment, Lu Jianzhou greatly missed the days when Huachu was by his side. Had she been present, she surely would not have strayed so far off topic. Taking advantage of rewarding Isaac, Su Fei also extended rewards to other elders within the tribe. York and Proc received slightly less effective epic attributes, while Gillick and several less experienced orcs obtained legendary attributes. Typically, only 2 conductors and 9 attendants were assigned to a train. Han Yong was concerned that if the train conductor failed to coordinate properly, misunderstandings could arise, potentially alerting this underground communist. Du Zhang was taken aback by Manager Mao's indifference, not even offering him a cup of hot tea, prompting him to leave in anger. However, if you treat others with sternness, they are bound to fear you. At the very least, they would not dare to harm you openly when faced with challenges. His words were well-founded and irrefutable, even frowning seemed inappropriate at that moment. The Su Feng gun had undergone a remarkable transformation, now exuding a richer aura, and mysterious spiritual patterns adorned its body, resembling intricate veins that spread across the gun. With a retort, Chu Sheng seemingly summoned the power of 210 million ancient dragon elephants. And the shadow of an ancient demon from the eternal darkness extended its claws, capable of tearing through the chaotic heavens. Although she found the idea of selling her body disgraceful as a noble woman, she believed it to be the most effective course of action. After all, he was her husband, and their union rendered such actions lawful and devoid of shame. The realm of the 10,000 demon sect lay completely in ruins, with all structures and surviving beings having vanished, save for the area surrounding the blood pool, which still bore traces of blood, pulsating with complex patterns. The general stood out like a sore thumb at their banquet, with others regarding him as if he were a fool. In the past, when Tiancheng or Gu Tianyu presided, these people would not have dared to look at him so disrespectfully, all would have shown utmost reverence. Step back. No one is permitted within 20 yards of the command tent, Dian Wei stated first, ordering the others to withdraw. As he prepared to leave, halfway through rising, his eyes caught a flicker of movement within a glass bottle. All right, perhaps you are right, Lin Yifeng replied to Ming Yue's words, feeling momentarily at a loss for words. He could only shrug and smile at her. Though the floor was covered with a thick carpet, the sensation of falling was unpleasant. Shen Qianqian let out a muffled groan but remained sprawled on the ground, unable to muster the strength to rise and reach the bed. The individual fell silent. And after a while, a majestic steed charged forth at a swift pace, bearing down with a ghostly blade. Hao Mengyuan lowered her head and smiled, realizing she had been overly anxious. However, she could not bring herself to utter that she was unafraid. What kind of person? Angela exclaimed, frowning at the van, instinctively memorizing the license plate number. Jinsu shook his head at him, having exhausted all conceivable solutions. Now it was merely a matter of biding time. Seeing the previously somber atmosphere below suddenly ignited by a young boy, the surrounding teachers exchanged glances, then sighed in resignation. Lin Fei glanced at the casino, instantly feeling exhilarated as he led the way toward the entrance of the Tianyu casino. The two did not hesitate and promptly set off in the direction of the mountain village. Tong Tong activated the flashlight on her phone and peered into the distance, confirming her suspicions as 2 cars lay parked there, quiet as if nothing had transpired. Chapter 40, thus. It can be stated that Fan Xian's innate talent is comparable to that of a natural sword embryo. The world is well aware that among the countless cultivators in the central domain, there are only 7 natural sword embryos, highlighting the extraordinary caliber of Fan Xian's abilities. Although her family is currently in decline, finding a suitable partner remains a relatively simple endeavor. However, marrying a mere cook is out of the question. Nevertheless, the opponent's equipment is purely focused on physical damage. Even the formidable 9-headed serpent, a hybrid offensive and defensive item, has not been deployed. Instead, they have continuously amassed armor, which now exceeds 200. Despite a strong desire to deal with Su Damao, the timing is decidedly inappropriate. At this moment, 6 azure energy swords materialize behind Yu Yan, flickering with arcs of blue lightning. The sound of a tricycle echoes nearby, where a vast expanse of land is dedicated to watermelon cultivation. August is the prime season for watermelons in the mortal realm, and farmers must remain vigilant in the fields to oversee their crops. Tianyi, where are you going? The team leader suddenly calls out, causing panic among the others, who instinctively fear that Tianyi has been possessed. Lu Wanji had not anticipated that His Highness the Prince would visit today, accompanied by a princess. Upon returning to the city, Mu Jing was poised to log on after retrieving a genuine eye, a sapphire, and a piece of cloth armor, but at that moment, the mid-laner, Jia, sent a message. The man beside him watched in trepidation, fearing Su Huaigu might encounter unforeseen troubles, while silently regretting his earlier rash actions. A jest? Would a jest be accompanied by a token of commitment? Even if I am somewhat uninformed, I am aware that the 10,000-year essence is a rare treasure, capable of gathering spiritual energy. For one as devoid of spiritual power as you, this is a treasure for cultivation. Such effort would not be mere jest, Chu Shang scoffed. In Tang Jiehui's eyes, once his family made an inquiry, Lu Yunbing would become his plaything. However, he was taken aback when Lu Yunbing declined. Given the impending marriage, Tang Jiehui did not wish to overstep. He had patiently pursued Lu Yunbing for 2 years, but now his patience was waning. The advent of new lithium battery technology has garnered widespread attention, especially since the commencement of operations at the first phase of the battery factory in June. The market is rapidly expanding with new battery-powered phones, from the high-end X7 model to Huawei's mid-range offerings. An incident at this juncture is of great concern. Master. The pig is unharmed, it merely fainted, Long Zhu conveyed telepathically after his observation, inaudible to others. You may decide, Meng Qian nodded, acknowledging that matters of marriage should be settled by them, as any choice he made would be unjust to the other. The queen's coffin, crafted from golden silk Nanmu, has been prepared, and the agenda for mourning has been proposed. Now, the entire Song dynasty awaits the queen's final breath. Yan Su remained silent, removing his shoes to sit comfortably on the Kong, stretching out his long legs against the welcoming pillow. Yi Xianzhu clutched his injured leg, howling in pain. It was evident that he had been shot, a wound gushing blood from his thigh. Chechen, he said, tightening his embrace. Chechen's words dispelled my drowsiness. Yet he seemed unwilling to continue speaking. He merely urged me to sleep, but my insistence proved futile, and I ultimately relented. Upon returning, Zhou Hu had heard of the incident and was about to inquire when he received the so-called urgent report. His expression soured upon reading it. However, considering Hua Wuyang's situation, Mu Fei was reluctant to waste time on Fan. Just as the Black Blood Wolf was about to issue a command, unrest erupted behind their ranks, followed by shouts and curses, and within a minute, a formidable new force appeared. As for the true elites, they remain in the Ming dynasty, while some less secure individuals in the domestic sphere are investing large sums to settle there, as it is the world's largest, safest, and wealthiest nation, where all their needs are assured. Thus, they expend great effort to remain in the Ming. Tu Yuan chuckled, contemplating how beneficial it would be if more individuals like this arrived, bringing treasures with them. He scrutinized Tu Yuan before inquiring about his identity. Tu Yuan introduced himself, and the other party, unfamiliar with his name, nonetheless recognized his exceptional nature. They understood that individuals of Tu Yuan's caliber were not to be trifled with. To fulfill his promise, he decided to remain temporarily, assisting Wu Jing in streamlining the administration before devising a plan for retirement. Regardless of the relationship with his in-laws, he is still a branch of the Zhao family, thus considered part of the Kai lineage. To Wu Jing's surprise, his anticipated strike was thwarted as 2 guards beside Khan Sha Tua selflessly leaped to intercept the sword energy unleashed by Ling Yun's sword, sacrificing themselves to save Khan Sha Tua. A tremendous surge of energy and spatial fluctuations rippled outward, releasing a region that had been compressed like a spring, causing massive spatial waves to radiate in all directions, with the void resembling a shattered mirror, adorned with countless colorful cracks. From the vantage point of the spacecraft, the moon, while still desolate, has begun to host an array of man-made structures, including factories established by Qingchuan technology. Cough, what is the current situation? Qingming inquired, coughing as he addressed the individual below. Upon hearing this, Jingpeng felt a surge of delight. Wealth is always welcome, and the dowry is Green Shu's personal funds. Though Jingpeng held little interest, having more dowry for Green Shu could only be advantageous. To his astonishment, as he approached, this chilling presence remained unaware. Yet the emanating psychic energy confirmed its vitality. Gradually, they discerned that their martial souls were growing increasingly luminous. To avoid drawing attention, they both tightly grasped their soul stones, merely sensing their warmth. The creature approached slowly. Instead of killing Yang Hao, it yanked his hair, scrutinized him, and then slammed him back to the ground. It vividly described the beauty of wild chickens, detailing how their feathers could be crafted into exquisite items and how delectable their meat is. Chapter 41. Poor Xiang Wendian remained oblivious to his newfound role as Lin Han's training target until he was rendered breathless, much to Lin Han's delight. Su Qingzhen understood that at this juncture, her only option was to persist without expecting assistance from others. They likely wished for her to hold the violet flying scorpion at bay, thereby granting them an opportunity to escape. With their forces gathered, they floated forward, traveling for approximately half an hour before finally arriving at Qiu Valley, located at the fringes of the Nine Heavens, a desolate place. Recently, 3 individuals had gone missing there. Their families desperately searching for them, ultimately reporting the incident to Meng Bing. Under normal circumstances, Zhang Yun, with his reserved nature, would have found himself embroiled in awkward hesitation. However, in this moment, he felt no inclination to refuse, as he was struck by the heart-wrenching sorrow reflected in Su Man's eyes, causing his heart to bleed. Ming Qing, the most talented grandson of Ming Sansheng, often triumphed in challenges beyond his realm, exuding an aura of invincibility that reminded him of the legendary Three Lives Emperor. After expressing herself, Danya leaned against Yang Mu's chest, uncertain if such an opportunity would arise again, yet aware that it should not occur between them once more. Your amnesia is rather convenient, Shi Yueying mused, suddenly enveloped in a cloud of melancholy. Gripping the red dragon tooth tightly, Yan Wubian's eyes sparkled with newfound confidence, as if the weapon itself bestowed upon him extraordinary power. With a sense of inevitability, Yan Wubian finally removed Hanqing's hands from her neck, then grasped her left arm with his left hand while his right hand pressed against her wrist, gently channeling a stream of soothing water element energy to assess her current condition. Towering 10 zhang high, shrouded in darkness, blood-red meridians glimmering ominously, 6 bat-like wings unfurled from its back, releasing waves of black mist. Wielding a blood-streaked sword, a weapon born of the demon lord, coveted by the supreme. Su Shi raised an eyebrow, indulgently allowing him to hold her hand, all the while calculating the specifications for the new body she would design for him once they were free, though she refrained from voicing her thoughts. Unbeknownst to her, her brother had caused an uproar in the front yard due to the absence of the prince, compelling her to intervene. As the engine roared to life, Wang Miao Miao snapped back to reality, hurriedly lowering the car window to peer outside. Simultaneously, Bing Yuling, entering with the support of the student council members at Likong Academy, posed a similar inquiry about the floral arrangement. Upon noticing the rigidity in Minou's body, Li Yufeng slowly turned her head, her expression shifting to one of complexity upon seeing Gu Xingshan. His question implied that he believed the 9 prisons to be the safest prison on this planet. He had previously contemplated breaking free during an assault by other hosts, but it now seemed unfeasible, and they would have to devise a plan themselves. If you desire our celestial crystals, come and take them, Yang Linglan declared, tossing her storage bag in the air. He had initially assumed this room was meant for ill children, but on further reflection, such an arrangement would make it exceedingly inconvenient for medical personnel to provide individual care. Dennis, with his rigid personality, lacked the skill to adapt, consistently adhering to a strict code of conduct. Over the years, his accomplishments had been siphoned off by superiors and colleagues alike. Had it not been for this recent punishment, he would never have fathomed that a single severe penalty could require 5 years' worth of merit to atone. The boisterous Guanggu, a hulking figure, was met with a swift slap from Qin Tian, who, before he could comprehend the situation, had twisted his head a full 360 degrees. As for Xiaoyi, his involvement with Gu Yunsheng had already entangled him in the disputes of the 3 great families. Poison? How could there be poison within the fire spirit energy? Yu Huang remarked, puzzled. The machete gleamed coldly under the dim light, and those indulging in barbecue delicacies fled in panic at the sight. Ba Tianhu performed several hand seals before pointing a finger at the elder's forehead. The elder hesitated but ultimately did not evade, allowing Ba Tianhu's finger to touch him. During this interval, he sought out Su Haolin, requesting some medicinal herbs, though the spiritual energy within them was scant, rendering them of little use for Qin Tian's cultivation. Although Uchiha Itachi made every effort to conceal his emotions, Li Yun discerned a glimmer of sadness and regret in his eyes. Who threw those wild fruits? In Fu yelled in fury, wiping the juice and pulp from his face. His vendetta had been settled. As for the matter of leading the Buddhist faction, it seemed implausible for the time being. If they lingered here, it was uncertain how many of the demon clan's cave masters would remain. She knelt before Li Fan, gently placing her hands on his legs while continuing to gaze into his eyes. Remarkably, this place, considered a quarantine for the plague, was opulent in certain aspects yet starkly simplistic in others. Kong Mo pondered the designer's choices and intentions, becoming lost in thought. Mi Xiang'er was the first to enter the room, raising her gaze to find her mother lying on the bed, her complexion far from favorable. A mix of surprise and fear. The flames danced. Zhang Fei, intoxicated, flailed his arms in delight, while Cao Cao drank to the point of complete inebriation. Guan Hai, Su Chu, Xiaohou Dun, Xiaohou Yuan, one by one, the generals of the Chao camp succumbed to drunkenness. Mi Xiang'er surveyed the room, though modest in size. It was adorned with an antique charm, featuring a large, dark round table accompanied by matching chairs, with the lighting notably soft. The onlookers eagerly watched the attendant behind him, who produced 10 unremarkable boxes. This cannot be. Ahem, ladies and gentlemen, this is Li Jiayu, my wife. She has just arrived from afar and is quite unfamiliar with everything, having just entered the industry. I kindly ask for your guidance. Thank you all. Li Jiayu performed a courteous bow. One of the servants dismounted and fetched water from a village well, filling a water bag before returning it to the leading middle-aged man, who drank deeply, savoring the cool sweetness of the well water. Chapter 42. In the depths of the mountains, the rebel army found it increasingly difficult to maneuver freely, let alone address the pressing need for monthly provisions amounting to over 10,000 stones. Under the combined siege of the Imperial Guard and local troops, their strength would dwindle with each confrontation, ultimately leading to a tragic demise. Recently, Jingzhou had entered a period of stringent crackdowns, with patrols of law enforcement teams scouring the streets at night to tackle public order issues. Li Dong, having followed him for over a decade, could not allow this minor issue to mar their brotherly bond. Animals possess the instinct to mark their territory through urination, identifying their domain by scent. And Wanzi had already established a perimeter around them, locking onto the scent of the figures in black. Just as Yi Jiayin protected Yunling, the one person Yunling could never allow to be harmed was his sister. After his furious roar, neither Yi Jiayin nor Ouyang Hong displayed any fear. Instead, they casually engaged in conversation. At the onset of preparations for the feudal wars, Guo Rong was stationed in Jinling, ostensibly as part of the former princely household. Yet he was now an important official in the Tangwangfu, well-versed in court affairs. Su Wanqing huffed indignantly, casting a glare at Li Muyun, and with a hint of shyness declared, "Then let us get to work, I shall not accompany you any longer." With that, she flung open the door and departed, leaving behind a graceful silhouette. However, Jiang Hanxiang was somewhat taken aback to find that Chen Tianxiu's phone was unreachable, seemingly turned off. Jiang Hanxiang, being his fiancée, and given that grandfather Jiang treated him well, could not fathom the consequences if something were to happen to her due to their meeting. He moved like a spirit in the night, blending seamlessly with the mountains, both agile and ethereal. Noticing the class leader's expression of confusion and unease, he offered a faint smile and sat down beside her. With a hint of doubt, Li Yonghao chose not to alter his strategy just yet. It was still too early to adopt a defensive counterattack, and he felt it would be too cowardly. In order to confront the top seed in the second round with the strongest possible state, this task had to be accomplished in this match. Otherwise, against the top seed Zhao Juanjia, Li Yonghao had no chance of victory. The cave house vehicle was simply a wooden frame crafted from thick timber mounted on wheels, pushed forward into the fray. At that moment, Li Pingyan also observed a faint purple mist enveloping the surrounding area, and the air was filled with an enchanting floral fragrance. Upon witnessing Luochen disappear through that door, the fire Qilin left behind grew anxious, roaring incessantly yet too fearful to take a step forward. Yunxing smiled faintly. "You avoid me at all costs. If it were not for a matter at hand, why would you wait for me by the stream?" His tone carried a hint of self-deprecation. Dong Yuqing watched as Li Yonghao fled in panic, remaining silent, seemingly not particularly angry. The once intimidating assassins were momentarily taken aback by Hui Yanqing's imposing presence, their faces reflecting sheer terror. Although Jiang Lingling had no intentions of retaliating against Lin Lang, she still did not plan to treat him kindly. Lan Jing furrowed her brow, puzzled. Who could possibly be knocking at this hour? Had something gone awry? She had been warned that this unconventional remedy for ailments was rather unrefined, a reflection of Zhao Rong's indiscretion in disregarding her noble status and behaving so disgracefully in public. They concealed themselves in the corner behind the house, with Lin Chu pushed inside by Lan Jing, while she remained outside. I mean, no offense. I simply wish to escort you home. Fu Xiaobei wore a sour expression, as though someone owed him 200 coins. A few days prior, Jing Hong had felt fortunate that she and Yun Qi had declined to join Yan Lianjing's invitation to the tumultuous Fingji Gu Yuan, yet in an instant, they were forcibly conscripted. Truly, one could be at home and still have calamity rain down from the heavens. Dan Tong, do not take offense, I speak only the truth. Wen Jifan remarked, somewhat enviously, Dan Tong is splendid, yet she relies too heavily on Yan Yaoshu, showing him immense respect and never permitting any criticism against him. If he were to restrain himself, it would be quite stifling. Just as they were about to inquire with a doctor or a nurse for clarity, Nan Zhiqiao's phone suddenly rang. A group of newcomers captured everyone's attention. Several doctors recognized them, huddling together to whisper among themselves. Dividing would greatly increase the risk. Yet if one were to choose just one, what if there were more crucial clues in the other pathways? Aaron hesitated, unable to make a decision. No, wait, manager. Did you mishear something? Yining glanced at the others beside her, and aside from the captain, everyone else wore expressions of astonishment. As if they wished to see through her entirely. The path to the mountain peak was not particularly arduous, aside from the occasional rugged trail. The rest consisted of man-made steps, not too steep, instilling a sense of achievement even in Yining, who had never scaled a mountain before. The monster, unresponsive, lunged at the dry wood. Expecting the wood to hinder the creature momentarily, it was shocking to witness the wood splinter within seconds in the creature's jaws. And in the next moment, it aimed to bite Chris's neck. Perhaps due to the recent gentle autumn rains, the entire H-city was enveloped in a chill. Pedestrians donned coats and trousers, while the trees lining the streets shed their withered leaves. The autumn breeze swept through, leaving only a sense of desolation. Chapter 43, The Spirit Wind. I see now, death is merely the commencement of a new phase of existence. Yi Huan gazed down at the lush expanse of forest below, understanding that altering this apocalyptic world was the final mission of the Spirit Wind. The true extreme divine origin pill, as the most potent heart-protecting elixir of divine grade, was unparalleled by any other medicinal concoction. Could it be that this Lady of the Earth is the formidable being who transformed into the Six Paths? Luo Feng subsequently recalled a certain legend from the Three Realms. Many onlookers stood at a distance, pointing and whispering, adopting an attitude of mere spectatorship, with not a single soul willing to alert the authorities. Surrounding the insectoid creature, a fierce blaze erupted. Although this fire lacked the tyrannical corrosiveness of the phoenix's purple flame, it exuded a formidable presence. The insectoid sensed the threat and continuously unleashed gusts of wind to extinguish the flames. Lin Fei, wielding the endless sword, felt a tremor throughout his body, and suddenly, an invisible whirlwind erupted from every pore, swiftly coalescing into a current akin to a long serpent, curling towards the black-bearded adversary. Gan Ning instructed his subordinates to capture the leader of the side faction, while he readied himself to engage in battle with Sheree. For the next 3 days, Han Xiao scarcely ventured outside, although the pure elemental energy contained within the gathering Yuan pill could not elevate his external energy realm. It was immensely beneficial for his internal energy reservoir. Yuan Shu heeded Yang Hong's counsel and personally recommended a candidate for the position of Yangzhou prefect, who turned out to be Qin Yu, the Wu County governor marginalized by Chang Tian. At this moment, the powerful beings of Atlantis had also arrived. And upon witnessing the frenzied demeanor of O Lucia, they felt an overwhelming pressure. It is no wonder that O Lucia's strength is so terrifying. In the face of this black hole, they struggled even to ensure their own safety, let alone thwart her. Meanwhile, within the compartment, Mu Xiaoqian listened to Zhang Zifeng's boasting, his expression growing increasingly grim, turning from green to pale, as he pushed open the door and exited, feigning ignorance. I gazed at her with wide eyes, tears threatening to spill over. My grandmother had never spoken to me in such a manner before. Simultaneously, my confidence in collaborating with Yifeng solidified. I believed that this time we could surely diminish the strength of the Dong family. As for completely annihilating the Dong family, not even Ji Ruffing dared to entertain such notions, let alone the head of the Ji family, Ji Siyuan. Inside, Gu Shiyun waited until tears had soaked her face before she realized, hastily wiping away her tears as if she were a thief fearful of being discovered. She could not cry, not allowing Mu Xiaoqian to witness her sorrow. I needed to prepare thoroughly for the repeat visit. And I had to ascertain precisely which room she occupied. Tonight was far too rushed for that. If you are willing to give him your heart, I shall bear your child. Her words were frigid, piercing Mu Xiaoqian's heart like a cold dagger in an instant. Thank you for your concern. But I am ultimately different from you. What I gain is my fortune, what I lose is my fate. I never covet that which does not belong to me. I draw my boundaries clearly. There is no need for me to argue with you. If his heart lies with me, then I am the victor, leaving you with not the slightest chance. I spoke calmly. Sighing, Nailan Qing felt at times like the sister who worried about everything. Yet it was evident that the Empress did not require her unwarranted concern, which left her somewhat disheartened. For what purpose did she come? Li Zhan remained silent. His complexion far from favorable, burdened with countless affairs, even an emperor, a mere mortal, could reach his limits. Vile beast! Do you wish to feel the whip? The few cultivators tasked with guarding the demonic beasts began to swing their whips, striking the creatures. They could not even fathom that with the demise of a celestial sea god, another, Yi Tian, had emerged to control them. Should Yi Tian be of the same ilk as the celestial sea god, their fate would be dire. Since Jiang Weilan had spoken thus, Shunzhan remained taciturn. Mr. Li's character required further observation, and perhaps this matter would serve as a test of his true nature, determining his worthiness. Thus, he walked with a brisk step, his pace steady. No further accidents or unforeseen events transpired. Well then, since Jiao Baoyu wished to engage in a game of chess, Jiao Tsong found it exceedingly easy to win several jade pendants from him. Elanti provided her with an allowance account. However, having followed Elanti daily, she had not yet utilized any funds and was unaware of her actual balance. When Zhang Tianyu returned to the hotel that evening, somewhat inebriated, he pulled out his phone to admire a particularly captivating photograph. As for uncovering the true nature of the situation, that would only come after rescuing Cece. At this moment, he realized that Zhu Yin and Qin Mo, despite being formidable warriors of the divine war realm, possessed personalities as innocent as a blank slate. Though he remained silent, Gu Yan's gaze caused Qin Pozi to flinch back, retreating a couple of steps. Observing this scene, Leng Tingjun felt an overwhelming pang of sympathy and guilt. He repeatedly inquired after his beloved, expressing his concern. Jiang Yi looked at Gu Anning with a smile that was more semblance than sincerity. However, this time, Gu Anning's expression bore no trace of humor, only coldness. Zhao Jiyu spoke thus, perhaps fearing that Ji Maching might, like the old master, suddenly succumb to his emotions and self-deprecate. Gu Anning ought to have her own life. Fixating on the past served no purpose. What was done was done. He was also curious about the true motives behind Tang Lingyun's attempt on his life. Her actions bore no benefit for herself or the Tang family. Observing the comments from others, she harbored no suspicions, nor did anyone inquire about her sudden application of lipstick. Jiang Wan could not help but breathe a sigh of relief inwardly. Chapter 44. Indeed, Xie Shiren had not anticipated that the playful banter would continue. For he knew that if Yuan Jiaqing truly became angry, it would be he who would need to appease him. Although they shared the same bed, they did not share the same pillow nor blanket. The Beijing military district stood as the largest military region in the Dragon Empire, safeguarding the capital and coordinating the nation's armed forces. When Qin Shui entered, she was already aware that Chu Molan had opened his eyes to observe her when she was not paying attention. Her social interactions were generally satisfactory, but this was only due to encountering individuals with whom she could engage in conversation. With strangers, she often struggled to communicate and felt an awkwardness that left her at a loss for words. She was certainly aware of Mu Qishan's intentions, especially since Mu Qishan had transformed her appearance to resemble Gun Yan, ensuring that she would be seen upon returning home. What do you think? How will the lord of the city deal with that foolish fellow this time? Someone remarked from a distance while observing the situation. It was inconvenient to eat at the restaurant, so I didn't eat. I brought the food back, Qin Shui said while arranging the meal. Hiring someone with the technical expertise of Yong Baiya typically commanded an annual salary of no less than 1 million, and Jian Jichen had indeed struck a substantial bargain. Li Renbing found himself in a dilemma. He did not want to refuse, yet he was also fond of Wang Lu, which naturally led their conversation to deepen. Gradually, the initial shock brought by Xiao Tian lessened considerably. Near the hospital entrance, there was a KFC, whereby Shui purchased several burgers and then bought drinks, fries, and chicken legs, returning to Orange's hospital room with a large, overflowing bag. Although she was accustomed to Jamu's occasional eccentricities, Qian Fanta still felt a strong urge to give him a sound thrashing. However, it seemed that she was the one who was a bit slow on the uptake. Why was Jamu increasingly leaning toward that direction? Could it be that natural obliviousness could be transferred? Regardless of the player count, the Thunder God Studio had the potential to become a colossal guild once it established a public presence, given its formidable influence. The challenges they would face might not merely stem from a single guild suppression or manipulation, but rather from all the major guilds, including the possibility of the Shuimu Guild getting involved. Let's just call it cotton candy, Mo Fei remarked, as the earlier air of mystery had dissipated. It wasn't long before Jamu Gonghui finally sought her out, during which she felt a profound sense of guilt for quite some time, and had to propose numerous unequal terms to persuade Jamu and Liao not to inform their mother about the matter. This could be regarded as the most triumphant month for Jamu and Liao in front of Jamu Gonghui. Shi Jinyan pulled out a note and, upon glancing at it, he recognized it was addressed to him. It's nothing, I'm not in a rush for this money. I will explain it to my parents and find a way to repay it myself. Wu Jie had initially spoken casually, but to her surprise, Su Jinhua took her words seriously. Reflecting on her earlier satisfaction at purchasing clothing, she felt foolish for spending 100 gold coins merely to acquire an ordinary air conditioner. The only silver lining was that due to the affairs concerning the stone people, the powerful undead had been significantly depleted, rendering the undead disciples surrounding them less formidable. Jiang Yuxuan and Mei Weiing exchanged glances, both being astute individuals aware that Su Yuma's presence here certainly harbored ulterior motives. The pretense of seeking advice was merely a fade, while the genuine intent was to delay them, knowing that trouble awaited them. Zhu Tian was taken aback by the significance of this individual, chosen from the 9 great temples, yet he maintained his composure, acting as if nothing had transpired. This implied that not only were his past deeds from 8,000 years ago at play, but even these accursed demons were causing Yunmeng to bear the blame. Moments ago, everyone had vied to eliminate Tang Ming, yet now he was their savior. Though it was somewhat ironic and embarrassing, it remained a fact. Yet, such an entity contained a power that, without exaggeration, even a 7th or 8th level martial emperor would dare not confront directly. Being struck and remaining unscathed was not an option. Having executed missions alone in Europe, if one's English proficiency was inadequate, countless perils would have arisen. As Zhu Tian wielded the Shunyuan sword, a multitude of sword energies converged, and with the enhancement of his divine powers, all the sword energy surged into that individual's body. Dean, I can cure the infected students and teachers, but you must first allow me to see them. Mu Qindong entered with purpose, addressing the dean directly. Stepping inside felt akin to suddenly bearing a burden of immense weight, as if sinking into a mire. After sustaining such a heavy blow, Qin Yang found himself retreating. Shock etched across his face. What in the world is happening? He pondered, bewildered by the difficulties he faced, feeling as if life was becoming unbearable. As the puppet absorbed a heavy blow, Qin Yang instinctively countered with a punch, quickly retreating several steps. The supply ship was quite small. And with so few people on this trip, He Xiong and his companions had no confidence that they could eliminate everyone aboard in one go. Who woke up earlier than I did? ZMO was preparing for his daily training when he heard a sound at the door, as if something was being installed. The 4 great kings were startled. It seemed news had indeed leaked, and Zhao Qinglong's arrival was unmistakably purposeful. The 4 of them sat aimlessly through the afternoon until they were suddenly greeted by a cacophony, as though a joyous occasion had transpired. This game was akin to chess. But instead of controlling a single piece, one wielded countless pieces, requiring greater skill and strength. I suspect that Bian Chuan is worried that the milk from the celestial beast might not be suitable, and the baby could have issues. Since it's currently in human form, I'll settle for giving it human milk for now. After saying this in a low voice, she removed her phoenix crown, disregarding her disheveled hair, and rushed outside. To prevent any change of heart from that person, she could not remain here a moment longer. Yunyi noticed that Suyu was silent, her expression ambiguous yet tinged with sorrow, and Yunyi felt a pang in her heart. Had Suyu truly fallen for Xiaoyun to such an extent? Wow, to gain notoriety, one would choose such a name, that's quite something, Sui Jingxi laughed. Where exactly is this place? Who are these people? Are they my enemies or allies? Are they deliberately setting a trap for me or subtly advising me to steer clear of that area? The man in white remarked slyly. Tianyu gently rotated the pearls on her wrist, summoning a large bird that circled in the sky, responding from afar. After a considerable time had passed since the meal was served in the room, Yen Yang moved her fingers, struggled to rise, and began consuming the now cold food bite by bite. In her eyes, sorrow and confusion had vanished, leaving only indifference and determination. What a coincidence it was that he had managed to return to the family estate, only for Li Mengran to come knocking immediately. The pitch-black sphere, reminiscent of a black hole, was not a true black hole. When subjected to concentrated attacks, it exhibited signs of instability, even threatening to collapse at any moment. Remarkably, this fire only targeted those specific individuals, while those nearby remained unscathed, even when closely adjacent to them. Xiao Chuqing's question caused Xiao Chuha to pause momentarily, quickly unzipping the back of Nuan Nuan's clothing to inspect her thoroughly. Jinny shook his head, casting the matter aside, and began maneuvering the drone to ascend to an altitude of 1,000 meters, then powered it up to full capacity. Yi Jiamei subconsciously glanced at the crown prince. Although there was little interaction between them, she was still a person summoned by him. If the empress were to conspire against her, blaming the miscarriage of consortship on her, would not the crown prince, as someone associated with her, also be implicated? Jinny felt a sense of relief as he picked up the nearby solar panel, connecting it to the battery's charging terminal after voltage boosting and rectification. Ho Xiangqian, a man of wisdom, chose not to confront directly but instead positioned himself among Captain Tu's team. He turned his gaze toward the stage, appearing relaxed, akin to a genuine guest savoring the exquisite dance, his eyes ever bright. Was the 20,000 given to him to serve as a temporary bodyguard truly due to a lack of personnel? Or was it merely a coincidence that he was deemed suitable? The emergence of the abyss often heralded catastrophic events, inciting chaos, spatial collapse, the fall of deities and demons, the advent of doom, and the end of the world. Over the past fortnight, aside from the lunar drone's close-up of the moon on the 15th day of the lunar calendar, which had been posted, there had been no further broadcasts, maintaining a low profile. A blinding light sliced through the darkness, akin to a meteor racing across the night sky. Mu Yu's eyes sparkled. He recognized this as a rare opportunity. When both climbed onto the tiles, they dared not make a sound, fearing that too much noise would awaken those below. Thus they stealthily crawled along the beam of the house, treading lightly. Observing Lu Huier's confrontational demeanor, Master Sang's impression of her plummeted. Coupled with the series of distressing events he had encountered recently, his attitude in conversation was naturally less than cordial. "Young Master Chu, what would you like to eat?" Yang Ming remarked, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. "Lord Dragon God, what urgent matter brings us here?" Hong Ling inquired, looking at the Dragon God. At that moment, Lung Ran was evidently attentive to her previous statement. Did she possess knowledge of the rain's occurrence? Its mysterious nature? Thus, as soon as she finished speaking, he posed a question. Bai Qiong did not respond to Bai Luo but gazed into the mirror at Tang Chuan, seemingly lost in thought, her brow slightly furrowing. Zhao Yang observed the demon man pointing at Ning Feng, then produced a blood-red pill, discreetly transmitting several locations to himself. His brow furrowed deeply. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth, accepted the pill, swallowed it, and departed, his voice fading into the distance. However, how could this prove the authenticity of the painting? Sun Hongxing feigned ignorance, stating, "Upon ascending to the second floor, one was met with a task board identical to that on the lower level, yet the assignments were notably scarce. Each classified as at least S level." He shook his head. This rotund individual, aside from his fervent involvement in various matters, was otherwise quite amiable. Once the water boiled, Su Xiaoxiao poured a cup into the thermos, allowing half a cup to cool, so that if Lu Yang felt thirsty in the middle of the night, he could easily dilute it with water. The shaman pressed his right hand against his chest, fingers aligned over his heart, slightly bowing his upper body. gazing downward as he paid homage to the eldest among them, while a white pendant resembling ivory slid down his chest. At that moment, all the dwarves in the room, including the elder, performed the same gesture of respect toward the shaman. The dry yellow sand, the endless winding alleys, and the sudden appearance of assassins left every member of the expedition team feeling restless. However, venturing into the Shanyuan family would undoubtedly be fraught with peril, as there were several celestial-level experts within, knowledge of which even Lin Xian lacked. Darnell cast a sidelong glance at Li Kuan-min, entirely disinterested in engaging him. This fellow was perpetually frightening others, and his old bones could scarcely withstand it. Chapter 46 with Lu Yong's divine strength assisting them. The two swiftly arranged the bed in the corner of the inner room, awaiting the evening to properly set it up. In the hearts of the Celestial Strategy Army, a peculiar notion began to take root. Being captured by Han Yueqiao seemed far less daunting than confronting the wrathful Beitang Yanjing. Wei Dingtian inhaled sharply. The desolate valley resembled a tempestuous spatial storm, fraught with peril. Yet, with gritted teeth, Wei Dingtian resolved to enter, fully aware of the dangers that lay within. The head of the bodyguards appeared to have words of reproach on the tip of his tongue but refrained from speaking, opting instead to step aside and make a phone call. Jin Yayan harbored an intense aversion to men, a fact known to only a select few. And even fewer were aware that she had set her sights on Lianqi. The feeling of being a novice, observing a surgical expert at work, became increasingly palpable. After all, even a pet must regard being given away as a significant affair. Are you saying she escaped? Xing Tianfang gazed at Xing Tianya, his heart secretly leaping with joy. This was akin to smearing excrement on one's face, though he dared not act recklessly under the old man's admonitions. The news of Nkur's disappearance thrilled him nonetheless. The more he thought about it, the more Lu Xing found himself unable to contain his impulses, yearning to embrace her and toss her onto the nearby bed for a passionate encounter. After dinner, the elders, aware that the two children had not seen each other for an extended period, refrained from prolonging their time together, allowing them to bond freely. Gu Beima sat by the computer desk, casually remarking, "You're overthinking it." He had just sent Bai Qianman a message, hoping to return by 9 o'clock. With Qi Ge present, laughter and merriment filled the dining table, much to Zhang's delight, who took a particular liking to Qi Ge. Desiring to avoid ridicule from her sister, Luo Xingchen exerted her utmost effort, achieving remarkable results, albeit with a voice that was somewhat loud yet undeniably impactful. Under the watchful eyes of the onlookers, Chen Feng finally withdrew his hand from his pocket. It was then they realized he was not drawing a weapon but rather retrieving a mobile phone. Bai Qianman thought to herself. Who told him to leave me with psychological scars? This is a perfectly normal reaction. Qi Zhan, along with the two masters, gasped for air like parched fish, their hearts racing perilously close to bursting. Watching Zhao Ying'er bounce away and then glancing at the bank card in her hand, Yang Yunru found herself engulfed in a whirlwind of complex emotions. While she had been fretting over how to acquire funds, for Zhao Ying'er, it was merely a matter of convenience. This was crafted from the seeds of jade hairpin flowers and purple jasmine, combined with rice flour, devoid of lead powder. Of the 10, 4 exhibited slight variations. Zhao Kuan growled, "Even if I die here today, you shall not see me bow my head." She stepped forward with lightning speed, pressing her hand firmly upon He Dongfan's shoulder, bending down and using her shoulder to apply pressure on his ribs. On the expansive road, vehicles rushed by, a Porsche weaving through the traffic as if pressed for time, leaving others far behind. Qi Kanshu observed He Dongfan's silence and proactively offered him a bottle of water, suggesting he cleanse his wounds before applying medication. "Whether I am satisfied should depend on your performance," he reclined lazily against the chair's back. In the night, Yi Beiqing's silhouette was deep and enigmatic, his eyes swirling with unspoken emotions, fixated upon her. He is no longer in grave danger. With a bit of care and a few days of recuperation, he shall be well, Qin Yuan diagnosed. However, the individuals before him, though taller than Qin Yuan, were no match for his prowess. The card set, Weapon Master, comprised of 10 high-level mechanical cards, all of which must be weapon cards. The pursuers relentlessly chased after Shen Yunchu, who dared not pause. Being caught would spell the end of everything. "You two are quite obedient." Ling Huangji appeared before the stone wall, dressed in azure, his hair tied back, appearing no older than 30. Then let us proceed as indicated, just exercise caution. Lin Mu replied, unperturbed. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion resonated as the ancient tree shattered into countless splinters, debris flying into the air. The ground quaking as a foul odor wafted forth. Beneath the ancient wood, the earth within a 10 jong radius was charred black. The arrow is already loosed. The Miaoshan Daoist could only inquire whether the saint of severing immortals could continue their previous actions. Past grievances and century-old resentments had become mere wisps of smoke. Now that the former celestial mechanic had ascended, what significance did it hold for the brothers to linger on bygone matters? Ping Yunzi addressed the three. That master is not one who seeks without recompense, benefits would be outlined from the outset. Alucia, your arrival is timely. I have nearly exhausted the energy within me. Yi Huan gazed at Alucia, his expression frail. Mickey observed Enchiera and Song Tianji laughing together and sighed inwardly before resuming her conversation. Lu Dongyang felt quite remarkable, as the Lu Corporation, under the stewardship of their predecessors, had barely evolved into the foremost liquor enterprise of the South. At that moment, the astutely intelligent woman respectfully bowed. Her tone gentle as she spoke. The remains of a 7th-tier spirit beast were placed at the center of the altar once it was activated, drawing the attention of the valiant warriors. Then, as you wish, struggle before my presence, in the end, lament beneath my bamboo sea. At that moment, the expression of the Azure Demon Lord shifted to one of disdain, firmly believing that even the early-stage war god, Jiqing, was no match for him. Chapter 47. Mo Fan tightly embraced Huang Jia, who nestled closely against him, greedily inhaling the scent that lingered on both their bodies. Suddenly, he recalled Wang Jimu, the son of Wang Qingyang, who must know many people and perhaps could recognize value. After dinner, while returning to the greenhouse from the cafeteria, they encountered Chen Dongmei and others on their way back. Upon seeing Meng Fan, Chen Dongmei hurriedly lowered her head, pulling a man along as they slipped into the woods at the foot of Dongshan, feeling somewhat shy. The next day, people busied themselves for quite some time to arrange everything, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the revered Wang Mu Yang. Amidst the tranquility, Zhang Donghai drove off the highway and entered the urban area of Luoyang, where many shops had already begun their operations. The snake, rendered speechless, wondered if this was truly an appropriate moment for jest. However, observing Lin Yumeng's expression, the snake resigned to the reality that dealing with such a master was often perplexing, leaving him unable to fathom her thoughts. A long queue had formed outside the Songhai auction house, where only those of notable standing could gain entry, while it was rare for casual practitioners to obtain a precious ticket. Wei Tianxing, feeling disheartened, noted that as the eldest disciple who had joined Tianyuan Valley less than 3 years ago, his character was rather frivolous, even somewhat carefree. His manner of speech often lacked boundaries. Yet the celestial ancestors would not have allowed him to join had it not been for the auspicious nature indicated by the Tianyuan needle. Rest assured, I shall send 100 million meters of gold in a few days. Please find a way to procure it for me, Zhang Donghai stated. What treasures might the Qiongxiao fairy possess? Could it be a private collection of Chang'e? Zhu Bajia exclaimed with excitement. The Moon Clan refers to the Moon Worship Palace in the southern border. Who then does the Jun Clan denote? This was a name he had never heard before. Asmodin spoke truthfully, yet achieving his goals would undoubtedly not be simple. Although the staff were taken aback by Ling Wuyi's return, they promptly opened the door without hesitation. Generally, a shop owner would feel anxious if a quarrel broke out among guests, and it would be their duty to mediate swiftly. She had her foot in a cast, making it inconvenient to wear shoes. Song Jiqing helped her put on a pair of shoes, promising she could wear them properly once the cast was removed. Lord, the Moon Clan and Jun Clan are as opposed as fire and water. I fear they may not yield the divine dragon. Jun Shan expressed his concerns. Su Kuei ultimately received the feedback she desired, and the 7th prince returned with satisfaction. The man's cold, ruthless voice turned Ling Yao's heart to ice, as if a chill surged from her feet to her heart, causing her to gasp in shock. Indeed, a dire fate awaited him, and one could say it was self-inflicted. Richard felt a shiver run down his spine. It was evident that the armored figure had trained in a terrifying form of martial arts. Although he had suspected this, he believed the practice leaned towards a strength-based technique akin to the dragon-elephant prajna. White Impermanence, I thought you were a clever individual, Black Impermanence scoffed. uttering only half of his thought. At that moment, both individuals reached the shore and ascended the empty island, yet found no sign of the spiritual child. Could it be that the Buddha was lying? Harnessing the sudden surge of inner strength, the Void Man abandoned his attack and concentrated his energy to forge a formidable wall of wind before him. Lin Xiao, coming back to his senses, noticed Jiang Ying gazing at him and Luo Yu, which made him feel somewhat awkward. The elder was equally astonished, having never witnessed such absurd behavior. He simply placed the chessboard on the table, as if demanding a game. As the leader of the Dao Alliance, Wang Ergo had incorporated a latte into his daily routine, making it an integral part of his life. "This is truly delightful," exclaimed the first person to savor the cloud brew, finally awakening to the experience. When Richard finished his wash and returned to his room, he was astonished to find the king sprawled on his pillow, eyes closed in slumber. Bai Li Haoling felt similarly speechless, having lost all desire to engage with such a warrior. However, Rong Tianzun had a stubborn disposition, refusing to bow to others, not long ago. The consulate had proposed he become the president of the business association following the Japanese occupation of Shanghai, but he had coldly declined, believing some things were intolerable. Zhao Taizhu appeared somewhat anxious, aware that both the lurking crocodiles and the Japanese were watching him intently. They must have already learned of the events unfolding here. And he knew they would not simply observe. Truth be told, the bear meat weighing 1,000 or 2,000 pounds would never be relinquished to the Wolf King if he had the ability to protect it. The impending battle was unavoidable. I was all too aware of Chu Shaoxing's capabilities. Despite his impressive stature and build, he was ultimately more for show than substance. After his departure, news from the Zhou family's ancient city reached this old town, a quasi-saint from the Yang family, 6 saints, dozens of quasi-saints, and hundreds of imperial realms had all been slain by a single quasi-saint, alongside a practitioner known as Kai Yuan Jinren, all meeting a tragic end. Wu Yuhan and Xia Chuanzi lacked sufficient practical experience yet possessed considerable strength. Su Jin she was unaware of the entanglements between her mother and these two individuals and thus remained silent. She had not seen anyone from Siluo Academy in recent days, leading her to surmise that Su Yuche had resolved the issue for her. I trust Director Liu will understand, and of course, if my sister-in-law wishes to join for a meal, that is perfectly fine, Zhang Yang chuckled. Call me out again, and I will risk my life to eliminate you. Jiang Gongyang is no mere clay statue, although he has grown cunning with age, he is not without his temper. Chapter 48 After dinner. Leng Machin took my hand and led me upstairs. Once inside the room, he lifted me effortlessly and pressed me onto the bed, gazing at me with a displeased expression. Qin Fengbai's tenderness and indulgence were so meticulous that I found myself momentarily overwhelmed, yearning to surrender to it, yet constantly reminding myself to refrain from fully immersing myself. The thought of becoming so attached, only to have to leave one day, was a daunting prospect. As they entered and began to arrange the electrical wiring and lighting fixtures, the previously perilous secret passageway was suddenly illuminated, transforming the surroundings into something akin to broad daylight. I closed my eyes and swallowed the snake gall in one gulp, which made me retch uncontrollably, nearly causing me to vomit. However, the combination of the snake gall and pure yang liquor proved to be remarkably effective. I felt a warm current safeguarding my heart, warding off the threat of corpse poison, and I ceased to tremble or break into cold sweats. Fearing that Qin Fengbai might object, I refrained from mentioning it upon my return. Unexpectedly, Qin Fengbai requested that I take 2 days off, stating that Mr. Matsumoto had returned to Lu City after his last trip to Japan. The family banquet we had previously planned would take place within these 2 days. After briefly explaining that Lan Qingzhe would be unable to attend, the meeting commenced as scheduled. Is there truly such a mother in this world? If so, I would prefer not to have one. Leng Machin's words dripped with a hint of resentment. Yet, the situation showed little improvement. The only change was the location of her confinement. Su Ling delivered the medication punctually every day, refusing to leave until she had witnessed her consume it. Upon returning to the villa, Wang Kai found no sign of Tony upstairs and proceeded to the basement, where he discovered Tony already busy at the workbench. Ning Fan gazed at Zhao Qingxue in surprise, never anticipating she would step into the limelight so swiftly. However, upon observing her calm demeanor, he realized she must have been aware of the developments ahead of time. "President, won't you join us on the battlefield?" You haven't fought in a day. Your honor has diminished compared to ours, Zhang Ming remarked, prompting the bloodbath war god to inquire further. Each security guard had received standardized equipment, including batons, mobile phones, and wireless earpieces, all procured by Wu Yi, including the buses. Ning Fan did not bother to inquire about the costs or purchasing details. Could you vanish from my sight? Ning Fan furrowed his brow, barely restraining the urge to take action. However, should he act now, it would lead others to believe he was intent on disrupting the wedding. So he chose to endure, unwilling to give anyone that impression, especially not Tonghua. What use is there in such futile words? They possess considerable influence within the divine realm. And the potential of these 6 individuals is quite remarkable. They are undoubtedly under keen scrutiny. And eliminating them under the guise of the god burial restricted zone would surely provoke their ire. A piercing scream reverberated through the air as the cultivator before Sure Hao had his arms severed, crimson blood gushing forth uncontrollably. Just as Zhang Onfeng exited the interrogation room, he approached with evident enthusiasm, having reviewed the evidence, which had left him quite satisfied. Xue Linger waited in vain for pain to strike. And when she finally opened her eyes, she was astonished to see the corpse of Bai Wuchang tumbling down from the great tree. This is all thanks to your guidance, Ding Xingzhou said, bowing with a beaming smile. Over the past few days, he had walked the streets, relishing the discussions among the people regarding the Ding family's reputation. It turned out he did care for me after all. Shuei Yi seemed to recall something, a smile curling at the corners of her lips. Darling, I must quickly seek out the true form of the fox immortal. I shall summon Ayin to protect you shortly. Glancing up at the towering building overhead. It must be at least 10 stories high, searching each floor would surely consume an inordinate amount of time. However, in recent days, Li Mayan had not diminished her incessant inquiries about Liang Jingyan. Little did I know, Mo Xia simply reached out, capturing me as I attempted to flee, pulling me back to the bed. Once inside, Zhuo Lingfeng steeled himself, prodding the grass with the stick he held, seemingly making contact with something soft. Yet no response came from within. Everyone was acutely aware that these matters were conducted in secrecy, and should they be exposed, the future troubles for the emperor would be innumerable. Upon hearing my words, Mo Xie grew displeased, tightening his embrace around me, resting his head on my shoulder, and playfully biting my earlobe. Yet considering the recent events, it seemed unlikely, for he had led me there precisely to rescue Zhang Erden. Had Erden remained submerged in the puddle undiscovered, his corpse would soon have begun to decay, rendering it impossible to restore his spirit to life even if found. Xun Xiu had already grasped my hand, pressing the needle against my skin, extracting it from my grasp. Upon returning, Grandpa Lu had finished his meal and asked if everyone had gathered their belongings before instructing them to board the vehicle. Cece, you may not realize this, but in a world like ours, no one truly enjoys the company of someone with a similar disposition. For they would merely see their own faults reflected in the other. You are indeed a spy sent by the King of Fire, are you not? Jiao Wanqing finally could not restrain herself and questioned him. In truth, Daoist Du had overheard a few more words than others. Bu Daoren had privately sent a talisman, suggesting that it would be best for Daoist Du to forge a connection with Du Rue, advising that any requests from Du Rue should be met with compliance, regardless of their nature. Chapter 49. Rest assured, I too am merely a worker, Wang Yukai declared, producing his wallet and counting out 2,000 yuan, which he pressed into Wu Wu's hand. Ding Wei and Wang Qinru, witnessing Yang Yunhan's palms sweeping towards them, feared for their lives, their faces paling in terror as they instinctively tried to evade, yet found themselves powerless. Is this truly the place where the boss fell that day? A coarse voice emerged. Unmistakably that of Shi Zhongqiu. The sound resembled metallic objects grinding against one another, soft yet rhythmically intensifying, drawing closer and closer. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, trading blows for over 10 rounds. Just as Wan Yanshirlu swung his iron staff towards Ba Diman, he stumbled unexpectedly, having been caught by some object on the ground, exposing a significant opening before him. The strike landed with precision and force, striking the fierce tiger on the head. The tiger faltered, letting out a muffled grunt, nearly collapsing as it hastily scratched the earth, sending yellow dust flying, before regaining its balance. Su Xing had grasped the underhanded tactics mentioned by Lu Feng, his prior caution now a mere memory, when the sound of distant hoofbeats echoed in the air. Observing Ji Zili's pained, scarred visage, Mo Yujing lowered himself gently to kiss the swollen wound, as Ji Zili, tormented by exquisite fragrances, was racked with unbearable anguish, her mind clouded. Uttering soft moans of discomfort, her eyes rolled, and a golden-red fish swam restlessly upon the yellow sand. Suddenly, the fish darted backward, akin to an arrow released from a bow, zipping towards Wen Xian with alarming speed. I shall return to complete my writing tomorrow. Since Qinglingji had firmly rejected them last time, Huang Hui and Wang Bo had given up, finding peace in their interactions with her, now able to converse like friends. This sudden realization caused Meng Hui, who was preparing to visit the Mu family, to sit down abruptly. The Mu family was merely a commercial clan. How could they attract the attention of the aristocracy? What should be done? Meng Hui's complexion paled as she spoke, though she yearned to assist. She understood that there was little she could do regarding this matter. Oh dear, meow meow, please don't inquire further, I know nothing. Upon hearing Long Meow Meow's words, Mu Wan'er felt her cheeks flush crimson, casting a furtive glance towards the room where Ying Jun and Yan Wu were situated. Regardless, I have secured my leave and purchased a train ticket for tonight. I miss my father and wish to return home early. With that, she locked the door, waved goodbye to Situhaoyu, and departed. With a thunderous roar, the anti-tank missile fired by Ying Jun flew past John and his companions, who watched in horror. Pan Liunyang had never encountered such a scenario. Those men, no matter how base their thoughts, dared not breathe in her presence, let alone force a kiss upon her. Upon Ying Jun's arrival at the cave entrance, he witnessed Buchuan and Honda Riju recklessly charging into the cave, their faces etched with terror. Pursued by a pack of bloodied wolves, their eyes glinting with ferocity. Haha, my dear wives, have you missed me? Ying Jun jested, grinning as he embraced Lin Ruoshi and Yan Wu, kissing each of their rosy lips. I await your words. Jiang Ming maintained a placid demeanor, seemingly indifferent to the identity of the one slain. Yuan Zhenxia, aware that what was being discussed with Haitang sounded like two unrelated matters, yet they were intrinsically linked. For a moment, even his astute mind could not unravel the intricacies of the situation. Dong Yudi's mother, upon hearing her daughter's words, panicked and replied, Your father is in trouble, stop letting your imagination run wild. Enough. I must go buy groceries, so I shan't linger on this. With that, she ended the call. Holding her breath, watching the 100 ghosts ascend into the air, Luo Yujia suddenly felt as though she had just returned from the brink of death. Taking a long moment to exhale deeply. If Assistant Zhang seeks me out, it is indeed a favor. In the future, Assistant Zhang, do not hesitate to call upon me. As long as it does not breach my principles, I would willingly face any peril. Qin Zhaojun assured with a smile, patting his chest. Gu Tua took a single step before noticing the crowd and waved to the Su brothers, signaling them to enter the office. The three hurried inside. At that moment, Tianji did not contemplate the future. Perhaps she had considered everything, yet still chose this near-gambling approach, betting both Li Sun and her own life on that singular strike. However, such comforting words proved surprisingly effective, as Sally wiped her tears and stared blankly at Duo Luo, eventually bursting into laughter. It was not that Sally was feigning her tears, rather, it was a mix of genuine and feigned emotions, for Duo Luo's nonsensical remarks were simply too ludicrous to resist. Sumu watched as Mo Danqing and her companions departed, lowering his head as his deep-set eyes turned towards Lin Quanxiao. Thus, the mysterious 9th Combat Team of the United States found themselves unable to escape or attack, forced to camp nearby, awaiting the awakening of Zhao Hao. Of course, the Crown Prince was aware that all of this was part of a grand design. He felt a sense of satisfaction, realizing that the debauched persona he had cultivated over the years was beginning to yield results. Chapter 50 as progress continued. A myriad of intricate mechanisms and devices began to emerge. Some of these devices could directly obliterate the obstacles ahead, while others granted Wu Yisu the exhilarating ability to soar briefly through the air or run along walls. That was not enjoyable. We shall not venture in again, shall we? Liansu remarked, glancing back into the depths. Ailin, I have uncovered certain matters that warrant further investigation. Please keep an eye on the camp and inform me of any developments, Xia Yan said slowly, producing a pale blue object that exuded wisps of white mist. He had anticipated that the other party would relinquish their hold, yet to his surprise, they preferred to endure a kick rather than abandon the blade. Yun Xia had never entered an internet CAF before. Upon seeing the neatly arranged machines, her large, glistening eyes roamed with curiosity. She mimicked the motions of others, bringing an object to her nose, only to wrinkle her delicate brows at the scent of smoke. Enough chatter at the entrance, it is too conspicuous. Let us proceed inside. Gu Yuqing prompted. Regardless, the reputation of the fragrance-laden establishment had already spread, and coupled with the incident from last week's preliminary rounds where a judge was overturned, it cloaked the venue in an air of mystery. Ironically, the individual at the center of it all wore an expression of detachment, the faint curve of his lips suggesting he was in high spirits. Xiaowen rarely encountered someone with whom he could speak freely, but today he found two. And thus he poured forth all his knowledge, leaving him wanting more. Lan Di felt a mix of anger and helplessness. He was vexed that she had not disclosed this sooner, yet he realized that even had she done so, his nature would have driven him to seek distance from her, rendering it futile. He was attempting to entice you. Without the protection of your soul, you would become akin to him, Minglu stated. I must congratulate you. For the system has indeed not misjudged you, you have withstood Gali's allure. Lan Di, taken aback, rose in astonishment, neglecting any concerns of propriety. He nearly shouted. How could she be permitted here? Is there no sense of gravity in this situation? In his fervor, he inadvertently cursed the esteemed members of the Watchers. India? Prime Minister. Do you suspect Trotsky has fled to India? Zhang Guotao inquired. Hannah departed from the city, leaving the boy behind. The events that transpired in between remain a void, only vaguely illuminated during the court proceedings regarding her circumstances. The sudden flash of a sword elicited a hint of disdain from Zhu Jiuyin, who recognized that while the heavenly sovereign struck with precision, such actions only afforded Zhu Jiuyin a superior opportunity, driving the scattered cultivators into a frenzy. As Lin Tianqing entered, Lu Wanner was taken aback. She had heard the medical experts declare their inability to assist further, suggesting the need for a miraculous physician. Given the formidable nature of talents commencing from the fourth tier, it was certain that they would not squander even a fragment of their abilities beforehand. After all, they had hoped to utilize their exceptional performance in the latter half of the competition to completely overturn the scores and vanquish their adversaries. Upon Qin Juanqi's glance, he discovered a cloud resembling a dolphin, moving gracefully as if it were alive. Tai Yanqing understood that there were only two means to decipher the inscription stone settings: either the opposing party's stone was significantly superior, or it involved the first 3 generations of inscription stones. Lu Shuangyang, unaware that he possessed the rare Lingxian branch, merely sensed the immense power within it. Recognizing its extraordinary nature, Lu Ji's face hardened. You are correct, I am indeed a renowned sage, and you dare challenge my wisdom. Those unfamiliar with the situation would not have presumed these individuals to be law enforcement. Lu Shuangyang was similarly astonished. The 10 divine artifacts proved to be the key to unlocking the soul's power. Did this imply a connection between the nameless Xian Tower, its creator, and the 10 divine artifacts? The spirit bird remained as mysterious and elegant as the depths of a dark valley, trailing its long feathers as it briefly spiraled before soaring ahead. May I inquire how extensively you have unraveled this mystical array scroll? Lu Shuangyang asked with curiosity. You question whether the BNK gate technique in my mind could exchange for my life, no matter how formidable your ghostly gate. Can you truly slay from the medical alliance? Lu Yu replied with a hint of cold amusement directed at Gue Qianchong. However, he was halted by Ling Jiang, who expressionlessly raised his arm, presenting the package to the elder brother without uttering a word. Xu Yan refrained from further persuasion, instead guiding her to view her own room, which had evidently acquired several more items. At that moment, tears streaked down Xian Yuanxiqi's delicate face as she gazed at her grandfather with a pained expression. He could not comprehend what was meant by found. Was it a reference to this desolate village below? Though remote and impoverished, it was easily discoverable by the Sima family's dragon guards, rendering it rather unsafe. In his career, whether in politics, romance, or cultivation, he had never considered the possibility of encountering an insurmountable obstacle. Even seasoned warriors like Xiao Tong, who had faced countless perils, were rendered pale and speechless at this moment. Upon witnessing this, Ouyang Fei finally smiled once more, feeling rather at ease and joyful in the company of these colleagues. Chapter 51. Aunt. Is it because you despise him that you did not go to Jingzhou? The youth inquired after a prolonged silence. Despite this assertion, given the current circumstances, have you truly considered how to respond, junior brother? Feng Yuxian gazed at Su Banqing. Although the weather was gradually warming, the evening air retained a slight chill. The water for brewing tea was boiling. As it was poured into the covered bowl, steam rose, yet not a trace of condensation appeared on Peng Lianyang's glasses. As Du Yuesheng attempted to cross the vast chasm before him, he realized he could not ascend, regardless of how he summoned all his strength. It proved futile. After a moment's hesitation, he shattered a jade slip at his waist, suppressing his anger as he exited the hall. Elder brother. Could you prevent the princess from returning to the Summer Kingdom? If she departs now, I fear I may never see her again, Lu Ming implored. The ominous tones of life and death had been too uncanny, even the deities formed from the pagoda's seals could not withstand it. Forcing him to enter the pagoda to assist Shangguan Yunju in stabilizing her mana. Overwhelmed with dread, he posed this question. Beneath the hills lay a hellish scene, littered with severed limbs and blood that had turned the once verdant grassland crimson. The hopeful warriors, who had passionately shouted the king's praises, now lay lifeless, their bodies resting in this blood-soaked expanse. Although Shi Chongfeng practiced both Taoist and shamanistic arts, he had not employed any shamanic techniques earlier. He had merely utilized the methods of the Maoshan sect. Nevertheless, this whisk seemed to have a restraining effect on their techniques. Bai Wuju led the soldiers, armed with bows and arrows, their tips affixed with flammable materials. Fire pits were placed before the soldiers, and countless flaming arrows soon rained upon Xu Liuyan's camp from all directions. Chu Jingyang, lost in fantasies of achieving fame through battle, was startled by a faint sound in his ear. He remained silent for a moment, showing no inclination to respond. Lifting his wine cup to savor a sip slowly. Junior brother Mo, do not fret, life and death are predestined, and wealth is determined by fate. Who can claim to be fully prepared against the remnants of the demon King Gochen? He pondered as he walked. Uncle Zhang, I have finally fulfilled your last wish. Looking up at the white clouds in the sky, a wave of relief washed over him, akin to lifting a great burden. Since Fang Ju was aware that this was not a matter concerning Qian Kai, she refrained from expressing her displeasure towards him. Watching Fang Ju depart, Qian Kai felt puzzled. This was all for the Fang family, so why direct anger at himself? He recalled a youth named El Yuan, who had come to Taihe County 6 months prior, accompanying his father in the tea trade, and he longed to visit him, uncertain of his current endeavors. Overjoyed. It wasn't until Xia had turned to re-enter the house that he vaguely heard her words. Despite being a grown individual, she appeared to have received some prestigious honor. Her smile so wide it seemed impossible to contain. Am I still the leader of the underground forces? Mo Changxing thought, bewildered by the exuberance of Huang Kuling. I loosened my outer garments, removed my shoes, and climbed onto the bed, a smile blossoming at the corner of Ran Sui's lips as she too settled onto the bed. What the heck? How did it come to this? Wu Lar muttered under his breath, trembling slightly. He believed this might bolster his courage. Yet, Night Sun pondered about the possibility of the Lord discovering his holy realm strength and wondered if it might summon the demon saint or even the demon lord directly, which would be akin to delivering lambs to a tiger's den. He could only suppress the urge to confront the kings with his holiness, restraining his spirit power, channeling his vital energy, and initiating a vigorous assault. Qin Chong trembled at Zhao Yi's unexpected response. Zhao Yi had not appointed his own trusted aides but instead favored this outsider. Even though Qin Chong was usually stoic, Zhao Yi's words left him visibly shaken, unable to comprehend the purpose behind Zhao Yi's actions. After a while, hurried breaths escaped from the blood-eyed figure, clearly exhausted from exerting tremendous energy. As the soldiers gradually distanced themselves, Li Dong finally exhaled in relief upon witnessing the scene. Observing her intense reaction, Zhao Yi felt a wave of emotion. Fortunate it was merely a bottle of Dabaoshu. Had she experienced Maybelline, Lancme, or Benefit, would she not have fainted from excitement? However, Lu Yi was no ordinary individual. He bit down hard on his tongue, the metallic taste invigorating his fading clarity, while the surging holy essence coursed through him, purging the chaotic soul power of the holy realm, as the complete golden attributes exerted their utmost to eradicate the invading force. What do you think? Is this level of soul power sufficient to recommend me to the Alchemist Guild? Xiao Yan chuckled, noticing Duruashi's astonished nod. Boss, tomorrow we shall visit the Alchemist Guild. With that, Xiao Yan departed from the scene. Father was no flatterer, if he harbored deep dissatisfaction with the words of Prince Chen. Even if he did not show it outwardly, he would not escort him to the door. Although Jin Kuei could not summon anyone, her fear of the mystic king had diminished considerably. With Fuyu by her side, there was no reason to be afraid of him. A powerful strike landed squarely, the immense force nearly rendering the target unconscious in an instant. Regrettably, Su Bingyan remained deeply ensconced in slumber, oblivious to the recent commotion and fighting. Sun Shangxiang hesitated to disrupt his rest, captivated by her adorable sleeping face, which ignited within her an overwhelming sense of protectiveness. Just like a martial artist honing the iron sand palm, one must toil over and over, suffering the pain of bloodied hands, to forge a pair of indomitable palms. Chapter 52. Tian Cho wearily wiped his face. Li Bu was a character who never showed up without a rabbit or a hawk, though he had been momentarily stunned today. It was uncertain how long that would last. However, this was not the time for him to be troubled by such matters, as there were others waiting behind. 2 years ago, had he heard those words, he would have erupted in fury, drawing his blade to strike. A year and a half ago, he would have remembered the two individuals and sought retribution later. A year ago, he would have swallowed his anger, returning home with his heart burdened. Yet now, he had found tranquility. Father, I am sorry, I may not be able to restrain my brother any longer. Wang Shui gazed out the window, tears welling in her eyes. The Wending Gang, with its name implying ambition, wielded a set of Central Plains gun techniques, embodying the essence of striving for supremacy in the Central Plains. The current leader, Leng Zhongda, was a master of these techniques, with perhaps no more than 10 opponents in Tianzhou who could rival him. Seeing Liao Shirshan brimming with hostility and armed, the elder felt a tinge of fear at first, trembling slightly. However, upon hearing his words, a sense of sympathy arose. After all, they were but human beings, each with their own families. Xianyuan Ji Lian nodded repeatedly at this remark. The demon monarch sect was not aligned with the divine path, at that time. All disciples of the divine path were surrounded by countless beings from the underworld led by Jiang He, with none escaping, and eventually, they were all absorbed into the sea of consciousness, resulting in a complete annihilation of the divine path's forces, save for those disciples still out in the world. Upon hearing Qin publicly reveal Zhu Yan's identity, it bore a hint of arrogance, yet it offered Zhang Xiaoqin and Shen Feng a means of retreat. Sometimes, bowing before power is not a matter of shame. The Jing family, like other aristocratic families unwilling to submit, was expelled from Quanzhou City. Their future livelihoods were not Jing Chun's concern. Xia Wujia and Zhu now turned to see a disheveled figure reeking of horse manure, none other than Gu Jinli, who had hurriedly taken refuge in the horse stall. That day, Yu Qing returned from the Qing Academy and saw Qiu Yong rushing towards him. He was Liao Shirshan's personal guard and rarely left his side. Brother Feng, to be honest, had you arrived a moment later, we might not have made it out today. The Grand Mage approached, staff in hand. With me here, you won't perish, he said nonchalantly, his mental energy binding the fierce Tiger King, rendering him unable to channel his spiritual power. Enter. With those curt words, a surge of energy pulled Long Yanhua back to the Long family residence. Fu Xing hurried over, offering cigarettes to the tall Su and another Jiang. Good day, Mr. Su. Good day, Mr. Jiang. I am Fu Xing, overseeing an engineering team in Xingnong Town, Hongyuan County. I hope to count on your support in the future. Fu Xing directly addressed the matter at hand. Kai Fei shot a glance at Li Haolong, saying dismissively, You find this flavor commendable? Allow me to take you to a place with far superior delicacies, you shall remember it for a lifetime. Xianyu found himself unable to make a single move against the innate martial artist and was thrown off the stage, forcing a bitter smile as he softly remarked. The security, noticing their unwavering advance, immediately pursued them, aware that the residents here were affluent, should anything valuable be lost due to the intrusion of 3 strangers. It would cost him his job. As he rode past, Long Yanhua sighed, observing the ravenous gazes of nearly all passers-by fixated on his prized steed, as if they longed to devour it. Had he not appeared noble, they might have acted upon their desires. The concept of will, within the realm of postnatal, innate and transcendent martial artists, was merely a thought in the mind, yet, for those at the pinnacle of martial prowess, such will transformed into a tangible force. 3 days later. August 8, a propitious date in China, was deemed ideal for action. That night, we would launch a surprise attack on the National Defense Army Sanya Naval Base. Demolishing their stronghold and fiercely striking at Chen Ning's arrogance, Dai declared vehemently. Lu Lingshan remarked sarcastically, I wish to ascend to your second-floor Princess Hall today. Yet your attendant insists it is closed to the public. We simply wish to access your second-floor Princess Hall. Her tone was petulant and unreasonable. Before he could approach Shi Yan, Wang Tao had already kicked him away. After Wang Tao dispatched Lu Lingfeng, Lu promptly got up. Only to be captured by disciples of the Tiandao sect. With a blade pressed to his neck, he felt no fear, his gaze fixed unwaveringly upon Shi Yan. Clearly, Cui Feng was aware that he had plunged into the memories of Gongsun Yuanji, experiencing past events from the perspective of the participant. However, this particular memory did not seem to belong to Gongsun Yuanji's final moments. At the Hamburg port, German Navy Minister Tirpitz welcomed Zai Sun and others. Exchanging pleasantries with them before embracing Chen Ning, exclaiming, my old friend, we meet again. Madame Wu tightly grasped the man's hand, terrified of losing him. Tears brimming in her eyes. Qing Mei, let me carry you home. You are weary and need not sacrifice for this family any longer. Such simple words utterly defeated Madame Wu. Tears streaming down her face in joyous relief. The power of time and space enveloped the giant purple gold finger, tugging insistently, causing Tan Qing to beam with delight. Prompting Yin Feng to chuckle and shake his head. A faint ripple of divine consciousness stirred. The stone monkey approached the peak, effortlessly sweeping aside the obstructing boulders and vegetation. And after advancing several dozen paces, he beheld a round, plump head. Cui Feng felt a surge of dizziness as hundreds of luminous orbs erupted, cascading down like raindrops. The white orbs trailed long tails of light, their destructive force sending shivers down his spine. How is it? Have you grasped the essence of the serenity technique? The voice resonated again, tinged with an unmistakable tension, as if awaiting a response. If a distinction were to be made, one could only say that this fusion was not complete, merely a substantial portion of it. It turned out that the second master and his second madam had yet to consummate their union. It seemed that the second master did not harbor such deep affection for the second madam after all. Chapter 53, Xin Xiuzhe held me tightly at the waist. And I gazed at the faint red marks adorning my originally fair wrist. Perhaps I had truly transcended my corporeal being, I was unaware that, at some point, Xiao Mingyu had rested her head upon my shoulder. What? Lu Mengwei abruptly halted, signaling the two companions to do the same. With time, Zhuang Yao had unconsciously grown accustomed to Rong Yi's obstinate manner of address and his deference. Yet, Zhuo Ran still felt it was insufficient. The memory of his fleet being steadily overwhelmed by the aberrant beings in their last encounter lingered vividly. He had no confidence that merely relying on his fleet could repel those monstrosities. Just as Song Jingliang anticipated that his father would open the cabinet, he was astonished to see his father's hand reaching for the top of the wardrobe instead. The remaining admirals were all from Star Island. None having resigned upon relocating to Moonring Island, where the deep-sea threat had dissipated, only 2 admirals remained on Moonring Island, Zhuo Ran and Myerk. The sound of a furious reprimand reverberated like thunder throughout the square, leaving everyone from the Jiuzhou Bureau astounded. To be candid, the visuals of League of Legends were rather ordinary, yet in this desolate world, they were enough to captivate their attention. Felix was equally unreserved, promptly conjuring a crimson shield to confront the Mediterranean forces. After a while, it seemed a voice of gratitude emerged from within. I estimated it was about time. Tucked my phone away, and hurried towards the adjacent safe passage. Sure enough, moments later, Chen Jia and Chen Dan emerged from inside. Su Jinlang barely opened his eyes. Exhausted as he leaned against the sofa, a fleeting shadow passing through his gaze. Her eyebrows and eyes radiated a beguiling charm, and her sweet smile was utterly captivating, exuding an intoxicating aura. Ever since it had become sentient, it had lived in this wilderness, the only creature it had encountered being a mouse. Hence its transformation into a white rodent. I know, do not worry, just wait for Qin Shua to bring Yezi over. Yi Han's voice reassured me gently as he clasped my hand. Bison's legs were enveloped in a layer of shadowy energy. effortlessly sending the formidable body of the barbarian dragon flying as if kicking a ball. Just a few days ago, I had seen her in good health at the nightclub. How could she have changed so drastically in such a short span? Honestly, anyone would find it hard to accept. Are you afraid of being with me because of cheating you? Yi Han continued to inquire, but why had I brought cheating you into the conversation? Noticing Han Ruifeng's unease, the curious Duga Lingmeng took the card from his hand, and in the next moment, she mirrored his reaction. Tai Shimrui despised being called foolish, her feathers crackled with electricity, darting about chaotically. At that moment, Wang Yunlong also arrived, but amidst the chaos, even he found it challenging to intervene. He understood that this was not a situation he could simply step into and stop. As the dust settled on the demon ceiling platform, one stood like a steel spear while another lay down. And what about me? Xian Yuanwu felt a twinge of hurt upon hearing the reply from the ghost-face ancient jade, a disciple? Had a mere few days been enough for a disciple to reach the point of defiance against him? This subordinate acknowledges his fault. Wei Yi, disregarding the pain in his body, crawled to kneel before Yi Qingjue. Lu Huaxing's withered body began to rejuvenate, slowly, the elasticity of his skin returned. And his hair transitioned from white to black. However, her semi-solid dam platform was suddenly bound by an invisible force, attempting to suppress all the spiritual energy she had just mobilized. This time, Su Ruiyao sat in the back seat with Jiahao, who had calmed down, engaging her in conversation. The ghost-face ancient jade smiled silently, gently waving its sleeve, causing the entire meditation room to undergo a subtle transformation as if enchanted. Gazing intently, the blood sphere flung by Sumu resembled a sunset sinking on the horizon. As it touched the ground, an blinding ray of light surged forth, radiating brilliantly in the dim blood prison. Indeed, it is not unreasonable for Master Namli to say so. Dong Huang nodded without hesitation, showing no sign of restraint. Lu De chuckled at the battle reports, and although he knew little about Xiong Yu, he understood that Su Sai's proximity to their doorstep would surely provoke the wrath of this Duke of Qi, keeping his focus on Su Sai for the foreseeable future. An astute observer would easily discern that, while the genetic beings currently held the upper hand, it was merely a fleeting advantage. The Eastern ninjas remained hidden, amassing strength, poised to strike decisively once the genetic beings exhausted their energy. Indeed, you should possess at least the strength of 5 cauldrons now, inquired a warrior of the leopard tribe. Qin Gongqi's words were not mere hyperbole. In ancient times, armies lacked the stringent discipline of modernity. In a single battle, should casualties exceed half or even 1/3, the forces would often rout in an instant. This was also why Wang Shuang could lead his subordinates to recklessly pursue the Qi army beyond Chuzhou City. Chapter 54. In truth, Luo Xiling did not relish this peculiar situation. He preferred to alight from the vehicle outside the courtyard and then stroll in. Suddenly, it seemed as though he could perceive a faint, chilling smirk curling at the corners of Li Hua's lips, intensifying almost instantaneously. The events of the past were shrouded in a veil of mist, obscured and elusive, threatening to engulf him entirely. He could only hear the piercing cries of anguish, the frenzied sounds of slaughter, and the shattering of divine weapons, all swirling around Qi Xuani, relentlessly assailing his consciousness. Yi Xiang's expression softened slightly, yet his eyes remained dark and brooding as he grasped Feng Wu's delicate hand. "Are you deeply concerned for him?" he inquired, casting a sidelong glance at the unconscious figure. They had yet to share countless years together. How could his beloved wooer possibly bear to part? "Qi Xuani, we are all of the human race. Do not take advantage of his misfortune in this moment." A cold chuckle emanated from a cultivator of the human race. Qi Xuani regarded him, recognizing the familiar attire. He must belong to the Wei clan among the 72 noble families. In truth, his current sense of relief was utterly futile. The deed was done. And if there were truly poison to fear, he would have succumbed long ago. Today, her appearance mirrored that of the first time Luo Xiling had laid eyes upon her, save for the difference in the color of her garments. The Tunyan sword lay serenely on the ground, its fiery red blade reflecting the sunlight like a searing ember. When drenched in rain, it would become transparent, revealing the exquisite framework that upheld its translucent petals, veins appearing ethereal, delicate, and breathtakingly beautiful, unlike anything of the mortal realm. Qin Xiao advanced boldly, aiming for the zombie's cervical spine, executing a swift strike that severed the creature's head with ease. Chang Ji, sensing something amiss, turned to observe. following Nye Yun's gaze to the cleaver in his hand. To bolster Qin Dehu's confidence in him, Zhu Lingfeng refrained from disclosing his contact information. Yan Fingjia, irritated by the noise, felt a growing disdain for the girl, yet just as he contemplated ending the call, he recalled the matter of the Shoyan Guyu and Dan, which sparked an idea in his mind. No need, he is not that sort of person, it would be an insult to us, Yuan Xing stated earnestly. While the innate Fusang tree was somewhat lacking, the divine Fusang tree before him was indeed his most significant asset, far surpassing the branches, and could undoubtedly transform into an exceptional innate spiritual treasure. The group engaged in spirited discussion, each harboring their own thoughts, anticipating trouble yet unable to suppress a sense of hopeful expectation, a profound contradiction. Moreover, Lu Yun discovered another point: his VIP level had risen to 30, yet the game had not issued a global announcement. The closer one ventured downward, the more oppressive the heat became. Upon stepping onto the crimson earth, a wave of scorching air surged forth, the temperature soaring to at least 50 degrees. This was merely the periphery, one could scarcely fathom the terrifying temperatures that awaited deeper within the mountain range. It astonishingly extended its claws in a remarkably human-like manner, scrutinizing its surroundings. The expression on its face shifted from confusion to determination, its claws clenched into a fist, and it seemed to signal encouragement to itself before executing a somersault and howling before vanishing from sight. Originally a progenitor of this land, how had it become an embodiment of the Tao of Heaven? Was it not the ancestors who betrayed, but rather that enigmatic figure? This time, it appeared that the Lu family was doomed. The dean understood the situation clearly, it was time to seek an alternative path for his son. Following such a fool could hardly be considered wise. Yun Chuan wielded the renowned technique of the Great Curse, the Compassionate Palm. Once celebrated among the great clans of the Jianghu 2 decades ago, also known as the Great Sun Buddha Palm. Its origins lay with the ancient Qianyuan clan, where the most exalted ascended to the Tao, transcending the mortal realm and renouncing worldly concerns. Those who embodied the Tao were all exceptional individuals, the paragons among warriors and guides for future generations. The paparazzi pursued the flames of fame, they had little time or energy to squander on artists lacking popularity. Subjected to the humiliation from Kellenberg, Xian could no longer endure. He raised his gun to his forehead, fixing a piercing gaze upon him. A chilling aura enveloped the scene, leaving the members of the Geode Treasure Association in shock. What was Lu Dong's current state? After all, Lu Yu was a child he had taken in from Sister Yu Ro, embodying both a promise to her and a responsibility as Lu Yu's adoptive father. Nami took a deep breath, urgency flickered in her eyes as she peered through the scope. The lead zombie was elusive, hiding somewhere, making it difficult to locate. The slower her progress, the greater the risk Meng Qi would face. However, before she could finish speaking, Li Yun seized her hat and playfully covered her mouth. Feeling extraneous, Wang Jian stood to take his leave, reminding them to ensure he could try out the newly crafted horse gear. The leadership at headquarters reflected on their past strategic missteps, convening meetings to rectify their course and establish a new military command. On Qin Jia's suggestion, Chun Shao arranged for the 4 bottles of contaminated water to be sent to the Environmental Protection Bureau of Jiangning District, the Environmental Protection Bureau of Jinling City, the Provincial Environmental Protection Department, and the laboratory at Nanjing Post and Telecommunications University. She had only just crossed the threshold of her home when she was met with a barrage of scolding. Even if she were to be punished, should she not at least be made aware of her transgressions? They sought to cleanse themselves of what they deemed sins, washing away the blood-stained hands that had caused the sacrifice of countless comrades. Despite the joy of attending the school he had longed for, she found herself drowning her sorrows in alcohol during her 3rd year, weeping heartbrokenly. Yet, it felt reasonable, for they had instinctively refrained from seeking assistance from the police, doubting the integrity of the forces within. Upon hearing these words, Ningfei nodded in satisfaction, gesturing for Chen Song to start the vehicle and depart immediately. His crushing defeat stemmed not from Yu Weiwei's prowess or cunning, but from a loss to himself. Subsequently, they tidied the pots and utensils. Chu Molan kneaded the dough while Qin Shui chopped vegetables, uncertain of when her mother and brother would arrive, so she prepared everything in advance. Chapter 55 in Ukraine. With the support of the German army, the Ukrainian Republican Army successfully defended Zhytomyr, while the Ukrainian government has relocated south to Odessa. The Republican Army has effectively lost the entire Dnieper River defense line and retreated to the southwestern region. Herbert steadied himself with his sword. Gripping a brown wooden box tightly with his other hand, his gaze sweeping over the restless Rosalind and Shalon, before settling on Ophelia suspended in midair, whispering softly. Years have passed, and the youthful innocence has long faded from Ling Yusher, her eyes, clear and mysterious like amethyst, reflecting a depth of enigma. Li Qingshan rubbed his nose, feeling somewhat embarrassed. After all, they had fought for him, risking their lives, only to be cast aside once their usefulness was exhausted. And the promises made forgotten, this was truly unacceptable. He swung his massive fist down with a resounding thud. The young man had no time to evade. A piercing scream escaped him as he was forcefully driven into the ground, creating a deep pit, silencing him forever. This isolated realm, once again, returned to its former tranquility. There were no enclosing walls, no oppressive light barriers in the sky, only the shimmering lake known as the Well of Destiny, glistening with vibrant colors. Unfortunately, after the corpse demon unleashed another surge of power, not only did the moon pearl become ineffective at dispelling the miasma and blood energy, but Helian Jing was also forced to retreat. Zhao Aijuan immediately assured that this was absolutely feasible, as long as Shiruoyu produced a list. They would fulfill it to the best of their abilities. Rather than being ambushed and humiliated, he preferred to engage in a genuine battle for survival, believing they had a fair chance to eliminate their foes. Presently, the imperial reform remains in its nascent stages. If these malevolent forces are not eradicated, they will severely obstruct progress and development. Shalon's motivation for participating in this trial was not only for personal growth but also to uncover the secrets between Yalian and Berend. Ultimately, even Zili and the nine-winged azure bird could not resist joining the fray, capturing numerous photographs. After passing through the intricately crafted wooden door of the conference room and traversing the corridor adorned with Persian carpets, Qiu Hongyu entered Qiu Qing's office through a door equipped with facial recognition and fingerprint identification. All right. Gu Yujiang mused on the absurdity of a haircut that was too short, marveling at his sister's choice of words as nothing short of masterful. After the meal, Charlotte longed to continue sleeping, but perhaps due to having rested sufficiently, slumber eluded her. The secret base lacked missile defense facilities. If another missile attack were to occur, Lin Xiaofan would be in grave danger. Even if he were to take refuge within his steel armor, the destruction of the entire secret base was a scenario he wished to avoid at all costs. He had forged a connection with the suit of armor, allowing him to wield it with precision. Duan Chun understood that Lin Xiaofan came from a wealthy background. Pursuing research alongside him would surely not leave him lacking in financial means. As a doctoral student like him, wherever he went, the remuneration and benefits would undoubtedly be favorable. Although the members of the Immortal Sect were formidable, only the aforementioned three possessed the qualifications to challenge the imperial throne. The remaining six, rumored to be above the seventh tier of quasi-emperors, still fell short by a margin. Li Jingdong remarked that this was merely the second step. Their aim was to extend the decision-making time under the rolling stone as much as possible, with a third step yet to follow. With Su Chongqing's intelligence, it was surprising that he could not discern the underlying reasons. However, his greatest asset was his ability to let go of what he could not understand, regarding the bizarre. He simply accepted it as normal, allowing him to live a life of ease and comfort. This was a spontaneous decision, and he could not fathom why such thoughts had suddenly emerged. Bai Qianchu, however, was not preoccupied with their concerns, feeling frustrated with no outlet. She naturally sought trouble with her backup. Lin Shi cast a knowing glance at the altar and then turned away, too lazy to take action himself. Especially since the cave emanated an intensely frigid aura from the blue flames, which even he was reluctant to approach. Furthermore, he did not wish to burden his heir with the title of deserter, which would bring shame upon his family. Bai Qing'er was equally taken aback. Though she was from the demonic sect, the world still demanded a degree of adherence to norms, unlike the exaggerated realities of the mundane world. This spirituality was certainly not the kind that was merely superficial, it belonged to a realm of true energy. Otherwise, with her capability to develop rudimentary genetic potions, she would have been more than capable of claiming the title of the world's foremost. Su Chongqing chuckled, downing his drink. From the very start, the host Ji Tianming had been preoccupied with toasting Old Master Lu and Old Daoist Huang, and he felt the need to compensate for that. Just a few days prior, While staying at a hotel, he had inadvertently glimpsed a familiar figure, initially doubting his own vision. Yi Zhonggui, it's been a while, Su Changxun remarked. As Yi Lanyang attempted to evade, but Qiu Jiutian approached with a warm smile. The individual opposing Yun Zimo walked towards him with an air of ease, cracking his knuckles, ready to lift the frail Yun Zimo and toss him aside. Originally, Shi Mingyue held goodwill towards Yi Lanyang, feeling a sense of kinship due to their similar backgrounds, compounded by guilt over Yi Lanyang's marriage to the inconspicuous Jiao Lianqing. Upon receiving the black box, Su Yingxue's expression darkened, her right hand repeatedly caressing the cold surface of the box. That pair of mandarin ducks playing in water truly came from the jewelry I gave you? Shen Kongwu inquired, glancing at Lu Bilian. Upon learning that Duan Yen intended to leave Daogu town, Jian Shu had long prepared for the inevitability of partings, yet still felt a pang of sorrow. The blood sect continued to ponder the words spoken by Blood Knight before his departure. He was no longer the heartless Blood Knight. Had he developed emotions? The blood sect meticulously contemplated these words, yet could not fully comprehend their meaning. Wu Meng appeared calm, but a flicker of fear danced in her eyes, a natural response to encountering such a frigid man as a stranger. Amidst the somber atmosphere, the door of a general store creaked open, and Jean Fei stepped out with a countenance as dark as water. Meng Qi's slightly trembling hand found its way to the rabbit pendant around his neck, a precious gift from Diana before his departure. Humph. You cosmic refuse deserve your fate. And now you've harmed the interstellar spirit of our bitstar. I, Ding Dong, will not let you off easily. A wave of energy surged past Meng Qi, stirring up a cloud of dust, and he squinted slightly, focusing intently on the changes in the black-robed prophet. Chapter 56 Under the Scorching Sun. With temperature soaring to 30 degrees, Lin felt an inexplicable chill creeping down her spine, as if an unsettling presence lingered around her. Since last night, she had been incessantly sneezing. Had she encountered a ghost? Within 5 minutes, assemble here. No one is to be left under the laser cannon. Failure to comply will result in death. Lin Yu's voice resonated coldly. Observing the pitiable state of Dr. Liao, Yao Tian resolved to aid her in evading the relentless pursuit of the central government. After numerous discussions, they decided to construct a clandestine base in Xianan City, designating it as Dr. Lia's new sanctuary. Not far away, a cacophony of mechanical roars erupted from a street intersecting the main road, accompanied by a tumultuous clamor that assaulted the ears. The village buzzed with excitement, its inhabitants both curious and fearful, marveling at the extraordinary yet ominous spectacle. They exchanged whispers, embellishing the tales, yet ultimately succumbed to trepidation, worrying that the village's fortune might be compromised, unleashing malevolent forces. A deep, ominous growl emanated from beneath Lin Yu's feet, startling her nearly to the brink of tumbling off a cliff. Gripping the protruding rocks tightly, she steadied herself before descending the jagged mountainside. Stop. A glimmer of gold in the distance indicated that her movements had not gone unnoticed. Without a glance back, Lin Yu surged forward, catching up to the flung figure of Yan Mu. With a powerful thrust, she planted her foot firmly on Yan Mu's chest, and a sickening crack echoed as he succumbed to his fatal fate. Do not be astonished, I am an elder of the Xianluo clan. Of course. I am aware that you grew up in Dawn City, sent to the warrior academy by the Grand Elder Yunnan, spoke the silver-faced king. Huang Guqiang received this with a frosty demeanor. Despite his usual composure, he could not mask the indignation as he departed with an assistant in tow. Zhao Xiaoqing swiftly slipped out, while De Peng, unable to keep pace and hesitant to call out, trailed slowly behind, uncertain if anyone else lingered nearby. Even as a monstrous creature charged toward her, fully restored, Su Qianyu stood her ground, extending her right hand defiantly toward the beast. In the Demon Realm Palace, the leaders of the 72 legions gathered unusually in the main hall, awaiting the words of their superior. Since the inception of the Demon Realm, only the successive demon lords held such authority, yet, the figure seated upon the throne was not the demon lord Moe remembered, but rather a remarkably youthful boy. Ha! Only a fool wouldn't he run, a boy taunted as he glanced back at the burly men pursuing him. This summer, the classroom of his past had transformed. The seat he once occupied was now filled by another, yet beside it remained vacant, gathering dust. The ethereal essence and vertical form embodied the profound spiritual connotation of Christianity. reaching skyward, inspiring humanity to escape the suffering and sin-laden world for a heavenly paradise. As he realized this, Kusa no Mirai raised his other hand, extending a seemingly ordinary finger, which crackled with swirling lightning. Situ Yenran understood that this was Wei Sua's excuse, yet felt powerless. She knew his stubborn nature. Once he set his mind to something, even a herd of oxen could not sway him. A flicker of fervor ignited in Luo Yu's eyes. After all, for those who cultivate, the joy of acquiring a spiritual artifact is scarcely less than that of mastering a martial technique. Yet, because spiritual artifacts are external possessions, they do not hold the same value as martial skills. Every mile, a villa stood, a total of 12, forming a circular arrangement encircling a peach orchard. The outer ring was a broad gravel path, lined with docks and weeping willows. After speaking, the two fell into silence, one reclined in a grand chair, eyes half closed, savoring the soothing warmth of the foot bath. The other remained focused on washing the elder's feet, though her mind seemed elsewhere. Unbeknownst to him, one might think he shared a deep bond with the old man, yet Qin Feng could hardly fathom why he entrusted this outsider with the role of heir. Would Lei Xia arrive in time? He needed to secure that gun first, though unsure of its potency, he felt compelled to try. However, the respectful demeanor he bore felt glaringly out of place in Kangxi's eyes, evoking a sense of revulsion. Could it be that in ancient times there were no true cultivators on earth, only ancient martial artists? If so, from where did his lineage originate? Kangxi strained to recall any information concerning this individual. Yet his efforts yielded naught. Qin Mu shed his coat, hoping it would not succumb to the coldness of his icy clan. He should have purchased her a warmer coat. Bella gazed at him, her cheeks flushing. What thoughts occupied her mind now? He had long aspired to be the chief here, given that Yan Nantian was of comparable strength. Why should he be the one to lead? The preparation area in the examination hall was not far apart, all transparent, thus alleviating concerns of cheating. Having witnessed Chu Feng's formidable prowess, he understood that the future of Huayun's sect would likely rest in Chu Feng's hands, depending solely on whether he wished to meddle in affairs. Fan Yun jolted awake, feeling the soft mattress beneath her, a gentle reminder that she had merely been dreaming. She was still the same Fan Yun of Lei Xia. A class reunion? Jing Yuan felt a pang of worry, especially since her arm had yet to heal. Compounded by the absence of Xia Mo Xian, apprehensive that she might stir up trouble once more. Chapter 57, Gaining a Profound Understanding of the Formidable Power of Yu Wei Xianyue. Even the ancient Toad Sage, who had lived for a millennium, could not compare. Alongside the members of the Akatsuki organization, the Uchiha clan, the Yu Wei clan ninjas, and the considerable likelihood of possessing 8-tailed beasts, Yunza stared blankly at his hands. Now in the mid-stage of his spiritual king evolution, his utmost attack should not be so utterly ineffective, should it? Taking one step at a time, he resolved to return once the individuals from the cursed land had dispersed. Chuba gazed up at the azure sky, his previously playful demeanor vanished. Chao Hua leaned against a mirror, cradling her leg as they faced each other. A mere tilt of the head would allow them to easily brush against the wild red plums blooming amidst the lingering snow. Fortunately, he had timely inquired with the bodyguard beside the lady and learned that she was attending a team-building event with colleagues that very night. Yet, this was merely the youthful infatuation of a boy. As he matured, these feelings had long been buried deep within his heart. Ironically, at this juncture, the wild young master's ailment had significantly improved, and he was even preparing to marry in the northern district of Zhuhai. Even the heads and enforcers of various societies openly acknowledged that Lu Xi was the strongest among the current disciples of the Tao Academy's lower house. Like you, I harbor a deep-seated hatred for the Lei family and for Madame Lu. Lei Jiao flashed a smile at Lu Yunyi. Upon sensing Wu Yu's presence, Nanshan nearly shed tears, urgently calling for help. Moments later, De Huang leisurely descended from the high platform, approached Zhou Feiyang with a light chuckle. And Zhou Feiyang nodded in satisfaction, casually handing him a cigarette. De Huang then settled to one side, propping up his leg and smoking with great ease. Wu Shermin left half a pig, taking the rest to the town, instructing Lu Laoda to sell the meat at the market while she and Lao San went to the Wang family with their share. Indeed, the younger generation will surely remember. Zhou Feiyang nodded respectfully as they opened the door and stepped outside, with someone having taken the initiative. Those who had been contemplating the same scheme could no longer restrain themselves, rushing forth to tease the long-awaited simple monk. Jin Yang, realizing the gravity of the situation, was no longer willing to play around, swiftly intervening to sweep the person away while pulling Xi and Yen behind him, prepared to flee at any moment. The villagers generally slept early, and gradually, Lin Xiao felt her eyelids growing heavy. Yet, considering the events that were about to unfold, she felt a twinge of embarrassment and silently held on. Wang Aigua's thoughts, as well as those of his mother, were of no concern to Wu Shimin. Her sister had mentioned that her mother-in-law was somewhat harsh but still measured, which put her at ease. Back then, he had felt that Liang Zhirui was overly forthright and somewhat lenient in his methods, which led him to accept Liang Zhirui's resignation. However, recalling that the reward for completing this task consisted of nothing but fragments of a treasure map, he gritted his teeth and decided to proceed. Just as he was about to continue, he suddenly halted, caught in a reminiscence of words he had once spoken. Listening to her earnestly criticize her former night watch team members, Klein felt a mixture of amusement and an inexplicable sense of melancholy. Falling silent for a moment before regaining his composure and looking at Alice. The Wuzhuang Temple is the dojo of Jin Yuanzi, you should remember it. As he was present when Hong Jun preached, Liu Mo explained. Now, Helian hoped that his boss hadn't fainted due to some curse, otherwise they would be akin to a ticking time bomb, waiting to be condemned to hell at the curse's activation. Klein, feeling a surge of horror, suddenly found everything confusing. Even forgetting to turn off the faucet, allowing the water to flow for quite some time before regaining his senses. It was then that I noticed something was off with his expression. Following his gaze, I found him oddly staring at me. Thinking he might have misunderstood, I asked. What are you thinking? Are you feeling competitive, wanting to challenge me? While saying this, he flexed his arm to display his muscles. Then ignored him and submerged into the water. Although Yi Jun knew it was inappropriate to speak such words in front of Chi-Chi, he could not help himself. For instance, given the current frailty of China's industry, the production of steel was woefully insufficient, thus, manufacturing grenades at the arms factory was more economical than producing hand grenades. The surroundings were rife with decay and decline. Apart from the scavengers busy with their meals, no other living beings were visible. With a cold snort, the demon lord swung the Shenyuan sword in a series of brilliant arcs, slicing through the shattered space and shattering Chen Fan's powerful strike, forcing him to retreat from the high platform. Otherwise, being engulfed by those spatial cracks, no matter how robust his physique, he would inevitably suffer harm. A surge of mixed emotions flooded his heart, his brain feeling as though it were swelling with blood. And his heartbeat reached a near breaking point as Han Xiaoyun pointed at Yi Xiaojia, unable to utter a single word. For students like Tang Jichao, unless the school arranged for classes 2 days a week with 5 days off, it would be impossible to feel at peace or appreciate beauty. Xin Guozhang's wife firmly insisted on this rationale. Without new clues from the disciplinary committee or the prosecution, they could not pursue the matter further. Fearing to damage the driver's vehicle, I hastily extended my clothing, allowing Hu Jing to vomit on it. Deng Hua was well aware that freight drivers earned a meager income while driving. A salary exceeding 1,000 was indeed considered high, for otherwise, a university graduate in Qinchuan City with 10 years of work experience earned less than 1,000. The grand entrance of the Han Kingdom government consisted of twin towers 5 zhang high, leading to Danfeng Square, with the Han Wang Hall at its center, the primary venue for official meetings. To the left of Han Wang Hall lay Lu Jing's official residence, while the right side housed the Pingzhang platform, with dozens of buildings behind it serving as the administrative center for the 6 ministries and various officials. The Huaidong region's incursion into Mindong and southern Zhejiang would certainly not overlook the Song family. Evidently, the Song family had no option but to demonstrate sufficient strength before abandoning their lavish lifestyle to preserve their interests. A revenge plot? What on earth? Deng Hua was utterly perplexed. Indeed, the decision to select the second light leather processing factory as the first target for focus tracking was Liang Ling's choice. However, the second light leather processing factory had numerous issues. Perhaps Liang Ling had her own motives in mind. Chapter 58. Once one individual becomes the head of the family, it is inevitable that others vying for the same position will be suppressed. Thus, once the decision to compete is made, it is a matter of either achieving success or facing dire consequences. He had already devised a plan to administer the nutrient solution to Kursin, intending to mix it discreetly into her milk during breakfast, allowing her to unknowingly consume it, thereby eliminating the need for explanation. He aspired to be the one on stage, basking in the cheers and support of the crowd. Although some might deny and evade such desires when spoken of, deep down, they all yearned for it. He withdrew his hand, steadying Juidan's head with one hand, while the other was stained with blood. The Han army's flank soon lost the protection of their cavalry. Wang Luo, along with his soldiers and those lying in ambush, launched an attack on the Han army's side. New trainees needed to practice more, Coach Ma Xing continued. The old principal, with a displeased expression, remarked, "Is it really necessary to come in last again?" Upon hearing this analysis, the 12 students were instantly filled with delight. Sister Wenwen, with a face as thin as Lelung's, could not allow Zhu Wen to continue speaking, and with a single exclamation, her heart fluttered. In order to counteract the effects of the broken spell on them, a spell that would manipulate the surrounding terrain was suggested by another mage. "Thank you for the reminder. I can discern this myself," Lucas said, making his way towards the 6th mural. That night, Lan Ke and Jun Tianheng entered the temporary dormitory within the military base. After ensuring there were no surveillance devices, Lan Ke immediately activated the system panel and located Peng Dehai. He timed it perfectly, as Night Genie stepped into the shop. He brought the last dish to the table. As she spoke, Lu Yi turned and dashed into the room, slamming the door shut behind her. He could not believe this was Ren Xiaojua's idea, nor that it belonged to Rong Ling. It could only be the mischief of Xin Yuan. Who was stirring up trouble here? The morning after a series of events, just as dawn broke, Lu Liangren was awakened and stood on the training grounds with others. Heavenly Ancestor Haitian and Huanyang's expressions changed drastically. Previously relying on their profound cultivation and intent to kill for treasure, they found themselves perilously close to Duan Tianda's tribulation. Now, confronted by the Thunder Fox, they could do nothing but raise their magical artifacts in defense. Her unreserved words, echoing in Sloof's ears, felt like the most exquisite melody in the world. Best friends? To have a friend was already a blessing for him, regardless of his identity. He understood that one must take life one bite at a time, and traverse the path step by step. "He is not my father," Yan Xiaoxiao shook her head. Her emotions heightened, using her against her brother. He did not deserve to be called a father. It was precisely because she resided in Wujing Mountain Villa that such a complicated situation had arisen. Could she then assume that long ago? Wenren Luoxue had foreseen the backgrounds of Wei Qingxiao and Chu Xiui, and that their encounter was not a coincidence but a deliberate orchestration by Wenren Luoxue? Upon seeing me descend to the ground, the mutated spider wasted no time in scuttling towards me, spewing webs as it approached. Without allowing the webs to near, I swiftly fled towards the woods. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Rang extended his consciousness once more, following the previously explored route, and soon arrived at the periphery of the pale azure mist. "Dare you deny it? The last time we shared a bed, I distinctly heard your name," Lewis said with a grave expression. A night of reflection accumulated endless sorrow. The palace was enveloped in silence as Qiu Jin sat at the bedside. Her face contorted with rage. She had gone to great lengths to ensure Zhong Qing fell victim to the seductive fragrance. The woodpecker's cold gaze shifted away from Lin Yu's body, gradually flying towards the 10 thunderous elephants. "Captain Zhang, what is the matter?" A commotion startled Lin Kursin, who inquired in surprise. With a chilling cry from the depths of hell, Zhong Qing snapped back to reality, pondering her strategy for foraging. She had originally wished to lead an ordinary life, but fate played a cruel joke on her, first with Miao Nianshan's demise, followed by the sudden appearance of Shang Mingqi, shattering her tranquil existence. Zhong Qing hopped over to Moon Wuhan's side, crouching down to check his pulse. The residual toxins have been completely purged. How wonderful, she smiled, her expression pure and untainted. Lin Yu, Lin Yun, Hai Tianqin, and Lin Feng. Yao Yu was no simple character either. Bai Wang observed each of them carefully, revealing a slight smirk after a long pause. "Is this the best they can muster against us?" He mused. They were far from sufficient. Gu Tingxiao sensed an impending crisis. His comrades in the military had merely admired him before, but now they exuded unabashed affection. His true frustration lay in the fact that had it not been for his son's cleverness, he could have sold that piece of land for a much better price. It was a peculiar sensation, as thoughts and contemplation surged through his consciousness like a swift current, unimpeded. Yet, being a princess, she could not act so directly, lest she embarrass the emperor. Player number 10 wore a smile, fixing his gaze on Jiang Bei, coldly reporting the information regarding Jiang Bei's assassination. For ordinary players, a degree of tolerance was typically afforded. However, for a player like Jiang Bei, who had caused such a stir, they would scrutinize him to the utmost. Previously, Nanxing mentioned that his sister-in-law was from the village, older, and a divorced woman with a child. This was an overt threat, yet he found himself powerless against it. Jiang Feng was too enigmatic. Han Yong indeed sent people here every day. Upon discovering anomalies this morning, he immediately mobilized the troops, not due to Shen Liang's warning. Thousands of young cultivators from various regions of Qingzhou lined up in an orderly fashion to enter the examination hall. The unrivaled powers of this world do not bear the burdens of the morning fungus unaware of the dusk. Nor do they suffer the ignorance of the cicada regarding the seasons. However, Brother June, some matters must be clarified. We are here to extend you a courtesy. But certain actions we cannot undertake. We cannot engage in actions that contravene our principles. Feeling embarrassed to linger further and risk humiliation, he hastily departed from that place. Chapter 59. Thus, if one could seamlessly merge the Holy Sword and the Infinite Reincarnation, leveraging each other's strengths while compensating for weaknesses, a groundbreaking transformation would undoubtedly ensue. The so-called decisive power might be born from this synthesis. However, how could one achieve such a fusion, and how could this reciprocity be realized? The gentle morning breeze caressed the air, carrying the fresh aroma of the mountains, suggesting that rain had graced the night. You left without a word. And I could not quell my concern for you, so I came. Observing the astonished expression on Lan Wanting's face, Xiao Fengyin raised an eyebrow and remarked. It is rather chilly outside, would you not invite me in for a moment? The emperor's mental affliction showed no signs of improvement, leaving the palace in a state of unease. Everyone understood that the court relied not on this puppet emperor. However, should he cease to exist, it would herald monumental upheaval. The main hall's door stood ajar, allowing Qian Eru and the others to enter unimpeded, traversing the corridor and courtyard towards the rear residence. As they approached the inner sanctum, Qian Eru sensed something amiss. The entire estate lay enveloped in silence, devoid of even the faintest sound of slumber. Leading the others, Wei Song had advanced, delivering swift kicks to the servants who had seized Su Jin and Wang Engshi, sending them sprawling. Young hero Lin, I must first express my gratitude to you. Had it not been for your intervention, Qing Ning might have faced peril last time, and the star-shaped key would not have been so easily acquired. Remarked the ethereal fairy Miaoyun, her gaze resting on Lin Tian. Unfazed by the wind's resistance, he gently traced his fingers across Lan Wanting's smooth visage, wiping away the droplets of moisture that adorned her face. Though the beastmen appeared somewhat emaciated due to insufficient sustenance, the flickers of starlight and vitality, interlaced with traces of animosity in their eyes, were unseen in the slave market. Tang Hao felt the surge of vital energy within him quicken, and with a single stride, he found himself before Bai Ziyuan. After shedding the bothersome Mo Junxian, Jiyu arrived here with only his assistant. Upon returning home, he had heard of this horse farm's splendid environment and commendable caretakers, thus entrusting his prized white steed to their care. Zhao Ji initially discussed various matters and assigned his tasks, fully aware that the principle of a new ruler brings new subjects prevailed. Consequently, his incorporation of Zhang Chun's forces was executed with ease. After descending to the depths of the black hole and meticulously examining the remaining symbols on the stone walls, Zhang Zhang concluded that the entire altar, as well as the black hole, constituted a transdimensional connection array. On one hand, it drew the spiritual energy from Zhuge Xian, while on the other, it continuously expelled this energy through the rifts in time and space. Wu Ling, feeling the sting of unacknowledged presence as he had not cast a glance her way, succumbed to despair, closing her eyes in anguish, her burning gaze seemingly incapable of shedding another tear. Undeniably fortunate was Ouyang Beiping, for he had fortuitously acquired the techniques and elixirs left by a transcended elder within the divine mountain, something even Ouyang Qiong had not anticipated. What astounding power could be wielded from such a mere first-tier Dao realm? Who could this individual possibly be? Countless thoughts whirled in his mind. Peeking open one eye like a thief, he saw Lin Xiao still departing, and heaved a sigh of relief, collapsing softly to the ground. simultaneously feeling embarrassment for his own thoughts, realizing others had not entertained such notions at all. The cold wind whistled past his ears as Li Qianzi felt herself racing forward at breakneck speed. Time lost meaning, the surrounding mist thickened, and a brilliant array of colorful rays illuminated the eastern sky, as elegant, pure white cranes glided gracefully above the clouds. His fiancée had been courted by the emperor. A situation that would infuriate any man. Had it not been for his concern for Li Qianzi's investigation within the palace, he would have resorted to a bloody reckoning. This arrangement stemmed from Zhang Zheng's belief that Luan Feijia was unlike the other members of the Dark God sect. He exhibited a glimmer of humanity rather than sheer brutality. Although this humanity manifested more as cunning, it remained a quality of humankind rather than beastliness. The young man departed the space, leaving behind only a shattered jade token. When those engaged in the mission faced lethal threats, the token would activate an automatic rescue array, facilitating their escape. Should we embark on a grand venture? Let us incapacitate the master, the mistress, and the senior brother, and stow them away. Brother Hua, what are you doing? Are you truly considering sparing the vulture? Han Wei's eyes burned with fury, yet he remained steadfast, exchanging shouts with Li Hua. Humph. What right have you to utter such words? With your meager skills, you think to contend with me? If not for my regard for your sister, I would have subdued you long ago. Before I unleash my wrath, I advise you to depart swiftly. Should your grandfather learn of this, your demise will be most grievous, Lu Fan warned. Noting that the fire dragon wished to speak further, Jade Feng gently shook her head, signaling her unwillingness to continue the discourse, prompting the fire dragon to cease his words. One does not strike a smiling face. Had Yi Qing barged in with arrogance to conduct a search, the head of the Qing family would certainly have dismissed him. However, with Yi Qing wearing a beaming smile and adopting a lowly posture, the head of the Qing family found himself caught in a dilemma. In the aftermath, I frequently bore gifts to the underground market in search of that elusive ghost market, primarily to express my gratitude to that gentleman. For his gift had been immensely beneficial to me. Yet, despite multiple attempts, I could not locate the entrance. The various divisions of the 60th Army actively prepared for a counteroffensive, with the fiercest battles occurring in Shenhua Village, Xingjialu, and Wuxing Hall. Thus, the gaze of the entire army converged upon this region. Tian Duo, awaken! Han Wei called out, checking her breath, but receiving no response. Her breathing was faint. Lacking medical knowledge, Han Wei could only fret, growing increasingly anxious in the absence of Lu Gong. Chapter 60. Although the demoness' strength resides solely within the first realm, her enchanting arts possess an extraordinary capacity to disrupt the minds of most individuals. Filled with delight, Zhu Beiji sprang to his feet, hastily donned his garments, and ventured forth with Sun Wukong, radiating auspicious light as they hastened towards the city of Wujiguo. Zhang Yuanhang focused intently, and in the distance, the figure of Adelaide gradually became clearer. Zhao Ling's earlier smile softened, her shyness waning slightly. She envisioned Chen Ao in a flustered and awkward state and suddenly perceived that he was not entirely devoid of merit. Despite lacking prowess and indulging in nonsensical chatter, Chen Ao's heart was fundamentally kind. At this moment, had he been an ordinary man, he might have seized the opportunity to behave inappropriately. The position of the commander of the Jinyui held considerable authority. With the utterance of 6 words, it incited a flurry of unrest among the opposing congregation. Following the command, Sun Wukong clenched his fists and approached the roots of a tree, and shortly thereafter, a spring of clear water erupted from the base. It was somewhat reassuring. Had only the uncle and grandfather harbored doubts, it would have been a different matter entirely. Tang Ao's gaze swept over the speaker, and the disciple felt a chill traverse from head to toe, causing an involuntary tremor within. Regrettably, the assailant was none other than the sect leader, whose cultivation surpassed that of the original and who had the advantage. With a swift stroke of his sword, he severed the original's neck, resulting in a grim separation. Such words were indeed harsh. One might strike without hitting the face, scold without revealing secrets. The sect leader directly exposed the truth, instantly draining the color from Kuanping's face as rage surged forth. Before they could express their astonishment, they beheld, illuminated by candlelight, blood-red shadows gradually materializing on the white paper beneath the lantern. This exquisite spiritual plant, the golden sun tree, was exceedingly delicate. Should its growth environment or spiritual energy conditions fall short, it would easily wither away. Lu Baiting evidently understood this and, without hesitation, took Yili aboard the carriage, which then sped away with a whoosh. While not explicitly agreeing, he refrained from dismissing Mi Xian's opinion to avoid raising suspicion and complicating matters further. This was merely a tactic of postponement. Aside from Wang Yingfeng, who remained obstinately attached to her nephew as her greatest trump card, the other members of the Su family began to question his identity as a ninth-grade spiritual root. As the students settled into their seats on the playground to rest and hydrate, only Shinzhou continued to run laps. Meanwhile, Grandma Song and Song Shifeng were in a state of distress, frantic over the whereabouts of their cherished child. The room was unnaturally quiet. It seemed that not only had someone intruded, but they had also destroyed the insects that could have been nurtured. If the two children could succeed, it would indeed be a relief, considering Jiang Qin had been raised under her watch and possessed commendable character. Sensing the peculiar glances directed at her, Li Jiayan hurriedly broke the silence. The saying goes, when the lips are gone, the teeth are cold. If the Chu state were to lose its duel with the Xiongnu, how could the Wuchao stand unscathed? Min Shuajiao observed the village chief's retreating figure, her expression shifting several times, filled with indignation. Tsunade, with one hand grasping a rice ball, leaned her chin on Ban Yu's shoulder, chewing while gazing intently at Jiraiya. However, fearing unforeseen incidents along the way, she had refrained from showing the scroll to Li Yunxing. Treason? This was the gravest charge in the Wuchao Penal Code. Minor offenses could result in public execution, while severe ones could lead to the extermination of entire clans. Beneath the city walls, Su Ruoi, who had been knocked to the ground by Su Jinju, was about to bite her lip and rise upon hearing the prince's inquiry. Although she yearned to drive Su Lanjiao away, it was a different matter entirely when Su Lanjiao publicly acknowledged another as her mother. Observing mother placing the medicinal pestle on the ground, Dongzi picked it up to inspect, discovering that nothing had been crushed. Surely the rabbit stew could still be savored, he mused. The fifth prince had initially believed that Yang Qingma would surely perish alongside the ferocious beast. He dared not blink. Many onlookers stifled their laughter at this scene, wondering if the Tang brothers had truly lost their sanity. Elders? Instantly, Jing Chenheng and Jing Shichen comprehended the reference to their elders. Jing Shichen shook his head, unable to suppress a laugh, while Jing Chenheng's expression darkened once more. However, I found myself uncertain whether to voice a particular matter. The head of the Wen family suddenly adopted a cautious tone. Lulu understood the hardships of making a living and thus cherished this job, working diligently without ever shirking. He rose earlier than roosters, toiled harder than oxen, and ate less than dogs, yet never complained, day in and day out. A voice emerged, a man shook his head, about to speak, but his expression abruptly shifted as the treasure-seeking lock in his hand vanished, while white rays flickered through their 5 bodies in the forest. I have a question, exclaimed Wu Murong, the leader of the Angels' Tier Guild, almost simultaneously with the completion of his statement. However, Sun Zhongyang and the others were unaware. How could they fathom the vastness of Lu Shu's martial resonance, which no one could measure accurately? In this desolate wilderness, the mercenaries chose this ambush site to avoid unforeseen complications. What happened? Is something amiss? I still wish to meet the old master. Fu Rongxi exclaimed joyfully upon hearing that the old master was returning, having missed him for quite some time. Understood. Shichen's response was notably indifferent. As the servant brought over tea, Song Huifeng kindly suggested he sit down for a warm cup, and Shichen accepted, taking a seat opposite her. Lady Knight Lydia. Upon receiving Jia Jingjin's consent, Tina promptly turned and shouted outside. Beneath the enormous pit, treasures seemed to shimmer faintly, yet they were obscured by a veil of mist, impenetrable even to Qin Fei's golden eyes. By the time it reached Qin Fei's generation, the fortunes of the Tiando continent had been entirely seized, making the path to ascension as an immortal emperor even more arduous. Yet, why did I feel that what you spoke of was not derived from calculations but rather from analysis? I chuckled. Although Su Chen had slain a divine realm expert, no video evidence remained, leaving it impossible to ascertain the true extent of Su Chen's cultivation. Chapter 61. Wei Qi turned his head to survey his surroundings, confirming that the so-called mischievous figures were indeed himself. His face darkened, 3 stark black lines dangling from his forehead, as he could only trudge over in dejection. Admittedly, his earlier demeanor, crouching there and grinning foolishly, was rather unbecoming, evoking a sense of shame. However, witnessing the actions of Zhen subsequently shattered her inner hero-worship sentiment to smithereens. She was relentlessly pursued as she departed from Gujing City, compelled to conceal her identity, and rushed to Shanqing at the last moment of the outbreak of the insect race. Once everyone had vacated the manor, the first rays of dawn soon cascaded down, illuminating the residence of Plandengeist. The farmer appeared visibly shaken, likely having never encountered someone as troublesome as Uncle Chow, his face a pallid gray, remaining silent, with his whole left slumped to the side, too intimidated to pick it up and resist. Xiao Yaosheng, oscillating a folded paper fan, wandered around the city gates, mediating disputes among the players. The official task he had accepted was none other than maintaining order outside the city. This assignment proved to be quite troublesome, labor-intensive, and likely to offend others. Zhang Yujie could only smile helplessly. What more could he say? When he stormed into the chemical factory, he had acted like a god of slaughter, disregarding their lives, yet he had still shown some restraint, severing only their hands or feet at most. Preparation was certainly necessary. But Long Sun Wujie's plans were solely focused on safeguarding his estate against rebel incursions. Beyond that, he had done nothing. Moreover, Zhang Feng was a junior disciple of the Wu Wei Zhang clan, which might prove beneficial in future attempts to win over the Zhang family. Tang Zhou observed the individuals arriving, his expression twitching slightly. Were they intent on dismantling his Tang family estate? After much discussion, the players from the Lingyun army still could not ascertain a clear answer. There was no concrete evidence to implicate any particular village. Seeing this, Sanqing and Hutu were genuinely envious. For Di Jun not only protected the entire demon race but had also assimilated a significant portion of the world's primordial essence. After absorbing such a vast source of power, the Qiankuan creation map could potentially ascend to even greater heights. At that moment, a crimson glow reflected in Klein's eyes, instilling within him an insurmountable sense of dread. For them, the occasional free food distributed by the church was irresistibly enticing, and the establishment of a poorhouse was a beacon of hope amidst despair. They had long been aware of the terrifying entity slumbering in that region, however. As it had not exhibited any malice, they refrained from approaching it to avoid any unforeseen conflicts. In a brief span, the value of the wind and thunder gourd had multiplied 2- or 3-fold, illustrating the tremendous allure of innate spiritual treasures. Powerful factions among the myriad races of the wilderness vied for it, leading to a rapid escalation in its worth. Reinforcements from Chengdu arrived, accompanied by Zhuge Liang's wife, Yu Ying, who brought along 10 talented artisans and over 100 craftsmen, a special request from Zhuge Liang himself. Zhou Qingfeng slashed through the enemy's chest with one blade and decapitated another with the other. Dog Meat, utilizing the corpse of a falling enemy as leverage, sprang into the air, deftly maneuvering left and right, gaining height with each leap. Before them stood a living embodiment of the Chaos Demon God. As the reincarnated essence of the Chaos Demon God, the ancestor of reincarnation deeply understood the formidable nature of the Chaos Demon God. Moreover, it seemed that Di Jun's cultivation had transcended the realm of the primal unity, reaching an even deeper dimension. Yan Fei feigned a pretense of physical ailment to deceive others. His body was perfectly fine, and he promptly responded truthfully, not wishing to concern Wenro. Then why do I have you as my shadow? Duke Edmond Dantes demanded loudly once more. With many people present in the living room, no one paid him any mind, allowing him to approach quietly. Upon seeing the black and white photograph, his mind felt as if it had been struck by lightning, leaving him momentarily blank. Are you going to abandon the rabbit once the dog is cooked? Lan Lingfeng felt a pang of anger, her breathing becoming labored as she glared at Ning Yuanlan and Ling Mo, demanding, arrest all 3 of them. She was utterly infuriated. Could her relationship with that wretched aiming truly be likened to such a phrase? That scoundrel. Luan Mei's vehicle was parked in the courtyard. He had indeed bought a gift for Chuyi, though it had not been left in the car. Back already? Chimu completely ignored Yao Shi, addressing Qi Juanzhe with a casual remark before turning to retreat indoors. It was the voice of Lu Kui, causing Xiao Beibei to startle, instinctively glancing around. Where is everyone? Why are they missing? The sister, untainted by power, was the most precious treasure to Sui at that time. with a splitting headache. She pressed her hand against her temple, applying pressure in an attempt to alleviate the pain, yet there was no relief. She had drunk an unknown quantity of alcohol the previous night in an attempt to drown her sorrows, only knowing that she wanted to intoxicate herself to feel somewhat better. As dawn broke, the lights in the operating room remained aglow, with Ling Mo leaning against his shoulder, watching Gao Shuiqing slowly awaken. Qing Wu's heart raced as she gazed at the enormous truck drawing closer, her eyes widening in terror. At that moment, she urgently needed medical attention. Any further delay could jeopardize not only her life but also that of the child within her. All right. Thus, Dongqing took out his phone to call Feng Bailing. The call connected, but the next moment, the sound of the phone being thrown was heard, followed by a series of strange noises. Chapter 62. This statement left Song Wujiang momentarily speechless, while Taoist Song Li wore a bitter smile, surprised that after all these years, this heaven still had such a foul temper, which seemed to be growing increasingly intolerable. Yan Yisan was indeed in the bathroom, her hand caressing her cheek, the scorching heat leading her to believe it must be crimson enough to bleed. After Qini skillfully evaded a gust of air with Piamiao, she suddenly called out softly. At that moment, Han Xian found himself wishing that time could freeze indefinitely. Regarding Bai Liaofeng, she could not summon any warmth. Some grievances remained unavenged, especially for Bai Liaoyun, making vengeance impossible. It was hard to regard Bai Liaofeng with favor. The old monster. Han Ning realized the gravity of the situation. The plan had failed, and she seemed to be in danger. This echoed her master's earnest words when she left, who neither urged her to stay nor offered any reasoning, but simply spoke a single phrase. Each battle imparted different insights, gradually enhancing his strength, ultimately transforming him step by step into a true powerhouse. Liu Bang, following Zhang Liang's strategy, hastily marched overnight, surrounding Wan City by dawn, ensuring no escape. He had commoners masquerade as soldiers, planting flags across the surrounding hills. When Chao Nye observed from the city, the sight of the Chu army's banners blanketing the hills and the mass of troops, numbering in the hundreds of thousands, nearly caused his legs to buckle in fear. On the desolate rooftop of the teaching building, zombies aimlessly wandered, scattered and sparse. Zhang Chao immediately withdrew his hand, gazing at his palm, his expression shifting dramatically upon noticing a wound that appeared as if it had been burned by something of extreme heat. Zhao Tianyun's head buzzed. He had never envisioned he would leave alive today, attributing his fortune to sheer luck, including Situ Liantian, who sat quietly in the corner. Upon learning that Diyu had yet to arrive, he could not help but relax. Did I not speak the truth? This old fellow is even more tedious than I am. Just look at his leisurely demeanor, it's infuriating. The Grand Elder remarked to Yang, gesturing towards the old man. Jiamu hastily interjected, I believe it is better not to kill. Alas, there are matters you may not be aware of. Thus, Jiamu recounted Feng Buming's experiences, clarifying his true plans and intentions. At 11:30 noon, Su Mo's hen brought Tong Lexi to the hospital. Initially, Tong Lexi thought she had taken a wrong turn, but upon seeing the hospital's name, she regained her senses, realizing she had not erred. She turned to Su Mo's hen, questioning the purpose of bringing her here. Upon encountering Peng Yun, Diyu was taken aback. At that moment, Peng Yun appeared spirited, no longer resembling the dejected figure from the previous night. Ah, senior sister, I admit my oversight this time. I shall heed your counsel next time. Now that I have eliminated this person, please do not be angry. Since you have no use for this, it shall all belong to me. Jing Tian declared as he prepared to reclaim the dagger and the bag of holding he had extended. Zhao's words seemed absurd. If, as he claimed, the first to discover something owned it, then this hidden space could not solely belong to their three sections. According to Zhao's logic, should it not belong to the sect that first uncovered it? Why then were they here? Long Ting countered, his eyes gleaming at the array of martial arts tomes before him, though upon glancing at the price tags, he could only wipe away the saliva that had escaped. With a swift kick, he launched his wolf away, propelling it 3 yards distant. As he turned, another wolf lunged at him from above. But with a slight bend and a slip, he deftly evaded its attack. Jin Jiaxi was not one to speak often, although he was professional, sharp, and assertive when dealing with judges, police, and other officials. He remained quite indifferent in everyday life. Before arriving at Floating City, The team manager had repeatedly emphasized the rarity of training cards. The first card had a mere 5-day validity. Hence Wu Jin had not activated the second before using the first. The Jing family discovered that perhaps the Huan family was involved in the extermination of the Cha family, acquiring some valuables from them that could be sold to the Lu family. Her emotions grew fervent, affecting the individual on the other end of the line. Who could sense her resolve? Jin Qingzhan retrieved several items, unveiling an oilcloth bag that contained a sheepskin map. Finding it amusing, he decided to keep it for now. Under the pretext of dealing with the legitimate princess, she sought collaboration with Wei Qingwan, harboring her own motives, which she chose not to disclose. After standing in place for a considerable time, until a fierce wind arose, Tang Jingxin finally gritted her teeth and turned towards the lower guest rooms. As long as there was no widespread starvation or chaos, everything would be fine. After all, a few liters of spoiled rice could potentially save a life. Just moments ago, Suya's loud outburst might have startled the venomous snake, endangering not only Catherine but also Yi Moxing. Even if they did not flee, she wished to drive them away. It was utterly ridiculous. If it were merely a common gust, the dreaming ancestor demon would not have cared. However, this time he summoned a treasured shield for defense, his body merging directly into the void as the tempest shattered the shield into countless fragments. Chapter 63. To alleviate her worries, Xianyi claimed she had not slept well and took the opportunity of the company's recent lull to indulge in a leisurely morning. Jing Song, perceiving Zhang Tingyu's displeasure, chose not to hold it against him, understanding that the sudden upheaval in the burning valley had left them all on edge. After all, had it not been for Ji Xian, he too might have met a grim fate. I do not care what you intend to do, you must not wander off. If you continue to act recklessly, I shall impose a punishment. The Prince of Rong issued this ineffective threat. Inside the vehicle, Wu Ting remained oblivious to the events unfolding within the hotel, yet she was acutely aware of the scene outside. Li Lin chuckled softly, turning his gaze towards the window for a moment before finally speaking. They are unaware. Observing the confident Pailingxi on stage, he noted how unaffected she appeared by the recent turmoil, executing her performance with remarkable poise and ultimately securing first place in the final competition. A young man clad in ancient attire seemed to transcend time, heroically rescuing the damsel in distress, his ink-stained brush strokes adding the finishing touch to the canvas. Yet, the court of the dynasty was left largely vacant, as the empire teetered on the brink of collapse. The second Princess Imperial examination system offered countless commoners a glimmer of hope for ascension to the upper echelons of society. Tonight, seek out Yu Junjin and deliver this letter to him. Speak not a word, he shall comprehend its contents upon reading. He Jiawei made several attempts but found himself unable to escape Yifeng's grasp, resulting instead in excruciating pain in his arm. Resigned to his defeat, He Jiawei acknowledged his failure. Upon arriving at the supermarket, he felt compelled to listen to Yang Qin and Cui Xing report on the latest developments daily, eager to gauge the prevailing trends, while also reaching out to the rat for updates. Yi Yufan initially intended to unleash the dozen bolts of azure lightning to strike down the concealed adversaries. However, to his surprise, while the lightning did indeed strike the trees, it merely conjured a swirling purple mist, yielding no further effect. My girl, is it? Lu Hai, recalling how He Yang had attacked him that day, exploded in fury, rushing forward and delivering a swift kick to Xia Huan's groin. Gazing at the bloody Ji Feng, Yi Shui wept inconsolably, her mouth taped shut, rendering her unable to vocalize her sorrow. Here, take this. Ding Yi proclaimed as he offered it to her, yet simultaneously stuffed a large piece into his own mouth, savoring the delicious juices that flowed forth. Meanwhile, Dong Yiwu Lizi found himself in a comical predicament. A large porcelain bowl perched atop his head as noodles cascaded down his face. Upon hearing Yi Feng's calm words, Yi Shui trembled slightly, despite the brevity of his introduction. She could sense the brutality and hardship he had endured over the past 9 years. Yes, hold it firmly, Lai Wuying said, retrieving a scroll from his package and presenting it to Yi Yufan. With a resounding crash, the dragon's head shattered, and simultaneously, several blood shadows shot toward Shui Xiandai. Li Erden's parents had passed away years ago, and 2 years prior, Wang Hohot divorced him. Free of encumbrances, Li Erden moved out of his family home and into an inexpensive rental. Lan Xian hesitated, she was unsure of what she wanted with Tang Tang. Merely following her master's instructions. Oh, have you revealed your true form? Song Jing mocked, halting in his tracks to regard Lai Feng, a gray-black spear materializing in his hand. Crackling with arcs of lightning. Luo Yan chuckled at Huixi's remark, yet upon closer observation, one could detect an icy disdain buried within his smile. As unyielding as a glacier. He cast a deep, contemplative glance at the serene Huixi before subtly nodding, ultimately choosing to remain silent. The group exchanged glances before launching a series of ferocious kicks at the door of the Zhang clan. Despite the sturdiness of the reinforced door, it could not withstand the onslaught of their might. Within 20 minutes, the door gave way, and Yuan Jun kicked open the wooden barrier behind it. The ever-watchful Qing Hong, who had been shadowing Huixi, felt a sudden shift in energy ahead, catching her off guard. She exchanged a wary glance with Huixi, her starry eyes narrowing with vigilance as she prepared herself for battle. With the election just a day away, and amid the media's sensationalism surrounding the so-called 102 district curse, the debate had been escalated to a dramatic finale. Indeed, considering their respective physiques, Li Zhongyu, a regular at the gym, though lacking a six-pack, still possessed a more substantial musculature than Edward. Kai Yan had no intention of using her husband as a test subject. She regarded her indomitable brother as the perfect outlet for her frustrations. Wang Bo noted the peculiar glances from the cultivators guarding the secret realm but chose not to linger. Swiftly departing with Lu Xing. Once donned in this military uniform, one must honor its significance. Shall we proceed, squad leader? Hao Dong inquired. Wang Bo was well aware of the dominant forces within the Black Mountain Star Domain. The holy domain ruled over it, with 3 sacred sites, 4 kingdoms, 7 star seas, and 10 sects, comprising 24 top-tier powers, each governing vast territories. So what? Qian Yifei crossed his arms, reclining in his chair with a smug smile directed at Qian Ningjun. Chief Huda, our clan leader has returned, you may meet him now. A guard announced as the door swung open. Lin Tianlong, reluctant to end up as another creature's waste, absorbed the spiritual energy from the spirit stones while simultaneously channeling the 5 elemental energies into the fire spirit pearl. Anxiously contemplating his next course of action. Numbers 2 and 3, along with the recently healed Yun Feimiao, kept their heads bowed in silence, their hearts heavy with despair. Particularly Yun Feimiao, who bore the greatest guilt. I do not wish to impose, merely to inquire a few questions. If you cooperate, perhaps I shall spare your life. Qian Yifei remarked coolly. Yet, since Lin Tianlong had broached the topic, what harm could there be in savoring his own feelings of disappointment once more? Xiao Menglu chose not to engage further with them, for he faced a multitude of vexing matters that required his attention. Just as the presence of the celestial python dissipated, a black and red inner core emerged, extending a colossal serpent head to glance at Dong Zhanyun before vanishing into the void. Dong Zhanyun felt as though all vitality had been drained from him, his presence becoming faint and elusive. Chapter 64. If one wishes to lower the prices of Cisco's products in order to compete for Huaxiao's orders, it is certain that customers who have already made purchases will raise a commotion. Chibo was just discussing with Chu Tianshuang the search for the last fragment of the Boundary Heart Pearl when the sudden surge of Yuan power from Qian Wu startled the entire Jiuli clan, prompting many to come and investigate. Unlike the sensations of the 1980s, this world now felt both strange and familiar to him, strange because it differed from his past life, yet familiar due to the resurgence of many elements from his former daily life. However, the situation was no longer the same. Previously, Lu Ruoming had mentioned that Gao Xinjia worked at this very hospital. The captain remarked as he walked, "Cici, with your control over these robots, you have saved us considerable time." After hearing those divine words, Lan Jing'er found herself perplexed, feeling a bit disgruntled. I used to understand everything just fine. Why is it that your words leave me baffled? Are you speaking the language of the gods? I learned from Lingli, so why can't I comprehend it? Nonetheless, having taken action, Lin Ming fully believed that with the talent of the fragmented bee, she was quite capable of extricating herself from the black coffin. Chu Tianshuang also exchanged glances with someone, signaling him not to be too strict. With no other choice, Chu Haoyan had to retrieve the alchemical methods from Ziluo and inscribe them onto a jade slip. Lu Xing opposed, saying, "What is there to fear? Your skills are so formidable that even if we joined forces, we might not be able to defeat you. As of now, there were not many true stars from Huaxia who had emerged on the international stage. Among the few, even fewer had significant influence or had participated in major events. As night fell, the Sui army did not press onward, gradually creating distance from the Goguryeo forces as orders were passed down. After conferring with the likes of the ruthless Great Emperor and Wan Qing, Moe, and Tang Zichen joined forces to plunge into the River of Fate, only to realize they had made a mistake. Oh no, am I destined to lose this battle? On the battlefield, the seasoned veteran Jiang Zhongji recognized that his side had fallen into a passive position, feeling immense regret for having underestimated the enemy. He had never anticipated that the previously defeated Tianjin Qing army would dare to charge out of the city in desperation, catching them completely off guard. On this sparsely populated plateau in the western Tibet, vehicles were a rare sight on the roads. The traffic congestion typical of large cities was non-existent here. Underestimating the situation, combined with our own complacency and lack of preparation, has led to such a dire scenario, which Suchen found unsurprising. Xiaoda, you have been stationed well at Huaiyue Temple, why the sudden move elsewhere? Li Tongjie inquired curiously. Turning around, he saw a group accompanying the prince of the Great Xia. Likely the offspring of powerful factions, yet under Yi Fan's divine gaze, they were merely figures of Dao Palace realm, hardly worthy of his attention. Certainly, the Minister of Railways was occupied with the pressing matters of separating China railway construction investment from the railway system. While also differing in opinions on the usage of railway bonds, the tensions between No. 10 Fuxing Road and No. 2 Fuyo Street were reaching a boiling point. Master Guqi had also mentioned that if one truly wished to find him in the future, they could consult the old ancestor Tianyu. Clearly, Guqi harbored great trust in the old ancestor and his associates. Hence, Dong Shuang felt no concern about his identity as a void walker being known to the upper echelons of the Taisu Heavenly Palace. However, the first killing move and the imagined second killing move could not be executed simultaneously against a single adversary. Rox and his companions were among the most outstanding youths of the three major powers. At that moment, they gazed at Fang Yi as if they had him cornered. The next instant, all three simultaneously commanded their subordinates to attack Fang Yi. Nonsense, I have never harbored such thoughts. Chen Shurji's heart raced as he cast a fearful glance at the prince beside him. Agreed. A simple affirmation from 12, devoid of further elaboration. Lu Yong then presented a confidential letter for the two to peruse. After 12 finished reading, he promptly placed it atop the oil lamp to incinerate it. Adhering to their customary practice. Going home? What home remains? The celestial realm has been utterly destroyed by the forces of the heavenly Tao. Mistress, could you enlighten me on which home you wish to return to? The question arose, as the team had long deviated from their original westward route. How should they proceed? Bind them all, Ma Zhong commanded, though his words were clearly redundant, as others had already taken the initiative to restrain the individuals into bundles. If it were truly that sort of situation, it would pose no challenge for us. What challenges could exist? As long as the three of us are present, it should not be deemed difficult. Guan Yu smiled. After Zhao Yun had cleared a vast territory, the following 1,000 soldiers swiftly advanced to assault the city gates. Those unable to contend with Zhao Yun targeted the remaining soldiers, circumventing him to charge at the 1,000 behind. Observing Neela's haughty demeanor, a wave of intense condemnation erupted from the audience. None were fooled, as it was evident that Neela had acted with intent. Zhou Tai was equally startled, promptly discarding the body of the fallen. As he saw oil being poured again from above, Zhou Tai felt helpless and could only retreat hastily to the ground. Li Chongqing possessed considerable insight into Murong Ziying, considering him a person of integrity, though rather rigid regarding rules. He likely remained unaware of this matter and was simply executing Su Yao's orders. These words left Zhang Ruoyu with a peculiar sensation, standing in a daze for quite some time. It was not until Qiu Yu inquired about her state that she regained her composure. Observing the captivating expression of Leng Huanqing, Mu Yuanhan felt somewhat helpless, yet still cooperated with Leng Huanqing's performance. Feng Zhen had never anticipated that she would find herself in such a predicament. When the crisis first emerged, she had shown willingness to share the hardships. What had led them to this point? In an instant, A sphere of black energy began to swirl around Yisu, before suddenly surging into his body. However, King Qin Shan remained undaunted, bellowing, "Ji Huang. Are you not concerned that my Qin families might pose as a threat to your Ji family?" Now was the perfect time to unveil a new set. A vibrant red that far exceeded the mundane household items originally prepared by Kai Jianjun. Very well, preparing this set of magical artifacts would require some time. I fear I shall be intruding at your esteemed residence for a while longer. Li Chongqing chuckled. Chapter 65. This was an unprecedented occurrence, since acquiring his abilities, he had encountered something he could not identify for the very first time. Not to mention those first-rate auction houses. Even the top-tier ones boasted annual profits reaching hundreds of billions, an astonishing figure. Listening to his self-righteous analysis, Zhao Tianming retorted with irritation, stating that if mere conjecture were sufficient for arrests, the police station would be inundated with people daily. Sheena, in her astonishment, felt her body stiffen. The bones in her arms and sides creaked, and the air from her lungs was expelled. Locke, while speaking, glanced at the distant lake shimmering with blue light, which appeared remarkably tranquil. Before he could finish his sentence, a large hand struck the back of his head with force, nearly causing Demos, who was mid-sentence, to bite his own tongue. Despite the boss being in his late 70s, he was remarkably vigorous. The injection of alien cells to become a hybrid had its advantages, rendering his body nearly free of ailments. Through the generosity of the mother of the Red World, Angela was assimilated, destined to be reborn as a demon lord at some point in the future, retaining his memories and independent personality. Lin Wei had prepared for the worst. Upon detection of the fluctuation of witchcraft energy, he intended to have Ruichala cover his escape. However, to his surprise, the bronze heptagonal ring possessed a shrouding power that concealed all traces of his magical and mental energy. Yi Feng, Chen Ruoyan, along with 2 Special Forces members, formed a team of 4, while Zhao Long, Luo Anhua, and another Special Forces member comprised a trio. The remaining Special Forces members were similarly grouped, with teams of 2 to 3 or 4 to 5. In truth, he did not blame Bai Zhanqing. But the White Tiger indeed fell into slumber due to Bai Zhanqing's oversight. Jin Yin speculated that when the other party came to seek him out, they likely did so with a sense of impending doom, hence they did not carry the treasure with them. The clientele for their establishment gradually stabilized, fortunately. They could only prepare a limited selection daily, preventing them from encroaching on the business of the neighboring deli, allowing both establishments to coexist peacefully. It turned out that someone could not contain themselves at that moment. Despite their pale complexion and incomplete recovery, they swiftly dashed off to ring the lucky cat's bell. Furthermore, her master, Zhang Qing, was a celestial being with strength comparable to that of a high-level magician in their early stages. Qin Yun, being merely an 8th-tier magician, could not possibly bring harm to Zhang Qing. "Hey," Pike remarked casually. However, Daisy was unperturbed by this. She maintained a rather informal rapport with her colleagues, fostering a friendly relationship. He dashed ahead, delivering a fierce strike to the foremost giant wolf while simultaneously activating the Tian Gang shield for defense. The ensuing events left Chen Mo slightly taken aback, as the developments clearly exceeded his expectations. Upon the announcement of this news, members of the Tianwen sect eagerly rushed to participate. Due to the large number of participants, a date was set for a public competition to select candidates. The tablet not only unveiled information regarding the robot but also unlocked the security protocols for various regional barriers, each operating as an independent system. Despite Yuzei's rising popularity and substantial online traffic, some individuals deemed it inconsequential. The pivotal factor lay in the expert team led by the academicians, signifying national recognition of Yuzei's extraordinary capabilities. He simply settled on the couch, opting not to approach Diandian and Chusan, seizing the opportunity to thoroughly examine the decor of the Luotong household. The air before him dissipated in an instant, and the very fabric of space trembled, nearly collapsing before his eyes. However, given the Qing dynasty's overwhelming dominance and the forces that were obliterated in the process, it was evident that the Qin emperor had amassed formidable martial arts techniques, and not merely one type. It was not until the third matching period that he finally encountered an opponent, commencing their first round of eliminations. Nevertheless, Waluda and her companions did not exhibit any notable actions. Regarding intelligence, they were the slowest among all factions present. Individuals living in comfort, like Wang Mingrua, could afford to hire personal trainers to learn fitness routines. Moments ago, after receiving information concerning the potential collapse of spatial equipment, he promptly extracted his belongings from the spatial gear and advised those on Layman Island to do the same. Upon rising, Lu Hong realized that night had fallen. Hastily dressing and hearing laughter outside, which seemed to come from Wu Feng and the others chatting nearby. Consequently, the set of the 7 luminaries tree that Mo Wei was employing only functioned at a theoretical 60 efficiency. Thus, Chiao Fenglai did not take the matter too seriously, permitting Mo Wei to manage the decor and arrangements as she saw fit, aside from requiring adequate external camouflage. As the great rock was engulfed in flames, the divine connection simultaneously descended upon Su Chen. Mu Fangyan, filled with worry, could not smoke out the rabbits, nor could she simply set fire to drive everyone out. However, a direct assault was certainly out of the question. Wang Jing did not anticipate that the ever-obedient Wang Yi would undertake such a significant endeavor behind his back. The national treasure shook its body, limbs moving with such velocity that it darted forth like an arrow, its speed akin to that of a rocket. Wang Yi forcefully poked Lu Long's face, pondering how much effort the sunglasses must have exerted, as Lu Long remained unresponsive even after a considerable time. Aside from familial ties, the jewelry was a wedding gift from Lu Jianghui to his wife, embodying his affection for Ji Fanyua's mother, hence he yearned for it to return to its rightful owner. Shui Luomei wiped the sweat from her brow, entirely oblivious to the fact that behind the living room curtains, Han Qing was observing her every move. Deep Yang was at a loss for words. Guiru was not Guishan's biological son, a suspicion he had long harbored. Yet, he kept his doubts buried deep within. Believing in Guishan's integrity and that he would eventually reveal the truth, little did he expect that it would be Ji Fanyue who brought it to light. Chapter 66 I have yet to express my gratitude to you for the events of last time. Have you dined? Would you care to join me at my establishment for a meal? Lin Sun suggested. At that moment, a commotion arose at the courtyard gate, as members of the Jiang Alliance arrived bearing refreshments. In no time, Yixima Peng and Demelin Zhu, accompanied by more than 10 attendants, had departed. Although Madame Li's words were vague, piecing together the information relayed by Lin Yueqi made it easy to infer the past events. What was the nature of his speech? Did I overlook something? He Jiaxing furrowed his brow, racking his brain, finding nothing forthcoming. He had not conceived of the method of the red snow pile. Nor had he realized that he had thought of it but dismissed it. He was equally unfamiliar with the method of piling and could not instruct others. Observing others effortlessly managing their burdens, he had once thought that he could handle affairs as adeptly as Wan Yanxing observed Wan Yanaguda managing internal matters. Yet, once he bore that burden himself, Wan Yanxing profoundly understood the difficulties that Wan Yanaguda had faced. As she spoke, Ying Ning rose from the bed and gently lifted the bed frame, revealing a hidden compartment measuring 3 feet square. So, should certain matters be addressed before my presence fades? He hesitated. I am merely an ordinary student. From whence do I hail? Lu Xian's words were sincere. Had it not been for the arrival of the legendary Sword Emperor, the current Lu Xian would have remained immortal. He too was a subject worthy of study. Where would he find the opportunity to showcase his brilliance? Considering their spirited robbery, I merely employed a simple illusion to frighten them without resorting to true force. In stark contrast, Mo Xiaohua acted hastily, launching attacks with abandon but entirely neglecting his defenses. Or rather, lacking the time to summon his magical barriers. The overwhelming force of the red feather's innate spiritual treasure struck him, leaving him grievously wounded. Staggering backward and spitting blood, Chao Guiping's sharp scream became lodged in her throat as she trembled, closing her eyes to swallow her saliva, tears streaming down her pale face. Very well. Upon hearing the initial words, Liao Geng replied softly, yet as he continued listening, he sensed a reciprocation of his feelings. A smile gradually returning to his visage. Why is it so late for dinner? You must be famished, right? Yu Zhongyao's voice was extraordinarily gentle, as if he feared that speaking too loudly would frighten the birds from the trees. Could it be that they had misinterpreted everything? Did the junior disciple bully the white-clad man because of her affection for her senior brother? ZR, feeling a throbbing headache, resolutely pulled him up. Dragging him out the door, her eyes wide as she commanded, "You shall not re-enter until you bring Sister Shangguan back in high spirits." With that, she slammed the door shut. No sooner had she spoken than 10 Wind-Yang avatars materialized, encircling the Blood Demon Emperor, while nearly 100,000 Wind Demon warriors ascended into the air. The terrain flanking the welcome pavilion was relatively gentle, with sparse trees and vegetation, rendering it unsuitable for close-range, large-scale ambushes. However, what of a distant, large-scale ambush? In the villages of Hehe and Shanghe, each typically boasted a fire dragon. Selecting 20 or so robust young men to brandish the fire dragons and create a ruckus until dawn. In the darkness, aside from the myriad stars and a crescent moon illuminating the earth, there were only the flickering torches. Looking southwest from the encampment, one could see the mountains ablaze with torches, like countless stars appearing at the valley's peak. The words of the Western Emperor carried a sense of a lonely hero. And in that moment, Yichen felt as if Mu Yuanshan sat before him. Yet before I could approach, I felt my legs ensnared by something, nearly toppling to the ground. This sensation, though reminiscent of Lin Jia's memories of the Moon King, bore an initial resemblance to that outline. The stubborn elder remained silent, slightly awkward, contemplating that if she were to bow her head and plead, he might forgive her. After a few miles of travel, banners obscured the sun, and dust filled the air as a group approached. The officials turned pale, and the emperor was equally astonished. She felt foolish. Having left the residence openly and with the approval of Bai Lijiao, why should she feel guilty? Just as she intended to chastise those obstructing her path, she sensed something amiss behind her. Alarmed, she turned her head, nearly crying out in fright. Vast stretches of barren land were being redeveloped, and in a few years, this place would become a major grain-producing region, surpassing Jinan, Lin, and Qi, second only to the Plain Kingdom. However, what none of them anticipated was the surprising scene that awaited them at the Stronghold Square. Waiting for the son-in-law to return, the sister's neck would undoubtedly remain intact. Yet my wrist might soon be broken. Zhao Er's military rank could be said to have risen directly by 6 levels, representing a high-standard treatment. In contrast, Lu Biao's title of General of the Southern Defense, despite its imposing sound, was merely that of a minor general. The ship rocked violently, and Namgongya failed to support Tong Tong, resulting in a loud splash as she herself fell into the water. Chapter 67. The inhabitants of Changshan City were engulfed in terror, fearful of being captured and devoured by the giants. Merchants incessantly banded together to lodge complaints with the administrative office, questioning their inaction and reluctance to devise strategies to clear the paths, and why they remained holed up in the city, too timid to confront the giants. Among the cultivators of the divine continent, formations are an indispensable component of combat prowess. Through the intricate arrangement of formations, practitioners can gain various auxiliary effects such as defense, offense, concealment, and illusions. Some formations are so potent that they even surpass their manipulators. Most formation masters hail from Donghua Academy, which boasts the finest resources and techniques, nurturing exceptionally gifted individuals from across the nation. Only there can one become a formation master. He Bing explained this, though his gaze betrayed a hint of regret. Indeed, there were 2 unusually dressed and notably robust men leading 2 horses down the street. In a fit of frustration, Ouyang Lian cast a cold sidelong glance at Feng Lan, his molars clenched tightly. During the day, many students had succumbed to nausea, particularly those from the alchemy department, who wailed in despair and returned to their bamboo huts at night to fall into deep slumber. Does Brother Mu desire this? And you inquired, puzzled. The starting bid of 10,000 gold seemed rather unremarkable. Damn it! Yu Qingling exclaimed fiercely. Ever since the company was engulfed in such rumors, outsiders likely believed that the male actors were entangled with one another. As for Wen Yu, he possessed 2 companies, and although both were currently facing issues, neither he nor his father harbored any anxiety. Their greater concern was whether he had suffered or endured hardships. He had never truly loved anyone and remained oblivious to the essence of deep affection, which compelled his sister to forsake wealth and status in pursuit of it. Even individuals like Ning An and Zhao Qingyan, who had already tasted the fruits of power, still sought after such ephemeral pursuits. Leave that to me. Just tell me if I handled this splendidly. Li Badian waved his hand, unwilling to disclose to Ji Wushan how he had accomplished it, wearing an expression that craved praise. Unbeknownst to them, whether among the seasoned veterans of the Wolf-Fong Special Forces, international mercenaries, or the newly joined recruits, a profound sense of belonging to the 1305 survival base had taken root. No one wished to leave anymore. Captain, with a day and a night remaining. What shall we do next? Perhaps we should venture out of Lan Yuan and hunt a few magical beasts for some spoils? Yi Xiaoxiong proposed. The youthful cultivator seemed to have anticipated this and displayed no disappointment, merely gesturing for the next bidder to step forward. He tilted his head, a look of confusion dancing in his eyes as he sought to extract some insight from the two individuals before him. Zhao Luchan shot a glance at Lin Gaoyuan, a quintessential wealthy second-generation individual, whose actions within the company were riddled with flaws. Her statement was not a jest but a stark truth. The floor-to-ceiling windows remained ajar, a cool night breeze gently tousling his bangs, shattering the tender emotions he harbored. Although all were divine kings, the paths of the dark, sanctuary, and heaven realms diverged completely. If the three celestial sovereigns acquired them, their cultivation would undoubtedly soar. Yet, to leave this black-haired corpse intact for the cult would only bring calamity to others. No. This time I cannot allow Lin Lao to have his way. This concerns the lives of many. It is no longer a matter of a mere tarnished reputation. Guoku reluctantly set down her wine bowl, akin to a long-time smoker relinquishing their pipe, glancing back at it intermittently. Yu Jiar, however, was more resolute. To her, drinking was merely a novelty, and once that thrill faded, it held no allure for her. As the tide began to turn against him, Elbu felt a surge of trepidation, wildly slashing with his spear before turning his steed to flee. After lunch, the head of the household, Shindazhu, set down his spotless bowl and chopsticks, rising with his hands clasped behind his back as he exited the kitchen. The fifth and sixth elders were taken aback, realizing that the eldest elder was more well-informed than they had anticipated. That investor was also considered a major domestic enterprise, although the Xing family was on par with them. They could not afford to offend them lightly. Though Yuan Qiaolong was married, she had never witnessed childbirth. Upon hearing her mother's anguished cries, her face turned as pale as a ghost, torn between concern for her mother and anticipation for a brother or sister. Wang Bao had heard that it was dug from the mountains, assuming it to be a wild vegetable variety, and paid it little mind. Only Zhao and Fang Shuhai found it peculiar. This place had once been visited by her and Xing Tingxiao during their university days, upon returning multiple times afterward. Their identities and mindsets had shifted entirely, and they could no longer recapture the fervor and anticipation of their youth. Faced with such a terrifying presence, whether the 6 island guardians, the 4 divine generals, or the 100,000 carefree guards, they all treated the black dragon with reverence, as though it were their master. Li Qin felt similarly. The adorable cubs of fierce beasts were simply too charming to choose from, and he longed to bring them all home. Chao Zhongliang was testing the emperor. If the 2 cripples were also exiled, it would be a matter of life and death. The heavy breaths of summer echoed in Song Xinyue's left ear. The male's breath was stimulating, causing her body to tingle with discomfort. She nearly let out a soft murmur. He had just arrived at Fang Lijing's doorstep when she emerged from her home. He felt a surge of happiness, knowing his timing was impeccable. Had he arrived even a moment later, she might have already left. The only solace for Yi Yanqing was that this rookie soldier had his own independent room to utilize. The call came from Li Zhenhua. Upon seeing his name, Xia Tian couldn't help but smile. Clearly, Li Zhenhua might be bringing good news. Generally, when addressing an official, one would typically refer to their subordinate rank, but in this instance, it was customary to overlook that out of respect for leadership. Fang Fumin, as the executive vice-governor, held the highest office at that moment, making it entirely appropriate for Song Tianming to address him as Governor Fang. At times, monstrous creatures would launch attacks, akin to a lawless domain, where biologically engineered beings would emerge. However, Qin Junyi now understood that these were likely the products of facilities like the Paradise, intended to instigate fear, a classic tactic of formations. Chapter 68. As one drives, gazing at the distant mountains, after a while, they seem to remain in the same far-off direction, seemingly unchanged. The young and vigorous martial general, with a profound gaze and large hands, his long fingers distinct at the joints, wrapped his left arm around her while his right index finger delicately teased the slender tie of her garment, slowly pulling it outward. Unfazed by everything, she lay down directly on his lap, her smile blooming like a plum blossom, surprising him. He abruptly sat up, exchanging a glance of shock with Fushi. Instantly, he reorganized the defensive system, establishing fire points, buffer zones, and explosion points with remarkable clarity and efficiency, as though the commands had been issued without any conscious thought. Yet their practicality was astonishingly high. Witnessing the audacious individual depart in a huff, the crowd felt a wave of displeasure wash over them, their enthusiasm extinguished. And they followed the Golden Crab General into the Grand Hall with a sense of discontent. Did she truly believe that just because the Emperor did not summon her to his chamber, she should bear the blame for all misfortunes and harbor jealousy against her? However, those who heard the news wore expressions of disdain, truly embodying the fearless nature of youth, eagerly awaiting to see Mo Fan's folly. You should return and discuss with Wang Zan. If you agree, let the two children spend more time together, Xiaiji suggested, emphasizing that childhood companionship fosters deeper feelings. The complete loss of human form rendered one entirely unlike any creature in nature. If compared, it would resemble the bizarre amalgamations of life found in the deep sea, all possessing grotesque limbs. The words were nearly bitten out by Luo Yenner. Yet, that scoundrel, Xiao Yu, continued to style his hair with her comb, feigning ignorance of her presence. Xiong Shan sensed the faint traces of malevolent energy coursing through his meridians and immediately resumed the operation of the flesh concentration technique, retracting the manifested Dantian meridians and internal organs back into his bones. Everyone is surely familiar with the rules of the preliminary selection, after all. This is not the first competition. However, I must make some adjustments here. The final qualifiers are decisions made after careful consideration and are not open to challenge. The steward spoke slowly. The fortunate 20 or so sand bandits stood over 100 meters away, gazing at Luo, who smiled silently at them, feeling an icy chill envelop them. Her expression, revealing a hint of coldness that starkly contrasted with her exquisite visage, instilled fear in those who beheld her. As the teacher of Jiraiya's trio and the Hokage of Konoha, he had both public and private reasons to extend his gratitude to Hitaki Sakumo. With no other members of the advisory council present for protection, the underground passage restricted flight, limiting their high mobility, obstructing their vision while simultaneously needing to safeguard the reincarnation dream flower, further constraining their actions. This decision caused Nobunaga and Maki, who were observing, to exchange solemn glances. As they were also nin users, they recognized that Luo's choice was rather hasty. The old gorilla was momentarily stunned, if translated into the language of demon cultivation. Lu Kuan's words meant not condensing the demon core, allowing the demonic spiritual power to transform into a solid state within the bones, rendering it seemingly helpless. You all. Fine, Oyemu hesitated before returning to pat their shoulders. Then, receiving Oyemu's chakra, the two floated upward. A master of the void was surprisingly reduced to a state of near death. Where could one seek justice for that? In the villa. Chen Lin knelt closer to Ran Feng, fully aware of her intentions, just as Ran Feng's phone rang. Unexpectedly, apart from Wang Kai, Long Tianxiang had also come along. Nevertheless, since he was already there, Ran Feng allowed him entry. Having been injured, he believed he lacked the capability to remain in the special forces, which led him to retire and, after several transitions, arrive at the U group. Listening to the mundane tone, Chen Feng felt a jolt within. Her voice was evidently not quite normal. Yet, he refrained from inquiring, wishing to avoid further entanglements. All right, no problem, I will heat the food for you right away. Feeling as if granted a reprieve, he dashed out of the room. It's no trouble at all, nor is it a significant matter. Is it not my father overseeing the antibody injections in the new district of Kyoto? He wants me to help for a few days and would also like me to receive the injection, Hu Jun remarked. Jiang Qiu observed the purple-robed figure relentlessly pursuing him. A flicker of seriousness flashing in his eyes. They had been chased for over 10 minutes, and if this continued, their spiritual energy would inevitably deplete. That evening, Ran Feng was watching television in the living room when guests arrived. The butterfly opened the door to find Wang Kai arriving as promised. Li Kuang was perplexed, recalling how, when he and Zhang Yuxi encountered Tang Yi, their formidable prowess allowed them to exchange several blows. Despite Tang Yi's strength, he had not yet reached the point where he could effortlessly eliminate them. The white butterfly concluded her broadcast. Yet the brothers of the Changlin family were not inclined to let her off easily, resulting in a flurry of scathing remarks in the chat channel. Tang Jinshui detailed his preparations, serving as guidance for Li Chonglin's judgment. And Gong and Sima Xiu did not return to Jiankong with Wei Jia. Wei Jia furrowed his brow. Could it be that his so-called grandmother, the old crone, was deceiving him? Upon realizing this, Song Ming felt a chill in his heart. The deceit among alien races was so profound that even direct relatives could not be trusted. Nonetheless, it was fortunate that the two men had, in a sense, become acquainted through their conflict. While their bond was not particularly deep, they had indeed fought, hadn't they? Let it not be mere spittle, even if it is urine. We must have it. Qiu Yang's eyes were fixed intently on Zhang Yi, his gaze unwavering. As he spoke loudly, he pressed on the shoulders of the soldiers, scrutinizing the eyes of each warrior. A mountain, entirely enveloped in white mist, appeared almost ethereal. Suddenly, a piercing and jarring dragon's roar echoed, and a massive dragon-like form fell through a hole in its body. After a moment of contemplation, everyone found the idea excellent, showering praise that made even the strategist feel somewhat bashful. Nevertheless, despite the numerous vexations troubling him, what weighed most heavily on his mind was how to deal with the Golden Granny. Chapter 69. Previously, the other party was too irate to communicate. But now they have calmed down, exhibiting less volatility. Such is the vastness of the world that it never ceases to amaze. The existence of such a race has truly broadened his horizons. Although reluctant to respond to her inquiries, he found it difficult to resist her pitiful demeanor and patiently provided an answer. Everyone stood at the entrance, equipped with various firefighting tools, even stretchers were prepared outside, awaiting action. Shurhai could hardly fathom that his mother not only chose to support his ambitions for a harem but also wagered her life for it. She expressed a desire to visit the historical sites documented abroad, should they still exist. Cousin De and Cousin Er exchanged flushed glances, fully aware of their own abilities. Their team belonged to the 1st Combat Battalion, led by the Darkwood True Monarch, who maintained a close relationship with the Silver Fairy. Their distress signal was a bright light resembling a tree, easily recognizable. This inquiry indeed piqued Gu Ruodong's curiosity, causing her to lose her earlier arrogance as she gazed at Gu Zi with wide-eyed wonder. The wife seemed quite moved. If only there were a bed at this moment. Anyo's mind wandered to wicked thoughts, pondering that even without a bed, one could indulge in more sinister desires. Mythical beasts? Could one truly suffer defeat in their presence? Upon hearing this, Lin Ming was suddenly reminded of a mythical creature like the thunderous tiger. Frankly, she would rather perish than allow those 4 vile wolves to tarnish her purity. You have lost. Anyo pressed the long blade against her fair neck. At this moment, a mere tug would cause her beautiful head to roll onto the ground. Feng Fei was genuinely earnest. The emperor vowed not to disappoint his beloved consort. Feng Qianzhan smiled as he accepted the fire stick from Feng Fei and approached the fuse, knowing that once ignited, many truths would be unveiled, and speculations would finally yield results. Upon entering, Fimas lowered his head to sniff around, detecting Fina's scent nearby, although the trail was chaotic, suggesting she had been darting about the area repeatedly. It would take time to discern the freshest scent among the confusion. Shortly after the islanders departed, several private cars halted in the same spot, hesitating. What now? A dispassionate voice echoed from within the vehicle. Suddenly, he felt an unfamiliarity with this formidable Lu Senior, as if they had never met. Lin Ming's only source of concern was the possession of radiance. Should he lose this sole advantage? It was likely that these prominent figures had no intention of negotiating but rather sought to usurp his position directly. Jing Tian grasped Anyo's words and recalled their first encounter. She indulged in sweet thoughts. At that moment, being publicly singled out, particularly at such a delicate time, the atmosphere grew lively. Many gazes flitted between the two families. Yet have you not noticed the failures in your recent endeavors? Raymond retorted. Once the governing officials passed their assessments, they became civil servants of the Galactic Federation, with the highest rank being one of the 11 elders of the ruling council. Any law within the Federation must secure the support of a majority of these elders to be enacted, regardless of the coincidences surrounding today's events. The young master of the divine silkworm, with unwavering strength, managed to struggle for survival even in dire circumstances. His throat ached, and he held a mouthful of medicinal liquid. Hearing someone challenge him, he picked up his electric guitar. Yet before Shura could finish speaking, a loud crash resonated, and Guyenda's body was propelled outward. He pressed his face against the wall with a violent slam, and a resounding thud echoed, leaving a splatter of blood on the wall. Reminiscent of their earlier search for the murderer, where the blood was similarly pressed against the wall. Upon seeing Chu Feng, I wanted to respond to Ling Kuei, recalling all the treasures I had bestowed. Ling Hua's grandmother appeared extremely anxious, her face full of worry. She described herself as a devilish fiend, insisting her place was by the side of the cosmic king, fervently wishing to avoid any sight of Chu Feng and Ling Kuei. Bai Yi, well-versed in ancient lore, immediately recognized the fearsome beast as Zhu Yan, one of the 10 ancient fiends, whose mere appearance could incite chaos among mortals. Yet, this pinnacle of ferocity could not withstand even 100 rounds under the command of the Star River Marshal and was sealed within the sea of suffering. No, he said, pointing to the egg from which the hen had painstakingly laid, lamenting its premature demise without even hatching. It is truly unfair to the hen, thus I feel quite unfilial, he declared with righteous indignation. Your mother is weary, return to your room and sleep. How old are you to still seek her out at such a late hour? Feng Xuanyu impatiently tossed out the remark, allowing An Shaoqing to continue his incessant knocking, determined to rouse everyone in the villa. Although Yan was somewhat worried, she recognized that it was beneficial for her princess to venture out for a change of scenery, especially with guards accompanying her, ensuring her safety. It must be understood that severing the dragon vein is a grave sin. Not to mention spirit masters. Even an ordinary person who inadvertently cuts the dragon vein would face a lifetime of calamities and a tragic end. Who would dare undertake such a perilous act? Except for those exceptional spirit masters who are akin to deities? Dawn broke like a sharp sword, slicing through the silent night and heralding the arrival of the rising sun. And Yushi arrived at the company to attend a meeting, which revolved around the same mundane topics. A beam of sword energy soared skyward, striking the colossal cauldron with a resounding roar, sending the powerful vessel flying. He dialed, but no one answered. It seemed the noise rendered them unable to hear. Qin Yafu, while responding to Li Lei, was also comforting herself. Yafu, we have come to see Zihong. Lu Jianyan, who was typically generous and bold, did not hesitate to approach Qin Yafu, greeting her openly rather than sneaking into the hospital to claim he was not Lin Zun's son. Yet to insinuate that Lin Zun had been unfaithful to Akuo's mother, implied that Akuo's mother had betrayed Lin Zun. The divine spirit king's eyes glimmered with golden light as the ancient Yin-Yang sword sliced through the air, accompanied by a fierce gale. Gratitude is unnecessary. Just refrain from causing me any trouble. Qin Yafa shook her head. That girl still requires tempering, she must be gradually refined. Chapter 70. Shen Nua contemplated seriously. And it seemed there was no reason to doubt. From the very beginning, his attire had revealed his affluence, and he had never lamented his financial status in her presence. Should they acquiesce or resist when others wield the banner of national righteousness to morally bind them in the future? For over a decade, she and her mother had plotted to mar Jiang Wanyue's beauty at her debut, inciting others to slander her, all for the purpose of usurping her place. With a sudden crash, a wine goblet at the table was knocked to the ground by Fu Xiqing's long leg. The construction of Shenglin Garden had spanned 3 dynasties. With central officials overseeing the establishment of this imperial retreat, certain officials and individuals would inevitably come into contact with this scheme. Upon contemplating this notion, Li Zhong promptly dismissed it, inwardly chiding himself for his foolishness. The new monarch was merely 8 years old, how could he have experienced such things? Sun Li had endured tumultuous times, the founding of a nation, and periods of prosperity. What he least wished to witness was the chaos of Dayu, which would bring unimaginable devastation. Before Jiang Piaxue could discern whether she was alive or a specter, a white shadow darted past her. Li Zhong, snowflakes accumulating on his shoulders, grimaced against the pain and hobbled into his modest lodgings, a place designated for his brief respites. Lu Ximing's tone dripped with condescension, in his eyes. Allowing an abandoned illegitimate child to return to the prestigious Lu family in Nanchang was a divine favor, a windfall no one would reject. Upon gaining her freedom, Nong Shui pivoted to face him, retreating a few steps to maintain a safe distance, her vigilant gaze fixed upon him, the indignation on her face barely concealed. 3,000 unparalleled true immortals surged forth, even figures like Wang Xianjing and Luo Jiuxiao had to flee far and wide. The wavering pressure emanating from the illusion seemed to awaken the deep-seated fears etched within all the demonic spirits. Throughout this ordeal, Manager Chen remained silent, his jaws clenched. Without a single sound or movement. She contemplated striking him, but she was not the fiery type like Zhang Ting. It was barely 8 o'clock. Lu Feng glanced at the time and continued his work, thinking it was merely a moment to unwind. To claim there would be no targeting would be disingenuous. Why was Dalian Technology allowed to produce graphics cards instead of Xingyun Technology? The rationale was clear: the sanctions imposed on Dalian Technology had nothing to do with Xingyun Technology. Strike directly, cut Guanping and Guanyu. With that, Elbu transformed, launching into action. A flurry of assaults landed upon Lu Biao. As Guanyu and Su Huang leapt from the shadows to join the fray. Mainstream media proclaimed the emergence of 6 new manufacturers, and in 2015, their combined shipments accounted for over half of the market in Huaxia. With an injury at her ankle, she took a hurried step, pain shooting through her. Her frail body nearly collapsing, when a long arm caught her. Zishu Daoist could not articulate his emotions, reason dictated he should not harbor high hopes. The notion of rejuvenation and ascension was mere folly. Yet, inexplicably, a flicker of anticipation stirred within him, unsettling his composure. Ouyang Yu supported Yu Fengping. And as they stepped outside the hall, a disciple noticed the ring on Ouyang Yu's finger. The Qingfeng group escorted Ouyang Yu, along with the deceased Qingfeng disciple, back to Qingfeng, while Ling Yan returned to Tiangong Yuan. Yan Xing laughed heartily, producing a cigar to light, the flame flickering to life. After years of rapid commercial growth, the current advertising landscape was overwhelming. Consequently, competitions no longer featured the sparse advertisements of previous years. Even Lu Yimei's claims were merely self-generated narratives, rendering Shen Qingqian indifferent to her. He would not face life-threatening peril in the next decade, nor suffer any debilitating injuries. The Sword Saint asserting confidently. Although the battlefield seemed to favor their side, the hero's strength undoubtedly placed them at a disadvantage. The combat automatons appeared impressive, swiftly eliminating 12 storm knights, yet they remained but alchemical constructs. Additionally, notify Max to keep an eye on any movements of Chi-Chi-Jiu in the real world. Upon hearing Ma Urge's final curse, Nangong Wentian's body jolted violently. In a moment of distraction, a zombie bit into his shoulder, the excruciating pain snapping him back to reality. The great sword swung as he whirled, cleaving the approaching zombies in half. You cannot escape. Yi Qianqing bellowed with a menacing countenance at Xiao Rang. His hand weaving a spell as a whip slashed through the air, following Xiao Rang like a shadow. Simultaneously, he launched a powerful punch towards him. He even yearned for the land of Lulan, said to be home to the true king of hell, who possessed countless cursed treasures. This was his ultimate aspiration. A thread of my consciousness extended outward, the sensation akin to stretching out a limb, an instinct long forgotten, now awakened once more. After several futile attempts, I despondently realized the vast surroundings appeared endless. Huh. You'll know once you step inside. With that, Layli stretched lazily and entered. Qingyu chuckled softly, shaking her head. I'm not that foolish. This afternoon, I researched some relevant information online. Given the current market prices, the ancient jade of the Ming dynasty is indeed not worth such a sum, confirming what Lin Feng told me was true. Ela Tian continued to fiddle with the camera, yet the words of Su Biyun and others resonated in her ears, etched in her memory. Following, I kicked Lu Guang, sending him crashing into the podium. What just happened? Lu Haixia's sword shattered as he fell, inertia causing him to land on the ground. When he rose, his once menacing eyes were now filled with confusion, as if struck by amnesia. She hesitated for a moment, stepping quietly into the moonlit room. Behind her, pigeons pecked at grains scattered on the ground, resembling leaping white phantoms, oblivious to her presence, even failing to flutter a wing. Perhaps, compared to the occupants of the palace, they resembled the true masters of Jingren Palace. Rui merely lowered her head with a gentle smile, offering thanks. Truly, the so-called mutual affection rests solely upon shared feelings and trust. If one is plagued by suspicion and anxiety, how can tranquility and joy flourish? Xiang Xian retrieved the last 2 distinct dishes from the wall niche, bringing them to share with Rui. Not only did the flight attendants, who addressed her as Sister Lu, stare in disbelief, but even Xian Wu and his brothers were momentarily taken aback. Are we the good guys? Xian Wu shook his head, internally lamenting, alas, in this world, have we truly become the good guys? Is there not a single good person left? Prime Minister Gue addressed the third princess of the Dragon Palace at the pool of accumulated water. I can assist you, but you must speak with your mother, Night Fragrance. In the Dragon Palace, for me to help. Jing Zhang's mother seemed resolute in her belief that Lei Ziyong was the true culprit. No amount of persuasion would sway her. However, as previously stated, Chu Chun was an athletic simpleton with a combat prowess of merely 5. Despite having replenished her energy after eating and resting, bolstered by playful banter with her new boyfriend, she ultimately could not endure for long, her stamina depleted, leaving her incapacitated. In contrast to Yi Jiuchen's absolute aversion to Tang Qi, Tang Qiushui harbored a favorable impression of her namesake. Yet, this was merely a trivial imitation of the Holy Grail. How could it possibly achieve such heights? As it is not an authentic item, Annie leans towards the previous possibility and refrains from dwelling on it too much. Without the soul fire, one is no longer the ancient titan. It is akin to a transformation from soul to corporeal form, becoming an entirely different race. A brand new life, thus losing all the knowledge and memories associated with being an ancient titan. The Shantian sect has transformed into the Shantian Multiverse Academy, cultivating countless talents and continually exploring the rules of this world. Although Rommel's strategy proved effective, the vehicle reached its destination without encountering any attacks, merely requiring caution to avoid military vehicles laden with supplies and soldiers. The earthquake cat remained intently focused on her meal, disregarding Zhao Yao. However, she alone was aware that upon emerging from within, she had contemplated shaking the very ground in a fit of anger. If Qin Chuan and others were positioned behind the vehicle, they would witness a trail of blood dripping onto the ground as the vehicle advanced. Some injured individuals had not been bandaged in time, and the medics were overwhelmed, leaving the rear compartment awash in crimson. Su Yang had not anticipated that. During the initial manifestation period, Yi Zhiqiu had already caught up to him in cultivation, and when combined with his magical artifacts, his combat prowess would likely be astonishing. This was indeed far beyond his expectations. After breaking free from the encirclement, Lu Yan listened to the words of the beneficial herb fairy and came to understand the underlying details. He realized he had acted rather rashly, easily succumbing to a fleeting temptation that nearly resulted in disaster, justifying the ire of others. Moreover, Chen Chang had yet to present evidence of Zhou Bo's wrongdoing to coerce him. He merely stated that the inspection and taxation departments were willing to cooperate with Zhou Bo to combat Lai Zhongtao. However, Chen Chang was taken aback by Zhou Bo's indifference. Observing the imposing demeanor of Chao Ifeng, Tian Anbang's gaze deepened, yet he refrained from uttering a word. This was the first time, prior to the release of a drama he had filmed, that numerous industry insiders had expressed skepticism. Fortunately, it was a television series, for had it been a film, given the number of people he had offended, he might have faced a tempest of criticism. As for Shimen, Fang Yin dispatched not a single soldier, for the route to the district was already occupied by rebels, and even if the rebels emerged from Shimen, it would not affect the areas reclaimed by the besieged forces. Even disregarding the advanced technology already acquired, given my current status, any attempts by the state to act against me would require careful consideration. Otherwise, do you think my decade-long silence has merely been a passive indulgence? Without establishing multiple strategies and laying out the chessboard, the vast Haotian group would have long been emptied by others. Have you found the treasure of the Pirate King? Wang Mengyuan inquired curiously, oblivious to the peculiar expression on Feng Yuechan's face. Meanwhile, in a direction unseen by Li Kongzhu, several insectoid beings stood at the base of the mountain. Big Feng gestured in assurance with a smile, saying, "No problem, rest assured, it's very safe." These 4 sabers were procured from the black market, each costing merely 5 taels of silver, which required considerable persuasion on my part. The unnumbered sabers from the authorities are indeed secure. Big Fong narrated with a sense of accomplishment. It appeared that Xiaoyu had been harboring a plethora of grievances regarding the romance between the two, having bottled them up for over a year. Now that Chao Ifeng finally stood before him, the old father could no longer contain himself, exerting all his restraint to deliver a scolding and critique to Chao Ifeng. Yin Ruojuan could never forget that it was Mo Shi, brandishing a bottle, who rushed over just as he believed he was at death's door, saving him from peril. Yet, with the multitude of medicinal herbs purchased by Su Ruotong, it could not be that only a pot of old duck soup was made. Tao Xian, still unconvinced, ventured into the kitchen for a look around, only to discover a clay pot of old duck soup simmering on the stove, with all the herbs conspicuously absent, leaving him thoroughly astonished. Hearing Su Li's words, Emily ceased to press Su Lu further and exited alongside her. In merely a brief moment, the number of people outside the valley had diminished by more than half. Only a few remained, hesitating in place, seemingly indecisive about whether to venture inside and test their luck. Chapter 72, Positioned within the National Army. Numerous black combat zones stood erect, while the beast-taming city was adorned with verdant banners on three sides. Yulan, overwhelmed by despair, covered her face and collapsed to the ground in tears, a sight that undoubtedly brought amusement to the Liu family at the expense of the Yi family. The squad leader picked up his submachine gun and unleashed a barrage of gunfire, the deafening sounds echoing as bullets were recklessly fired. By the time the last round was spent, Qian Aigua had already succumbed to his fate, lying limply on the ground, his trousers dampened by a foul odor. Xiao Yunfei returned to the elevator, ascending to the top floor. Upon entering the opulent office of Shen Mani, he was greeted by the sight of her in a striking red dress. Yet, his attention was drawn first to the plunging V neckline that accentuated her figure and the alluringly exposed expanse of fair skin beside it. Lin Shui inherited her mother's beauty, rendering her irresistibly charming, leaving the nearby vampire momentarily entranced. The girl known as Hui had fled from the south, becoming separated from her family along the way, and was fortunate to be rescued by Li Xing's merchant convoy. Li Xing, captivated by her beauty, took her in, while Hui admired his reliability. Under the pretense of secrecy, he sheltered her, believing his plan flawless, until one day when Ning Rong inadvertently discovered a handkerchief that had been carelessly left behind. Suddenly, the two celestial beings pointed, and a towering stone wall emerged around them. Dr. Su was kind-hearted, yet his approach towards the cold and indifferent was excessively harsh, to the point that even Zhang Donghai found it hard to bear. Meanwhile, the comprehensive counteroffensive from the rear had commenced, as the encircling forces on either side of the Dark Empire came to a halt. Upon hearing the sounds, the brothers of the Flying Tiger gang felt a surge of spirit. Reinforcements had arrived, instilling them with newfound vigor as they launched an offensive rather than remaining on the defensive. To ascertain whether Lin Shuirong was indeed fated to bring misfortune to her husband was not a daunting task. Sending someone to Shanxi Gansu for inquiries would suffice, and it wouldn't consume much time. According to Jiang Mu's speculations, the Divine Emperor was likely at the pinnacle of the two realms of heaven and earth, perhaps even at the level of Dao Fruit Xianxian. Before departing, Shui Qianghua confessed her feelings, but Yun Erling gently declined. Unwilling to relent, Shui Qianghua boldly proposed accompanying them on a trip to Jiangnan. However, Luo Cheng was not overly concerned. He had already equipped them with the most elite cavalry armed with standard long swords. Even if they encountered trouble, they would surely carve a bloody path to safety. He had only deceived Lin Dajiao, who harbored no ulterior motives, as she praised the golden branches. If one were to consolidate the 7th Heavenly Palace and the Qinghua Heavenly Palace, their lifespan could extend to nearly 10,000 years. After 2 Japanese aircraft were shot down. Astonishingly, the Japanese forces had yet to detect Chu Qitianchen's plane, prompting their escort fighters to commence a thorough search. Having waited for quite some without sight of Lu Zi, she resorted to this desperate measure, seeking someone to compete with her in the Qin. Upon bowing to the king, Zhiyu found himself momentarily perplexed, having committed a grievous offense, and willingly offered to face justice. The remnant immortal Zhiyu, aware of his impending doom, sincerely confessed, hoping for a sliver of mercy. Helen arrived with a telegram just dispatched by General Nimitz, and upon reading it, Chu Qitianchen smiled. Lu Mo felt somewhat disappointed in Su Ji's performance, yet it was to be expected, when one faces calamity and cannot confront it directly. They often cling blindly to all available resources, neglecting the necessity for personal effort. Shin Jiqin, breathless, leaned against the wall for respite before rising to cast a weary glance at Shirsidian. Upon hearing Tang Yinlua's voice, her beautiful eyes widened in terror as she peered towards the entrance, a mist of hope shimmering in her gaze. Lianqing and Old Lady Han brought up the rear, ensuring all doors were securely locked and covering their vehicle with electromagnetic shielding, before entering the basement with over a dozen pots of greenery to enhance the oxygen levels. Emerald Faye sought to expand her victories when a resounding voice, speaking in a blurred blue star language, suddenly echoed, "This is where it ends. Can you not prioritize your own safety and continue to make enemies?" Stopping her assault, Emerald Faye began to survey her surroundings. "Come forth. Let me witness the true strength of a candidate for the Dark Lord, the mightiest among the Lord-level beings." With that, she departed, casting a concerned glance at the wardrobe out of the corner of her eye, before feigning nonchalance as she exited. "Tell me. How did you know my presence here extends beyond mere interest in you, and includes the competition?" Li Zi settled back onto the sofa, eager to clarify the situation. Emerald Faye approached the granary's entrance, hearing the startled cries of soldiers within. Rushing inside, she discovered two 30-meter-long pythons, with soldiers firing lasers at the snakes as they desperately evaded. "Enough." Yuyan suddenly interrupted Alshumia's words, causing her to turn in astonishment towards the youth she and He Yao had long overlooked. His beautiful lips were tightly pressed, his tone devoid of inflection. The initial sharpness completely vanished. "This matter shall be yours to resolve, what do you say?" Short Flute Saga turned, admiration evident on his face as he spoke to Gudragaja. "Ah, Pashi, I've returned." Ilaliko greeted Pashi with a bright smile, raising her hand in a cheerful wave. Golden wings, resembling two galaxies, shimmered with radiant light beside Qingmu, propelling him forward with unprecedented speed, akin to a gust of wind charging towards the malevolent king. Chapter 73, How do you intend to deal with this peach? Elizabeth cast a furtive glance at Aunt Quentin's voluptuous figure, her eyes filled with a fierce glare, then turned her head away, no longer assessing the exceptionally enticing curvature of that peach-like form. A legion of the undead arrived at the headquarters of the Night Watch at the border of the two counties, advancing directly towards the Angel Garden. The Jing family, originating from maritime commerce, should be familiar with this matter. Qian Qianni proceeded to explain the intricacies of the situation to the two individuals. As the water barrier met the sand, waves of sand surged forth relentlessly, crashing against the water wall time and again, causing it to tremble on the verge of collapse. I recall when I first arrived in the original city with old Daoist Song, Sun Dahai was quite attentive to us, providing food and shelter. And we faced life and death together multiple times, solidifying our bond as brothers. After all, when the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, perished, Sarutobi Hiruzen was still quite young. So roughly estimating, the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, likely did not have much time left. Once it was confirmed that all pursuers had vanished, the atmosphere between Liuli and Hitaki Kakashi grew delicate. What exactly is this fragment of a celestial artifact? And why does it possess the power to alter the form of Qiu Sha, fully activating the essence of the true dragon's blood, transforming it into a soaring dragon in the skies? Liuli secretly breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that the Hidden Mist village had not completely divulged its secrets of ninjutsu, which was a considerably better situation. In pursuit of a forbidden elixir, Tang Yueming undertook countless tasks to accumulate 5,000 points, and now he could finally fulfill his desire. Dongling listened quietly beside him, wishing she could play the piano as well, so she could perform alongside Mu Chonghao. Her gaze fell upon young Master Mu, who was truly graceful and refined. How could such an exquisite gentleman exist in this world? And Ichin wore a subtle smile, and upon reaching the wall, he surprisingly began to ascend it effortlessly, as if walking on flat ground, his speed unwavering. Ambly sent Chier and Fuer to the medical hall, only to discover that during her husband's recovery, the Lu family had slandered their entire family. She was instantly enraged and contemplated storming to the Bai family's old residence to give the Lu family a good thrashing. The large bed was disheveled, the air thick with lingering sensuality. She lay weakly atop him, feeling that a post-coital cigarette would have made the moment perfect. Therefore, regardless of what they said, I could not abandon my initial choice. I could not allow them to continue in their confusion. I must convey the seriousness of the situation to them. Many had come to offer their congratulations, including several families who were on good terms with Bai Wangxing and Yang Wanqing, all arriving in town with gifts. It remained unclear who had leaked the news, but the old Bai family members also made their appearance. However, it was evident that the charm of Fuji Shz was insufficient to draw Fuji Yumiko out from the kitchen. A gunshot rang out, and I was forcefully knocked to the ground by the overwhelming impact, my head buzzing. When Zhou Qingyu arrived, Mo Nanting had been sent back to rest by Gu Shiran. Instructed to return for dinner, as he had not rested since the previous night. No. Initially, he merely intended to tease her. And to have taken her before marriage was indeed a rather irresponsible act. Countless blades of light appeared around Jishu, and before the icy blades could approach her, they were extinguished by the overwhelming intent of the blades. Yet, Takagi Taku still wished to say something, but upon meeting his sister's gaze, he obediently closed his mouth. Logically, this should be a good thing, but seeing Yin Xiangrong in such a state always stirred a sense of foreboding within Chu Xiu. Or rather, a feeling of awkwardness, leading to deeper guilt towards Yin Xiangrong. I found it hard to believe myself, let alone old Zhang and the others, who were all petrified like fools. Such an international-level assassin organization is best avoided whenever possible. If one were to attract their attention, it would surely lead to trouble. Chen Langya shrugged, unconcerned. He had no intention of worrying about it. When soldiers come, soldiers will be met. When water comes, earth will be covered. It was best not to overthink such matters. He leaned closer to his culinary creation, hesitated for a moment, but ultimately dared not take a bite. As Bai Lian had performed so miserably last night, when she was mercilessly beaten by Ji Xian, she had not screamed in such a manner. Ganjiu looked over with eager eyes, the sparkling light within them almost blinding. Bai Hua gripped the document, her emotions erupting in an instant. Originally feeling a surge in power, Jiu, after taking the medicine, slumped lifelessly against Ji Shu's shoulder. Suddenly, Huani lifted her gaze. Red threads appearing swiftly in her hand, and before Ganjiu could react, her heart was pierced. Ji Shu glanced towards the depths of the water pool, pondering what might lie beneath. The voice seemed to emanate from the void, apart from Yang Tao and Lu Ruxu. The others who heard it were struck as if by lightning. When Fang Chen pulled that individual from the lake, the creature at the lake's bottom finally revealed its true form, startling Fang Chen. Gao Jing continuously knocked his head, filled with regret for leaving Death Ridge. He had thought that after 3 years, the people of Fanyang City would have forgotten about his theft, but he never anticipated being captured before even entering the city. Did grandfather agree? Observing Li Xiaofan's peculiar expression, Morong Yenran spoke uncertainly. Chapter 74. Nevertheless, Zhou Yingying remained steadfast in her belief regarding the existence of those entities. Pondering that they must be concealed somewhere, perhaps even evading something. The old man in the white robe furrowed his brow slightly, observing the several spirit lords in silence. Apart from the elder in black, who understood the reasons, the other 3 remained enraptured in joy. It was only when the old woman in purple struck her cane upon the ground that the other 2 spirit lords became aware of the dissonant atmosphere. The owner turned to see the man still kneeling on the ground, having forgotten to bid him rise, and spoke directly. Could it be that he was abducted by extraterrestrials? Unable to conceive of any plausible situation that could cause the typically serious old Qin to be late, I could only let my imagination run wild, making whimsical guesses. I let out a long, sorrowful cry as I stepped outside, proclaiming, "Are we not men of substance?" The drunkard finished this line and downed a cup of wine, which instantly transformed into a puddle of clear water. 100 individuals exchanged glances, nodded in agreement, and simultaneously drew out machetes and steel pipes, launching themselves towards the target. However, although these words were self-directed by Moe, they were overheard by Zhang Haoyan and Zhou Weiguang. The patriarch of the Luo family immediately darkened in countenance. Dong Fangzhao's actions were utterly dismissive of him. Yu Wei smiled gently. For one who cultivated offensive attributes, there was an inherent restraining effect against these dark undead beings. As the radiant sword swung, numerous undead were obliterated, leaving not a trace. In the blink of an eye, the loose stones were crushed by the snow eagle, while the flower serpent, exposed to the air, desperately crawled back into the dense forest. Yet, your denial may be inconsequential. Now that you have truly acknowledged your relationship with Shiman Zi, those who seek to seize the 9-tiered demon tower and confront the demon clan would undoubtedly dismantle the Shiman family. Hand over the treasures, and you may leave alive. Spoke a disciple of the Xianling Palace coldly, revealing the identity of Li Hanfeng. How could a deity, one who ventures into the abyss, ever be accepted by it? Calmly, Im raised his hand and with a slight motion, shifted the molten lava that had been covering the area. In the urban dimension, Qi Lin would never straddle 2 boats once a serious romantic relationship was established. Are you not the way of heaven? Shouldn't the way of heaven be impartial and just? Ian questioned skeptically. Tukhachevsky, accompanied by guards and Ivanov, strolled slowly along the front line, occasionally waving to interact with the soldiers on the battlefield. This was the plan of Mu Jinyu. She would not entrust such matters to others, preferring to seek stability through her own efforts. Having entered the restroom with Zhang Han, I observed bloodstains vanishing before a particular stall, leading to a strong suspicion that the victim had been attacked while in the lavatory. Nevertheless, both of them felt quite favorable toward each other, thus during this period of uncertainty, they did not mind engaging in deeper conversations. Lan Yuxuan decisively initiated a counterattack against the remaining disciples of the Dark Demon sect, realizing that once the masks were torn off, none could be spared. Otherwise, if the adversary escaped, future vengeance would loom perpetually. Now is not the time for such discussions. Let us enter and see if the Taiyin Holy Sun and his companions are indeed here, Dao Baobao suggested. General, please be mindful of your words. Senator Henry admonished, rapping his knuckles on the table with righteous indignation. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Mofan promptly dialed a phone number, reaching out to Huang Feng, who was still stationed outside the bar. This was indeed a crucial point. Not only was the exploration of the Stone Sea a battle, but in the future, regardless of the level of cultivation, combat would be an indispensable part of advancement. Yet for you, the most critical matter was not this, but rather another issue. Eldery paused here, suddenly ceasing his speech. A hint of warmth seemed to flicker in his eyes, stirring reflective thoughts. In a moment of clarity, he realized that a trace of soft mist had gathered in his gaze. Take a look in the mirror. Do you still wish to be selected? Dream on. That Sabai has indeed gained notoriety recently, having reportedly defeated Murong Wudi, a first-year student. Quite impressive, a student remarked disdainfully. After understanding the situation from the group, Director Wu's expression fluctuated as he regarded them. It has been a day without food or water, perhaps I should drink some water first before seeking sustenance, Tai Zhuangbi pondered. The visitor introduced himself as Lian Zhe, the personal assistant of the young master Qianni from the Xianying group, wishing to discuss matters concerning in Yayang. As the atmosphere grew slightly awkward, Chen Mofan took a few bites of rice and took it upon himself to initiate a conversation, both to lighten the mood and to address several pressing matters. He expressed this sentiment, feeling that Shen Feng's earlier words bore a hint of boastfulness, prompting him to offer a subtle jibe. While practicing, Song Jianli's efforts led Song Jianlong to exhaust the pure energy within his Qi to maintain the balance of the key to the ceiling realm, resulting in the Qi entering an unprecedented state of emptiness, allowing Song Jianlong's realm to ascend from the 4th level of the Taisha realm to the 9th. Surpassing Song Jianli. Hey, Feng Ge, it has been days since I last heard from you, how have you been? Came a familiar voice from the other end of the line, belonging to Bai Ying. Yet, no one knew that he was the elder brother of Luo Qing. Su Maogong bluntly articulated his doubts. Hua Hu surged forward, at which point Yamen blocked Shen Hu's path. The tail of Hua Hu stealthily extended, unnoticed by Yamen, who raised the enormous black armor in an attempt to shield himself from the impact. However, that agile tail struck towards Yamen's face, precisely targeting his blind spot. Let us go. Jin Mu had never encountered a ghoul investigator and was unaware of the extent of the danger that Rio had faced. His only impulse was to rush in to assist. Chapter 75. Xi Jinping's father, Xi Lian, although the chairman of the previous generation, attained his position through merit rather than inheritance. His connection with Lu Durong from the municipal government became his pillar of support, ultimately leading him to the chairmanship. Xiao Badian sought to align himself with the Xi family, thus gaining favor with Lu Durong. Adorned in splendid attire, this was the first time for her to experience such opulence, filling her heart with secret joy and an inexplicable sense of relief that, after years of wandering, she had finally returned to this familiar splendor. Collaboration fosters mutual benefit. The Tianzhi mansion would not only refrain from acting against Lin Feng but would also strive to assist him to the fullest extent. After all, they were akin to family, his achievements were their own. Shuiwen hesitated, clearly unable to fathom what troubles his peers might inadvertently bring upon the emperor. Observing his father's displeasure from the passenger seat, he remained silent, though there were indeed others who responded. As a standoff unfolded, he focused on channeling his energy for healing while simultaneously contemplating how to navigate the current predicament. Your tongue is injured, allow me to heal it, Xia-chan remarked. Leaving her at a loss for words, was there truly a concept of healing a tongue? The intimate exchange between them was observed from afar by those aboard another vessel. Wenya clenched her wine glass, her knuckles whitening as if she might shatter it. My apologies, but this is something I cannot disclose. The eagle-headed man sensed the murderous intent emanating from Wang Qian, yet revealing the location of his sect was out of the question. With a heavy heart, he slumped to the ground, consumed by bitterness. Presently, as Lu Yang soared through the skies on a dragon, curiosity surrounded his intentions. But once they learned that Lu Yang's dragon was merely of the first tier, their concerns diminished. Feathery snowflakes cascaded from the heavens as Yang Huiping desperately rushed to Chanwan Temple, hastily delivering a bamboo tube to Miaoping. Yet, her tears flowed endlessly. No matter how much she wiped them away. It's nothing more than ordinary friendship, I mused while reclined in my seat, pondering my relationship with Ling Hua. In truth, we had scarcely met, it was merely a budding fondness. As I half closed my eyes in contemplation, a faint ticking sound reached my ears. Despite being only 12, Zhao Men displayed remarkable intelligence and a wide array of knowledge, often contributing unique ideas. Thus, whenever he faced challenges, he would seek her counsel. Upon returning to the capital, mere months passed before the ailing emperor passed away, succeeded by Zhu Hozhao's cousin, Zhu Hohong. Just as Xiao Fanqing was about to respond, a wave of nausea surged within her, reminiscent of that all-too-familiar feeling of retching. In ancient times, the three sovereigns led by example, rallying their kin with their frail bodies, forging a path through adversity, thereby laying the foundation for humanity's rise. That evening, after leaving Jiangnan Chun, Jiang Yongqi drove alone to the riverbank, where he transferred to another vehicle parked nearby, occupied by a mysterious big boss, with Du Jian at the wheel. Ji Kursin, bound by an agreement from 5 years prior in Fenggu City, found herself unaligned with any faction, directly assigned to Shiji City. What has changed? I inquired. If someone threatened you with my life to leave me, what would you do? Xia Han responded. The youth lay unconscious. And the answer to the demon dragon came in the form of thunder rumbling across the clear sky, an ominous portent. He remained unaware that 80% of the equipment possessed by players like him had been purchased for exorbitant sums, unlike him, who had acquired everything through his own efforts. It was shattered cold fireworks, her group had been captured by her and the right protector of Soul Hunter. In the end, she had implanted strange devices within them. And inexplicably, today she had awakened and returned. Tiger said. Upon hearing Yi Feng's voice, Yi Lin's spirits were instantly lifted. He opened the door to find his brother, Yi Feng, looking as disheveled as a beggar. This scene did not escape Deng Meiji's notice, although displeased, she soon found herself troubled by the pressures of her art. Su Shi had gone out to buy soda for everyone, her companions drenched in sweat, causing her to feel a pang of sympathy. Then, enveloping Ling Shuiyan with his own martial aura, he first dispelled the toxins afflicting her. Yi Feng carried nothing, dressed in attire suited for morning exercises. While he stood tall, he still fell short compared to Kai Yong's height of 1.80 meters. Moreover, Yi Feng's muscles, due to the existence of the holy vein, were not as solid as one might imagine. Lucy could not tolerate such occurrences, she immediately placed her hand on Loki, channeling her magical energy into him to grant him strength and prevent his disappearance. To the left of the stairs, there was an exit leading to a platform of roughly 100 square feet, with an ice tower soaring 3 stories high. From the layer of dark, gray mist above, a tentacle occasionally emerged, twisting and turning. This dramatic transformation, the tentacle glistening with smooth black fog, possessed a palpable texture, as if it had taken on a physical form, writhing wildly above Li Shouyuan's brow. Chapter 76. At the moment the handcuffs were about to bind Qin Fan, Su Li felt a pang in her heart, and 2 streams of warm tears cascaded from her eyes. Prior to taking action, Qin Fan had arranged for evidence against Ba Yi and his subordinates to be collected. And now was the opportune moment to unveil this evidence to the public. The world was on the brink of chaos, yet true disorder had not yet descended, thus, rising up and recruiting troops posed a significant challenge. She understood the immense effort required to transform a desolate wasteland into fertile land once more. Unlike the confusion and speculation surrounding her, Amelia breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Qin Mo enter. At that moment, Su Qing suddenly heard a notification from the system, indicating someone had sent him a private message. Upon opening his inbox, he was astonished to discover it was from a tattoo artist. After escorting Tang Shi home and returning to Wufeng village, he pondered for a moment before retrieving his substitute robot, disguising it as a youth, and using a 7-day tour from another realm. In an instant, he found himself on the deck of a luxurious cruise ship, returning to Boston and MIT. His mindset was markedly different. Elizabeth and George had long since graduated, yet their influence on him remained palpable. Li Luo abruptly looked up to see a man with an indistinct visage less than 3 meters away from the pool. Lin Tian had investigated the Su family's business dealings through the Huolong Chamber of Commerce, and as a construction company. The Su family had indeed amassed considerable wealth over the past 2 years. In a bid to expand the market for oak vodka, Li Yaoyang spun tales and staged dramas, working tirelessly, and fortunately, his efforts bore fruit. After a few seconds, their eyes began to gleam, clearly captivated by the unique aroma. Meanwhile, around another blazing bonfire, Bai Yulong, Prince Fei, Princess Guya, Duga Qiaoluo, and Nangong Xuanwu were not only sharing their ideals but also collaboratively discussing plans to breach the desert pass of the Ost Empire. After what felt like an eternity, Li Keti arrived at a cave, where from the depths, a dark, cylindrical bamboo slip drifted into view. Yet, the others remained diligently kneeling. With some weeping for an entire day, still shedding tears, Su Qingxi could not help but admire their resilience. Upon noticing his mother, Hubei immediately invited her to sit on the sofa and began inquiring about her past. Fortunately, this visit to the Bai residence was merely a performance for Wang Darren, who was soon to be displaced as the master of the house, as well as a means to discreetly disseminate the truths that Bai Ruo already knew. "Are you certain this is the right time, master?" Yan Shui questioned, puzzled by the sudden urgency exhibited by the master, who had previously been the one urging her. Shura Hell, an evolved skill within the domain of the god of killing, had been grasped by Su Xing since receiving Tang Chen's inheritance, allowing him to comprehend the skill within the Shura demon sword. Shura Hell could directly weaken an opponent's soul and mental strength, with the faint-hearted potentially succumbing to terror and dying under its influence. Jiang Bei scrutinized his DNA test results, recognizing his own at a glance, yet remained skeptical of Zhou Zian's assessment. The banquet was a joyous occasion, and through their collective efforts, the employees managed to defeat the tyrannical mafia leader, greatly boosting their morale and instilling a sense of pride in having a capable boss. At that moment, Ling Tian finally discerned the true nature of the Holy Sea's leader, a man who appeared exceedingly pleased with himself. However, during this period, the crown prince had changed. Perhaps his ambition had clouded his judgment, as he began to vie for power over Water Curtain City, even risking a confrontation with the Black Phoenix clan, seemingly forgetting his earlier words that this battle would end in defeat. He strode purposefully down the street, his well-worn yet tidy Zhongshan suit drawing the attention of passers-by. And Xiao Han suddenly felt akin to a monkey in the park. "This is my phone number, sister-in-law, don't hesitate to call. Just give me a shout," Kong Qiao stated with poise. Temporarily placing the two women in a dimension of life, Xiao Han was convinced they would not awaken anytime soon. "Hey. Do you think just because your surname is Hao, you can act recklessly?" One could not help but wonder which talented individual had managed to creatively split the surname of the notorious Hao Baisher. As Yifeng approached a remote cliff, he was taken aback to find 5 winged wolves feasting on the carcass of a stag, and in that instant, 5 pairs of dark green eyes turned to him. 1,000,000 magic crystals were considerable yet not insurmountable. For a merchant, time was the only true scarcity, and anything resolvable with money posed no issue. It was as if they had all unlocked a vault of memories, their mouths full yet their chatter unceasing. The allure of the entertainment industry stemmed from its direct engagement with the public and the multitude of uncertainties it harbored, often brimming with miraculous occurrences. Recently, the inexplicable disappearance of several bandit groups within the territory of Dingyang Prefecture had captured their attention. Gao Pingyuan interjected, his expression unusually grave. As Kong Xian retreated to evade the radiance of the sword from Xi, 5-colored divine light shimmered behind him, and a blade of white light surged fiercely toward Jinji Daoren. The existence of spatial origin allowed the void mosquito to traverse freely through the void, and combined with its razor-sharp mandibles, it instilled fear in many deities of the realm. "Is this the work of that 2-headed black serpent?" Shaggy inquired. narrowing his gaze at the hole in the city wall before turning to ask Luo Dazhuang. It was evident that, at the slightest shift in the elder Mo's gaze, one of his subordinates vanished from everyone's sight. As the whispers of the soul granny echoed in Feng Ye's heart, he gained a newfound insight into the inner world of the elite within the spirit tamer realm. During his last visit home, Shin Yuechen had quietly calculated that the journey from the Zhu family to the Shin family would take no more than half an hour, allowing ample time for a round trip. It was clear that the youth was obedient to the commands of the grey-clad leader, not only lying down as instructed but also closing his eyes to prepare for rest. They were sculpting stone statues, and I, as I had dreamt before, attempted to communicate with them, but the outcome remained unchanged. They could neither see nor hear me. Chapter 77. At first, Su Linlin was indeed captivated by the allure of being a student at the workers', peasants', and soldiers' university, her mind dulled by the prospect. However, after a series of evasions, her intellect suddenly regained its sharpness. She remembered that if she encountered the corrosive flying insects, she should strike if possible, lest it become quite troublesome. The excitement of watching the spectacle was evident in the words of Kenyu. Besides further enhancing her own cultivation, she harbored thoughts of surpassing others by practicing different techniques to enter the blue steel realm. Lu Jing's pupils constricted as he looked at Xia Yao in disbelief. How could she utter such words? There were only two of them, both monks, addressing each other as master and disciple. The master could write in Chinese characters and converse in the language, while he had left them at the imperial estate in Tongzhou. Yuan Kelly remained calm, answering each question one by one. Upon hearing that the emperor was troubled by the distant North Sea, Wang Qing'an immediately expressed his stance. The North Sea was never the territory of the Han people, so it was of no concern to the Ming dynasty. The flesh, which had begun to dissolve from the lightning strike and burns, gradually shed its charred and bloody exterior, giving way to new flesh. The spirit of the warrior was blissfully unaware that this was the result of Kenyu's efforts, causing his face to twist in astonishment. The speaker was a round-faced man with a full beard. The person beside him, Zhang Han, was familiar. He was the commander Meng Gong of the Song army. It was reasonable to assume that the speaker was the Mongolian commander, Takhar. It was indeed strange. The empress had been acting unusually in recent days, persistently preventing him from mingling with them. Although he did not understand why, he noticed that she appeared increasingly haggard, and Bai Li Tsangyan dared not defy her wishes. Brother Ji, your Ji family is truly formidable. Just at the Shanxian realm, yet you have bested me, a master immortal, without any fight. I am genuinely in awe of you, Yang Yin said, gazing at Ji Yuchen with admiration. Xiao Jian pushed the wildly shouting Yi Ding Tian, guiding him towards the endless sea of corpses, surpassing the Xia family disciples who fought fiercely ahead, as well as the supporting figures of Xiao Ji and Xiao Luo, rushing towards the very core of the corpse sea. As he reflected on this, Yichen suddenly felt the weight of responsibility upon his shoulders grow heavier. He must uncover the mastermind behind the scenes and ensure they faced the harshest punishment, for the sake of his friends. Though the valley reign may seem unworthy to me, I smile indifferently. You may believe that the past is behind us, but without enduring the bone-chilling cold, how can one appreciate the fragrant plum blossoms? On one side, Shen Feng and several other demon kings eagerly anticipated that the blood pagoda would occasionally undergo mutations, allowing more demon kings to escape. With a flicker of thought, Shen Feng began to wield his power and approached. He struck out with a palm that exuded boundless force. The abbot had already removed the arrows from his body, applied medicine, and was in the process of bandaging him, yet he remained unconscious. Nortorino attempted a long-distance shot like Montalivo, but the ball flew pitifully towards the corner flag. Upon hearing this, the empress squinted, having heard the rumors. Ever since Bai Li Tsangyan returned from the Yangxin Hall, he had been singing praises of that guard. The sword in his hand gleamed with a watery hue, continuously flowing, the blade expanding, revealing a hand at the hilt, a hand of glass. Yet, beneath the beams of light piercing through the darkness, there was nothing amiss. Only the greedy long tongue of the trapped bronze cedar monster continued to sweep through the few remaining plants it had decimated. Perhaps he had held back his feelings for too long, for Luo Tian began to express himself, his expression gradually improving. His hands brushed behind him, revealing a delicate flower-wrapped parcel. Upon opening it, Luo Tian smiled slightly. From the distant grass, a sound emerged, and a figure suddenly appeared behind him, launching a kick directly towards Xiao Mingxin's head. At this moment, they no longer hesitated, each filled with determination, activating their escape techniques as they sought refuge towards their respective magical artifacts. As I hesitated with the ghost about whether to assist, the object in the fat man's hand was already snatched away, leaving us only to help him. Despite Lan Jian's desperate pleas, Chen Feng remained deaf to his cries, not out of coldness, but because Lan Jian deserved such treatment. While he could not kill Lan Jian, he could certainly teach him a lesson. Having just completed his recollections, Xiao Mingfeng heard Lu Shan's words, respectfully saluted Lu Shan, and, taking the token Lu Shan had given him, exited the cave dwelling. The fat man could no longer contain his excitement and reached out to twist the pentagonal shape at the center of the stone door. She deceived me. She never intended to fulfill her promise. She merely desires to consume me. As she spoke, Hu Linger seemed to recall something terrifying, her voice trembling slightly, and her grip on Yizhu's sleeve tightened. They had never discussed matters of the heart before today, but Lin Xiaojue was not surprised in the least. By saying this, do you imply that someone has informed you that my intelligence is false? Ling Yan scoffed coldly. Lin Long's cold snort prompted Jiang Haoran to suddenly release his grip, hurriedly explaining that he was simply curious if this was Wang Ke's true nature. The two brothers were both in tattered clothing, appearing emaciated and clearly from a poor background. Yet, the younger brother gazed at his elder sibling with deep affection. Although he could not speak, his natural tug at his brother's sleeve indicated their strong bond. Lin Long entered, reporting to the group that the garrison at Haiphong port had received a call. The governor of French Indochina, Jean de Gaulle, had led a group of defeated soldiers to Haiphong port, seeking passage back to their homeland, inquiring whether they should be granted passage. Very well. Let us hope that things unfold as you say. This time, we cannot afford to lose. Takuma sighed. The two archers were now even less capable of interfering with Ling Yun, unable to even force him to take a detour. Since I opened the new inn, Mr. Huzin will naturally prosper alongside it, Su Yuanzhua remarked. The forest designated for the selection extended for thousands of miles, making it ideal for hiding and ambushing. For these Witch clan warriors, who lacked the ability to utilize divine consciousness, completing their tasks or locating warriors from other clans was no simple feat. Chapter 78a. Regarding matters within the game, you understand, they are just causing a ruckus. Those who dare to boldly carry it with them are surely untroubled, Xiaoyu elucidated. Brother Jiao then felt reassured, recognizing that this was feasible. Yet, he harbored concerns, fearing that some might abandon their fields for commerce, resulting in a scarcity of resources for the nation. He discreetly sought counsel from Han Qian, insisting that discretion was paramount. Lu Yu nodded thoughtfully, tacitly agreeing to Chen Chen's suggestion, and then he and Mo Liang departed in a taxi. However, to possess a spirit pet of the earth rank or above was essential for semi-intelligent capabilities, yet this monkey appeared to be merely of the yellow rank. His words were grounded in reason, causing Zhang Laosan to glance back at a ruddy-faced man on the Kong, curling his lip before retreating, coldly observing as they tended to the wounds of several injured. In a moment of silence, he pondered how even such a glaring name had been claimed. It was indeed a challenge to devise a unique game name in these times. After several busy days, the construction of the Zhao family's first courtyard was nearly complete. The group shifted their efforts to the second courtyard, awaiting the final touch before renovating the main residence, allowing Rui Shui to move directly into the back courtyard without the hassle of relocating twice. The elderly gentleman's face broke into a smile, while Zhao Fengyan felt a pang of sympathy for his wife, who was laboring heavily with child. Secretly, he resolved to venture into the city to procure a few fine dishes from the best restaurant, sparing her from further toil in the kitchen. Indeed, according to the records, numerous special ores could be stimulated to grow through various cultivation methods, though much of this information was lost, and some had deteriorated. Shang was currently attempting to restore it. You need not inquire further, from this moment onward, you shall remain at home. However, remember, do not venture beyond Yangqing. Should any matters arise, we shall summon you at any time. Director Chui's expression remained indifferent, yet Jiang Chonglang detected a hint of helplessness and disappointment in his tone. After Dai Luer completed her breathing exercises, vitality returned to her. She estimated that shortly, someone would arrive for their rendezvous. Lu Hai, with his scope trained, adjusted his aim on the fleeing six-armed Monkey King, his finger poised on the trigger. Upon hearing her words, Jiang Chonglang was taken aback and promptly showed Zhang Lanshan the conversation logs he had gathered online regarding Mei Yan's whereabouts. Lu Ji and others had returned to the hotel after receiving treatment at the hospital, so he took a taxi directly to the hotel. After comforting everyone's spirits, he turned away, knowing his next course of action would be to seek retribution. The temporary consultant's credentials flashed in his mind, and the scarred wolf shaman immediately recognized the purpose of the black card. Bu Mingting's complexion darkened slightly, yet she could not dispute him, for the condition he proposed was indeed unreasonable. The person in charge hesitated momentarily before admitting, Lu Xiao is as elusive as a dragon, how could I possibly find him? Moreover, I lack the authority to summon Lu Xiao. The truth in his words was evident, he was merely a music major's instructor, a mere shadow compared to Lu Ji, one of the esteemed trio. Without even pausing to express gratitude to the shop employees, they departed, leaving behind only 3 graceful silhouettes reminiscent of ancient heroes, who never left their names behind. With irrefutable evidence against him, Wang Chenhao could no longer deny his guilt and confessed to the crime of murdering Su Bingyan. The transparent beings had no choice but to exert their full power to thwart the martial artists. The formidable transparent beings revealed their true prowess, as energy continuously penetrated their forms, seemingly incapable of inflicting tangible harm. Ren Kuang seized the weapon from a yellow-haired man, gripping it tightly before dashing toward Jing Yan. The Qing army, ravaged by the Heavenly Forces bombardment, suffered countless casualties. Dalgan, Ajij, and Sony led tens of thousands of cavalry towards the Qing army. Fire! Dalgan commanded, and the Qing cavalry unleashed a rain of arrows. Shielding the court officials, they rushed toward the river amidst the thunderous sounds of hooves. Song Jing nodded lightly, dismounting, as Ding Long took the reins. Together, they entered through the grand gate. Shang Guanju turned, accepting the letter from his hand, to see her. The moon shall be full on the 7th star. His demeanor was so assertive that the 3 members of the external affairs team found themselves at a loss for words. In an instant, the situation in the southern frontier once again became tumultuous, while Tseng Lei found himself intrigued by Lu Susu's words. Could it be that this foolish girl truly held affection for him? Bader and Timur, accompanied by their father, arrived at the Tianqing Palace. The Heavenly Khan summoned them, leaving the brothers uncertain as to why their father singled them out. Had they committed some misdeed? Xie Qingqing's expression momentarily faltered before she sighed softly. Clearly, Guang Yonggao, the riddle master, possessed remarkable skill, as he had discerned the answer just at the critical moment. Bring forth the prisoner Yan Qing for detention. The emperor's eyes sparkled with joy. The general commanding the Western Morning's 300,000 troops was, in fact, under the sway of Prime Minister Feng. For years, he had languished on the throne without real power, and now he was determined to uproot the source of his grievances. Chapter 79. Lu Ling had previously suspected that the character Jiu de Ma-yi might not be an ordinary mortal. Yet she never anticipated that Jiu de Ma-yi would be a member of the vampire clan amidst the mundane world. Moreover, with the formidable poison of the coursing through her veins, even if she were fortunate enough to drink water, she would succumb to death due to the ravages within her intestines. The man opposing her appeared relatively youthful, likely in his 20s. With long black hair tightly gathered at the back of his head. A deafening explosion erupted from the vicinity where Lu Ling stood, sending a cloud of dust and debris into the air, obscuring her figure. Upon hearing this, the expression of the figure cloaked in black became increasingly grim. Evidently, their adversaries were well prepared, but the extent of their awareness regarding Lu Ling and her companions remained uncertain. Initially, had she been able to enter the Lotus Immortal Tomb, she could have sought her master's assistance in bringing back water for the villagers. However, her master had not reappeared, and the entrance to the Lotus Immortal Tomb remained elusive. If this continued, she would not only fail to save her parents and the villagers but would also find her own survival increasingly precarious. As Zhong Hua and Zhong Chang attempted to rise from the sofa, they were restrained by Chang Gue, who pressed his hands firmly on their shoulders. Lin Tian, alarmed, endeavored to distance himself from this deranged old fiend, only to discover his body immobilized under the grip of Shangguan Yuhuan. His body felt feverish, his throat parched. and his head spun, leading to a haze of consciousness. During this turmoil, Jun Buyu and Yen Yu understood that they were relatively safe within the light membrane, as no one could penetrate it to harm them, nor could anyone see their presence within. A century? Ru Jun suddenly furrowed his brow, unsure whether to disclose a certain matter in the presence of Lin Ning. Zhang's subordinates included 2 clerks, one named Li Cun, 30 years old, nicknamed Baldly, as he had begun losing hair despite his youth. The other was Lu Yifan, who had just transitioned to the office a few months prior, appearing somewhat naive and bewildered. Tianjiyu's gaze was sharp, instantly discerning the changes resulting from their recent confrontation. This was an inconspicuous name, yet the term bloodthirsty maniac carried a weight that could undoubtedly send shivers down one's spine. The command from the officer was one that must be obeyed, resulting in a sparse volley of arrows being loosed, either embedding themselves in the walls of the military camp or soaring high above the defenders into the unknown darkness. All without causing any injury, to maintain amicable relations. With a single punch, an invisible hand shattered, causing the earth to tremble violently. And a powerful gust of wind erupted from the fist, knocking down nearly half of the low-ranked cultivators. As the dust settled and the ground gradually calmed, a terrifying pit, a yard deep, appeared in the desolate earth. If the black flag was indeed as cruel as Wang Nan claimed, then would my father not also be a heartless individual? I refuse to believe that my father could be that kind of person, nor do I believe he shares any close ties with the black flag. The current operational plan was even more audacious, proposing to directly infiltrate the officers' club for theft. Kalen suggested that since the military wished them to regard death as routine, they might as well indulge in life's pleasures to the fullest, making their existence worthwhile. This notion caused Bai Shaozi to bristle. And despite Tang Tang's desperate attempts to signal him, he refrained from losing his temper. Indeed, she was an extraordinarily enchanting beauty. Yet Lu Xia restrained the immediate urge to pursue her. After all, he held a position of authority, it was unreasonable to be merely at her service. Such remarks had been declined with utmost clarity, and Situ Yongling was resolute in her desire to dissuade him, disregarding the implications. Observing Meng Lang's expression of relief, Gung Haosher felt curious about Gung Haosher's earlier judgment regarding a certain ball. As Lu Xia advanced, Aunt Qin, still in slumber, emitted a muffled groan, her breathing quickening, her delicate brows furrowing, and a fine sheen of sweat appearing on her face. She had encountered her third uncle once, shared a meal, and left without further interaction, leaving her momentarily unable to recall him. After departing home, Hu Zi did not head immediately to the shopping mall. With only a few coins left, he intended to visit an old friend for a while, planning to return to the mall dormitory to sleep later that night, before resuming work the following morning. Let us dine first. Once we finish our meal, I will provide you with a thorough explanation. He reasoned that they must be famished after their long journey, especially as it coincided with dinner time, thus taking her hand to lead her to the dining hall without further discussion. Should you have secretly taken his photograph, then congratulations. For while it is likely that you will not perish, the implications remain severe. After walking for quite some time, the group estimated they had covered over 200 miles and decided it was time to rest, replenish their energy, and enjoy a refreshing sleep to restore their strength. In the afternoon, upon returning to the Chenji Sports Hall, Gung Haosher was drawn aside by Lin Ling to a secluded area, where she commenced an interrogation. The illusion began to fracture from the center, resembling a forest struck by countless bolts of lightning, splintering into chaos. Although Li Jing had directly employed magical methods to control the minds of the other generals, which was somewhat radical, he was indeed earnest in fulfilling Li Ping'an's instructions, bringing a sense of comfort to Li Ping'an. The soccer ball arced gracefully before plummeting to the ground, an uncomfortable pass that prompted the players to rush towards the landing point, eager to contest for possession. After Yang Yali mentioned that Zhao Dajuan had called her to relay a rumor, Guan Zhifeng resolved to confront him directly. The exposition of the teaching had become notably subdued, as most disciples were engaged in cultivation within the Yushu Palace, with few residing in the outer caves. Mu Ran turned to see an NPC charging at her with an open mouth, prompting her to spring to her feet, stumbling slightly. Had she not steadied herself against the wall, she might have fallen. Indeed, Brother Gru awaited us, as we had arranged to meet him. As Yang Xiaofeng spoke, he naturally employed the term we, as at that moment, Kasia, Ke Lizi, and Qing Xian had already gathered around the carriage, with Kasi Lucy nearby. though remaining concealed. Fortunately, the situation within the team was steadily improving, and observing the young talented players in the lineup, Wenger felt a sense of tranquility wash over him. She enjoyed eating snail rice noodles, though it was not a daily indulgence, and she did not profess a profound love for the dish. This name, while seemingly ordinary, indeed represented something remarkable. "Master, have you heard of the Saint Mother shaping clay into human form? All right, young mistress, let us depart." After exchanging pleasantries with the officer, Huda approached Ning Xiao with a stern demeanor. Previously, this poker-faced officer had shown her a modicum of respect, yet now, due to Ning Xiao's escapade, he had evidently descended into utter contempt, his gaze laden with scorn. Chapter 80. However, he did not escort me back home. Instead, we ventured to the restaurant where he worked as a chef. He handed me a pair of rubber gloves and a basin filled with grease-stained dishes. Su Ren harbored thoughts in this regard, yet had not contemplated the situation to such an extent, as it was still too early, and he faced numerous challenges of his own. "All right, let us move quickly. Stop bothering me, being a king is indeed dreadfully tedious," he remarked with a half-smile. His demeanor noticeably lighter as he exhaled a long sigh of relief. Feng Qing lowered her gaze, lost in thought as she stared at the ground beneath her feet. An aura of coldness and gloom enveloping her. Moreover, this notebook had not originally served as a diary, its earlier contents detailed expenditures, suggesting it was used for accounting purposes. A certain page revealed that they had procured a substantial amount of food and utensils, presumably in preparation for this expedition. A smile graced the lips of Yi Ji, indicating that this matter could be resolved with relative ease. I was taken aback by Yi Yun's suggestions, and even more so by her proactive mention of subsequent game development as the design manager of AKON. At this moment, he was still uncertain about how to approach Liang De, and setting aside those thoughts, the very manner in which Liang De treated him was already quite overwhelming. Jiang Qiao and Su Minji shared similar sentiments. Upon hearing Dou Yanran's words, their skepticism towards the queen was plainly visible on their faces. Yi Ji cast a glance at the timid Lu Xian, who looked to him for assistance, but he had no time to attend to her. However, should the Holy Emperor Alizia possess unimaginable strength, they would indeed be walking into a trap. Zhu Liangkai had arranged to meet with Qi Yan, and Lin Su had already begun to suspect that the person behind Du Feng had finally revealed themselves. Upon closer inspection, it was rather orderly. The three factory directors stood in line with their respective teams. As soon as Su Miao and her sister approached, all discussions ceased, and everyone's attention turned to the sisters. Awaiting news. As he pondered, Su Hu felt a sudden shock. Could it be that his delayed response was due to the eerie shrieks? He approached and stomped on the face of the offender, ensuring that without a few million for plastic surgery, they would not be leaving any time soon. Upon hearing Han Yutian's words, everyone turned their gaze towards Li Tianfeng and Han Bingqin. After observing Han Bingqin for a while, all eyes shifted back to Li Tianfeng, perplexed by his identity and why he garnered such attention from Han Yutian. "We will inform you as soon as we have news about Han Yan or acquire her phone number," Lin Kaiyuan stated earnestly. Wang Xiaoquan realized he could not safely escort the two away. Although he had several acquaintances in Nanhai province, they were unreliable, and it was best to avoid involving them. Is this truly the case? Could Lu Ping be so foolish? I pondered skeptically, my eyes widening at Fu Bin's unsteady gaze. As Bai Gang passed by these individuals, he overheard that they were actually employees of the Qingchuan mine, promoting mechanized mining equipment to the owners of the Dismagic crystal mine. Lin Yu remained unfazed, quietly observing the ghostly mask before him. Unbeknownst to him, his character was gradually shifting under the influence of the mask, leaving him uncertain if this transformation was beneficial or detrimental, or perhaps this was merely his true nature. Marrying the wrong person in the new house? Lu Qingyi repeated slowly, raising her gaze to the old man, who seemed oddly familiar. Lu Qingyi felt a sense of recognition in the elderly man's features. Meanwhile, Madame Lu in her cell was taken aback, astonished that the youth outside was willing to take her son's place in prison. Dr. Su was completely engrossed, concocting a marvelous formula by blending various common herbs with differing properties, each complementing, stimulating, or inhibiting one another. Lazy Heo admired Wang Jia's calm demeanor, his respect for the young man growing significantly. Achieving such composure at a young age was remarkably rare. Initially, Yu Qing intended to wait quietly, as acting rashly without understanding the situation was unwise. However, after conversing with Yang Jiuhai, he sensed that the matter was likely more complex, and it would be prudent to send someone to investigate. I'm sorry. When Renya climbed into bed, cradling Shen Xiao in her arms, using her body heat to warm his gradually lowering temperature. In his weakened state, he was so fragile that a mere finger could end his life. All right. You all should return to rest. I will visit Qing Jingjing. Li Yi expressed his guilt towards Qing Jingjing, acknowledging his share of the responsibility for her current poor health. Qing Yi feigned sleep, sighing in relief at Song Rongyue's words. Could it be that the princess had someone in mind all along? Regarding the lingering soul that had existed for hundreds of thousands of years, Wang Jia felt a sense of vigilance, fearing it might suddenly turn hostile at any moment, leaving him unable to escape the consequences. Li Dong observed the overweight man kneeling before him, realizing that calling him merely fat was an understatement. He was simply a mass of flesh. Within the box, there lay the unconscious Sophie Marceau, her body curled in a half-bow on the satin at the bottom, her skin as pure as jade, illuminated by the ancient yellow hue of the box, making her appear exceptionally radiant. This authority was fully conferred upon every flanking unit by the Blue Feather Army's Yazan corridor. Shuesiki had just returned, her cold gaze fixated on Edie Lulina, as if she believed it would have been better had Edie chosen to end her own life. 9 in Purgatory. With a low shout from the man in the blue robe, the lightning power coursing between his fingers transformed into a dark hue, his palms also turning pitch black. In a state of distress over how to keep pace with the Feng family without being discovered by Li Yan or Jin Longu, this presented a prime opportunity. Li Si dashed out of the city and soon caught up with the wedding procession. The mercenaries escorting the convoy turned pale at his approach, perceiving him as a formidable threat. Ji Huan cast a fleeting glance at her, his smile devoid of warmth. She hoped that El Chosher would take the initiative to explain himself. She merely sought his stance, but her expectations were dashed, especially concerning her eldest son, Zhu Gaoqi, whose innate benevolence suggested that he would undoubtedly become a wise ruler if he ascended the throne. After a moment, Qin Yuan felt that the toxins from the mushroom soup had been mostly neutralized by the true energy cultivated within the 9-turn divine physician's record. Chapter 81. The crowd, upon hearing Zhao Yi's audacious words, expressed their disbelief, mocking him incessantly. Jiang Tian, having endured little hardship, felt utterly exhausted after such turmoil and harbored a deep-seated fear of Ji Yao. Were her parents in good health? Was her nephew thriving under her sister's care? Was her brother faring well in his studies? Aside from sporadic inquiries over the phone, she had not made a dedicated trip back home for quite some time. This holiday, she resolved to return, no matter what. Chao Suajing, with his rich experience, immediately sensed something amiss and shouted towards him. Soon after, a figure emerged from the void. It was the true Ding Ning, facing off against the false Ding Ning, who had compelled him to reveal himself. Blood sprayed forth as Zhao Ting clutched his groin, writhing on the ground in agony. Huang Daozhu was correct. The Tian Shan Miao Miao Palace employed cruel methods to control its subordinates, ultimately facing a backlash from the 36 caves and 72 islands. The Xiaoyao sect was obliterated, and much of their martial arts heritage was either plundered or lost to time. Logan, with a grave expression, spoke in a calm and steady tone. At Taichu Peak, Chen Jing and his companions had long succumbed to intoxication, having cleared the snow around them. Finding Feng Lin unharmed, they piled a thick mound of straw around him before retreating to drink with the elder. Helen's visit to the city was not for any particular purpose. She merely sought to inquire if anyone with the surname he resided there. Vanity, Tian Hen nodded, and the elders behind him understood. In the next moment, the disciples of the 3 sects observed their leaders and elders replicate the same motion, seemingly invoking a unified technique. The gatekeeper, evidently suspicious, realized that even a casual mention of a class might lead to further inquiries. Mei Shi tilted her head to gaze upon his face, her sharp and deep-set features imbued with a roguish charm, prompting her to internally evaluate, akin to appraising a treasure, that he indeed possessed a certain masculine allure. A radiant circle of blood light cast pressure across the surroundings, causing the Bai Shui beast to weaken, plummeting into the forest below. Every bone was intact, perhaps even superior to that of an average person, showcasing immense potential. His long, elegant lashes fluttered gently as he looked up at Qinyi, his eyes brimming with light. When she unveiled a flower that mysteriously appeared and effortlessly gathered Feng Qing and the cave together, Mu Dan looked up at the sky. In the next moment, De Chen began to dive, just managing to withstand the radiance's onslaught, while the ultrasonic waves posed no discernible threat. Startled, he realized they actually kept dogs. The plump boy laughed heartily, striding forward confidently. Xiaomei raised an eyebrow, her words sounding like praise but laced with sarcasm directed at Qin Ye's insatiable demands and greed. In the outer hall, a multitude of ministers gathered, their gazes fixated upon her. Wrapped in a blanket with disheveled hair, she felt an overwhelming sense of shame. As beneath the fabric, her bare form was exposed, rendering her utterly uncomfortable. Samuel and Pierre shouted at Su Qi, their faces flushed with urgency. While Abaddon remained silent yet stood resolutely behind Lucifer, his face concealed within his cloak, emanating a chilling aura. As Shui Manzhuang collapsed, Qin Dong gradually opened his eyes. Observing the fallen figure of Shui Manzhuang, he hastily rose to leave, but Lin Feng suddenly blocked his path. Such matters should certainly not be brought up with anyone named Lin. It was best to first escort the software engineer, old Lin, out of the room. Prince Xiaoxiu laid his cards on the table, unafraid of the implications. Could it be that the other party was prepared for confrontation? The unexpected shift in Lord Wang's demeanor caused Lin Feng to tumble from his seat, prompting Bai Linger to assist him. He dusted off his pants and exclaimed. Afterward, the iron fan unfurled, and a wave of murderous intent surged within Sun Xiaoyu's heart. She swallowed hard. Although adept with poison, combat was not her forte. Feeling Lord Wang's lethal aura, she suddenly knelt, weeping. The mountain was said to harbor a tail, a mountain god pursued by a swordsman, ultimately slain at that very spot, transforming into bizarre stones to complain to the Jade Emperor. Another voice chimed in. Upon returning home, Ye Kai sought out Situ Kong, beginning preparations for financial matters, including acquiring a bank card and cash, primarily to attend the upcoming auction. If he could advance further, he might solidify the very air around him, creating an impenetrable barrier. With sufficient magical strength and hardness, it would serve as a natural bulletproof wall, impervious to gunfire. Hang Youqing's expression soured. He only wished for his son to strive for success, yet his son seemed lacking in confidence, persistently questioning the achievements of others. However, Hang Zhiming made a valid point. Could Hang Yu truly establish such a large company after merely a year in college? Sasuke nodded nonchalantly, showing no concern for the alarming act of assaulting Feng Ying. The higher-ups were restless, with some suggesting the Ministry of Technology consult Chen Nua regarding his genuine thoughts. The Central Environmental Inspection Team had not informed the provincial or municipal authorities and directly descended upon Ningyi County to investigate environmental issues. You may choose not to obtain, provided that others also do not acquire it. If others succeed while you do not, your mindset will become imbalanced. Animals and humans alike exhibit this behavior. Just as it seemed he might charge forward, a gust of wind swept from behind, causing the dark cockroach to unfurl its wings and sidle aside, narrowly evading Zhang Shua's sword. After a prolonged moment, Lin Xian finally released Jiang Qianyu, lying back to gaze at the sky, exhaling deeply to calm his tumultuous emotions and rapid breathing. Chapter 82 Regarding the nominal leader, Old Master Zhou, he remained silent, feigning death. After a period of treatment, Su Ran had largely recovered and could now understand much of what the parents wished to convey. Wang Luo commanded the soldiers to set up camp, while he ascended to the highest point to survey the surroundings, activating the Dragon Tiger Chi observation technique to sweep across the entire forest. Having anticipated the impending transformation 3 years prior, Yuan Haolong had already begun training Chen Ping in that direction. An assassin from Dongting, holding his breath and pretending to be dead, perhaps felt Wang Luo's overwhelming aura, leading him to believe he had been discovered. He sprang to his feet and fled at lightning speed. Another figure, a colossal water tree, swayed its myriad branches and leaves under the sunlight, shimmering like rippling waves. Little did anyone expect that within this legendary being of human ancestry lay a fearsome ancient creature. She speculated that the frail and easily toppled Wang Wu could not possibly surpass her in cultivation. If that were the case, she had nothing further to say. After all, it was not her concern. She had always been merely an observer. He Yunming immediately realized she had wrongly accused old Chen, her face flushing crimson as she dared not meet Chen Tairan's gaze. At that moment, ninth brother glanced at the time and said to me, It is just past 7. Once He Jing arrives, I will accompany you and Wu Tian to Commander He's office. Naturally. The black-clad figures would not believe Ling Feng's words, as he had previously suffered punishment from the mad doctor. Enduring a break in the supply of gene drugs that felt akin to hell, such pain was an experience he never wished to encounter again. Once I finished shouting, Fatty Tao quietly advised me, Xiao Ge, don't be too agitated. I've already contacted the police chief I know, and they've agreed to help me investigate. Just now, one of the chiefs called to inform me. Zhang Bai took a deep breath, observing the serpent's abdomen, its pale scales visible, while the body appeared black, discernible from a side that had been scraped. Xiao Yu couldn't help but laugh at my words, acknowledging that the ice-cold face looked rather charming when smiling. The trio's gaze shifted to the note beside Han Wei. Upon reading it, he leapt from the bed. His expression twisted in a fearsome manner, as if he would devour someone. What could have caused such a drastic change in Han Wei? Li Hua, Lu Shi, and Lin Shui immediately rose to approach the note in Han Wei's hand. The rear car door swung open, and the individual acknowledged before shutting it and walking away. As the vehicle trembled, Jiang Lingwei removed her sunglasses and cast a glance in the rearview mirror, her expression dark. This situation was precarious. If war broke out between the two nations, the fate of the hostage was all too predictable. Mu Jin spoke candidly. They pressed for answers, yet Ding Jun remained obstinate, ultimately making a gesture full of meaning as he pointed to his abdomen. As Ruoshui entered the room, she was immediately enveloped by a chilling atmosphere. The steward who had ushered them in long gone. Ruoshui set up a maze, trapping the members of the Song family, including Zhou Xia, within, obscuring their view of the outside while simultaneously protecting them from any harm. After Ruoshui and Lu Qing had departed, they left Wu Lei, who was left dumbfounded. Although he trusted Ruoshui's abilities, could such a fleeting glance truly suffice? Was that man a deity? His tone seemed more urgent than his own. As Huan Che closed the register and turned to Yu. In truth, upon seeing the names of the spies on the register, Huan Che was profoundly shaken. This was the reason for his prolonged silence. Next to Madame Chow, Granny Zhao called for the maid to move 2 chairs over, accommodating Qi Sanshun and Qi Jiar beside Yi Xinyan. That day, Wu Lei brought Ruoshui and Mou to the Wu family to pay their respects to Old Master Wu, stating as Ruoshui had instructed that he was engaged and wanted to introduce his fiancée to the elder brother. At that moment, Ling Tianyu approached, instructing someone to escort Ling Tianyi back to his tent, and he summoned Dr. Li before reporting back to Ling Xiao. He then heard His Majesty utter a remark that caused Prime Minister Su to lower his head even further, too intimidated to meet the light in His Majesty's eyes. Oh? Lin Lang, what is the name of your foster mother from the countryside? Jiashi suddenly exclaimed softly, as if just recalling, her surprise evident. As dusk approached, a sports arena in Taiyuan was filled with people holding glow sticks and LED boards emblazoned with supportive messages for the stars. Before returning to the underground palace, Wu Ji had solemnly instructed him to ensure that the scavenger elder must see him, assuring him that he would return to visit in a few years and urging him to take care of his health. A scream pierced the air as the terrifying supreme being descended. Ren Chongqing seemed oblivious, and with a single swipe, he tore apart Qi's spirit, causing Qi's essence to dissipate entirely in the void. Through the hotel glass, I watched as Wu Yiting flaunted herself, her posture alluring as she tossed her hair, realizing what it truly meant to feign affection without any genuine sentiment. I suspected you were trying to cross over to the neighboring village. Shui Yun naturally presumed her brother was aware. Morong Choda was overjoyed to see Duan Wu Yulan seeking him out. Although he knew she was destined to become the right virtuous king's consort, he could not suppress his desire for her. Ren Chongqing stroked his head. The bloodline of the ancestral dragon coursing through him, the heavenly thunder felt merely like a tickle, devoid of any tangible sensation. They waited, each hoping the other would falter first. Whoever made the mistake would become the fox. After a long while, it was all a one-man show by Feng Chuan. Finally, exhausted from shouting, he squatted down, smiling bitterly at his own neurotic outbursts. Who dares to trespass upon the Crane Gate? The patrolling disciples of the Crane sect spotted the sudden emergence of the demonic tribe and shouted in unison. In truth, there was little to salvage. The house had collapsed, and there was nothing of value left. Me? Tai Xiong was genuinely taken aback. He hesitated to claim he was not the liberator. But upon gazing at his hands, which had gradually transformed into something as solid as tempered steel, he faltered. Chapter 83. Huixining cast a glance at the two teams still embroiled in their dispute, snorted coldly, and promptly removed the competition badge from Tang Ling's chest, placing it firmly against her bosom. Sumi nodded, and then Qin Yinfeng merely gazed at her with an expression of disbelief, before finally uttering a remark after a prolonged silence. At that time, the Eastern Tablet Supreme had established a strategy to determine the victor after a millennium, resulting in the dispersal of the 4 divine artifacts to distant realms, awaiting the emergence of new masters. Once everyone had departed, Xiano let out a long sigh of relief. The amnesiac Feng Yufei was increasingly unsettling, and given her current disposition, if she were to one day recall her past and confide in Shangguan Honglai, she would truly have nowhere to stand. Hearing the sound of the palace doors, Mingzhu looked over with hope, only to feel a chill in her heart upon seeing it was merely Aunt Mu. Indeed, there was no turning back. Nian Yuchen pondered the engineer's bespectacled face for a moment before inquiring, "When you conducted your tests, was it through random sampling?" Sumi furrowed her brow, meeting his gaze. There was a fire of anger burning in his eyes. Was he truly this infuriated simply because she had not prepared her attire? Pressing onward, the team leader resolved to clarify the situation before reporting back. It was not until the latter half of the night that Yuan Jinyu finally succumbed to exhaustion. The usually composed Musée opened his eyes. "What is your name?" The demon tree suddenly spoke, startling Du Weiwei. There was no one else present besides her, so the sudden voice was utterly shocking. Du Weiwei tensed, remaining vigilant, yet found nothing amiss. "Friend Yu Fu, we have promised to return your beloved disciple before the 8th day. This transaction holds immense significance for both of us. Please, I urge you to reconsider," the cold voice stated. Wang Wei's earlier speculation proved correct. His initial words were merely a test for Wang Wei. Had Wang Wei agreed outright, he certainly would not have allowed this individual to manage the bar. At that moment, Yue Tang entered with a pot of rose tea, and from afar, the rich fragrance of roses enveloped me. Yong was abruptly halted, turning to gaze at the doorway from which he had emerged. It was perched precariously on the edge of a cliff, and merely stepping forward a foot would send him plummeting. Zhang Tian, unable to control himself, took a step forward and immediately fell. "No need," Qin Zhao said. "I have been instructed by Qin Zhao on what to do." Lu Bing smiled and waved her hand dismissively, then proceeded toward the exit while answering Mei Jia's call. He understood that the demon lord had previously refrained from letting him take action, and now, that would remain unchanged. Amidst the swirling crimson flames, the faint sounds of soldiers echoed, as a massive crimson gate rose with a deep rumble. The surface of the blood-red gate was adorned with an invincible crimson battle flag. Hua Xingyao's heart surged like a tempest as his gaze returned to the young man at the forefront, feeling an increasing sense of familiarity. Yet, in that fleeting moment, he could not recall who this young man was or where he had encountered him. Upon hearing Lei Tianming's furious roar, the other 2 elders reacted, shouting as they pursued Yi Xiu. Everyone in the village was aware that the village chief had secretly taken everything from the tomb and fled. They all knew the chief's character, yet none anticipated his audacity to hoard such items. The dragon clan inherently possessed the ability to soar through the skies, and with Long Yichen being the sole member endowed with dragon wings, their prowess was unparalleled. That, surely cannot be mere coincidence. Qin Lazizi spoke hesitantly, unable to meet Jiang Han's gaze, burying her face in her clothing. As per tradition, all newly arrived soldiers would undergo a welcoming ceremony, though it would not involve any extravagant feasts. Moreover, this additional celestial offering came at the cost of his lifespan, enhancing his own power. The individual across was even more formidable, managing to split his focus 4 ways, dividing his attention between the external battlefield and the refinement of the immortal Slayer blade. After waiting for the security to separate them, the manager and several counter staff finally escorted them to the office within the mall to begin mediation. However, for Duan Zhaonu, the scene resembled the eerie opening of a horror film, the camera panning towards the vibrant streets filled with neon lights. Confronted with the system's overwhelming pressure, Lin Yu grimaced, acknowledging his own weakness. The light cast upon him enveloped his form in a radiant sheen. He slightly lowered his eyes, his long eyelashes casting an elegant shadow beneath. From a distance, this only enhanced his striking appearance, making him captivatingly handsome. Han Xiong, the fourth pillar of Hebei, a significant beam in the main structure. In Southern storytelling, he is also known as the Old Gun King Han Rong. In the Three Kingdoms, he was a trusted general of Cao Cao, though he encountered Yi Fei. Moreover, it seemed that only celestial-level martial techniques would suffice. His own skills, the Thousand Wind Step and the Autumn Rain Sword, had been of no avail. Unexpectedly, rumors began to circulate that Swain, cornered, was preparing for a final desperate attempt. Jean Ri found himself at a loss for words. His understanding of the undead was limited. Yet he knew this path was fraught with peril. Jishu felt a lingering dread. Had it not been for Qingchuan's mercy, he would likely have perished. Even in a last-ditch retaliation, mutual destruction would not guarantee survival. At that time, he had yet to encounter Zhong Lingyu, nor had he uncovered her true background. So he had to endure. Qu Yuan smiled bitterly. Such actions could not obliterate this hollow. After all, the yang energy of the sun was limited. However, once this fire was ignited, it would be impossible for the masked figure to continue raising ghosts here. Were it not for this, he would not have succeeded in countering and slaying the deep crimson-beaked bird despite the vast disparity in strength. Releasing his palm in relief, Zijing's chest heaved violently, the frigid air causing a slight pain in his respiratory tract. Those around him recognized that only a handful possessed the true strength to contend with Chen Qingdi, among which was the second prince. His presence could indeed temper Chen Qingdi's arrogance. Chapter 84, the one-star dragon, in a fit of rage, attempted to strike. But Wujita instantly teleported away, causing his punch to miss entirely. Qi Ling smiled at him and tapped her wrist, tightening the grip of her bone whip the next moment. Chen Huanhuan understood this, but she still did not comprehend why Feng Ling had gone to the weapon camp. Feng Ling remained enigmatic, stating that the reasons would become clear in due time. As noon arrived and students flowed out of the classroom, Lindsay, who had been suppressing her emotions for so long, finally exhaled a sigh of relief. However, Emma Wushan, upon hearing Jin Dayuan's words, felt no anxiety but rather a sense of anticipation. Observing Qi Ling's actions, Lu Jian's expression darkened. He had not intended to disembark, but concern for Shenqing's safety compelled him to follow her inside. Lu Xian, having spent an increasing amount of time in the world of Ode to Joy, found it increasingly difficult to detach from it. With the wedding ceremony underway, Lu Xian and Guan Zhuer officially became husband and wife, yet simultaneously, the long-absent system notification rang out. Emma Wushan pondered for a moment and conceived a plan, leaning close to the mischievous Taoist's ear to whisper a few words. The trait of extravagant indulgence had spread so widely that even Lu Jinhua was unaware of its origins. Perhaps it stemmed from her engagement with the influence of the general's residence, leaving the public with endless speculation. After exchanging polite embraces, Mr. Mark bid farewell to Lin Shuyao and Zhou Jingming. Ai Gu, feeling anxious, disregarded the dangers lurking in the courtyard and hurried over, prompting the other three to follow closely behind. Rain of flowers! Wang Shuang exclaimed loudly, raising her hand as clusters of pink vitality flowers formed and rushed toward Qin Ziyuan. In a moment of foolishness, she lifted her hand to his nose, testing the air below. I inquired once more of Lu Iyo from the Mechanism Academy about any novel contraptions that might emerge in this competition. Yang Yunlong smiled as he asked. To be frank, I had previously investigated several assassination attempts on disciples of the Dao sect within the mortal realm, but to no avail. Today's banquet, I had also divined in advance, and no changes were foreseen. Qian Jizi stated earnestly. Over the past fortnight, to prevent Sean from evading surveillance, Mr. Berkeley had specifically requested Rogers to pick him up for work at this hour each day. Captain Wukong Qingyan expressed her concern, her rationality surpassing her emotions. She felt that whether in high-level comparisons or team competitions, their side was at a significant disadvantage, making it unwise to provoke conflict. Yet, understanding Captain Wu's character, she turned to Su Sudong to speak. Jiang Shan furrowed his brow, staring blankly at Lu Iyo's mechanical beast, unable to discern any offensive capabilities it possessed. His gaze drifted beyond the half-drawn bamboo curtain, settling on the vegetable patch in the courtyard, bordered by a fence and adorned with chrysanthemums. The once vivid and cheerful visage of Huang Zhongling flickered in Meng Wuyue's mind like a fading painting, intertwining with the terrifying scenes described by the palace maids, leaving him in a state of turmoil. Feng Pu felt discomfort at her affectionate calling, unaware that Qin Lei hailed from a prestigious family, raised under the adoration of many. Her displeasure at this moment was already a courtesy, extended out of respect for Yu Lin. Hai Qing bowed, and Qin Tian raised an eyebrow. Although he claimed to be searching for Yin Sanhe, his true objective lay with Hai Qing. Qin Lei's gaze fell upon his rough, dark hands, conjuring images of the well-groomed, fair hands she was accustomed to seeing, which wielded the power of life and death over countless individuals. Especially since Qin Tian's background seemed complex. Though his exact lineage remained a mystery, Cui Rong was keen to exploit any opportunity to undermine him. Whether it was necessary or not was another matter. I had not yet thoroughly tested her, yet her words flowed abundantly, leaving me to wonder whether she was expressing loyalty or simply being verbose. The old man's expression shifted, disbelief flashing across his face as he turned and immediately spotted Lu Yuan riding the monstrous beast, at the roadside, his complexion draining of color. 4 years prior, Hu Xiao, inebriated, had stormed into the 18th flow cloud boat, mistaking the madam for a courtesan, and had insisted that she summon more companions for his enjoyment. Upon entering this estate, the lavish renovations rivaled the ornate designs of the palace. To provide a clearer understanding of the two phases, Li Tianzi divided the first phase into the Void Gate stage and the second phase into the Exile stage. Thus, Dao Ancestor established the Immortal Path system, logically. He should be regarded as the progenitor, yet apart from being addressed as teacher, others treated him as an ordinary fellow practitioner. This battle shook the very earth. Yet these mutated beasts typically possessed formidable vitality. With luck, they might still cling to life. However, Wu Ming was merely the master of the county committee office, while Tang Xiaowei was responsible for regional party leadership, leaving no intersection between the two. This infuriated Fu Lunian. He had come to witness Fu Qingshan's embarrassment, eager to see him ridiculed. "I say, that hitting hurts." Yi Bai glared at Huangfu Shoujian before laughing and running away. All the soldiers had reached a breaking point. No one contemplated attacking the purple light, their sole desire now was to flee, as far away as possible. "Enough!" Huangfu Shoujian shouted, halting the man's assault, before striding over to cast a glance at the trembling Xian Feng on the ground. Chapter 85. As Qin Xian calmly withdrew from the city wall after the siege, a fierce desire to tear her apart surged within him. Unexpectedly, she merely came to offer words of comfort, gently assuring him that she would rest here peacefully, while reminding Zhongyu to take good care of her, before departing. The man in black was visibly shaken, his expression shifting between uncertainty and rage. Ultimately gritting his teeth to declare, "We are the Shadow Blood Killers, a formidable assassin organization. A substantial sum has been paid to us to eliminate you." Before I could respond, the 4 ruffians who had entered the morning hall suddenly fled in panic. Due to the passage of countless eons and the fragmentation of ancestral lineage, the ancient beings of Depan village remained oblivious to the grandeur of their forebears from the Depan celestial dynasty, as well as the legendary nature of their bloodline. Regardless of Fu Jiuxing's depth of cultivation, he was inherently a prized disciple of the Upper Xian sect, making him an object of envy and desire. The sage of Ta Qing felt an overwhelming headache, as the entangled fates between the primordial heavenly sovereign and the Western saints had become exceedingly profound, with confrontation being the norm. It was not only the Li Hua courtyard that was stirred. Dao Xiangwan's sudden return to the estate soon set the entire household ablaze with excitement. Her heart felt as though it were being clawed by a cat, consumed by curiosity over Qin Xian's strategy to repel the enemy. A master of the shadow arts abruptly raised his sword, positioning it against his neck. His gaze filled with despair. King Hill spoke earnestly, and the naive Lumina believed him without doubt, allowing Lei Pilian to board the Lumina star. In the photograph, a blood-soaked infant appeared, seemingly a newborn smeared with blood. The leader of the ghostly soldiers darkened at this revelation, realizing that those who had perished under the sun's rays could not be resurrected. Meanwhile, Silver Star, who possessed a greater appetite than she, lingered around her, hoping to procure some food from her hands. "Zijian, Lin Wan, should we not consider how to deal with this group?" Carbon Head pointed towards the heartless figures emerging from the bathing area, estimating their number to be around 7 or 8. "Professor Fan," one of the most esteemed and capable old professors in the computer science department, was not only seasoned but also immensely skilled. Yang Yacheng appeared before them, adorned in a strikingly beautiful outfit, having donned an uncommon hanfu skirt that was exceptionally eye-catching. Upon encountering Xia Kuan, she eagerly linked her arm with his, exhibiting youthful exuberance. Even though Xia Kuan was still bare-chested, this arrangement would not only ascertain the safety of Heizi but also facilitate clandestine communication through the rope. After some contemplation, Song Chongxing deemed the teacher's words to be valid, recognizing that the police and doctors were precisely what he needed at this moment. Prolonged neglect could indeed endanger her. According to the news received by Ji Wei Tian, today was not the official recording date but rather a special arrangement for 10 families to meet. The locked security door was forcefully opened, revealing a weary man standing before Xuelua. Following this, Lu Feng extended his right hand once more, flicking a finger against the young man's wrist. Meanwhile, not far away, Duan Muxi's expression darkened further as he helplessly watched his fiancée Lin Ruyan being taken away by Lin Han. The recent battle between Lin Han and Xiao Qian filled Duan Muxi with an unsettling sense of dread. Mo Zhu quietly followed behind Yao Hanyan, her silence growing unbearable. Yet, the thought of Lin Nua, who was still basking in the protective love of his father Feng Xinglong, twisted Xuelua's heart in pain. Consequently, Doxy hesitated not a moment longer, promptly leading the soldiers to retreat from the bridge towards the stronghold where Shen Sanduo and the others were stationed. The two busied themselves in the room, enjoying peanuts and soaking them in water while consuming large loaves of bread, engaging in conversation until they were unaware that it was nearly midnight. In the blink of an eye, led by Wu Yongfu, the soldiers distributed all the rations to the villagers, enhancing the reputation of the 8th Route Army in the hearts of the people. Lin Han grasped Qi Shuer's delicate hand, before approaching the soulless body of Qi Tianguo, sealing it within an eternal ice coffin to preserve its form. He Lao initially intended to say more, but was abruptly interrupted by an ear-piercing roar from downstairs. Upon investigation, he discovered that the motorcycle wolves had betrayed Carl once more. Their prolonged siege had proven fruitless, and neither Hanks nor Ares had been disturbed by outsiders. He deliberately raised his voice, and indeed, nearby patrons turned their attention towards him. The initial panic gradually dissipated, replaced by a long-lost sense of urgency. The last time the undead breached the city gates, Gu Lao and Gao Yang had joined forces to attack the island. Yet not even a hint of today's anxiety had surfaced then. As a lady, she possessed the authority to manage her concubines, should they err. She could discipline them with slaps, caning, confinement, fines, or even demotion. His fingers trembled as he brushed away the dirt from the stone slab, his back arching under an unbearable weight as he curled into a ball. As weary soldiers climbed up from the river, Li Jianqing gazed up at the blazing sun overhead, suddenly feeling dizzy. He swayed slightly, and a nearby guard quickly reached out to steady him. All right, let us go rest," his mother said, wrapping her arms around his elbow and guiding him towards a nearby room. "And what about the two of you?" Song Yao hesitated, unsure how to articulate her thoughts. She realized she knew little about Meng Fan, having only arrived on the island a month prior, during which time was consumed by chaos, leaving little room for idle conversation. In an instant, the monkey and Ma Xiao embraced tightly, before Ma Xiao saluted Zhu Qing, firmly clasping his hands. Amidst the mix of lake water's fishy scent, the aroma of early morning porridge, and the acrid tang of gastric juices, myriad flavors mingled that outsiders could not articulate. Only Xiao Pingzhong, the one involved, could truly comprehend. "How thoughtful," the Jin Wang murmured with a deep smile, gazing at Yunji before his thoughts drifted thousands of miles away to the Luyun Valley. Following the earlier experiment and a series of online shopping endeavors, everything required had been ordered, leaving only the anticipation of deliveries before proceeding to the next phase of experience. Time swiftly transitioned from morning to noon, as he managed to calm his previously racing heart. Chapter 86. My boss, I claim not to know him, yet he possesses remarkable prowess. He can eliminate anyone he desires. If you doubt my words, inquire with Zhang Yilin, she is well aware, he uttered, and immediately thereafter, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Following this, Yi Lan promptly assisted Lin Yin, escorting her to a nearby bench to rest. At this moment, Lei Xiu inquired of Erin whether she had made any discoveries. This statement resonated with Lang Yu, who felt he had earned the right to utter those two words amidst this ancient battlefield. The wolf soldiers donned scant armor, some lacking any protective gear altogether, wielding nothing more than ordinary spears and blades. The weather in Ganzhou was relatively pleasant, though a slight chill lingered. The gentle winter sun was far warmer than that of Chang'an. Haixing remained crouched at the entrance, seemingly engaged in a contest with them, persistently whimpering. At this juncture, the ninth elder keenly sensed that Lin Ran had gleaned something from the recent analysis of information, prompting him to fall into a brief silence, his curiosity piqued. "Are you questioning me?" The smile had entirely vanished from Su Jinfan's face, his eyes now radiating a chilling intensity. "Humph." Wang Shanji scoffed disdainfully, striking the blade of the Tianqing sword with her palm. The icy blade seemed to provoke her, her fingers recoiled sharply upon contact, and as they brushed past each other, the Tianqing sword exhaled waves of coldness under the moonlight, its faint glow more piercing than the frigid winds atop the peaks. Upon receiving the command from Yu Shixian, Yu Shigong hesitated momentarily, yet ultimately succumbed to the allure of the military orders and the promise of glory. Thus, Yu Shigong gathered an army of 10,000 and set forth from the city, marching northward. In this instance, even the enemies Dongqing and Old Jin found themselves contemplating this notion, involuntarily shuddering at the prospect. If this were true, they would need not engage in battle but rather seek their own demise. The discourse between the two individuals before him was a blend of truth and deception. Li Wu's wife had remained motionless, observing the two who stood beside the carriage. The young officer stationed there paid her no mind. He departed with an air of nonchalance, transforming into mere dust, while the shadowless sword saint truly became imperceptible. In a fleeting moment, scarcely a second, the two who had been separated by vast distances engaged in combat, the brilliance of their swords scattered like a myriad of fireflies, the starry realm trembled, celestial bodies shattered. And amidst the tempest, both figures retreated simultaneously, not allowing even a moment's respite before charging forth once more. His feet danced upon the plum blossom stakes, continuously shifting as he wielded the nether blade, moving in tandem with the weapon, ever vigilant of the severed heads beneath him, each one grasping at his hands. Upon entering the office, Xingxing closed the door behind him and gazed at Ling Ling, overwhelmed with words he wished to convey. He revealed without reservation that he had joined the sacred shadow sect to save her and had consequently slain his fourth brother, Xing Tai. Upon observing the disheveled Zhou Hanyu and Li Dang, who was clad in naught but his undergarments, Yang Yan felt a surge of anger rise within him. To his surprise, the enchanting beauty before him exhibited no anger. Instead, she began to reason with him, leaving Susan momentarily astonished. Wang Roro could not help but pout. "Very well. Let me indulge just this once, and then you can go." Yet Bai Yuyu insisted on having her first time. "I want my first," Su Xian promptly interjected. Truth be told, since acquiring the golden treasure chest, he had felt a constant, clawing anxiety within him, rendering his meditative effects far less effective than before. "Acquaintances? Not yet. However, I should recognize your office director, who once served in the military and is now a civil servant. He is an old acquaintance of a friend of mine," Su Xian remarked with a smile. Even if they were to rely on Zhu Yingyun and Zhu Ming for assistance, their efforts would be in vain, as neither possessed any magical abilities. Zhenshi furrowed her brow and glanced toward the door, only to suddenly spot a youth clad in orange, bow slung over his shoulder. Leaping high, and upon descent, he landed a foot squarely upon the face of the guard at the entrance. As the large screen illuminated, the first to receive news of her demise was Su Zhiyi. Zhenshi's gaze transitioned from astonishment to a profound abyss, seemingly inescapable. Upon hearing this, Luo Fan could not help but recall the events of the previous summer, when he and Qiao Lin speculated whether the actions of the Qinglong mage were aimed at the villa. This individual was none other than Li Qing, recently discussed as the holder of the shortest record for memorizing medicinal formulas in the imperial physician's chamber. "My apologies, your family is quite beautiful. You are indeed the epitome of a perfect nation," he said. "If you ever have the time to visit Huaxia, I will certainly host you." Su Xian extended his hand to shake with Tei Pu. Sensing a gaze fixed upon her, Xia Ran Mo turned to face its source, feeling a surge of distaste at the unabashed scrutiny, as if she were unclothed. She averted her eyes, redirecting her focus to the screen, choosing to ignore the unwelcome attention. A loud shout erupted, and the door to the room where Ling Qianqin and Man Man resided was forcefully kicked open. As she spoke, the cold wind howled through the wide-open window, accompanied by the rustling of trees outside. Jiang Wei's slender frame trembled in the chill. Yet her gaze remained stubbornly fixed on Guan Jingting, who stood with his back to her. As for expressions of gratitude, I perceive this as mere banter among friends. Let us continue our conversation at a later time. You should return promptly. In truth, Wei Xiao hoped for a goodnight kiss instead. Chapter 87. While boasting can be quite pleasurable, Su Yang currently finds himself at the center of controversy, fearing that as soon as he begins his live stream, certain individuals will start to orchestrate negativity. Chen Yi can discern the profound respect that the venerable Shangguan holds for the newcomer, and from the elder's words, he understands that this individual is likely a Taoist priest. At this moment, Shi could not have anticipated that the opponent would be so audacious as to strike at level 2. Upon returning to his rented apartment, Feng Hao had barely settled in when he was confronted by Zhou Xinghao, who forcibly dragged him into the production team. After informing the newcomer that teacher Han Qin was busy with work and requested patience, Jiang Jiamin commenced her performance. For students like them, time is scarce and funds are limited. Aside from competing with classmates, it seems of little consequence. Liu had previously invested in the film city of Qinyuan, which could be considered a branch of real estate. Now he is pursuing a career in music, seemingly diving headfirst into the entertainment industry. The four of them sat upon a large sofa to the right. Zhang Yingxiao was closest to the host, followed by Wang Lei, with Chen Anyue the farthest away. The surrounding individuals were enveloped in silence, acutely aware that only through profound suffering could one utter such words. On a lawn at the Alchemy Academy, an elderly man in purple attire practiced his boxing with a commanding presence, occasionally releasing bursts of energy. Since the Taoist sect refrains from meddling in mundane affairs, there is no threat to the emperor or the royal family. In fact, the greater the power of the Laojun temple, the more hesitant others become regarding the capital, thereby ensuring the safety of the royal family and stabilizing the emperor's position. Naturally, the centers that Wang Xing mentioned years ago have become increasingly plausible. In an instant, the cafeteria fell into a hushed stillness, with all gazes directed towards Lu Qingtian and Gu Shiran, who were seated together. In a hazy moment, Chao Junjie entered Ai Changwei's car. He was not entirely unconscious but lacked strength, his mind in a state of confusion, unaware that he was in Ai Changwei's vehicle. If we refuse. The head of the Tang family had just begun to articulate this thought when Wang Xing's words interrupted him. Growing increasingly anxious, he decided to concentrate fully, sensing the deep-seated blood-red realm within, unleashing all of his true energy in repeated assaults against it. While the essence of the continent continuously flowed into the realm, causing its aura to gradually manifest, Wang Xing kept his eyes closed. A qi bore no hostility or murderous intent. After spending such a lengthy time together, Wang Xing felt assured of a qi's loyalty, willing to follow him with his life. Li Xiaoyu glared at me with fiery eyes, urging me to temper my demeanor. However, my resilience is beyond her imagination. Could a mere glance frighten me away? The breathtaking scene before me was something that could scarcely be glimpsed even after several lifetimes of virtue. Shi Tian nodded slightly. But at that moment, he suddenly sensed a mysterious aura outside the door, as if someone were watching them. Feeling somewhat fatigued from the relentless pursuit and fleeing, a reprieve in Flame City seemed quite agreeable. Jiao Lian hurriedly supported Lin Ruhai, gently laying him on the couch. Dayu had already dashed out of the room, summoning the imperial physician waiting at the estate. Wang Wandong, plagued by guilt, pondered deeply before finally entering the hut, which only she could access, to retrieve a manuscript of martial arts to present to Yu Shi. Jiang Shui returned with a cup of water, immediately pulling out a medical record from his bag and searching online for relevant medical terminology, symptoms, and cures. The mouse moved hesitantly, oscillating between certainty and doubt, hope and despair, relentlessly tormenting Jiang Shui's heart. If you wish for your master to slay you, then laugh away. Kuani glared at him in fury, quickly maneuvering around pedestrians to block Wang Wandong's path. It was clear that the matriarch's early morning summons was unlikely to bode well, yet simultaneously, Yin was certain that today, the matriarch was not seeking trouble with her but rather with Gao Lianxiang, who had visited the young monk the previous day. Indeed, Lin Jianxian suppressed a smirk. Jiang Shuai's mother was uncertain how long her son would be away but had learned of the Wanji winery's name. Gradually, wisps of azure smoke began to rise from the purple jade box, coalescing into a silhouette that gradually materialized into a towering figure clad in black. With robust stature and long, flowing black hair that cascaded like a waterfall, it shone dazzling to the eye. After Ling Dan had cleared an area for us, Yi Xiaolan joined me, and I noticed her disheveled appearance. The black clothing she had seized was torn and stained with blood, indicating that she had just endured a fierce battle. My senior brother desired nothing more than the prosperity and peace of the great Tang, wishing for the emperor's health and longevity. Wang Wandong believed that the motivations behind this conflict were entirely self-serving, rendering her own aspirations trivial compared to those soldiers who valiantly fought for the common people. The rewards she received felt unearned. Her position was extremely obscure and easily overlooked. Compounded by the presence of others blocking her, it was no wonder Ji Ling had failed to notice her. Had she not taken the initiative to speak up at this moment, Ji Ling likely would not have acknowledged her until class ended. Chapter 88. Recently, the Lotus White Reserve has made its reappearance. After purchasing a bottle, he opened it and took a sip, subsequently swearing that from now on, he would only drink Lotus White Reserve, disregarding all other spirits. After the meal, Jiang Luqing stated that he needed to attend to some traditional matters before slipping away, leaving Xiao Shihong and Guogua to rest at the inn. Rongyu advanced step by step, while Lu Qinglan sat inside the carriage, suddenly furrowing her brow. Then several young ladies surrounded them, unceremoniously beginning to knead the shoulders and backs of both me and Niu Meng. It seemed that the duties of a personal attendant were now unavoidable for me. After all, one could evade the initial encounter, but not the subsequent. Could it be a monster? If so, its age would not align with that of humans, as monsters can retain their youth for many years, even decades. Suwon remembered that on that day, Yu Yunhan did not return with the team but instead sent her a message via WeChat. In truth, the seeds of the seedling base originated from the country, their vitality having already been nurtured domestically. Upon arrival, they required only standard cultivation, devoid of any technical complexities that might suggest a breach of confidentiality. The young lady's post inquired about which family's lotus flower had been submitted. Not a wife. Merely a concubine, she clarified. Both the lady and Lin Jingtong were taken aback, unable to fathom that Lin Jiahao would publicly deny them a graceful exit before so many witnesses. I advise you to refrain from meddling in others' affairs. Do not invite monumental trouble upon your own influence. Ying Er, who had long followed the sixth prince in his tyrannical exploits, had never softened his tone. He could scarcely believe anyone would dare to provoke the divine martial dynasty. Then let us proceed, we shall sign a contract of servitude. Feeling that the steady flow suited her aging self more, Yi's mother nodded in satisfaction, releasing her grip on Yu, signaling the shopkeeper to prepare the necessary items. 7 or 8 individuals surrounded the courtyard, wielding iron rods, some even brandishing machetes, exuding an aura of menace. Nearby, onlookers peeked from their homes, witnessing this alarming scene. Upon awakening once more, Qianqiu found himself lying on the land of the Eastern Mountains, east of the Iron Chain Bridge. A simple opening remark had turned Wen Ruoqian's expression as dark as ink, seemingly so profound it could be squeezed forth, yet he remained silent, stifled by the enthusiastic responses of the crowd. Well then, allow me to introduce you to another facet of the City of Slaughter. As the words of the Shura demon sword left my lips, an intense crimson glow emanated from the outside, and a tremendous noise erupted from the cavern ahead, followed by violent tremors, akin to an earthquake. This astonished everyone. Could it be that the resources of this world were indeed boundless? Had they entered an era of communal abundance? The martial soul master, the lowest tier of combatants in this world, was paradoxically one of the most revered types of soul masters. No, senior brother Shangguan, I shall enter with you, let the others remain behind. My ethereal steps are well suited for the narrow confines of the cave, and my husband is frail, necessitating my protection. Lin Tian pondered briefly, declining Shangguan Tu's good intentions. At this moment, should one truly engage, few would stand a chance against them, further heightening their astonishment, far exceeding their expectations. Xiang Shanhai appeared somewhat surprised, exclaiming in disbelief. Initially intending to torment Lin Tian before capturing him alive, upon seeing his current state, he felt a mix of surprise and boredom. Qin Lin meticulously guided the posture and steps, which were, of course, simple and fundamental movements. Like all beginners, he instinctively lowered his head to observe his feet. Lin family Linzhong City was now fully occupied by beings from the celestial realm. The Lin family understood that these individuals were esteemed guests, those who could arrive here. Aside from Lin Ying's acquaintances, were all influential figures. Saber, feeling a surge of regret, suddenly shouted within, dispelling all feelings of remorse. Yet, how could there be ghosts in broad daylight? The only possibility was that someone was playing a prank, deliberately trying to frighten him. Lin Tian murmured, lost in thought. Time was of the essence. He sought to find black sand to refine the black water-heavy sword. Hoping to uncover more mysteries to enhance his cultivation before venturing into the demon refining grounds, wishing to avoid unnecessary complications. He recalled the Emperor's resolute command to have him taken away, as well as the Empress Dowager's silence at his request, offering no opportunity for defense. His Majesty is currently in the Yu Kingdom, accompanied by Feidian. His safety need not be a concern, but it is best that his whereabouts remain unknown to Yin Jixuan. Correct? Yin Xing furrowed his brow, pondering what could be so urgent that there was no time to deliver the medicine. Could it truly be related to his injuries? His doppelganger bathed in divine light, its aura swelling in waves, and with a soft pop, it stepped into the eighth transformation of the universe. He had already refined 4 infernal monarchs, gaining immense benefits. Chapter 89 Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni leaped forward, brandishing a flaming blade towards the colossal Gillian. No, no. As long as you are happy, indulge in feasting and merriment daily. I hastily clarified, admitting my complete lack of strategy against this divine being. As long as I was not troubled, losing some money truly mattered little. Listening to the unanimous sentiment from my 6 wives, I decided to let everyone enjoy their meal first, setting aside matters concerning Yi Bingyun for the time being. Lin Feng exhibited little reaction, as the true glutton was Yi Li. He himself had consumed merely a fraction of what she had, merely putting on an act. Yi Xian, spare your efforts, the 3 of us together will surely capture you. And I am curious how long your turtle shell can endure. Just as Ouyang Qing felt a dull ache in her chest, within a luxurious villa at Yaiji Shui Bay. A gaunt elderly man clad in black sat on the floor, his face contorted in pain. Standing beside him was a middle-aged man with a hawk-like nose. Beneath the cloak, Chu Tian Shuang and the others had grown accustomed to the situation, but Yan Hu, witnessing it for the first time, was thoroughly startled. When Hong Jie spoke, her demeanor was remarkably calm, devoid of any emotion, a testament to her complete lack of feelings for Lin Dishing. Zhang Qian had only seen such scenarios in films. Never having encountered them personally, now she comprehended the overwhelming shock that such gambling brought. A sudden roar erupted from Sumei's chamber. Su Rong peered through the crack in the door to see Sumei sprawled by the bed, blood trickling from her lips, as a black cloud leopard devoured half of her body. Terrified, Su Rong swiftly covered her mouth and fled in a frenzy. As the chaotic cries of demon pets erupted throughout Su City, Xian Yan's wooden clone decisively formed seals, directing countless branches towards Chancho de Jizi and his companion. The leading ninja promptly commanded his subordinates to vacate Naruto's rooftop and disperse to resume their covert operations. With the angel's assistance, obtaining the final fragment of memory, the truth unfolded before him, and Lu Deng finally recalled everything. If others were present, they would surely be astonished. Lin Mu and Lin Bai, having finished their meal, were seated at the dining table, seemingly awaiting someone. As the most brutal struggle, regardless of how elegant and composed it may have been before, the conclusion would inevitably be drenched in blood and violence. The dove-headed overseer proposed alternative methods, such as swapping a child or compensating the other party with 10 children. Rest assured, I intend to survive and devise a means to rescue you. I am not so easily extinguished, Lu Mingfei remarked, stroking Lu Ming's head. Wang Yu gazed at the azure giant lotus that merely swayed, its formidable defenses seemingly rivaled only by the legendary Chaos Blue Lotus. This was a profound humiliation for Shin Tianqing, who prided himself on his medical skills. Lu Deng stepped back into the spotlight, with Albert handling the technical challenges, ensuring seamless cooperation between both parties. Upon opening the refrigerator and decisively retrieving a jar of pickled vegetable noodles, a note caught Yu Chen's eye, revealing delicate handwriting that astonished him. The demon saint, a cultivator of the transformation stage, was recognized as the most formidable of the demonic race in the human realm. Similarly, those like Jing Yi and others who were worried were not alone. The misty reign of Jiangnan mirrored their concerns. For them, Yu Chen's dream guild was far more complex than simply their own aspirations. It encompassed a more significant reality within. The torrential onslaught of attacks continued unabated, stirring up clouds of dust, while the blood-red numbers were unsettling to behold. The ancient warriors held their breath, transfixed by the unfolding scene, their expressions rife with panic and shock. Upon learning that the flying beasts and terrestrial beasts were seemingly natural enemies, Yi Kansno and Chi Yu finally glimpsed hope in reaching the Beiming Mountains. However, the journey had drained considerable spiritual energy from both Yi Kansno and the Chi Yu divine beast. Unbeknownst to all this, Shui Wan'er wore a blissful smile. Lost in dreams of her future as a beautiful princess, Fuxi harbored profound feelings for the demon race. Otherwise, during the war of witches and demons, he would not have fought to the bitter end, preferring to perish alongside the demons rather than flee like Kuanping. Ah, brother, I knew you were a devoted husband. Since you met Lei, your fate was sealed, destined to be molded by her hands. If she wishes to shape you round, you shall be round. If she desires to make you flat, then flat you must be. The four brothers had never been so unified in their opinions, stating in unison. Boss Wang, too, had gained some weight, as his card proxy business was thriving. Zhu was aware that Wang Wanzi dabbled as a card proxy, effortlessly earning over 100,000 a month. In the absence of defensive formations in Lanlu City, facing the full counterattack of the Beast Forest would indeed prove challenging. Ha ha ha. I bid 1,113,000, who else will raise the stakes? The head of the Li family laughed triumphantly, knowing that with this 100,000 gold coins, neither the He family nor the Shui family could compete with him. The three understood Shangguan Mulong's actions. After all, stepping into the first tier was indeed quite extraordinary. Soon after, Nangong Yuchen smiled confidently and was the first to recline on the testing machine. Chapter 90 Examples of Xie Ren's failures in battle and his blood oath on the battlefield have endowed him with a certain composure in the current martial examination, making him stand out among his peers. As Li Ku concluded, a hint of redness appeared in his eyes as he reminisced about Gao Xianji. Had it not been for the sudden betrayal of the Jieyue tribe, which besieged the Tang army alongside the enemies, Gao Xianji would not have suffered such a devastating defeat. After Jiang Ruanqi's departure, the expression on He's face grew increasingly grim, leaving her with no choice but to leave in fury. However, Ma Lu had never seen him utilize that item even once, rendering him oblivious to its true purpose. Furthermore, the exorbitant price of 66 for a vegetable medley seemed utterly outrageous, casting suspicion that she and Ma Lu conspired to exploit everyone like chives. An online post titled Introduction to a Mysterious Game briefly outlined the game in question. Unfortunately, Lord Wu had anticipated their retreat, as 5 blood bats quietly appeared before 3 goblins. Although Ma Lu appeared somewhat pallid, his spirits seemed relatively high as he patted Brother Squid on the shoulder after disembarking. She wept inconsolably in the basement, completely unaware of her fever. In a daze, she sought a place to lie down. Just as Lucy and a Maybach with the license plate 99999 came into view, Chen Zhongqian was preparing to depart for the capital to take his examinations and had even gone out of his way to inquire once more to confirm the details. Upon witnessing the scene, my heart twisted. I was all too familiar with such a manner of death, having left an indelible impression on me, allowing me to discern at a glance that these individuals had been devoured by the devouring insects. This also provided Lin Xiao with a plethora of combat options. For one must acknowledge that the ordinary skill set far exceeds that of other categories, with auxiliary skills being numerous beyond count. Moreover, through their repeated conversations, he increasingly sensed Yuan Zisu's exceptional talent. Of course, it is to be hoped that Shi has not encountered any misfortune, as a fortnight has passed without any news from him. Given the current chaotic situation outside, I fear for his safety. Xiao Xingchen looked at him in confusion, not understanding why he emphasized such instructions. In truth, had he not taken her along, she would never have dared to visit uninvited, as her bashfulness was well known. However, at that time, Zhang Jin was asleep at home and had spent the entire morning laboring over lyrics with Mei Yanfeng. It wasn't until the afternoon Upon receiving a call from Xiang Huaxing, that he remembered the existence of the car. Hastily enlisting Mei Yanfeng to accompany him and Chen Xiaohua to the company for the signing. Ding Xiaowei, please take care of my sister-in-law in the future. She often speaks of how you assisted them in the past. Ding Xiaowei smiled as she responded. Should Xiongba refuse to retract his finger pointed at Bu Jingyun, he would undoubtedly face the loss of 3 fingers to Chen Xingyu's formidable blade. I contemplated calling to inquire who was on the other end. As it shouldn't be too many, I wondered if you had ever engaged in such matters. In any case, I felt particularly strange after posing the question. Wang Ning remained silent, biting his lip and glaring at me, tears beginning to well in his eyes. Rong Zhe, with a cold expression, completely relinquished his hold over Qian Qingxi, his handsome face darkened to the point where it seemed to exude moisture. Additionally, there were more bizarre species sealed within the amber. All sharing a common characteristic, each contained a unique organism, none of which were identical. Lu Shufei appeared entirely oblivious, yet deep down, she felt a sense of unease. Having attributed all the blame to her, she wondered if she might be dragged down to hell alongside her. Stephen now felt somewhat overwhelmed by his debts, realizing he could only address matters one at a time. Moreover, the emergence of this demigod lich might not be entirely unfavorable for him, as he now held the trump card of Aiden, which could potentially allow him to set a trap for this demigod lich. The following day, upon awakening, Stephen sensed that his physical state had seemingly reached a critical juncture, a mysterious sensation guiding him. Noticing the change in her breathing rhythm, Luolai understood that Lan Shimei had awakened, though she feigned sleep, perhaps reluctant to part with the warmth of his embrace. Foreseeing their arrival, Zhao Tianfu had already heated the Kong, preparing pigs and sheep, all of which had been requested in advance by Zhang Changong to create a festive atmosphere for the new year. Dong Jijun was quite talkative, recounting the story of his acquaintance with Yingzi, right up to their marriage. Although it was their first meeting, he had heard Yingzi mention Luolai countless times, creating an immediate sense of familiarity. He even spoke of the discord between Yingzi and her mother. Luo Yuan had initially thought that the power dynamics here were quite low. Especially since the Mingyue had previously appeared, he had seen some things through the wrist communicator. After several days of waiting, news came from the Tsangming tribe that the pirates from the last encounter had returned, sending the Tsangming people into a state of panic. In recent days, he had slain dozens of crocodile dragons, their meat had become too abundant for him, and the ice cellar on the island could no longer accommodate it. Jayasifu struggled to comprehend Lu Yingxiu's attachment to those children, yet Lu Yingxiu's actions deeply touched her. At that moment, the server brought over tea and 2 plates of dim sum, which looked significantly better than what they had eaten outside. Yan Sirui glanced at the server, who smiled, placed the items down, and then exited. The rectangular shield formation of the royal army was instantly thrown into disarray by an explosion, and at that moment, the archers unleashed a volley, resulting in further casualties among the royal forces, with their commanding officer shot down from his horse. Chapter 91. They instinctively glanced at Zhang Yu, simultaneously pondering, wasn't he just boasting? Why has he fallen silent? The lanterns along the banks of the Qin Hui River danced in the breeze, accompanied by the melodious strains of silk and bamboo instruments, and the air was suffused with an alluring fragrance that invited contemplation. At this moment, he could only hope that the injury sustained by the young masterly was not severe. However, despite his efforts, he could not locate this elusive young masterly, which left him in a state of panic. Of course, these sentiments were truly Zhang Yu's heartfelt thoughts. If he had previously harbored some reservations about Jui Juan, after all that had transpired, especially following his entanglement with Li Kaifeng, he had, in fact, shed any apprehensions. It was at this juncture that officials, Minister Min, His Highness of Chang'an, Chief Feng, the military intelligence officer Wei, Judge Lin, and Officer Jiao, arrived. What could this mean? Responsibility? What was there to be concerned about? Indeed. What could possibly trouble me? Although this was the first line of defense, the Tatars were currently in a state of truce with Bukue, and a delegation was negotiating with the court, rendering the likelihood of conflict here nearly non-existent. After a lengthy pause, the Western Turkic army faded into mere shadows, and Fan Lihua gazed at their departure, tears glistening in her eyes. Wei Rulin was tasked with forming the North Sea Autonomous Army. Jin Yedong was responsible for training the cavalry, and Feng Zijing was in charge of organizing the naval forces. Li Qingqian contemplated a brilliant scheme throughout the day. One that might not eliminate Li Hao but could certainly subject him to another term in prison. If there are those who speak ill of others behind their backs without sincerity, refrain from uttering such words in the future. I shall not forgive you if I hear such again. Jiang Tao's expression suddenly turned grave. The new village chief, Wang Yukai, was the eldest son of the late chief Wang Zifu. After the old chief passed, he assumed the role, becoming the chief of Longxia village. As Ding San spoke of his expertise, he gradually set aside his burdens, engaging in a question-and-answer exchange with the young master. Though he was uncertain why the young master acted in such a manner, he believed that serving him well would ultimately be beneficial. This uncle. I am on my way to join the army in Henei County, but I have run out of provisions while passing through your esteemed place. Thus, I humbly request a morsel of food and a sip of water. Upon seeing the visitor, Xiaofeng courteously bowed and spoke with utmost politeness. The wild dragon charge propelled Jihan's body fiercely toward the blood marsh. At that moment, the force he wielded was undeniably potent. Even if Shuizhe had time to respond, his counterattack would only match the intensity of Jihan's wild dragon charge. After showering, she chose not to return to her room but instead sat on the sofa in the living room, cranking the television volume to a deafening level. The cacophony enveloping her ears, numbing her battered nerves. They conspired to escape together, making their way towards the door, only to have it burst open as 5 or 6 burly men strode in. The green-haired giant turtle emitted a deep, thunderous roar. As its form swayed, it suddenly steadied itself, then charged in anger. Yunyu had arrived. Come, sit. Lu Xingru smiled at Xin Yunyu, gesturing for her to join her side. Wang Marin owned a western Bichon Frise, which was usually well-behaved, yet now it was in a state of uproar. This place appeared to be a luxurious suite in a hotel, resplendent yet ominously chilling, for the light was a ghastly green, particularly frigid. The people from Crystal Tower immediately burst into laughter, while Qin Jianzi, the bald man, and Elder Chu wore expressions of dismay, falling silent. He seemed to suddenly recall something. Swiftly diving into his vehicle and starting the engine, uncertain of where he intended to drive. Jeannie wore a look of helplessness. Seizing the opportunity when no one was watching to take out a mirror and inspect himself, pondering whether he was truly unattractive. He had faith that Hu Lijing was no fool and believed that her character would not permit her subordinates to harm Jiang Churu. Multiple wooden shields struck his body simultaneously. The force comparable to a desperate blow from a low-level Wujing master. Han Chen, already unsteady and unprepared for defense, was sent reeling, spitting blood from the impact. This will not do, 4 men are stationed outside. Charging in recklessly would be sheer folly. His brother immediately dismissed this thought. Previously, Hu Lijing had often tormented Wu Di without remorse, and he had managed to endure without making excessive demands. Why should he not possess the same restraint this time? Jessica lifted her head, hurriedly handing the script to Nate, who gestured to Wang Xianyuan. After Wang received it, Jessica waved farewell to Nate. Inside, untold treasures awaited. Wu Lei had once prided himself on his discerning eye, yet now felt like a country bumpkin in the city. Footsteps echoed from outside, and then Chun Yu, clad in official robes, strode in with long strides. Upon seeing his handsome and poised figure, Tang Zi couldn't help but be captivated, her head bowing shyly. The masked man dared not delay, producing a prepared sack and unceremoniously enveloping Nuabao within it, hoisting it onto his shoulder as he turned to leave. All right, I understand. Tang Su, pressed by his urgency, hurriedly walked ahead without paying attention, nearly colliding with the doorframe. Observing the figure of the blue-clad youth growing ever distant, Tang Su steeled herself, slipping her foot in preparation to execute an age-old scheme of deception. Chapter 92 Receiving the roasted fish prepared by Su Jing. Perhaps due to an underlying sorrow, the dish, which was rich in color, aroma, and flavor, felt akin to chewing wax. For some inexplicable reason, my body trembled slightly. Observing this, Shuaisher-san quietly let out a sigh of relief, knowing that his master was not in any mortal peril. Xiao Lingbai, curious, turned around and discovered that the vicinity of Yutsuan was replete with numerous medicinal herb gardens. Upon inquiring, she learned that these had not existed before. The villagers would traditionally venture into the mountains to dig up herbs for sale. It was later that when Chongqing proposed they cultivate some themselves. At that time, she had already meticulously planned a trip for us, even booking flights and accommodations, but one day, while shopping at the mall, she received a phone call. Li Xiaoyao persistently laid out the clues he had gathered in his mind and began piecing them together slowly. With 2 elder brothers murdered in quick succession, he felt anger but remained clear-headed. He understood that offending Li Xiaoyao under such circumstances was exceedingly unwise. The school had yet to deliver a verdict. But if Yi Zhuxing had truly not engaged with the security department, why was he still being held? President, I advise you not to place too much trust in him. After all, one can know a person's face but not their heart. Who hasn't he misjudged someone at times? Su Rui remarked nonchalantly. At that moment, the order of the vast universe shifted, time seemed to rewind to its chaotic inception, and everything fell into disarray. Shu Man pursed her lips, gazing silently at Jiang Yan. After a long pause, she eventually lowered her head and let out a resigned chuckle. Ning Feng slumped at the door, leaning on his knees and gasping for breath. At that moment, he was utterly drained of energy. The abrupt transfer from that mountain peak to here felt as though it had consumed all his strength. What is that divine physician's name? Do you have any means of contacting him? Taking a deep breath to calm himself, Yang Lin spoke in a solemn tone. How fortunate fate is to be frozen yet still able to escape. What could possibly be the reason behind this? Zhang Yang pondered as something unusual appeared before him, stirring a whirlwind of thoughts in his mind. Upon seeing Yu Qinglei ascend the stairs with 2 boxes of yogurt, Lin Hao realized that these 2 girls had a habit of drinking yogurt before sleeping. Ji Machen silently observed Nan Shi, ultimately swallowing the words. I do not require your gifts. Do not act recklessly, they are all individuals the old lady desires, and we cannot afford any mistakes. The man in the passenger seat said sternly, clearly the leader among them. The audience was suddenly engulfed in darkness, followed by the humorous banter between Jing Rui and the staff. Qin Shi shook her head. Upon reading the inscription, she recalled certain matters. You must tell us first. Where did this come from? Why show it to us? The character Yan cannot be mere coincidence, can it? Her expression was one of complexity as she stared at the frozen image. After a significant pause, she pressed play again. Some even speculated that with Huang San's ferocity, had it not been for the watchful eye of the law elder nearby, he might have truly killed Gu Xi. Clearly, the other party was sincere, yet it was lamentable that not only did the flowing water possess intentions, but the falling flowers were indifferent. The water seemed utterly oblivious, or perhaps it felt something yet chose not to believe. At that moment, she slightly turned her face, lifted her wine glass, and took a sip of pumpkin juice, revealing a pale visage reminiscent of a toad, with drooping eyelids and bulging eyes. Mom, may I get up now? I'm so tired, Ji Mena whimpered, bending over and pouting as she lay on the floor in an embarrassing posture, feeling utterly ashamed. Bao Chai trembled with anger, lacking even the courage to look at Jia Song, tears of shock and fury streaming down her face. Yet before she could reach there, the cubs had barely traversed between the 4th and 5th pairs of stone pillars when they heard a rustling sound. Speak, what is going on? Teacher Rong glared at Lin Chuyi, annoyed. This student was always causing her trouble. At that moment, Princess Xuanyang disregarded Di Qing's protests, tightly embracing him and kissing his lips, their tongues entwining, stirring emotions within Di Qing. The princess disrobed, and Di Qing was momentarily taken aback. Suddenly, the princess tackled him down, locking eyes with him, both harboring a fiery passion. Step by step, they arrived at this day. The journey was arduous and fraught with difficulties, life was filled with helplessness and silence. Yet, she had never lost heart in her aspirations, and her perseverance bore fruit. Ultimately, through her own strength, she was chosen by the Southern Li Kingdom and wed to the Tianzhong Kingdom under the title of princess. Now, you too, there are so many people watching. Cease this ruckus. If it continues, we shall become a laughingstock, Naylan interjected once more, attempting to mediate. After all, this was not their activity room. Had it been the entertainment department, their quarrels would have remained internal matters. According to the established rules, the 3 of us must prepare 3 songs today to fulfill our task. The gambling devices in the casino were diverse, ranging from mahjong and dice games to pai gao. To be frank, the creatures within the arena were not particularly ferocious or difficult to combat. In Qing Zijing's view, at most, they resembled unattractive humans. Even if struck by a flying needle, they would bleed, and a vital hit would lead to death. This answer was evidently met with skepticism from Ji Qingyun. However, she refrained from probing further. Perhaps Zhou Rui was indeed overwhelmed due to the onset of his entrepreneurial journey. Brother, isn't this a bit too expensive? Let us find somewhere else to eat. After all, as long as we can fill our stomachs, that suffices, Yang Lianqing said, biting her rosy lip, her voice lowered. It was 5 years ago, during the very first month of his laboratory's establishment, that he rode a tricycle laden with fertilizer, only to be stopped by the gatekeeper. He patiently gestured, but the guard was unyielding until he noticed the commotion and approached the entrance. The party was held at a subsidiary hotel under the phone group. Upon arriving at the designated address, we found it already splendidly arranged. Haha, Prince, you still remember this old body, Lu Qing said joyfully, reminiscing about the years past. Recalling how she had once rescued the prince and returned him to the palace before departing, never expecting to reunite on this festive occasion. Chapter 93. As the scene shifted, the view revealed 6 individuals clad in combat suits, fully armed, within the carriage. Gu Yunqi seemed to be swayed by Enshirling's words. After some contemplation, she appeared to recognize the genuine affection he held for her. All present, including the one-eyed observer, widened their eyes and gaped in astonishment. Swallowing their disbelief, was this mere theatrics or an illusion? If it were not, how could such inhuman entities exist in the realm of reality? Once she processed this surreal encounter, she discovered that the black portal had seemingly taken root, firmly establishing itself within her consciousness. Changshu, how are you? Li Jian inquired with concern. As he relied on Changshu Song to provide him with vital life force support in the future. Despite Changshu Song's injuries, Li Jian's minor depletion of vitality was of little consequence to him. Understanding the urgency, a quartet swiftly produced stun grenades, counting down over the communication channel, 3, 2, 1. 4 grenades were accurately tossed through the window into the second-floor room. As the hoarse command echoed, the atmosphere grew tenser, igniting a fervor in Zhenju, who suppressed her restlessness. The reason Wen Quan deduced that the enemy was unaware of her survival was due to their relentless assault, devoid of hesitation. The pressing question was how to rescue others and escape. But currently, she was merely a spirit, akin to Bailey Su, capable of gathering intelligence yet utterly powerless to influence the tangible world. Gu Yunqi remained crouched by his feet, fixated on his legs. Although the divine physician system could convey Chu Mo's condition with clarity, she preferred not to overly depend on its medical insights. In her confusion, her gaze met his, her expressive eyes blinking a few times as her mind continued to seek familiarity. Amidst the laughter, Songzan Ganbu sat like an immovable mountain, his expression as stoic as an iceberg. Recognizing the trend, Suqiu Wenfeng had previously ventured to the Moro kingdom. The man remarked. Yet, after the tension subsided, Swishuren found it somewhat amusing that he, not a novice, felt nervous over a mere ordinary audition. A sudden wail pierced the air. Kong Xiaoxiao furrowed her brow, glancing back at the hospital room. Soon, Lin Xing emerged with swollen eyes. When Han Ji observed Song Zhiming's signature, his face flushed instantly, turning away with a hint of embarrassment. However, Xia Sun had once impersonated the famed Hunyuan Pipa Shouchen Kuan, eliminating Fang Ping of Hunan Kaifeng. Only then did Xiaochen realize he was inside a stone coffin, flanked by 3 identical sarcophagi. As for the dried flowers, Li Yuntang entrusted them to Xiang Yangzi, instructing her that when the dried flowers suddenly bloomed, it signified the completion of the soul's return. Zhao Lu nodded, remaining silent for a while. Just as Zhao Ming thought there were no further inquiries and was about to take his leave, Zhao Lu spoke again. Is she still the same today? His tone carried a hint of confusion and concern. To eliminate all obstacles in the quest for Wu Sangui's treasure, General Miao Qir's assistance was imperative. His legion of ghostly soldiers had undergone rigorous training, although they had been defeated by the serpent demon Xiangmei. It did not diminish his standing in the realm of the nether. A feeling stirred within her heart, subtly shifting in ways she could not comprehend, transforming unexpectedly and beyond her control. Observing General Miao Qir's reluctance to withdraw his ghostly troops, Elder Chen hastily retracted the roster, fearing Miao Qir might change his mind. The land of the god of burial. Is this a cemetery? Yilin pondered, recalling what Li Tianhong had mentioned about the graveyard, leading to his conjecture. As Zhou Hao prepared to throw a fifth punch, he noticed Zhang Yang approaching with a dark expression, causing the surrounding bodyguards to scatter in fright. According to the plan, Skeleton San led the ghostly minions from Heikong Mountain to launch a fierce assault on the most distant city gate from Wenquan Valley until the serpent demon Xiangmei came to their aid. The two were bound to pillars. Despite their height, they could not discern the chaos unfolding outside the Heijia stronghold, only aware of the fierce fighting. Evil wolf, evil wolf. General Miao Qir shouted, needing to prepare for what lay ahead. Contemplating how those well-trained bodyguards fell effortlessly to their adversaries' gunfire without inflicting any damage in return, Han Yenro frowned. Her expression grave. Not far from the entrance of the road stood a robust, bronze-skinned man clad in animal skins, adorned with a necklace made from polished animal bones. Governor. Li Tang aims to eradicate the remnants of the former dynasty. Today it is our 6 clans, tomorrow it could be Zhujiuan. We implore you to deliver justice for us. 6 individuals wept and knelt, devoid of worldly composure. Fear not, be cautious. Yun Yan sighed inwardly, realizing she had already shattered one before uncovering the secret. Hoping it wouldn't bear significant consequences. Within the hall where Zhao Bingxing's crystal coffin lay, the doors were tightly shut, no longer accepting any tributes. The divine beings lack souls. Why bind weapons to souls? The fire god retorted. In this world, if a deity perished, they would vanish into nothingness. Her tone grew lighter. Yet the weight of her mood deepened, the unbidden lowering of her head evoking a profound sense of grief. The massive bear sniffed the air vigorously but found nothing. For the wind was in its favor. Yet, an unsettling feeling lingered in its mind, leading the bear to decide to retreat, ignoring the provocation from the strange wolf. Yi Ziga, unaware, sat heavily on the chair where the headless ghost had been, startled by an influx of yang energy and bolting away in fright. Mother Su gazed at the cold operating room door, tears streaming uncontrollably, akin to a river breaching its banks. What has happened to her? Please, tell me. She implored. Gripping Yan's arms, her emotions surging. If the 51st district so desired, obliterating the Black Wolf assassins would pose no challenge. You poor Colonel Kiekmeyer. He glared resentfully at the composed Yuan Yen, stamping his foot before retreating indoors. Chapter 94. At that moment, Ma Wu was accompanied by merely 100 guards. Niao Gao, seizing the opportunity, rallied over 10,000 local militia wielding hoes and sickles, surrounding the area. With a sudden throw, he aimed directly at the colossal giant's eyes. The giant, sluggish in its movements, had only one recourse to avoid losing its sight. Zhou Bujing exerted tremendous effort to illustrate 60 pages, a feat that necessitated numerous assistants. Albeit at the expense of some quality. An astute individual, he instantly discerned the advantageous position of comics as an emerging phenomenon. To his astonishment, a massive python, as thick as a barrel, had silently positioned itself behind him, slithering down from the tree, its 2 golden eyes fixated upon him. Its red forked tongue flickered incessantly. Roar. Numerous military fighter jets ascended, launching missiles to assault King Reed. Countless artillery pieces on the ground were also aimed at him, with missiles whistling and lasers firing, turning King Reed into the focal point of all firepower. Though Yang Yi's pretentiousness, shamelessness, and audacity repulsed the queen, she could not help but feel a sense of dread at his methods. A vague intuition told her that the world would become irrevocably altered with Yang Yi's presence. And the abruptness of his appearance only intensified her musings. My lord, what has transpired? The sound of Tao Ji shattering the Lingguang jade drew the attention of his fiancée, Princess Chuan Yufei, a mermaid. This was Han Ji's idea. She deduced through her research on Aaron the minimum stamina required for a giant to transform. Hence, she kept Vance in a state of perpetual hunger and sleeplessness, rendering him incapable of even moving, let alone transforming into a giant. Do not fret, merely adhere to the celestial regulations. Should you encounter difficulties, you may seek the presence of the Emperor Ziwei. Fire Rong remarked with a smile. Currently, Heluan Fort boasted approximately 1,200 combat personnel, while the incoming 3,000 indicated that Taiwan was either deranged or had ulterior motives. Ling Tian stated coolly, prepare yourself for a hasty retreat. With that, he closed his eyes to recuperate his drained energy, reflecting upon the healing process to identify areas for enhancement. Meanwhile, Zhao Weihua, the head of the Investment and Mergers Department, made an appearance at Hangzhou Bianfeng Software Company. Fortunately, the area was equipped with water trees, and despite the geographical barriers, the coordination of Byakugan and the Bao's shadow allowed for almost complete disregard. Negotiation? Song Ziyun raised an eyebrow, narrowing her eyes slightly, intrigued by the enticing proposition. However, in the next moment, the individuals clutched their chests in agony, blood oozing from their mouths as they collapsed to the ground, their vitality gradually waning. Divine power was suppressed, and detection was hindered. Tina gritted her teeth, channeling all her strength as her scythe shimmered with crystalline radiance. Yet, as the initial advantage began to fade, and the global competition for smartphones transitioned into a contest of supply chains, refined operations, and industry integration, Lin Feng no longer believed he could casually point a direction and expect the Gale to secure victory as before. The elves retreated in succession, yet under some unseen force. They charged towards Li Qi and his companions. Earlier, it had been observed that Huahua had nearly mastered the technical aspects of the reversal training, yet was still frequently expelled by failure, likely due to various factors. She felt the azure wind beneath her feet propel her nearly 100 meters backward in an instant, during which she executed several evasive maneuvers. However, the sphere seemed sentient, relentlessly pursuing her, while the ice divine beast began to gather energy for a second strike. Before long, countless vines encircled Qin Jing, ensnaring the airborne Yiksha tightly. Although they harbored resentment, they could do little against Yi Xiaofeng's intimidation and thus retreated obediently. The spiritual and magical artifacts advanced another 10 meters, while the aura before Haoyan City stirred waves of energy. Amidst the commotion, Jiang Nan collapsed to the ground, rolling and bleeding profusely, staining the earth crimson. Asan, his vision clouded with rage, continued to relentlessly assault Yi Xiaofeng in a frenzy. However, one of the officers was speaking into a walkie-talkie when suddenly, a cacophony of beastly howls erupted. Following that, cries of anguish and pleas for help echoed, before silence descended. Luo Feng was engulfed in terror, and Zhao Yaji lost her utility, thus, Shen Wushuang had no need to take her along. Yuding, you cannot assist me in this matter. Await my good news, Li Ziyuan chuckled, appearing remarkably at ease. Just as a disciple of the Sanju sect intended to halt and observe, a sudden transmission caused him to shudder involuntarily. The wind blade bore an exceedingly tyrannical quality, possessing the power to obliterate all. The previously drowsy boss jolted awake, his body tensing as a flicker of barely perceptible astonishment crossed his aged eyes. Listening to Chen Fengping's query, Feng Hui respectfully handed over a sealed stack of paper bags while replying. Originally, Zhang Ping Tian had no desire to publicly disclose the 5 elements destruction finger, as the process of acquiring this technique was a source of great reluctance for him to mention. Particularly, the fact that Liu dared to openly challenge him furthered Fa Ermi's feeling of being underestimated. The AI's computational limits were only 3 times that of pre-apocalyptic supercomputers, and it could not perform parallel processing. Today, she viewed several properties, yet was most enamored with the Green City Peony Garden, where she could leisurely stroll in the garden during her free time. On a midday in early autumn of the following year, the bald man had just entered his home when his wife gleefully brandished a brand new phone before him. Initially, based on Freya's deductions, Yi Yin should possess mid-level Dozong strength, rendering him nearly powerless against the assassin. However, after experiencing Yi Yin's overwhelming killing intent, Yu Lin held immense confidence in him. Li Yi and his companion's original target, a few city shuttle buses, were parked near the second-floor exit, patiently awaiting someone to ignite their engines. Put down your weapons, what are you doing? Do you wish to revolt? The middle-aged officer shouted angrily, causing the entire group of officers, including the captain, to change their expressions and hastily lower their firearms. Chapter 95. Undoubtedly, facing such an opportunity, Kid would never let it slip away. To conserve his strength, the seasoned veteran opted for a layup when confronted with such a chance. Ling Xiao felt as though he had entered a dream. He sensed the blood draining from his body, felt himself dying, and then succumbed to a state of utter confusion, unsure of his own condition. He chuckled softly. Did you truly believe that Fan Qing was swayed by my influence? In truth, although Fan Qing may be somewhat naive, he is not foolish. His response to this matter stems from his own inner conflict. He has genuinely developed feelings. At that time, Chen Qun was the commander of the 9th War Zone and also Shuiyu's mentor. Initially, after Shuiyu's failure against Jiang, he returned home and was recommended to Chiang Kai-shek by Chen Qing, acknowledging his scarcity of talent. I, too, have traversed a path in the realm of cultivation. How could I be unaware of the potency of the 9 transformation green lotus seed? It was not a matter of personal use, I was framed. Although Lin Junran was aware of the dire situation, she refused to be wronged and obstinately defended herself. Yes, it's indeed the moonstep. The manner of walking here resembles that on the moon. Hence, I believe it apt to name this newfound skill moonstep. Tian Xian exclaimed, arms outstretched in excitement. Initially, Lin Yufei felt intuitively that the combustion of alcohol could augment the power of the cloud-pushing palm, yet he never anticipated such a shocking outcome. No sooner had the host finished speaking than the large screen at the ceremony unveiled the names of the 3 candidates, followed by a chime indicating Tian Xian's tally of 47,433 votes. The audience erupted into thunderous applause upon seeing the figures. It appeared the relationships were quite significant. After all, Jiang Lin and the unfeeling supreme held unique identities that necessitated discretion. If their rapport were tenuous or if they were not allies, the unfeeling supreme would not so willingly expose himself as he did now. Who else can I learn from? The upper beam is crooked, the lower beams will be skewed, Yili remarked, extending her delicate fingers to gently tap Zhang Tianxi's forehead, smiling wryly. The situation grew increasingly precarious. Bei Feng made the ultimate decision to hold the rear while Bei Fei sought reinforcements. Just as the two conversed, the severed meridian crumbled, collapsing with a thunderous roar. The previously useless severed meridian, once unblocked, transformed into a vital channel, expanding on You's physique and releasing the energy stored within. Zhao Zishuan suddenly spoke, his voice hollow and resonating with a chilling sorrow. A thin mist formed in Meng Fei's eyes, his throat tightened painfully. Perhaps there indeed exists a cycle of reincarnation. A karmic retribution. After 3 centuries of prolonged cycles, his brother Bo Mu Bo Gua and his legitimate wife lived together in simplicity and happiness. Meanwhile, his retribution had arrived, leaving him to languish in solitude. A fleeting thought crossed Shui Han's mind, to employ a modicum of lightness in his movements. It was a natural inclination. For human nature tends to seek an escape when engaged in any endeavor. Liang Jiahe's performance now, while comparable in detail and tension, lacked the emotional resonance of his previous display. Pogba recognized Ding Yu's prowess in free kicks, yet he had seldom witnessed it in practical scenarios. As Turan and even Falcao would often seize the opportunity to strike from that position, albeit with results far inferior to what Ding Yu exhibited in training. Li Xiaoyao, you are useless, he screamed, his voice laden with despair, trembling hands gripping tightly, nails digging into flesh, crimson blood seeping forth. The idea is commendable. But now that night has fallen, where shall we find the white crane? Gu Hao pondered. Sabo found merit in Nelson's words, but he could scarcely contain his frustration. How could one Sufei cause so many skilled individuals to feel like fugitives, unable to venture out? It was utterly vexing. Yihua had not levitated any objects into the air just moments ago. Wan Yanshuang reminded Chen Tianyi once more. Despite believing he had never loved Yuman, now that she was with child, he resolved to treat her well. She was determined to strive harder, to become more exceptional, so that one day she could genuinely repay Su Jiao and her family. Ah, if only you had made your decision sooner. We wouldn't have had to sacrifice the carriage. Look now, we can only protect the commander, correct? Gu Hao feigned sorrow, while Lu Gang felt an inner turmoil akin to 1,000 beasts stampeding. In such a scenario, he could not let this individual go, otherwise all the effort expended over the past days would be in vain. This was Su Fei's justification for taking the stage, and a necessity at that. I'm not sure. Let me examine closely, Yihua replied as he opened his discerning eye, scrutinizing the stone tablet, feeling a tinge of confusion. I'll prepare first. Please have General Yang arrive in the conference room in 3 minutes. Sha Ji said, pulling Gu Hao towards the meeting room. Love possesses the power to dissolve all worldly sufferings. Their bond had been tempered through trials and tribulations, embedded deep within their souls. This final hardship they would surely surmount together. Qian Wan's gaze turned frosty as she tucked the peach blossom fan into her waist, casting a spell with focused intent. her hands forming intricate gestures. As the clouds of dust settled, the thorns entangling Yalu turned to ash. Kneeling on the ground, Yalu was drenched in blood. His chest charred, wisps of blue smoke rising from the scorched area. Could the art of exorcism be mastered in a fleeting moment? It was unlikely. Especially without a mentor to guide him or any ancient texts to study. Could it be that merely perceiving the usefulness of this technique was sufficient to achieve mastery? With blurred vision, she caught sight of the 3 large characters of the guard division not far away. A faint, powerless smile of self-mockery curled upon her lips. At this point, Jeffries, brimming with emotion, continued, Sin Cara and Arlen have already comprehended the significance. Arlen hails from nobility, while Sin Cara is a rogue specializing in thieving from the wealthy, both of whom surely understand that ancient paper currency is akin to priceless relics. Your son wishes to bestow the title of Duke of Qingtian upon heir. I beseech you, Father Emperor, to grant your approval, Li Shen implored earnestly. The 99 soul-dispersing gourd, Li Zerhua certainly recalled it. How could he forget the innate spiritual treasure, the 99 red cloud soul-dispersing gourd, forged over countless epochs? Qianwan reached out to retrieve the fine needle embedded in the silk handkerchief, just as Song Wu hurried towards her. Chapter 96, The Tang Dynasty remains unresponsive. He was acutely aware of his own inner thoughts. Indeed, he had no desire to take her life, yet there was no need to voice it. This was the obsession of the spirit bindings, which could be severed and stripped away after the purification of their souls, allowing these bound spirits to be reborn. After exchanging words for a while, the time for lunch arrived, and the sisters Yun Qingxian came to Su Li's courtyard. Compared to Yun Qingyue and Yun Qingru, Yun Qingxian's attention was evidently fixed upon Su Li's bridal gown. Mr. Qin, are you perhaps concerned for your safety? Rest assured, once the contract is signed, I shall arrange for you to be placed in a safe house, with the finest experts assigned to protect you, the chairman hastily assured. Among the 4 techniques, there were magical arts corresponding to the elements of fire, water, wood, and metal. Only a soil-based magical art was needed to complete the 5 elemental arts. You wouldn't have just awakened, would you? You must not have eaten all day. What would you like? I can order takeout for you. How does that sound? To solicit his assistance, she knew she must first win his favor, though her ability to do so was quite limited. At that moment, Ku Tingkai's phone rang. The screen illuminating with the name Xia Yanran, and Mei Jia, glancing inadvertently, noticed Ku Tingkai suppressing his disdain and answering the call with a serious demeanor. Given the circumstances, it was hardly surprising that Miao Miao's life-giving insect fell into slumber after absorbing Su Li's blood. Nevertheless, judging by Meng Heng's actions and decisions, sending him to Jiangye City to take charge was undoubtedly the most prudent choice. Unlike the other 3 factions that had only just arrived at the periphery of the stronghold, a fierce struggle for territorial dominance had already erupted between Wanyue County and Shinji County. He activated the boots of swift movement, instantly appearing among the crowd, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks that incited chaos among them. After dodging a few times, Xia Xian also realized that although the gunmen had gained strength, they possessed a notable weakness: their speed had diminished. He caressed her wrist gently, suddenly biting her earlobe, causing Wen Yao to flinch sensitively. Hi. So high it touches the heavens, Jian Wenda retreated 2 steps, gazing at the looming rock wall before him. Upon arriving at the club, Wen Yao went directly to Qijiu's order room to obtain a pass, only to be informed by Qijiu that she was not required to go live for the next few days. Grandpa Wu, you must listen to my explanation. It's not as you think, Shangguan Xinlan insisted, gripping him tightly. If it were merely a matter of altering celestial phenomena, the Mad Blade True Lord believed that with his cultivation, he could achieve it effortlessly. I refuse to partake in this, Jian Wenda replied resolutely. He had no intention of risking his life or Shangguan Xinlan's. Even if 100 or 1,000 Jian Wendas were to strike simultaneously, they could not even scratch a hair on the formidable martial saint. Having ascended to the ranks of high-level merchants like Xie Jun and Gue Tonghai, even as Yin Zhong observed Jiang Yan's gradual rise, he still found it somewhat incredulous in retrospect. While the names listed in the booklet were familiar to few disciples of the inner and outer courts, everyone understood the significance of those names. Thus, they held no fear regarding the so-called main act proposed by the Crown Prince. When force fails, diplomacy must be employed. Wei Jia nodded in agreement. The origins of the academy are shrouded in mystery. Primarily, the three major academies exist in a realm beyond worldly affairs, with few factions daring to provoke them. It is said that even in the upper realms, the academy stands unparalleled. After a while, Vice Dean Lu recalled that he had seemingly been struck by Zhang Yi. And his face might have changed. "What is the matter, Uncle Kai?" Upon hearing this, Sun Jian immediately silenced himself and turned to the incapacitated guard. In the next moment, a surge of blood filled Chu Yan's astonished eyes, instantly turning them crimson. The three great protectors, resigned, exchanged warning glances with Xiang Yu before retreating from the cave. After all, Song Jianzhong was the head of a first-rate alchemical family in Tianjua City. He could not possibly have mistaken the master of the Tianjua City branch. Snorting disdainfully, the suited man's mental energy was being excessively drained, causing his body to swell uncontrollably. However, at that moment, the rural hero Tian Guang had no intention of following Yan Dan's departure. Outside the capital, Longqing had finally escaped to a location 600 miles away from the capital in Xiangzhou. Under the protection of the Sky Shield, Wen Tao had been observing and filming. And upon witnessing the ferocity of the Mad Blade, he swiftly directed the camera at him. At this juncture, no one dared to leave the area. None wished to follow in the footsteps of the demon spirits. He could hardly believe in the notion of resurrection. Indeed, scientific technology has, to some extent, surpassed the legendary magic. Through biotechnological means, biological cloning can be achieved, resulting in the creation of two identical beings. Initially, in the elevator, Ting Han wished to tell the husky to refrain from startling him so much, but he suddenly realized the husky was missing. And cold sweat broke out on his back as he pondered what trouble the creature might cause in the building. Having traveled from Kunming to the designated location to retrieve the immunity agents and biological nutrients from the safe, Lu Tianming began to harbor doubts about the entire situation. He even suspected that Song Jiahao had not died at all. It might all be a ruse to conceal a certain ulterior motive. Kai Rui, seizing the opportunity to humiliate Xiao Tian, raised his voice deliberately, prompting laughter from the neighboring table as they turned their attention to Xiao Tian. Indeed, the young master said that as soon as we make a move, he will appear and we should give him a few punches. The long-haired ruffian dared not utter a single lie to Ting Han, trembling as he spoke, hoping only that the other would spare his life. Chapter 97, As he moved. A glimmer of golden light began to coalesce in Cassius's palm, transforming into a warm current that gently permeated the remnants of Nicholas's shattered form. Zhou Yunrong dared not conceal any semblance of truth or deception, opting instead to lay bare the events of that day, leaving the judgment of right and wrong to the elder's discerning eye. Meanwhile, the populace, in a state of panic after the disappearance of children, rushed to report the matter to the authorities, stirring unrest in Huxiang City at the break of dawn. However, with the military on the march, such urgent matters would have to be postponed. At that moment, the caretaker of the morgue had stepped out, leaving the door ajar, allowing a large black cat to slip through the narrow opening. Regrettably, the villagers lacked the capability to wield magic. Some could not even grasp the fundamentals of breathing techniques. Yet, if Song Fei genuinely wished to collaborate with her and her sister, that was not out of the question. After all, she had tacitly approved of the relationship between her sister and Song Fei long ago. The sacred seal fell with a thunderous crash, sending Dongfang Ying plummeting from the sky. He coughed up blood, feeling an immense heaviness in his chest, nearly succumbing to unconsciousness. "You were calling out my name while you were unconscious. How did it come to this?" Lu Ruobing inquired, puzzled. Song Fei was singularly focused on teaching Tang Feifei how to harness her spiritual energy effectively. However, Tang Feifei was quite the opposite. Zhao Feng, without uttering a word, executed the assassination mark and the soul eye, launching an attack from behind his adversary. Upon hearing this, we halted, our throats burning, yet for the sake of pride, it was deemed worthwhile. "Fellow star child, where have you been all these years?" "I have been searching for you," Meng Weisheng hurriedly approached Qin Yu, expressing his concern. "I have a friend at the police station." Due to her lowly position, she was not involved in the recent capture of Han Xiao. However, she has a conflict with Han Xiao and has volunteered to assist you. "What do you think?" Sun Qian inquired. Qin Yu cast a sidelong glance at the youth, replying coolly, "Return and inform your master to think carefully before coming back. It's not too late." With that, Qingyu walked away, his spirits high after recently emerging from seclusion, unwilling to stir up trouble. Of course, no one knew what transpired in the office. They only observed that Gu Jingji returned from the office, silent, sitting there for an entire afternoon without a word. Damn the rain. How could it possibly rain? We listened to the weather forecast yesterday, today was supposed to be sunny. Wang Shiqing exclaimed in anger. Initially thinking Zhao Yun would not recognize him. He was surprised when Zhao Yun did so almost immediately. Zhang Xiao, feeling a sense of foreboding, immediately pointed her gun at Zhao Yun and inquired. In the 9 celestial domains, as well as in the myriad worlds, few could protect themselves against such celestial calamities. You have quite the nerve, Chen Hao scoffed. His anger transforming into amusement. He suddenly found it intriguing and, with a swift motion, summoned a force that drew Tang Yi directly before him. She glanced at the silver egg and then at Alu, both creatures yearning to return to their original world, their faces etched with fury. After finishing their cake, Zhang Mingyu urged Xiao Dachuan to hurry with the dishes, as everyone was genuinely famished after their labors. As a teacher, he was deeply concerned about his students' safety. Doubting whether he had misperceived the situation or simply taken a wrong turn, he preferred to believe he had erred. Just as Pan Ning pondered who might be plotting against her, when you had already devised a plan to further her own agenda. As her intent was not solely to spread rumors but to tarnish Pan Ning's reputation, ensuring she would be scorned by the Hua family and forever barred from the upper echelons of society. Yan Chuyin, the epitome of excellence, donned a beautiful pink outfit emblazoned with a glaring capital letter A on her back. Although Xia Tian longed for Lu Xian's company, she had only just managed to persuade him to allow her to stay with the Lu family. She could not afford to irritate him now. Alas, I misjudged him. Xikong truly possesses the demeanor of a minister. But why rush to resign? There are significant matters at hand that require his steady guidance, Huani mused. Initially, he had planned to observe for 3 to 5 years, but he did not foresee Xikong stepping down so soon. If it were confirmed that individuals from the Dark Temple had appeared, it would signify a breach of the post-war agreement of non-interference. An issue that could not be taken lightly. Tian Mimi shivered uncomfortably, biting her lip, and after a while, she regained her composure. An idea crossed her mind, and a victorious smile graced her face. That may not be the case, sometimes unexpected outcomes hold promise. Since you are purchasing this, why not take a chance and buy the stone? Muya casually suggested, as if acquiring the stone was merely a matter of luck. Chu Wufei felt a sense of aversion towards Fan, who possessed such resources, as it signified a potential rise to her level. Upon hearing this, the dozens of scholars in the room, including Tai Chi Zhongran, were thrown into an uproar. Her throat felt sore, so she dared not sip the porridge too forcefully, taking nearly half an hour to finish a single bowl. Curiously, aside from the typhoon incident, she had not seen his family come to pick him up. Whether going to or returning from school, he merely took the subway home like any other student. However, I could not afford to give up. I was too hungry after chasing for more than 10 minutes, it seemed the creature could no longer run. Eventually, I caught it and savored the delicious meal before contentedly heading back. His eyes deepened with unspoken emotions, and finally, he released his grip, causing me to tumble to the ground, clutching my throat and coughing violently. After a brief embrace, feeling quite warm, I freed myself and straightened up, only to catch a glimpse of his intensely affectionate gaze. Huiji parted her lips, the unspoken words lodged in her throat, unable to utter even a sound. I am aware of your close relationship with Lu Xining, but I implore you not to involve yourself in the matter between Xiaoyu and me, Ishi stated clearly. Word by word. Chapter 98. Now, 3 days have passed since Tuing went missing, and Mai Lin has also disappeared. In the end, even Su has lost all contact. Lin Yong is now racing against time, fearing for their safety. Yokohama is the largest gathering place for Chinese in Japan. The best course of action is to first reach Chinatown and establish contact with headquarters, then strategize further. Breaking through to a higher realm during the Dragon Vein baptism is a fundamentally different experience compared to doing so in the outside world. Ascending to the spirit cloud realm is one matter, but advancing to the royal realm in the outside world entails enduring the tribulation of thunder. However, within the Dragon Vein baptism, the protective aura of the Great Yin dynasty's imperial dragon energy ensures that any such tribulation dissipates into nothingness. This time, the admiration in his student's eyes has been replaced by a palpable sense of despair. In a merciless turn of events, Sue, bold as she was, fell victim to an oversight during a slight retreat, and was swiftly thrown out of the arena by Old Fong's skilled shoulder throw. Naturally, the various sects did not expect these individuals to halt the incursions or spies from the northern domain. Their task was merely to report any unusual occurrences promptly. Their presence served more to stimulate the ambition of the disciples within the sect. The soul-capturing spell can control all souls. The description of this third-level spell is succinct, indicating that further experimentation and contemplation will be necessary. At the head of the marble table, the only seat facing everyone belongs to the current head of the Kanemitsu family, Kentaro Kanemitsu. Mom and Dad, I'm back. Look what wonderful things I brought for you, Muzifei exclaimed as he burst through the door. A passerby hastily helped Elder Zhuang to his feet, their heads just barely exposed outside the car. Even a cornered beast fights fiercely in the face of an obviously desperate attack. Jiang Wuxin chose to evade the onslaught. What should we do now? Zheng Haoran looked at Yi Yang with a serious expression. He felt that dealing with these specially trained criminals was beyond the capabilities of the criminal police team. Their only reliance now was the anti-terrorism unit. At this moment, in the office of the talented individual, Enlei and his second brother were reporting on the bidding matters for land in Dondong and Tiling. Zhuang Zhangwo laughed heartily. Do you think I could die so easily? Since I have undertaken this task, I am certainly prepared for your vengeance. In the midst of his words, Zhuang Zhangwo suddenly seized Zhang Lulong's wrist and twisted it aside, causing Zhang Lulong to drop the dagger he had been holding. The act of transporting stones is an exceptionally grueling training exercise, which, in essence, is rather straightforward. One must carry a snakeskin bag filled with 40 kilograms of stones up to the 6th floor, but the catch is that one cannot use the stairs. One must ascend using ropes, walls, balconies, lightning rods, rainwater pipes, or windows. Upon learning of the large-scale Japanese landing on the island today, the nation of Huaxia finally erupted in fury. Ha Shun's father emerged from the bedroom upon hearing the commotion, followed by his younger brother and sister. What appeared to be a weak moment turned into an overwhelming force. The Sky Island was instantly reduced by 30%, with boulders and debris raining down like mud. At this moment, the talented individual aboard the train felt as lost as a child without a mother, uncertain about the future and the destination. The bamboo grove within the imperial palace is deep and serene, its dense thickets shielding against the slightly harsh sunlight, casting a clear and tranquil light and shadow across the surroundings. Walking through it evokes a feeling of profound concealment amidst the bustling world. If the instructor were present, he would undoubtedly deliver a sharp reprimand to Yi Yang. A once promising soldier, he had succumbed to the aura of a criminal within a mere day in prison. This open-minded attitude, however, eased Lin Xiao's worries, dissipating her previous anxieties entirely. The archbishop's expression was also grim. De Jiatar was unable to leave the battlefield. He was reluctant to handle Jenny's situation alone, especially given the considerable support she still had among the dark magic users. Let's skip the introductions and discuss the matter at hand. Andre waved his hand dismissively. Hua Yulin, being a few years older than Xie Chong, had a broader perspective and deeper thoughts. Xie Chong could not fathom her nomadic existence, nor could he understand her yearning for freedom. At this moment, everyone believed the Dragon Breath missile would be intercepted, for its flight speed was unnaturally slow, comparable to that of an ordinary civilian aircraft. In modern warfare, such a missile was nothing more than a sitting target, easily hit even by anti-aircraft artillery. Since the day Thor first lifted Mjolnir, he made a few good friends on Earth, specifically in Midgard, but they had since departed. Heimdall remarked. So you sprinkled bone-eating powder on this garment for her to steal? Gu Yenting, who had remained silent until now, interjected with a question. Darkness, like a black veil, enveloped the area, obscuring the truth within. Forget it, let us drive home. Ini rested her hand against the car window, closing her eyes to gather her thoughts. After speaking, Wang Hohot was momentarily taken aback. Perhaps she hadn't expected Wang Feng to approach the matter from this angle. Upon reflecting on this, a heavy sigh escaped her lips as she gazed in the direction where Li Liunian had departed, silently placing her hopes in him. A moment later, Ching Song donned Mundo's white coat once more, embarking on the path to Kof, the path to prison. Neil had also intended to pose this question but was preempted by Kloster, leaving him to continue as a mere listener. Wang Feng's words struck Li Ziqiu like a punch to thin air, but Wang Feng's subsequent remark caused him to explode in fury. Leaping up and glaring fiercely at Wang Feng. People are not inherently bad, and the village chief has treated me with such courtesy. I will reciprocate that kindness to the people of this village. After listening, Duan Fuguang no longer harbored any doubts. This was undoubtedly Fu Jingxing style, unmistakably genuine. What's happening? Grover exclaimed in surprise, glancing at his right hand, baffled as the fire elements that should have poured forth with his full force were inexplicably dissipating. Perfectly avoiding Quizno's freezing magic. Chapter 99. In the realm of the Immortal Alliance, Jun Ran, the monk, used a gentle shampoo to wash his hair. The buttons of the keyboard posed dangers, and the flowing tassels resembled exquisite paintings. You three, proceed south, he instructed. Despite the competition rules stipulating that supervisors must not intervene when participants are attacked by ferocious beasts. The sight of the master disappearing into the distance prompted the guard to glance at Lu Banjian and Li Jiong, and the trio continued their ascent towards the mountain summit. Upon awakening, Fu Shi had disclosed every detail to her. For decades, Ma Gu had assumed the matter was resolved, only to be publicly embarrassed by Meiya, leaving her with little dignity to face others in the temple. Ultimately, despite being a congenital master like Wang Chongyang, he could not disregard the devastating strike unleashed through Wang Chongyang's self-harm tactics. Qin Shuang, Bu Jingyun, Nye Feng, and the 12 fiends of Tianqi were rendered speechless by the unfolding scene. Xiang Wan's attention was immediately drawn to the commotion, even seated at the bar. She could clearly hear the screams emanating from below. The giant wasps, sensing the imminent attack, buzzed in unison, unleashing a barrage of black stingers. The thought sent a chill down my spine. The corpses on the ground remained still, as the eerie well compelled us to exit hastily. Their family had long been suppressed by the first family, and now, faced with such a significant blow, they were destined to be consumed. Unexpectedly, Yi Qingxin called today. His tone surprisingly courteous. Just yesterday afternoon, my master and I had only walked for a mere 15 minutes before reaching the summit of Luoling Mountain. As we ascended, the mountain's oppressive aura intensified, the coldness almost bone-chilling, giving rise to goosebumps on my arms. Had it not been for old Yendai's revelation, Wang Yang would likely remain oblivious to the existence of meteorites, let alone the distinction between Yin and Yang meteorites. Although the towering peaks were partially obscured by white barriers, their sheer scale allowed for a glimpse of the magnificent scenery beyond. Upon returning to the Valley of Evil Medicine, Liamo presented me with a prescription he had crafted. A seemingly mundane yet profound formula that sent a shiver through my heart in that moment. With a cold snort, Zhang Mengmeng found herself at a loss against Lin Feng, a rogue who was both infuriating and formidable. However, he now faced the assault of 3 formidable adversaries, and despite his prowess, he was inevitably at a disadvantage, enduring several heavy blows. The guild was not particularly vast, making it impossible to conceal such a multitude of 3-tailed divine steeds. Yet, I wished to shield Li Tan from these matters. He was a fool who would not comprehend. And my actions were not for his sake but rather to ensure his survival as a pivotal character in my tribulation narrative. The subtle scent of masculine cologne was overshadowed by the richness of wine, as his tall figure leaned slightly forward. Thus, you subtly manipulated events. When the time came to utilize this auspicious location, it would inadvertently disturb certain energies, leading to self-destruction. Cousin Chu was unconcerned with the process. Solely fixated on the outcome, once extraordinary abilities manifested, every intermediary struggle would be deemed worthwhile. Ji Rui's anticipated that old Master Jian had summoned him to the bedroom for this very matter. She possessed a tinge of obsessive cleanliness, never setting foot in unclean places. Yet, she had changed considerably due to Lu Dong. Generally, internal energy in a state of battle damage incurs greater loss to the meridians than it nurtures them, indicating the body is engaged in combat. The closer the energy flow approaches its nurturing limit, the longer it can sustain battle. Conversely, nearing the destruction limit shortens endurance. Princess, do not grieve excessively. The 2 princes are devoted to our great Yin, undertaking this calamity solely to protect the citizens. Heaven will safeguard them. They shall come to no harm. Su Rong promptly reassured her. My lack of interest stemmed from the fact that she was the second person to share this news with me. This was an unavoidable circumstance, deeply rooted from prior times. With the assistance of two peak experts from the 8th and 7th tribulation realms, our demonic sect would gain formidable strength, however. I needed to ascertain whether their might was genuine or merely superficial. Yin Yang demon fiend, let me test these brothers, Han Bing remarked. The bodyguards exchanged anxious glances, hesitant to step out from their cover. The relentless gunfire from the opposition indicated they still had ample ammunition. Venturing out now would be tantamount to seeking death. The Hall Master excelled in thunder and lightning principles and possessed unique spatial displacement abilities. After several cycles, he tracked down Qin Zhao's whereabouts and finally intercepted him near Wang Di's tomb. Alas, one can only blame Brother Xia for being so unfeeling, he said, invoking the fire departure technique. As he spoke, the sword in Yu Mian Taohua's hand ignited with flames, accurately directed towards Shui Dao under her command. No sooner had the words left his lips than another figure emerged from behind the head of the Lu family, as if crawling out of his shadow. The ground, trees, and even the dark earth echoed with the sound of the luminous beads striking surfaces. A gaunt elder lay curled on the ground, bloodstains marring his garments. How could he avoid drawing attention? Along the way, we encountered numerous obstacles, yet their cultivation levels were lacking. Qin Xiao effortlessly dealt with them. Observing this, Ku Han approached and kicked apart the man's tightly pressed legs, producing a loud crack as the concealed packet fell to the ground, scattering white powder into the air, carried by the wind. Upon receiving this call, despite his generally composed demeanor, he was momentarily taken aback, his face paling at the shocking news. In midair, Yang Hao noticed Feng Zixuan supporting herself with both hands, green magic swirling around her. Evidently, she had come to his rescue. Chapter 100, the shadow relentlessly pursued him. Yet it refrained from delivering a swift end. Instead, it toyed with him like a cat plays with a mouse, occasionally striking down from the air. Ji Xian furrowed his brow in silence. The rebel assault today was exceedingly fierce, heedless of life or death as they charged relentlessly towards the city walls. Although the rebels suffered heavy casualties, the Imperial Guards were not spared either. At this rate of attrition, he truly wondered how long the Imperial Guards could endure. So, you are Kaisarui. Very well, I do not sense deceit in your words, you have spoken the truth. Did Rodhart and Aisha have any additional messages for you? De Gaulle inquired. The first level of the fated demise is a transformation stemming from spiritual energy, the magnitude of which far surpasses that of ordinary practitioners at this stage. Yet, ultimately, none of the seniors among us returned unscathed. They were battered and spent a few days in custody. If this agreement were to be translated into Chinese, it would indeed contain many terms that are beyond the reach of an average speaker. However, for Kaihanchen Qingyu, it was but a trifling task. Lin Jin, upon finishing his words, did not wait for Miao Wujing to respond. With a dark expression, he suddenly leaped before Miao Wujing and struck him squarely in the chest. Upon pushing open the door, Ailu lay peacefully with her eyes closed under the covers, appearing to be in a deep slumber. Lin Yuan looked at these new recruits with pity, yet there was no alternative, he had to select some of them for battle. Yi Qianxue furrowed her brow, raised her hand, pondered for a moment, and then let it fall. Thus, in the grand competition of Tianji City, the number of participants in the refining aperture realm was relatively high, but as they progressed to the self-integration realm, the numbers gradually dwindled. This sound, is it not something one would only hear in the darkness? Wu Ming dared not glance at Yun Mo's face, yet at this moment, all she desired was to kill Li Hanqian. However, Li Xia did not move, her voice, inexplicably tinged with timidity, stated, Your Highness, I. Morongji had not traversed the outside world, thus she remained unaware of how others spoke of her. Yet, when asked by old Lu, Air found herself at a loss for words. Ever since his encounter with Boya, he seemed to discern words within melodies. Diaoer, the time has come. Hurry and greet my 3 esteemed brothers. Mo Liso chanted, pulling the flower ferret from his bosom and, with a flourish, sent it soaring like a white ribbon into the dark, half-suspended air. After all these years, he had thought he had forgotten. Yet now, influenced by Tang Xiaolong's skill, the long-buried figure resurfaced in his mind. The boy in black finished speaking and bent down to unleash a fierce punch aimed squarely at the man beneath him. Damn it! Why did she have to choose me back then? What did his so-called strongest bloodline truly signify? To them, it seemed the outcome was already predetermined between Tang Xiao, who was merely at the first level of the refining aperture realm, and Wang Chong, who was at the second level. Upon hearing Tao Shuhua mention the grace of the Empress Dowager, Huang inquired earnestly how Tao had garnered such favor and prestige. Tao recounted how last year, when the Empress Dowager fell ill, she had implored Jin Sanyang on her behalf. That individual immediately clasped his hands, his demeanor sincere. I misspoke, I beg you, Master Bai. Do not take offense. Of course, this was not out of fear of Bai Lu but rather a simple respect for the formidable might of Wanjian Mountain. Is this how I am to hold it? Ban Daochen asked with a trembling voice, incredulous at how Su Mengkong could so calmly hold the photograph with the crimson-eyed figure. A child and a dog shared the innocence of youth. Tao Wanru often watched as Tao Zhuohua and the dog frolicked on the grass, a rare splash of brightness in her otherwise lonely days, which made her deeply remember her mother's seldom-seen smile. Upon witnessing this, Bo Yenhe withdrew her gaze, lowering her head to stare at the solitary ring left in her hand, letting out a sigh of grievance. Too many individuals and forces awaited a stance from Huaxia. If this issue were mishandled, it could inflict immeasurable damage on the entirety of Huaxia, perhaps even lead to its disintegration. After Lin Chong executed his whirlwind leopard head roar, a Tuzhong deep pit had formed on the ground, within which lay the corpses of 20 to 30 bandits, sprawled indiscriminately. But who wishes to become a mere beastly aberration? Sun Ji strives to reclaim his humanity, yearning to escape this cruel and monotonous existence. Jing Qi felt both fear and regret, embarrassment and shame, unable to utter a word as she covered her face and sobbed. Incompetence, all of you are worthless. Bai Ren roared several times, followed by a clatter of objects, leaving one to wonder what he had smashed this time. Qing'er's eyes sparkled as she occasionally glanced at Tu Ming, her heart trembling at his earlier words, as if she had encountered a kindred spirit. Do not worry, at this stage, giving your all is the utmost respect toward your opponent and the highest reverence for martial arts. Chapter 101. Lin Chen let out a light-hearted laugh, treating Zhao Yana not as his class teacher, but rather as a friend. When he chose to retire, Laugh, who had just been promoted from the youth training team, would formally take over his position. The DDC team had also invited him to stay on as a coach, but he had categorically declined at that time. Though still not fully awake, he observed that his body had significantly improved. The old butler articulated every word clearly, under his gaze. One could discern whether he was being truthful. The mid-lane phoenix, unable to contain himself any longer, filled the chat channel with a series of laughter. After gulping down a bottle of Elam's water, the man continued, explaining that anyone who played against him either ended up defeated or severely injured, leading to a lack of willing opponents. If fortune were to frown upon someone and they were matched with him, they would likely concede defeat right from the start. All right, Professor Xia, I will. Just as he was about to depart, a staff member, intending to call Chu Yun to leave, noticed him arriving. How could he possibly explain this? Should he tell him he had stripped in the jungle to reveal himself to Zhao Tiangong to obtain a secret? Such a revelation would surely incite him to eliminate Zhao Tiangong without hesitation. Ah Jean, why didn't you mention you could perform the Thunder Fist earlier? If you had, I might have reported it to the sect leader, and perhaps she would have already returned to the Maoshan lineage. Since Wang Jin appeared to be untroubled, Jiao Shu reverted back to a previous concern of his. This wife, truly ignorant of history. He chuckled bitterly, shaking his head as he gazed at her ample bosom, playfully extending his hand toward her. So fierce? Chernu glanced at both sides' compositions, failing to identify any advantage for his side during the level 1 skirmish. However, he instinctively placed his trust in Hanyu and, after muttering a few words, maneuvered his sword saint accordingly. He sighed as he lifted the body, recalling the age-old adage that calamities lead to the downfall of nations. A sudden wave of doubt washed over him regarding the future of the Great Zhou. As the biologists grew frantic, the truth of the Kunlun Mountain incident began to spread recklessly among the elite and powerful officials. Eventually, numerous biologists leveraged their connections to directly approach the 3 influential elders managing the situation. Even Gul'dan could not resolve the issues arising from this evidently recent alchemical technology. Gul'dan locked eyes with these individuals. The atmosphere was heavy and foreboding, seemingly on the brink of eruption. The Taoist maiden sat up, lazily stifling a yawn. Her eyes half open and exuding an unmistakable lethargy, clearly having just awakened. With the referee's command, Chen Rui dashed toward the seemingly stunned Mill, who appeared frozen in place from shock. Her words felt much like self-talk as Feng Xiaoyun began to shake off the disturbances caused by the chaos and casualties. Her eyes gradually brightening. Large, exceedingly large. Sigh, there are some matters you simply wouldn't comprehend. Chen Tai-Xian shook his head, let me tell you. I am currently constrained by the celestial laws. Striving to be a villain is the most arduous challenge, even more so than being a good person. The moment Long Jin grabbed the ball, Ginobili was already positioned to defend, daringly attempting to steal it, hoping to exploit Long Jin's lack of stability. Noticing Lan Li's evident struggle to articulate her thoughts, Hicks kindly afforded her a moment to gather her words. Come now. Haven't you seen that even prodigies of Lu Yin's caliber have fallen to Qinya? They would stand no chance against him. Clad only in a snow-white inner garment, the alluring figure of Ling Yue was fully on display, causing even Yang Yifeng and Su Ruyun to momentarily be captivated. From then on, to challenge Lin Ning Shuang, one must first contend with the sword sovereign of 10,000 transformations. When she struck, there was no mercy. Any martial artist daring to engage her without sufficient strength would find it impossible to leave unscathed. Thus, within the Taishang Shinshu sect, Lin Ning Shuang was the strongest. But it was Jing Jing who inspired the greatest trepidation. A red force transformed into threads, retracting the dagger back to her hand. As Feng Zi regarded it with a sinister smile. In Baiyu's premonition, today at the Shintuyu residence should be exceptionally lively, with guests flowing in and out. Letting out a yawn, Huiran reminded Yugami Lan to keep an eye on their surroundings, while he lay down beside her, preparing to sleep. However, she did not immediately breathe but blinked, casting an inquiring look at Yongren. One must admit that Yi Tianming's words rang true. If this news were to spread back, it would undoubtedly stir up a tempest within the Yi family. They were already immensely powerful, but if they secured the king of the mercenary world, their might would be astonishing. Not to mention the terror of the Jiuxian Jinren, they dared not disturb him. Even the ominous aura of thunder was beyond their reach. To capture the venomous serpent alive, those from the western district opted solely for cold weapons, refraining from firearms. This decision somewhat eased the serpent's tension. Had they employed guns, it would have undoubtedly succumbed long ago. Nevertheless, gazing at the densely packed crowd, the serpent wore a grave expression. Huh? What do you mean? Alfred inquired, perplexed, while cautiously observing the other party. Miao Ketty directly met the gazes of Mo Jianyu and Huang Meiyin, the latter averting her eyes with a hint of guilt. Thus, the two resumed their journey. This time with the objective of locating the monk and the bell. Su Lin chuckled with a sly grin, conjuring two ethereal white birds that appeared almost celestial. Yet his words sent shivers down the spine. It was supposed to possess the energy of an entire universe, theoretically, as long as it remained in its original universe. Its cultivation would be boundless. Although the children sitting in front felt envious, no one voiced their thoughts, seemingly in agreement with teacher Xie's arrangements. These 4 years would be spent thoroughly understanding the affairs of the world, without the need for cultivation. Perhaps it was time to attempt strategic maneuvering. Thus, it was imperative to be attentive to worldly matters. After completing all these tasks, Lu Han casually prepared an iced Americano, sipping a few gulps with a hint of helplessness in his heart. Wang Nua brushed past, indicating that Huikai University would soon announce their employed graduate student. Had Wang Nua not slain the elite monster, Huikai University might have expressed its disdain for the opponent's lack of prowess, leading to a fresh round of conflict. Yuan Zili did not anticipate Yun Hai's sudden appearance. Having just returned to the room for barely 20 minutes, someone brandishing a camera had entered. Led by the Provincial Security Bureau Director, Wang Mingxian. Were they here to seize incriminating evidence against him? How brazen to invade the residential area of the provincial committee member. Chapter 102. Gazing at the statue of Buddha before me, I found myself increasingly enchanted. The faintly luminous figure appeared almost miraculous. Undoubtedly extraordinary as it had been consecrated by the monks of the Celestial Empire. Indeed, in the hands of El Hanqiang, there remained a formidable power, the gratitude of hundreds of thousands of border troops. However, it was unfortunate that the seemingly omnipotent elder had taken notice and intervened, even orchestrating such a trap for all to witness. The old man had been restless in the spatial realm, restless in his desire to delve deeper. The scorching sun churned with energy, prompting them to meditate upon entry, while Li Yan remained fixated on Elder Yu and the enigmatic Ming Bai, hardly daring to blink. Huang Yunlong lightly struck the armrest of his chair with his fist, bitterly exclaiming, "These scoundrels, who have consumed so much of our patience, have now retreated into their shells. Let us see how I will deal with them henceforth." Was it possible that Yi Jinmu and Chu Qinghan truly shared some kinship? And what of Chu Jianjia? Did she not bear any connection to Chu Qinghan? Emerging from the inky darkness, two ominous, horn-like protrusions, infused with hues of black, red, and green, suddenly appeared above his head, radiating an unsettling aura. In the midst of such perplexity, I collapsed onto my bed, my weary body succumbing to slumber, and thus the Chifei camp fell once more into a profound silence. Despite suffering minor setbacks, the recognition of silver coins had reached a satisfactory level. Moreover, Kabaji utilized his abilities to seal all the rooms, ensuring that even if submerged in seawater, they could still float to the surface. Naturally, considering the potential for the seawater to soften the earth, Kabaji's sealing layer was somewhat substantial. The overall hue was a murky yellow. Yet the medicinal liquid exuded a golden transparency. Dao Shan approached Old Lu's side and gently blew atop the medicinal concoction, causing a plume of white mist to rise, swirling like ethereal clouds that lingered without dispersing. When the time came, Mei Duo's fate would likely entail accompanying these extraterrestrial beings in their demise once more. News of the young Master Zheng's promotion to commander of the Imperial Guard spread, leading many to privately congratulate the young master's wife. She received their well wishes with an air of indifference, adhering to the decorum of mourning. After several exchanges, the crowd understood her intent and refrained from approaching her further. Jiang Hua pondered the possibility that he had indeed been too reckless earlier. After a brief respite, he continued his leisurely walk home. Those nearby were intimidated by Quan Shi's formidable and ominous presence, only realizing the gravity of the situation once he departed with his entourage. "Good boss." Ah Hua promptly signaled via Bluetooth. Qi served as the head of the Celestial Intelligence Department, responsible for information security and data collection. It was evident that all negative news regarding Xiao Xiao had been suppressed, with the studio also publishing several posts aimed at rehabilitating her image. Should he command a team of over 1,000 cultivators, the higher echelons of Huaxia would undoubtedly feel uneasy. Upon their departure, Su Jingyun aided Lin Hao in selecting a water-green dress and an outfit for Gao Wenwen. Zhang Yi, after they had dashed out, lifted her gaze towards the members of the 100 Poisons sect as they pursued Lin Tao, her heart filled with hope for his safety. At that moment, the remnant soul of the true demon approached slowly, its aura rising steadily, resembling an unparalleled master returning from the abyss. The entire true demon sacred hall seemed to tremble slightly, resonating with its former master. Only after processing the information in her mind did they realize that their future master's true identity was far more astonishing than they had anticipated. "Very well." Yi Bumi nodded, extending his hand to grasp the teapot upon the table. He then moved to a nearby table, poured himself a cup of tea, and sipped leisurely, as though the affairs here were of no concern to him. "If, as you claim, you know everything, why not inform Loco and the other members of your lake family?" Lightson inquired. "What?" "Very well, I shall immediately seal all exits." "Are you all right?" Richard assisted Kristen to his feet. "This is because none of them possess your level of obstinacy as a student. Moreover, my actions were merely a necessary measure. Would you have preferred to witness you writhing in pain upon the ground?" The other party glared, yet despite the intensity of his gaze, there was a gentleness that belied any anger. Ling issued commands through her ring to those immobilized aberrations, instructing them to safeguard the accompanying humans and clear any impediments. Returning to their previous location. Although Lin Wan and Luo Jianye had known each other first and had hosted a banquet, they were not legally married. And given that time period, Lin Wan had been in a state of unawareness. Even if she were to learn of that past, was it certain she would acknowledge it? Excitement ignited in Adai's eyes, akin to a hunter lying in wait in the snow, finally catching the scent of prey. Sima Jinghong faced away from Bai Ji, directing his oppressive energy towards the Empress Dowager and her entourage. While Bai Ji could not see the expression on his face, she sensed the air had grown suddenly suffocating. Zhou Buhan abruptly turned to glare at him, struggling to believe his ears. Was he truly audacious enough to assign her the task of fetching him tea? How competent must he be to utter such outrageous words? As she contemplated this, she opened the door. Mo Etienne, somewhat fastidious, insisted on changing the bed linens daily, making this her first task each morning. Aunt Fan relinquished her former assertiveness, adopting a more gentle demeanor, leaving Sun Wang momentarily taken aback. To be on the safe side, Anzai specifically took it to the veterinary clinic for Madro to examine, confirming that Dak's wounds had healed and no further ointment or bandaging was necessary. Chapter 103. No. How could I be thinking of Lu Ling again? Shaking her hand to disperse the image of Lu Ling that had just formed in her mind, Wan Qingning continued to tease her younger sister. Upon this thought, Princess Qingluan raised her head with increasing pride, appearing as if she was waiting for an explanation. Humph, you have utilized powers that are strictly forbidden in the mortal realm. Yet I have not even made a move. Xiang Yu remarked coldly. As the saying goes, one must consider the owner when dealing with a dog. Qiu Yingyao, seeing her confidant being dealt with by Lin Yanran in such a manner, was naturally incensed and promptly led her entourage to the main courtyard. Yi Tianling sat cross-legged in silence atop the spiritual vein, activating the swallowing heaven technique. Wang Ling, reluctant to get involved, remained silent, fearing that Zhong Zhenting might expose him. Li Qinfeng hastily pulled out his storage bag and dashed outside the hall, only to remember he lacked an address, prompting him to return and ask for directions from Lang Shoming. Li Qinfeng had already entered and struck a palm toward a temporal ice mountain. His fury ignited upon realizing that his secret had been discovered. Desheng nodded in acknowledgement, repeatedly praising Yunsheng's prowess, having expended considerable effort to ensure her comfort. Another elder of the blood-nascent realm coldly exclaimed, unable to tolerate being so disregarded. This explosive tiger possessed not only formidable strength, equivalent to a practitioner at the 8th level of the star condensation realm, but also an insatiable bloodlust, tearing apart its prey piece by piece while they were still alive, leaving no bones behind. By the way, the old man from the East Gate killed everyone from the Wanyuan group of Chuanyang Academy and then departed, Feng Lin suddenly stated. When the sword hero disguised himself and looked at the grocery store owner, he found the owner's wide, terrified eyes fixed ahead, lost in thought. Once the employer joined the ranks, the fortunes of the entire family would deteriorate, the mildest consequence being unrest at home, with injuries or legal troubles. The severest could lead to grave illness, calamity, child mortality, or even complete destruction of the family, a truly malevolent curse. However, while Yuqing pondered this in her heart, she uttered not a word, rarely voicing dissent in front of Lianyan City. Especially in public, she adhered to Lianyan's wishes, creating a sense of comfort among those present. At the Tiangong mansion of Yuhuang City, the gates swung wide open as Ji Tianru, clad in official robes, led Ren Yushan, originally intended to serve as a deterrent, into the mansion. The great sage Sun Wukong, wielding the Rui Jing Gubang, intended to strike the sword hero, but found himself hesitating as the sword hero repeated his previous words. What is Zhuge Liang afraid of? What is he fleeing from? She had spent a calm afternoon in her room, beginning to grasp some understanding. Her lips parted gently, allowing an exquisitely sweet liquid to flow into her mouth, soothing her dry throat before slowly descending into her stomach. Logically, even if Yan Bei were absent from the Yan residence in Xiangping, Qian Zhao could not lead troops inside. However, this time they had come with the order from Governor Zhu, leaving the mansion guards with little to say. Moreover, they were acutely aware of their own insignificance. With the original secret realm shattered, they could no longer return to their previous, untroubled existence. The leading bodyguard's muscles twitched, unable to resist casting an additional glance at Long Yun, finding that this Chinese man, shorter than himself, did not appear to be a murderer. Yet, a killer would never bear a mark on their forehead, a biting dog never barks. Long Yun's calm demeanor sent a chill down his spine. Dao Man's expression darkened as she silently scolded herself for bringing up such a topic. Although she had not fully disrobed, it was hardly different. Seeing the star-crowned Daoist robe set aside, Duan Chou could not help but break into a radiant smile, promptly shedding her own clothing in favor of the new robe. Shi Ji felt a mix of fear and confusion, unsure why Lu Yusi would inquire about matters concerning Buxi, and even less so why Lu Yusi wanted to send Lu Yinsong away. As they witnessed more and more practitioners of the dragon and tiger realm being bound and suppressed by chains, both of them exerted their utmost effort, desperately attempting to escape. Badian grinned, squinting his eyes, slowly pouring the contents of a porcelain vial, a noxious stench carried by the breeze towards Su and I. The box delivered by the soldiers from the northern palace contained 2 broken golden jade Qilin lamps, yet the embedded jade had already warped from the heat. And the broken lamp bodies signified they would be difficult to repair, a decorative item worth 10 gold now rendered useless. With the only potentially valuable aspect being the small amounts of gold embedded within. After managing the queue of customers, the portly man retrieved the decorations he had purchased the previous night, instructing several attendants to enhance the shop's appearance. With this in mind, Lan Mo intended to disregard the wailing individual, yet the cries grew louder and more sorrowful. Ultimately, she paused, contemplating, perhaps she should go take a look. If only. If only. Alas, she could no longer await that if only. Everything had swiftly passed like fleeting clouds, too hasty to reminisce. She could only cling to the fragmented memories until dawn. Indeed, if this person were to be properly utilized, they could become a pillar of the Great Sui dynasty in the future. Chang Sunxing had unfortunately fallen in battle and would require proper compensation, Yang Guang remarked. Chapter 104. Thus, 2 more days passed, and Su Jing finally became convinced that the events of that night had not been revealed, which brought him a sense of relief. The handsome youth felt a deep sense of disdain, and in a fit of anger, he seized a vehicle, accelerating to its maximum speed. Mo Ling extended her right index finger, gently pressing it against Mu Fei's lips, shaking her head with a gaze as tranquil as water. She approached Jean Schwer, playfully chiding her, though the smile on her face betrayed her true feelings. Wilma arrived at the farm shortly after 10 in the morning, ostensibly to inspect the area. Although old Lu had taken over, formal procedures had yet to be established. During this transitional period, one must exercise caution to avoid any criticism. Zheng Anmin was correct. The Firearms Bureau was inherently a source of trouble. No matter how covert the development of new firearms was, once they were equipped to the troops, the truth would inevitably come to light. Without a formidable official overseeing affairs, both the court and local dignitaries would undoubtedly pounce. Gaoyao, I am quite angry. If you do not retract your foot wisely, I shall not hesitate to show you my strength. Meng Ankai's voice emerged through clenched teeth. In their hearts, it seemed that Su Jing was a talisman. As long as he believed in their capabilities, they would harbor no doubts. This was a blatant threat. Currently, in Lulin City, he was the strongest. If he chose to act recklessly, who could withstand him? In Xiao Bohan's perspective, Hua Zijiang was hardly inferior to a lover. As he was the mayor of Lulin City, the figurehead of the city, this was indeed a matter of long standing. And it was a true account experienced personally by Zhang Xiaochuan. From various aspects, it was evident that the success of Song Jiazhai this time seemed as if heaven itself was aiding them. The two shared a passionate kiss, oblivious to the fact that they soon felt parched and restless, an unnameable fire raging within them.